Chapter 1. The President is away today, and the Secretary takes flight evening after a long day of toil. Bai Ye returned home, his weary body dragging behind him. He picked up the takeout and package left at the door, consuming the insipid meal in a matter of moments before eagerly tearing into the parcel before him lay an entire box of delightful fizzy beverages. Once he had neatly stowed them away in the refrigerator, he retrieved a chilled bottle and settled onto the sofa. With the lights dimmed, Bai Ye skillfully cracked open the drink after charging his phone. He opened a yellow-hued application. Do not misunderstand, it was merely a short video platform. At last, it was a time of joy for Amonis, a fervent aficionado of the second dimension. Bai Ye's preferences were entirely captured by big data. The videos that flooded his feed were predominantly from the realm of anime, which he consumed with glee. After binge-watching several clips, he finally took a sip of his fizzy drink, a contented smile gracing his lips indeed. This is the life an otaku ought to relish. If only I could earn money lounging on the sofa while watching videos, how splendid my existence would be. Yet Bai Ye was acutely aware of reality's harshness. This was not an anime. Life was not lived for the sake of a fictional character. Survival necessitated financial means. Orphaned and bereft of parental support, he had long since dismissed the possibility of relying on others or being a wealthy heir to thrive. He must work diligently. Fortunately, he had the companionship of the most beautiful second dimension in the world as he watched Goku master the Ultra Instinct and engage in a fierce battle with Jiren. Bai Ye rolled excitedly on the sofa, but the shortness of his phone charger caused him to roll back again. Truly, what an exhilarating battle! As he pondered whether to replace the phone charger, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host! You have bound the video streaming system. From now on, you can earn money by watching videos. The short videos you view will be projected into myriad worlds. What is this? A system? Bai Ye, shutting off his phone, glanced around in confusion, suspecting a hallucination. However, despite calling for the system, there was no response. Assuming it was merely a trick of the mind, he reopened his phone at that moment. He noticed something unusual. The short video application, previously yellow, had transformed into a sleek black interface. Oh, did the software update? Bai Ye blinked, puzzled but not overly concerned. Software updates were a common occurrence. Upon opening the application, he found the content remained devoted to anime. Yet a red envelope icon had appeared in the upper left corner. Disdainfully, he chuckled. Damn those bloodsuckers. Try to entice viewers with money to watch more short videos, but only a few cents for a single viewing. What good is that? At most, I might earn a few dimes in a day, and who knows if I can even cash out? He had grown accustomed to such gimmicks as the video concluded. Bai Ye swiped down to continue. Simultaneously, the originally non-existent red envelope ornament transformed into a sum of 2,015 yuan to 100 yuan. This must be a hoax. Bai Ye's eyes widened, his tone tinged with disbelief. To put it into perspective, 200 yuan constituted a day's wage for him. The notion of earning such an amount merely by watching a video seemed utterly implausible. Even his friend, who specialized in cutting deals on PDD, would not dare to engage in such antics. Perhaps this was merely a ploy by PDD. If this were genuine, one would need to rally at least 1,000 friends to partake. Despite these thoughts, his impoverished circumstances compelled Bai Ye to click on the red envelope ornament. You currently possess 2,015 yuan. Do you wish to withdraw 200 yuan? Withdraw. There was no tiresome need for cutting deals to access the funds. With trembling fingers, Bai Ye pressed the withdrawal button, and the next instant, 200 yuan was credited to his bank account, leaving him with a balance of 63,205 yuan. My goodness. Bai Ye stood frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Setting his sugary drink on the table, he was nearly leaping with excitement. Incredibly, it had indeed been successfully withdrawn. Could it be that he had not misheard and was truly linked to a system where watching videos yielded profits? If this were the case, who would still bother to work? Earning money while lying in bed would be sheer bliss. Yet, considering this might merely be a promotional benefit for new users, Bai Ye hastily watched several more videos. Before long, the red envelope had accumulated to 7,439 yuan. Once more, Bai Ye clicked on the envelope, preparing to withdraw. 700 yuan was no small sum for an ordinary person. Were this on PDD, he would need to enlist at least 3,000 users for their contributions. If he could withdraw without conditions this time, Bai Ye would truly be a believer. In the next moment, 700 yuan was deposited into his bank account, bringing his balance to 73,205 yuan again. Ha ha ha. Now, I can genuinely lie in bed and earn money with just a few taps. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye shifted his position and resumed watching short videos. The prospect of earning money with minimal effort was indeed a delightful affair. Today, he aimed to earn 30 to 50,000, and tomorrow, he would resign from his job. Yet, a nagging feeling lingered that he had forgotten something. Although he could not recall what it was before, Bai Ye could ponder further. The content on the short video had him exclaiming in excitement, "My goodness, it's the secretary dance. I absolutely adore Fujiwara Chika." A week prior, a peculiar event had transpired across the myriad realms. A colossal luminescent screen abruptly appeared in the sky. Regardless of the formidable techniques employed by the strongest beings from various realms, none could shatter this screen. Wukong and Vegeta even treated the screen as a test of strength, seeing who could budge it yet. Even in their super blue forms, they could not move an inch. Luffy leaped onto the screen, swinging with a few comrades. Wu Liuqi even took Meihua Shursan to stargaze upon the screen, just as all the heroes from the anime world assumed this screen was merely an anomaly of their reality. It suddenly reacted. The first to notice the anomaly was a parallel world strikingly similar to Bai Ye's own. In this world, the sole distinction lies in the existence of manga without any anime. Nevertheless, it is peculiar that countless aficionados of the second dimension are congregated here. Previously, these enthusiasts could only rely on manga to conjure their imaginations of the two-dimensional realm. However, today marks a pivotal transformation. "The president is not at home today. Let the secretary take the stage," echoed a voice from the luminous screen, leaving a group of seasoned second dimension fans utterly bewildered. Note: a brief setup is provided here. The voice emanates from a barrage of comments. Dialogue is enclosed in quotation marks. Characters mentioned include Chika Fujiwara from Kaguya-sama, Love is War, Son Goku and Vegeta from Dragon Ball, Luffy from One Piece, and Wu Liuqi and Meihua Shursan from Scissor. 7. For the sake of clarity, I will include the source of each character in future writings. Chapter 2. The dancing big sister I desire. This parallel universe has also advanced in technology, surpassing even Blue Star in its innovations. Therefore, when the luminous screen first appeared, it attracted considerable attention. Though it was not deemed extraordinary, many assumed it to be a meticulously crafted advertisement by a wealthy entrepreneur. However, upon realizing that the screen remained black and unresponsive, numerous onlookers began to dismiss it. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, many halted in their tracks. Who is speaking? The voice seems to be coming from that luminous screen in the sky. That one above? I thought it was an advertisement created by some tycoon. Listening to you, I can't help but think this contraption resembles a mobile phone. Indeed, it does, but what do these words mean? Upon seeing the text on the screen, a collective confusion washed over the seasoned fans of the second dimension. At that moment, a module in their minds regarding comments emerged. This parallel world also features platforms for sharing thoughts. Thus, the vast majority of the audience was familiar with the concept of commenting. Some viewers instinctively began to comment, and their thoughts instantly synchronized onto the screen. In the next moment, a plethora of comments appeared in the lower left corner of the screen. The secretary dancing? That can't be right. The president is not at home today. The secretary takes the stage. Is this the secretary I envision? President, secretary. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. It seems to be from a manga. At this juncture, the fans still believed that the secretary mentioned on the screen was a genuine figure. However, as one comment emerged, the entire comment section took a turn. Is it you, Secretary Kanda? Upstairs, I was thinking the same. Kanda can dance too? I never expected you to be this kind of Secretary Kanda. In this parallel universe, In the Name of the People is equally popular. In an instant, a flurry of playful comments began to surface. Meanwhile, in the world of Kaguya-sama, Love is War, within the student council, Shirogane Miyuki was engrossed in a book while Shinomiya Kagaya observed him intently. Fujiwara Chika was enthusiastically enjoying her snacks. And Ishigami, you stood in a daze. If all went as expected, today would be yet another splendid day. However, at that moment, astonished voices erupted from outside the door. The luminous screen in the sky is displaying something. Is it merely a large screen? What is there to behold? Such a grand projection. Perhaps it is God's television. Come, let us step outside and take a look. What is the secretary dance? Listening to the chaotic voices of classmates outside, Shirogane Miyuki, who had been unable to concentrate on his book due to his desire to sneak a glance at Kagaya, turned his gaze toward Shiki Kagaya. Kagaya, is something happening outside? To his surprise, he noticed that Shiki Kagaya was also looking at him. As their eyes met, Kagaya's cheeks flushed crimson. "No, President. Then I shall go and see for myself." Clearing his throat, Shirogane attempted to feign nonchalance. Just as he was about to rise, Fujiwara Chika, holding a snack, sprang up. "First, I'll go see what this is about." With that, she bounced over to the window and flung it open. However, upon reading the prominent words on the screen, Fujiwara Chika froze in place. "The president is not home today. The secretary dance is in motion." Why does that sound so familiar? No, it is not merely familiar. It seems before Fujiwara Chika could process her thoughts, a woman lying on a desk appeared on the screen. Simultaneously, a familiar background melody began to play. Upon hearing the familiar tune, and seeing the familiar figure, Fujiwara Chika's face turned beet red. Fujiwara, what on earth is happening outside? Why do I hear music? As Shirokane stood to approach the window, he was suddenly tackled to the ground by a flustered Fujiwara Chika. President, please do not look. Shirokane, I must report this, she charged at me. Watching Shirokane Miyuki brought down by Fujiwara Chika, Shiki Kagaya stood frozen in astonishment the next moment. A scream echoed through the office. Fujiwara Chika, release the president at once. Shiki Kagaya hurriedly stood up, attempting to pry Fujiwara Chika off Shirokane, yet before she could act, Fujiwara Chika clung to her leg in panic. Chika, what are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, Kagaya found herself on the floor, as well pinning both of them down. Fujiwara Chika was now so embarrassed that tears began to fall. President Kagaya, you must not look outside, there are unsightly things out there. Meanwhile, Ishigami Yu, feeling neglected, wandered to the window with a bewildered expression. The next moment, Ishigami's bewildered voice filled the room. The screen is showing Fujiwara Senpai dancing surprisingly. It's quite beautiful. Has she considered joining the dance club? At this remark, the two who had intended to push Fujiwara Chika away were left in shock, yet they could distinctly sense that Fujiwara Chika's body had gone rigid. In the next instant, she curled up into a ball, her voice trembled with tears. It's all over now. Why must that wretched screen play this dance? Simultaneously, in a parallel universe, the denizens of the two-dimensional realm beheld Fujiwara Chika's secretary dance as well. The comments on the luminous screen appeared as if they were delayed, coming to an abrupt halt, yet within mere seconds, a torrent of remarks flooded the lower left corner of the screen. At that moment, the entire world of anime was set ablaze with excitement. Isn't that my most beloved character, Chika Fujiwara? After so long of perusing the manga, witnessing her in the flesh for the first time is utterly delightful. I comprehend now. This must be a splendid gift from the great deity of the anime realm bestowed upon us, the otaku. To experience a character from the manga come to life is a feeling beyond compare. Truly heartwarming. I offer my sincerest blessings to the most magnificent deity of the two-dimensional world. However, is that truly Secretary Dakong dancing? Oh, how unexpected it is to behold my cherished Chika Fujiwara in a dance. Who is the genius behind this screen? I must shower them with gifts. In the world of Crayon Shinchan, a young voice exclaimed, Big sister, I want the big sister. Gazing at the dancing Chika Fujiwara in the sky, the wide-eyed Shinchan, overwhelmed with excitement, attempted to strip off his clothes, yearning to soar into the sky and embrace her, yet before he could act, he was caught by the ear by Missy Nohara, feeling the astonished gazes of those around. Misa's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shinchan, how many times must I tell you to dress properly in public? If you keep stripping, I will spank you. Shinchan, unfazed, shouted back, I don't care. I want the big sister. I want the dancing big sister. Chapter 3. The sudden charisma of Secretary Dakong. Just as Missy was at a loss with Shinchan, a hearty laugh erupted from Hiroshi Nohara nearby. It's only natural for children to be enamored by beautiful women dancing. Missy, no need to be so angry, just consider it a television performance. Upon hearing this, Missy turned to Hiroshi, who was also entranced by the spectacle above, eyes unblinking. Missy retorted, her grip tightening on Hiroshi's ear. Hiroshi Nohara, if you keep staring, I will pluck out your eyes. Keep it down, Missy. You're distracting me from watching the big sister dance. Shinchan's discontent only fueled Misa's ire, causing her to tighten her grip further. Shinchan, how many times must I remind you not to address me by my name in public? In the world of Dragon Ball, Master Roshi, initially intending to tease Bulma, turned crimson upon seeing Chika Fujiwara on the luminous screen. Wow, where is this girl from? Those assets are impressive, though she's a bit overdressed. With that, Master Roshi summoned the flying Nimbus to get a closer look. In the next moment, blood rained down from above. What a youthful and radiant girl. Totally worth it. Meanwhile, Goku, still in training, mused, hey, why do I smell Master Rose's scent? Vegeta, do you sense it too? Vegeta, immersed in his rigorous training, replied, enough with the chatter. Today, I shall push that screen 1 centimeter. As Yuguang glanced at the luminous screen nearby, Ryukong remarked, Vegeta, that screen in the sky seems to be showcasing a woman who is leaping and bounding about. Is she performing some new martial art? Alas, Grandpa Turtle is also there. Let us go over what? A woman's martial arts? Following Yukong's gaze, Vegeta caught sight of Chika Fujiwara on the screen in an instant. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he coldly retorted, Kakarot, that is a woman dancing, not practicing martial arts. You may go, I shall return home. Not martial arts? Then I shall return home as well. After being enlightened by Kagaya and Shiro, Chika Fujiwara finally ceased her weeping and expressed the sequence of events. Gazing at Chika Fujiwara, who was still dancing in the air, Kagaya couldn't help but chuckle. Chika, I never imagined you could dance so beautifully. I had truly underestimated you. Shiro also joined in with a playful tease. Shall I assist you in joining the dance club as a vice president? Fujiwara, you would certainly excel at it. Although she had managed to refrain from tears, upon catching sight of her dancing footage still playing on the screen, Chika Fujiwara felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, leading her to cover her face and kneel on the ground. Why was her dance being broadcasted? It was supposed to be a secret performance while everyone was away, and the sheer humiliation was unbearable. Oh, Chika, do not be so bashful. Look at the comments in the lower right corner of the screen. They are all praising you. Kagaya exclaimed. Please, Kagaya, spare her the comfort. She is well aware of her own shortcomings. I shall never dance again. No, Fujiwara-san, truly, everyone is praising you, Shirogane added, glancing at Ishigami. Indeed, it seems that Fujiwara-senpai is even more popular than I had anticipated. Chika, with her hands still shielding her face, allowed a small opening to gaze at the screen outside. The comments in the lower left corner had gone wild. Long live Chika Fujiwara. 10,000 years to Chika Fujiwara. This is truly the exclusive dance of us enthusiasts. I shall deem it the strongest, although it may not rival the pure land of ultimate bliss. It is nonetheless exceptionally splendid. Let us repeat it countless times, again and again. Oh, the magnificent deities of the second dimension. I earnestly request more of such enchanting dances. Kagaya, the President Shirogane, they have all praised my dancing prowess. It is only now that Chika Fujiwara realizes that Kagaya and the others were not deceiving her. Setting aside the peculiar comments that elude my understanding, the vast majority of remarks are indeed accolades directed towards myself. This sudden surge of confidence enveloped Chika Fujiwara. She had long considered herself a prodigy in dance. Merely showcasing a fraction of her talent had garnered such abundant praise. Oh dear. She hadn't even exerted herself to the fullest yet. Ignoring her inflated ego, Chika noticed that Miyuki Shirogane remained fixated on the luminous screen, while Kagaya observed him with a smile that concealed her true feelings, posing a probing question. President, do you find Chika's dancing delightful? Instinctively, Shirogane was about to respond. But upon meeting Kagaya's piercing gaze, he swallowed hard and stammered. It seems there is still a book I haven't finished reading. I shall attend to that. Very well. Kagaya replied, returning her attention to the screen. Meanwhile, the commentary section was ablaze with activity. Is that really my beloved Chika Fujiwara? I genuinely mistook her for Secretary Dakong. I'm perplexed as to why Secretary Dakong suddenly possesses such charm that he captivates an entire legion of otaku. That scoundrel spamming about Dakong has me utterly distracted. I can't help but think of the disdain from the window of the car. I am Takumi Fujiwara, driving my AE-86. I have a sister named Chika Fujiwara, and I've heard that numerous users on Bilibili wish to marry her. If you can defeat me on Akina Mountain, I shall consent to your union with her. See you tonight at Akina Mountain. What kind of secretary is this? This is utterly detrimental. My son's grades have plummeted as he watches this pink-haired girl dance daily. He has forsaken even his mother for her, and now you wish to bring her home? You're endangering my son. Is anyone even human here? If this continues, I shall report you. Having finally glimpsed a living embodiment of his dreams, could the disparaging remarks from above cease? Young lady, refrain from flaunting yourself online. It is imperative to focus on your studies and enhance your knowledge. Let Cheng Chung pose a simple mechanics question for you. If the damping value of a single degree of freedom system decreases, which of the following statements is correct? A. The amplitude of free vibration diminishes more severely. B. The natural period decreases. C. The resonance peak of the amplitude curve broadens. D. The natural frequency decreases. This confident demeanor, could it be the triumphant dance of the newly appointed Prime Minister of our esteemed nation, Lady Chika Fujiwara? Observing the increasingly skewed commentary, Kagaya Shinomiya suddenly burst into laughter. Chika, when did you acquire a sibling named Takumi Fujiwara? How was I unaware of this? I have no idea either. Chika Fujiwara replied, adorably shaking her head as her mind raced. Takumi Fujiwara, Chika Fujiwara. Indeed, the names bear some resemblance. Could it be that I truly possess an unseen brother? No. I must call father and inquire. Chika Fujiwara, Jin Ichi Shirogane, Kagaya Shinomiya, and you Ishigami hail from the world of Kagaya-sama. Love is war, while Shinosuke Noera, Missy Noera, and Hiroshi Noera are from Crayon Shinchan. Master Rashi and Bulma are characters from Dragon Ball. Commonly recognized series henceforth will not be documented. Chapter 4. The Lament of the Exiled Princess, the Song of a Fallen Nation. As Chika Fujiwara spoke, she picked up her phone and dialed her father's number. The call was answered almost instantly. "Father, do I have a brother?" "Chika Fujiwara." Before Chika could utter another word, her father's voice boomed through the receiver. "What have you done? Why is your dance on that blasted screen? How dare you speak to me so?" Chika Fujiwara was momentarily stunned, tears welling in her eyes and spilling forth in the next instant. "Wah, you're scolding me." Not content with merely crying, Chika threw herself onto the ground, wailing, leaving Kagaya and the others in utter shock. Hearing his daughter's cries, the tone on the other end softened considerably. "Chika, please let me explain. You know our family's standing in Sakura country. You're dancing." Wah. All right. I won't scold you any longer. It's perfectly normal for a girl to enjoy dancing. As for those negative reports, I will find a way to manage them. Please, stop crying. How about this? I'll send you something later." After her father's repeated assurances, Chika finally ceased her sobbing. Her father was typically a rather stern and obstinate man, and under normal circumstances, he would never be so accommodating. The reason for his softening was that Chika had heard her mother's voice on the line. Her mother still indulged her quite a bit. Once aware that her mother was present, Chika resumed, "Father, I have another question that you haven't answered." "Speak." "Do I have a brother named Takumi Fujiwara? I saw many people mentioning him on the screen." "Chika Fujiwara, do not speak nonsense." Before she could finish, her father interrupted. But this time his voice carried a hint of panic. "I only have the three of you as daughters. How could there be any other children? Dear, please let me explain." Fujiwara's father hastily ended the call. Fujiwara Chika pressed her phone to her chest and began to pray for her father. At that moment, a voice emerged from the side. "Ishigami you. Fujiwara, the screen has changed. It's no longer you. Ah, it's a rather beautiful woman." Almost simultaneously, Fujiwara Chika and Shirogane Miyuki turned their gazes towards the sky. Human beings inherently harbor curiosity towards the unknown, and they were no exceptions. However, no one restrained Fujiwara Chika. While Shirogane Miyuki found himself met with Kagaya's gentle gaze. Adjusting his attire, Kagaya softly inquired, "President, do I look good?" I didn't see anything." Shirogane Miyuki, flustered, hastily grabbed a book and resumed reading. Kagaya, however, continued to gaze at him with a gentle demeanor. She contemplated that if there were no pressing matters to attend to in the future, she could simply keep her eyes on the president. As the president of the prestigious academy, it was only fitting for him to immerse himself in various literary works. Meanwhile, as the vice president, it was her duty to supervise him diligently. On the luminous screen, within a grand hall, a black-clad blonde maiden walked forward with an expression of sheer bliss. On the table ahead lay a square object resembling a Rubik's Cube, emanating a radiant glow. With her black-painted nails delicately touching the object, the maiden murmured joyfully, "I am truly fortunate. I merely sacrificed a kingdom to fulfill my dream. Clem, may you stay by my side forever? Before this day concludes, let us exchange our firsts. Or perhaps it is better to cherish this moment more deeply." The scene unfolded like a dream within a dream. As she softly sang a melody, the maiden, increasingly content with her life, couldn't help but dance. Her movements were graceful and enchanting. Although not as adorable as Fujiwara Chika, she possessed a unique charm. Moreover, bolstered by certain aspects, her dance captivated the audience even more than Fujiwara Chika's. In the world of Crayon Shinchan, Big Sister, the beautiful Big Sister in black, Shinchan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Swiftly shedding his clothes, he leapt onto Hiroshi, eager to soar into the sky for a closer look at the Big Sister on the screen, only to be caught by Miko, who tugged at his ear. In an instant, she pulled Shinchan into her embrace, her expression darkening. "Shinchan, I'll say it once more, do not strip in public. I truly will spank you. I am indifferent. I simply desire to witness the enchanting dance of a beautiful sister." Shinchan rolls around in Mei's embrace, leaving her flustered. "Guangxi, say something." Mei glances towards Guangxi, who remains unresponsive, seemingly anticipating something. As expected, he gazes intently at the luminous screen above. "Ya, Hara Guangxi," with several loud thuds. Despite the large bumps adorning their heads, both Hara Guangxi and Shinchan remain transfixed by the dazzling display. The captivating dance of the beauty makes them forget their pain. Witnessing this, Mei cannot help but cradle her head in exasperation. "I truly cannot manage the two of you." Out of the corner of her eye, she notices other men on the street also captivated by the spectacle above, which lightens her mood slightly. In the world of Naruto, holding his stomach, glances at the screen and then at the nearby restroom, exclaiming, "Sakura, why is that lecherous sage taking so long in the restroom? I can barely hold it anymore." To this, Sakura replies with a scoff. That old pervert is surely hiding in there, watching that woman dance in the sky. Is that so? I shall take a look. Naruto tiptoes towards the restroom, but before he can approach, a lascivious voice emerges from within. This one is even more beautiful and more alluring, though she is somewhat overdressed. It matters not. Before he can finish, Naruto sees Jiraiya, having already removed his trousers, holding tissue in one hand while exposing himself with the other. Naruto is left in utter disbelief. Is this how you use the restroom, perverted sage? Jiraiya's face turns crimson with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the parallel world of the second dimension, after a brief moment of stagnation, descends into chaos. Goodness, the deity of the second dimension is actually showcasing this dance. It is breathtaking. It is my absolute favorite. Lana Teal Sheldon Lervansfew, the MVP of the nation-destroying dance. So amazing. This dance is truly remarkable, and the beauty is undeniable. It is simply astounding. After witnessing this performance, one might realize that your bed is rather lackluster in comparison. Your bed is indeed the eternal champion. However, I cannot fathom why she is enamored with Bone King. What do you understand? A skeleton is composed entirely of bones and can utilize them in various ways. Heh. To the individual above, I suspect you are being facetious. Chapter 5, Lana, please provide a thorough explanation. In the world of Dragon Ball. As Goku held the fainting Master Roshi, he gazed at the holographic image of Princess Lana and mused curiously, does this woman, who appears so delicate, truly possess the power to obliterate an entire kingdom? It is indeed true that one should not judge by appearances. Tilting his head to admire his muscular physique, Goku suddenly chuckled. I suddenly feel an urge to engage her in a battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta, arms crossed and smirking, retorted, Kakarot, how can you be so naive? This woman appears to have no combat prowess. How could she possibly destroy a kingdom? Besides, have you ever encountered a powerful woman who indulges in dancing? This must be a ruse. It does seem that way. Vegeta, let us depart. We must first revive Master Roshi. Before Goku could teleport, Master Roshi unexpectedly grasped his arm. His voice weak, yet resolute. Goku, quickly set me down. I can endure a little longer. Goku looked at him in confusion. Master Roshi, are you truly all right? No problem. For the sake of the lady, I can persevere. As he spoke, Master Roshi's eyes were fixed intently on the luminous screen above. In the presence of beauty, even the gravest matters must be set aside. In the world of One Piece, to sacrifice a kingdom merely to remain forever with the one you love. This woman, Boa Hancock, situated in the grand hall of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, clutched her heart. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, "It is simply too romantic." She then covered her rosy cheeks, whispering softly, "If only I could be with Lord Luffy for eternity." Observing this, the ministers couldn't help but break into a sweat. They hastily knelt before her. "Your Majesty, please do not entertain such thoughts. We wish to live for several more years. We implore you to reconsider. The Amazon Lily Kingdom is your creation." The ministers were not jesting. They were acutely aware of the Empress's deep affection for the boy with the gum-gum fruit. If the Empress truly succumbed to infatuation, they would surely be overwhelmed with dread. Rest assured, even without sacrificing the kingdom, I shall find a way to make Lord Luffy fall in love with me. As she spoke, a confident smile graced the Empress's face, though it quickly shifted to one of shyness. Speaking of which, I truly wish to meet Lord Luffy at once. Such a magnificent gentleman, remarkably strong. I am utterly smitten. It is a pity that I do not know which kingdom she belongs to. On an unknown small island, Sanji gazes intently at the figure of Princess Lana displayed in the luminous screen above, while he previously showered admiration upon Chika Fujiwara. Longing to traverse the world in search of her, the woman before him, named Princess Lana, has driven him to the brink of madness. He is utterly captivated by this almost deranged beauty. "Sanji, I'm hungry," Nami, lying nearby, suddenly interjects. In response, Sanji places a finger to his lips, turning away to admonish her. "Shoo, you're distracting me from my view of this woman. Sanji, do you wish to perish?" At this moment, the parallel world continues to flood the screen with comments. All it takes is the sacrifice of a kingdom for eternal life. The celestial being is truly tantalized. Who would have thought that merely one kingdom could fulfill my desires? Indeed, Princess Lana, the golden princess of my fantasies, is portrayed in the novel as possessing a dangerously high intellect. One must either eliminate her or ally with her, yet here she is, presenting herself. If that is the case, so be it. I find myself yearning to see a knight like Clem, a paragon of virtue and kindness. grappling with the truth about the princess. Even a knight must bear the responsibility for the suffering of the common folk afflicted by the kingdom's downfall. But how can one kill the beloved? The only escape may be through self-destruction. Please publish your work soon. I am eager to read it. I truly envy Clem. Lana has orchestrated everything for him so clearly. Even if Clem exists in the world crafted by Lana, he is still free within it. Furthermore, their connection is mutual, which I find enviable. If only the one I adore could go to such lengths for me, I would be tempted to end my life on the spot. Let us cease these daydreams. Such feats are only achievable in the realm of fiction. I have no regrets in embracing manga in this life, perhaps in the next. I shall dwell in the world of animation. In the world where Ms. Kaguya desires my confession, Chika Fujiwara appears utterly bewildered by the overwhelming comments. What on earth is this sister talking about? I can't comprehend any of it. Is sacrificing a kingdom really what I think it is? It is likely what you're thinking, Yu Ishigami nods. It seems quite reminiscent of a plot from a game. How fascinating. But I'm unsure which game it resembles. Fujiwara, Ishigami, please refrain from discussing the screen above, or at least lower your voices, comes the weary voice of Miyuki Shirogane from the side. Though he is undeniably curious, he is acutely aware of Kaguya's watchful gaze upon him. This left Bai Ye in a state of helplessness, compelling him to warn Fujiwara and the others to lower their voices. Foolishness, examinations, summon beasts, just a hair's breadth away. Merely a fraction. The lecherous Tsuchiya Kanta raised his camera high, yet as he realized he could not capture a suitable photograph, he could not help but bury his head in despair. Why can't I fly? Why can't I soar? In the realm of Bone King, the second prince's expression darkened as his gaze lingered on Lana, who continued to dance in the air. Lana, could you elucidate the comments on that light screen? What do you mean by merely selling a kingdom as the price for realizing a dream? The kingdom you would sacrifice, is it our homeland? As he spoke, the second prince had already grasped his dagger. If what he suspected was true, he would not hesitate to slay even his own sister. Princess Lana, bewildered, responded, "Second brother. What are you talking about? I don't understand." The light screen had made things exceedingly clear. Did he truly lack literacy? The second prince's tone saddened Lana, who covered her small face, her voice tinged with grievance. This is merely an object of unknown origin. Can you truly judge my crimes based on this mysterious item? Casting a glance at the ministers who were spectating nearby, Lana placed a hand over her heart and declared resolutely, "I, Lana, swear I would never act against the interests of the kingdom. Surely, what you allege on that light screen is not unfounded." At that moment of dispute, the king, seated upon the throne, suddenly spoke. "Lana, please explain yourself." Chapter 6. I am bald, yet stronger upon hearing this. Lana was momentarily taken aback. Turning to the throne, her voice trembled with emotion. "Even you, father, do not wish to believe me? You would rather trust this unknown entity than your own daughter? Have you forgotten that it just showcased a stranger dancing? This thing is utterly untrustworthy." The king, unable to bear the sight of his favorite daughter in tears, nodded in understanding. The second prince interjected hastily, "Father, do not forget the saying, there is no smoke without fire. This is certainly an unusual occurrence. In my view, I know you dislike me, second brother. If that is the case, why not let me leave the kingdom?" Lana interrupted, tears streaming down her face. "Since you cannot tolerate my presence, I shall pack my belongings and depart from the kingdom at once." As Lana spoke, she made to depart, while the second prince remained silent. As one of the few rational individuals in this kingdom, he sensed that something was amiss. The celestial screen had long ceased its broadcasts, yet it chose this moment, amidst the kingdom's decay and impending peril, to air a video of Lana betraying the nation. This is utterly abnormal. However, at that moment, the king made a decisive pronouncement. Enough is enough. This luminous curtain, its origins unknown, may very well be a ploy devised by the empire to sow discord among the troops. Let this matter rest here, and let no one mention it again. Father. Under the king's gaze, the second prince, with hands clasped in resignation, ultimately fell into a silence of reluctant acquiescence. In this kingdom, the court is filled with decaying ministers, and only he stands as a solitary beacon of clarity, which is far from sufficient. Although he yearns to alter the current state of affairs, it may already be too late. I always knew that my esteemed father would place his trust in me. At this, Lana's demeanor improved significantly. She wiped away her tears and departed from the palace. Gazing at Lana's retreating figure, the second prince let out a sigh. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable emptiness, as if nothing truly mattered anymore. However, upon returning to her chamber, Lana immediately crouched down on the floor. The sense of grievance on her face vanished in an instant. And with gritted teeth, she declared, "What a wretched light screen that nearly thwarted my plans. Yet, it matters not. What is set in stone cannot be undone. No one can prevent me from attaining what I desire." Opening the window to gaze at the ethereal screen above, Lana suddenly smiled mischievously. Some of the comments indeed brought her joy. Bowing her head, she inscribed a few words on the windowsill. If Lana were a succubus, her eyes would undoubtedly be filled with hearts at this moment. "Climb, just endure a little longer. In a few days, you shall be able to be with me forever. We will surely live a life of happiness." In the palace of the Bone King, Ainsul Gown observed Lana dancing on the luminous screen and suddenly sensed something awry. Ever cautious, he inquired, "What is that thing in the sky? Can it be destroyed?" After pondering for a moment, Mayor Bellofiore shook his head. With her abilities, it cannot be destroyed. It seemed that Lord Ains had previously inquired about this matter. In that case, let it be, Ains nodded. Realizing that a mere screen posed no threat to his throne, he softly remarked, "It's just as well. I have been rather bored lately. And this could serve as fine entertainment. Yet, I still prefer to watch a woman dance." Before he could finish his thought, he sensed a wave of hostility emanating from Shaltir. "What troubles you?" She pouted, her face clouded with jealousy. "Lord Ains, it is merely a mortal dancing. What is there to admire?" As she spoke, she lunged towards the Bone King. "If you like it so much, I could dance for you instead." Ains replied, "That is quite unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Shaltir's eyes became misty, and she nearly burst into tears. "Lord Ains truly despises me. Perhaps I should just leave." No. Please let me explain." Ains hurriedly interjected, soothing her emotions until the little succubus calmed down. He could not fathom why this little succubus had become so capricious lately, often teasing him. Were it not for his lack of certain attributes, he might have become quite flustered. Regrettably, there seems to be a missing piece within oneself. Suddenly, Bone King recalled a phrase from the comments. Using bones might not be an impossibility. At that moment, Mare suddenly spoke up. "Lord Ains, the content on the screen has changed again. Oh, what is this? A boiled egg? What, a boiled egg?" Both Bone King and Albedo turned their gazes toward the luminous screen. Indeed, there appeared a rather hastily drawn bald figure. It truly resembled a boiled egg. "I have gone bald, yet I have grown stronger." This phrase is one of the renowned catchphrases associated with Saitama from the anime One Punch Man. In the realm of One Punch Man, Saitama was once an ordinary citizen blessed with a head of lustrous black hair. However, after a battle with the crab monster, he discovered his latent potential. Thereafter, he began to train, and within a mere year and a half, he succeeded in becoming immensely powerful, albeit not widely recognized. He could defeat any adversary with just a single punch. But what was the cost? As these words echoed, a boiled egg appeared on the screen. Seemingly realizing something, the egg scratched its bald head, staring blankly at it. "I didn't realize my transformation until a year and a half later. I am bald." The comical imagery of the bald head combined with Saitama's earnest dialogue created a stark contrast, causing this catchphrase to gain popularity. The screen then resumed, showcasing a montage of Saitama defeating various monsters, leaving the creatures from different anime trembling in fear. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe, the second dimension continued its steady output. Saitama proclaimed, "Impressive, right? I traded my hair for this." In the realm of bald individuals, we too possess our own superheroes. Complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, run 10 kilometers, and never turn on the air conditioning, and you too can become strong. Normal punch. Super speed move. Continuous normal punch. Serious back and forth jumping. Serious one punch. Serious water gun. Serious table flip. Serious headbutt. All-around serious assault. Serious sneezing. Finally, a passionate anime has emerged. What is the point in watching dance? A true man ought to admire muscles. I wonder if anyone above has watched Blue Exorcist? My goodness. That is truly the passionate brotherly anime that real men should watch. I hope the deity of the second dimension can broadcast the anime. Chapter 7. Let us hope not to become bald. In the world of Dragon Ball, within a hospital, gazing at the muscular Saitama, Goku expressed his curiosity, "Master Rashi, does this guy's training method really work? He looks so strong, yet I cannot sense his aura." In response, the old Master Rashi, lying in his hospital bed and receiving in 4 drip, spoke without turning his head. "I have no interest in muscle-bound men. Let them be as they wish. This screen, too, could simply showcase beautiful dancers. Why must it display such repulsive figures?" At that moment, Master Rashi completely forgot his own terrifying physique. Yet, he indeed had no fascination for muscles. He would rather indulge in a light-hearted manga instead. Meanwhile, Vegeta, after meticulously analyzing Saitama's combat prowess, suddenly remarked, "A character with such a haphazard art style surely lacks any substantial fighting ability. Did you not notice the pathetic creatures he has challenged?" Goku nodded in agreement but felt a twinge of disappointment. I had hoped to encounter a formidable opponent. I wish this display would feature some strong adversaries. I must seize the opportunity to spar with them. As he spoke, Goku couldn't help but crack his knuckles in anticipation. Vegeta, how about we have a match in the other world? Just a simple Super Saiyan 2. The Saiyan blood coursing through him craved the thrill of battling a powerful foe. Vegeta, however, blushed slightly, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem, I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. Let us postpone our duel for another time. Reflecting on the times he had been thoroughly defeated by Goku, the Saiyan prince felt a flicker of hesitation. Kakarot grew stronger when faced with formidable opponents, and his true strength remained a mystery. Thankfully, they were friends now. Otherwise, he would have been utterly exasperated. In the world of One Piece, witnessing Saitama's personal showcase on the screen, Luffy, who had been indulging in a feast, suddenly exclaimed, "Ahaha! This person looks incredibly strong. Zoro, has he eaten some special fruit?" Without turning his head, Zoro, still training, responded, "There are many ways to grow stronger, not solely through devil fruits. He has relied on sweat and hard work. This guy is worth a fight." Indeed, some individuals could become exceedingly powerful without the aid of devil fruit abilities. Luffy nodded in agreement. "Just like you, Zoro. You're quite impressive." He then resumed his hearty eating, while Zoro discreetly observed Saitama, who was still dispatching monsters in the sky, pondering deeply. By the way, does this peculiar training method truly yield results? His regimen vastly surpasses mine, and yet, my strength hasn't increased as rapidly. Could it be that less intense training leads to greater strength? Zoro took a deep breath, resolved to train according to Saitama's methods for the next month. He absent-mindedly touched his hair, hoping he wouldn't end up bald. In the world of Naruto, it seemed that performing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers daily, all while foregoing air conditioning regardless of the heat. What even was air conditioning? Was the path to becoming the world's strongest? Naruto gazed at Saitama on the screen with admiration. Upon witnessing Saitama effortlessly knock out a monster several meters long, Naruto exclaimed, "I want to be a powerful warrior like him." "Master, what are you doing?" Before Naruto could finish his ambitious declaration, Jiraiya playfully flicked his forehead, causing Naruto to crouch down and wail in despair. Jiraiya, in a rare moment of seriousness, stated clearly, "He operates on a different combat paradigm than us, so don't overthink it. Just follow the training regimen I provided." "All right." Naruto nodded earnestly, then resumed his training. Meanwhile, Jiraiya sat nearby, his gaze fixed on the screen, appearing quite solemn. Yet, if one were to approach him, they would hear his mutterings. "Next, show me a beautiful woman. Next, a beautiful woman." Saitama's meme had transformed baldness into a symbol of strength. Take, for instance, the character from Gintama, the king of the Yado clan. A formidable interstellar mercenary hailed as the universe's strongest yet nearing baldness. Or the character from the animated series, a powerful figure who had faced bears, ridden tigers, and ruled over Bear Mountain, who wouldn't offer him a cigarette. The screen finally displayed Saitama's candid words to the monsters. "I, a mere enthusiast of heroism, shall not falter. I will protect the earth." In the realm of One Punch Man, Saitama stood on his balcony, watching the screen with a rather unkempt expression. What is going on? Why is my story being broadcasted? Especially upon hearing his earnest dialogue to the monsters, Saitama couldn't help but feel a few more lines of embarrassment etch across his face. Though he had initially spoken with passion, it now felt painfully awkward. Did those monsters feel the same embarrassment? Suddenly, a phone rang in the room. But Saitama paid it no mind. If he recalled correctly, after the screen began airing his meme, this was the 100th call. Where are all these people getting my phone number? With a sigh, more lines of exasperation formed on his face, and he shook his head, pondering. Am I going to be exposed? I wonder if I can still find discounted groceries in the future. In the world of Gintama, Kagura gazed incredulously at her father. "Dad, you are bald. No wonder you wear a hat every day, and even indoors." "Well, my baldness is due to you." Shanghai Fangzhu looked at his daughter in utter disbelief. Kagura immediately wore a disdainful expression. "Hey, your baldness has nothing to do with anyone else. Just because someone is easy to talk to, you shouldn't slander them." As she touched her own hat, Shanghai Fangzhu's tone grew even more exasperated. I was merely experiencing slight thinning of hair. I was not bald. But one day, in a delirious state, you insisted on pulling my hair. Before I could react, you yanked it all out, and thus I became bald. Kagura was somewhat stunned but instinctively shook her head. Is that true? I refused to accept it. In the world of Bears Out. As they looked at the bald Chong hiding in the tree, Bear Da and Bear Air burst into laughter. In Bear Mountain, who doesn't offer a cigarette to Chong? Come down, Chong, and let me give you one. Chong, why are you running? Come and fight us. Chong felt like crying. Heroes do not speak of past glories. Cough. Little bears, please let me explain. Then explain from the tree. If your explanation is satisfactory, we will let you go. Catching a glimpse of a shotgun not far away, Chong's eyes lit up as he quickly exclaimed, during Season S1, I was also quite formidable. Chapter 8. Who has ever dealt a devastating blow to Saitama? In the world where Lady Kaguya wishes for a confession, Fujiwara Chika and others were left in awe. Since this was an intense anime, Kaguya permitted Shirogane Miyuki to watch. Shirogane had long been curious about the light screen, so he watched intently. However, after viewing, he felt it might have been better not to have seen it at all. A glance at Kaguya revealed her gazing dreamily at Saitama's muscles. What robust muscles! I wonder if you have any muscles too. As she spoke, Kaguya cast a provocative glance at Shirogane. How could a man possibly admit weakness in front of a woman? Shirogane immediately replied. Though I may not possess his level of strength, I do have muscles, you know. Oh really? I would love to touch them. Before she finished speaking, realizing her faux pas, Kaguya quickly covered her mouth. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, making her look incredibly adorable. Shirogane stared at her in disbelief. Kaguya. What are you saying? After a 3-second blank stare, Kaguya screamed and ran out. Kaguya. Silver Yuhang hurriedly pursued. Unconsciously, a faint smile graced his lips. Simultaneously, a voiceover suddenly emerged. Today's victor, Silver Yuhang. Alas, that is not correct. It is not yet concluded. The perspective shifted once more to Chika Fujiwara, who was currently crouched on the ground, a bewildered expression adorning her face. Is the world they inhabit the same as ours? Why does our world have nothing? I too wish to grow stronger. I long to defeat monsters and become a hero of humanity. This is far superior to being prime minister. As she spoke, Fujiwara mimicked throwing a few punches into the air. Punch, punch, punch. Fujiwara, the creature on the screen is called Akaijin, the monsters you speak of are from Ultraman. So please do not conflate the two, explained Ishigami earnestly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with Fujiwara's penetrating gaze, leaving him momentarily stupefied. He instinctively took a few steps back. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Ishigami, you departed at lightning speed, leaving the vast office with only Fujiwara remaining. Once she confirmed that no one was around and secured the door, Fujiwara suddenly struck several poses, confidently declaring, If only you would grant me one opportunity, I too could become a hero of humanity. Look, in One Punch Man, every hero has a code name. Perhaps I should choose a delightful name for myself. What should it be? Oh, why has something suddenly appeared on the screen? A pop quiz. Who has dealt a devastating blow to Saitama? Porky Bank, a rotund, adorable pig-headed creature, yet its robust human limbs rendered it quite peculiar, emerged on the screen. Gazing at the children before it, the creature grinned widely. Give me your coins, deposit your coins into my body. Your coins are mine. The crab monster. The figure of the crab monster reappeared, its upper body resembling a large red crab, while its lower half bore human legs, clad in white undergarments, presenting a rather grotesque sight. With a single punch, the still-haired Saitama was sent flying, and the crab monster sneered, What a ridiculous hero. See, Beast King, a colossal anthropomorphic lion adorned with a full mane and tail materialized on the screen, with a mere flick of his paw directed at the grand edifice before him. The structure crumbled instantaneously. Observing the frantic humans fleeing, the Beast King erupted in laughter, his anthropomorphic visage exuding an unsettling aura. Boros, a monstrous entity, entirely enveloped in violet with crimson hair, emerged on the screen. His entire form was inscribed with unknown, luminescent runes, and his musculature appeared almost grotesque. With a single punch directed at a city, an unparalleled wave of light surged forth, transforming the city into an unfathomable abyss, reducing all life within it to mere dust. The extraterrestrial invader, leader of the cosmic dark matter pirate crew, a dominator of the universe, roamed the cosmos without a single defeat. His race had developed unparalleled physical capabilities due to the harsh conditions of their home planet, and he was the finest among them, due to Boros's overwhelming strength. The video explicitly elucidated his identity. Please make your choice within 10 seconds. In the world of Naruto, as Naruto absorbed the information about Boros, he could not help but swallow hard. Jiraiya, do you truly believe such formidable beings exist in this world? In his understanding, defeating a ninja from a village was already an extraordinary feat. The thought of effortlessly annihilating an entire city was beyond his imagination. Perhaps this is the realm of the powerful. Jiraiya, usually lighthearted, bore a rare seriousness, his expression grave, despite being renowned as the pervy sage and the toad sage. And enjoying the title of sage, he was acutely aware that even if he were 100 times stronger, he would still fall short of Boros's might. This individual is exceptionally formidable. This was Jiraiya's initial thought. Fortunately, he is not a being of this world. Otherwise, it would be the end of existence. This is Jiraiya's second thought. Is there any other option? Both Naruto and Jiraiya silently chose D. In their view, no matter how formidable that salted egg might be, it still seemed insignificant in the presence of such powerful extraterrestrials. In the realm of Boros, it is certain that he has had an intense encounter with Saitama. Within the universe of Dragon Ball, Goku could not help but exclaim, "This Boros appears remarkably formidable. Vegeta, do you happen to know which planet he hails from? I yearn for a chance to face him in battle." Vegeta, with an air of disdain, replied, "He seems rather ordinary. I could effortlessly obliterate a planet at the outset. If he were to confront me, I would undoubtedly pummel him into submission." Nevertheless, Vegeta mused that there is no comparison between the first three creatures and the last one. It is undeniably a choice for D. In the world of Bears, Bear Big remarked, "These monsters appear quite terrifying. Whom should we choose?" To the adorably oblivious Bear 2, Bear Big expressed his own uncertainty, saying, "Although the last one looks powerful, I find myself somewhat intimidated by the third one. After all, it is the king of beasts, the lion. The beast king must be the most formidable, right? Little Bear, you should first consider your current predicament." Just as the two bears hesitated, Bald Strong, having descended from the tree, brandished his weapon and pointed it at them. "You must be drenched in sweat, little bears. Quick, flee." "Oh, Bald Strong, I was merely jesting with you." In the world of One Piece, Zoro, with a look of confusion, asked, "Which one should we choose?" Luffy gazed at Zoro, bewildered. "This Saitama is so powerful. There's no way it could be A or B, fool." A discerning eye would clearly recognize that D is the choice. Zoro's gaze was fervently fixed on Boros displayed on the screen. Now this is a true powerhouse. Indeed, I have been too limited in my perspective. Chapter 9. Due to the violent imagery, miners should be accompanied by guardians. The seas are trivial. The cosmos is our battlefield. Zoro glanced at Luffy, who was still pondering the choice, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Luffy, we are destined for more than just becoming the Pirate King. We shall conquer everything. Then let us first become the Pirate King, and subsequently conquer all." Luffy, ever carefree and exuberant, was more than willing to accompany his friend on this adventure. However, Zoro, which one should we choose? I have a feeling A might also be the correct answer. Fool. It is undoubtedly D. The first three could not withstand a single blow from the last one. In the world of Crayon Shinchan, it was declared, "How dull. The big sister is utterly uninteresting. What is so appealing about these muscular men? I shall return home to watch Dynamic Superman instead." Dynamic Lightwave. Ignoring the options displayed on the screen, Shinosuke could hardly contain his eagerness to return home. Beside him, Hiroshi Noira nodded in agreement. "Indeed. What allure does a muscular man hold? It would be better for us to head home. Today we have procured quite a bit of ingredients. And I am already anticipating the culinary delights that Missy will create." Missy, noticing the absence of one person beside her, turned to see Shinosuke staring intently at the muscular figure on the screen. "So handsome," Missy exclaimed, her face flushed with infatuation. Observing Missy's starry-eyed expression, Hiroshi felt a pang of frustration and hastily approached her. "Missy, why aren't you moving? Shinosuke and I are hungry. You urged us to leave earlier. Yet we did not. Now, go on, don't obstruct my view of the handsome man." As fate would have it, it was now Missy's turn to admire a handsome figure, after Shinosuke and Hiroshi had previously indulged in the beauty of women. "What magnificent muscles." "Hiroshi, you don't have any." "Who said that? I have some if I flex." Hiroshi rolled up his sleeves to reveal his arms, eager to demonstrate his own musculature. Yet, to his dismay, Missy hardly glanced his way, her response dismissive. All right. I know you have some. Yours are the best. Is that satisfactory?" Hiroshi found himself at a loss for words. In another realm, Kagaya Shinomiya's world of confessions, a peculiar sight caught the attention of Chika Fujiwara. Ah, that pig-headed monster with human limbs is terrifying. The second creature must be a pervert. The third one is ugly, and the fourth is frightening. But none can compare to the first. Chika promptly chose option A. As a denizen of the ordinary world's anime, she too experienced the uncanny valley effect. The anthropomorphized figures, especially those resembling common creatures, elicited a deeper fear in humans. One must wonder if a pig-headed person were to appear before you. Would you not tremble in fear? In the universe of One Punch Man, gazing at the first two options, Saitama suddenly recalled the dread he felt when confronted by the pig bank and the crab monster. The latter was manageable. Although he endured severe injuries, he ultimately triumphed. In fact, he owed his heroic aspirations to the crab monster. As for the former, Saitama swallowed hard. For a man of limited means, nothing could be more terrifying than the pig bank. This fellow has pilfered $200 from him and has yet to repay it. This is truly terrifying. As for the two options presented, the Beast King, who could that be? Boros. He seems to be a rather serious fellow and quite formidable. Yet he pales in comparison to the devastation inflicted by the pig bank. Consequently, Saitama gritted his teeth and chose A. The correct answer is, of course, A. The pig bank. Immediately thereafter, the screen began to showcase the scenes of the pig bank mercilessly thrashing the underage Saitama. The screen even thoughtfully added a disclaimer. Due to the excessively violent content, minors should watch under parental supervision. The revelation on the screen left the myriad realms in utter disbelief, as many individuals who had opted for other choices turned to stone. In the world of Dragon Ball, Vegeta's face contorted in disbelief as he smashed the dining table before him into smithereens. What is this? Such a powerful being beaten by a mere pig? Indeed. It had long been said that Saitama was the strongest in the world, so how could he be bested by a pig-headed monster? Is Goku's thought process still as extraordinary as ever? Could this pig-headed creature truly be the mightiest in One Punch Man? Meanwhile, Master Roshi nonchalantly remarked, "There is an ancient saying in mysterious Huaxia, money can make the devil push a millstone. Perhaps, in their world, those with wealth are the strongest. My Bulma is the richest person in the world. According to this logic, wouldn't he that make me the strongest?" Vegeta pondered, casting a glance at Goku. Then why am I not as strong as Kakarot? That old man is oblivious to the answer. After a brief silence, Goku suddenly scratched his head and said, "Could it be that I am the world's richest?" "You're talking nonsense. Bulma is." Just as Goku and Vegeta were embroiled in a heated argument, their bodies suddenly froze. Why can't we move? In the world where Lady Kagaya wants me to confess, to think that such a muscular man could be defeated by that pig-headed creature. Chika Fujiwara collapsed onto the ground, watching the screen that continued to display the pig bank's assault on the underage Saitama. She hurriedly grabbed a chair beside her to shield herself. However, at that moment, she caught sight of the chair she had just lifted, and Fujiwara was taken aback. Alas, it seems my strength has increased. In the realm of One Punch Man, upon noticing the $200 that had suddenly appeared in his hand, Egg blinked in astonishment, soon succumbing to sheer elation. Hooray! I have regained my $200. For a man on the brink of poverty, nothing is more precious than money. With utmost seriousness, he tucked the money into his pocket and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "To celebrate the return of my wealth, I shall treat myself to an extra egg tonight. This screen is truly splendid." In the world of One Piece, Zoro gazed incredulously at the pig-headed monster, his soul engulfed in perplexity. Why on earth could this pig-headed creature overpower Saitama? Wasn't Boros stronger than the swine? Perhaps this pig-headed fiend possessed greater strength? Meanwhile, Luffy, still indulging in his meal, chimed in. Zoro, however, remained unconvinced. Yet, as the truth began to unfold before him, he pondered what difference his disbelief could make. Suddenly, a realization struck him like a flash of lightning. I understand it all now. This world mirrors our own. The higher the bounty, the greater the strength. This pig-headed monster resembles a piggy bank, undoubtedly harboring countless gold coins within. Thus, he must be the most formidable presence, surpassing even the alien Boros. How foolish of me to be entranced by his appearance. With newfound conviction, Zoro turned to Luffy and declared with fervor, "Luffy, to become the strongest, our bounties must rank first in the world." Chapter 10. To the brave ones who challenged the bald demon king, Boros Luffy had seldom witnessed Zoro so animated, prompting him to laugh heartily. "Zoro, your enthusiasm is infectious. In that case, I'll join you in this endeavor." But just as he finished speaking, Luffy abruptly covered his mouth. His expression contorted in discomfort. Ugh, this sudden wave of nausea is unbearable. Having just feasted, he promptly expelled his meal all over the ground. Zoro, witnessing this, instinctively recoiled a few steps. He had no desire to be splattered by Luffy's regurgitation. Yet, as he moved, Zoro suddenly sensed something amiss. Why did his movements feel so sluggish? Connecting the dots with Luffy's reaction, Zoro muttered incredulously, "Could this be the consequence of the wrong choice I made earlier? Zoro, I feel so sick. I'm going to throw up," Luffy exclaimed, once again emptying his stomach onto the ground. It was hard to fathom just how much he could consume in one sitting. Zoro's expression darkened as he fought against his own discomfort and continued to retreat. Once he deemed himself at a safe distance, he hastily remarked, "Stop throwing up. The content on the screen has changed again. I too yearn for it. Yet I find myself unable to restrain my impulses." Luffy sprawls on the ground, allowing the delectable feast he just consumed to spill forth indiscriminately. Now, behold the valiant warrior, Boros, who dares to confront the formidable bald demon king. In the shimmering screen, Saitama, with a stoic expression, engages in a fierce battle against a monstrous being with purple and red hair, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. It appears that he has never encountered such a formidable adversary before. Thus, Saitama's demeanor, typically casual, becomes unexpectedly earnest, while the purple-haired creature unleashes its full might. Yet, despite this ferocity, Boros is swiftly sent crashing into the depths of the earth by Saitama's earnest fist. At this moment, an exhilarating soundtrack resonates, reverberating with primal energy across the multiverse. I am acutely aware that no one harbors hope for me. The dragon-level monster is of no consequence. And I know this all too well. I am ill-suited for godly battles. I am weak. This truth is undeniable. I cannot defeat you. And I am painfully aware of that. Nevertheless, I must rise to the occasion. It is not merely a question of victory or defeat. My presence here necessitates that I engage in battle with you. Those who claim to embody justice cannot hope to vanquish true foes or protect anything of value. I have grown careless. The odds are no longer in my favor. Given this, I can only resort to unleashing my ultimate attack. My sincerest apologies, Blue Planet. This time, we are powerless to act. You should embark on your spaceship and seek refuge with your loved ones. The cosmic overlord has primarily fled. Who shall engage in battle? In pursuit of strength, I once believed I was prepared to sacrifice everything. Yet, I find it utterly inconceivable to envision a version of myself that could rival the bald-headed adversary. This represents a divergence in realms. However, the cosmos looms behind me, and the monsters lurk in my wake. I am the last vestige of dignity for these beings. I possess an unwavering reason not to falter. Press on. A little girl by the roadside, fly the spaceship, Big Brother. A little girl by the roadside, this universe. It is I who shall guard it. To the valiant warrior opposing the bald demon king, Boros. In the final scene, Boros, collapsed upon the ground, softly uttered, "Have I truly lost?" His expression bore a hint of despondency. Though prophecies had long foretold that on the Blue Planet, there existed an individual capable of granting him the exhilarating experience of battle. Even allowing him to savor the taste of defeat, the reality of facing failure brought him profound sorrow. Most poignantly, Boros harbored a lingering illusion that this egg-shaped being had not yet unleashed his full potential. Could it be that someone as formidable as he lacked the qualification to compel his adversary to fight with all his might? Was there even awareness? Saitama turned to gaze at Boros and, with a gentle smile, said, "Indeed, you are a most formidable opponent." After a moment of silence, Boros finally replied, "As foretold by the prophecy, this has been an equitable battle. I have lost, and I concede wholeheartedly." Indeed, the egg-shaped being departed with nonchalance, leaving Boros lying on the ground. Observers from parallel dimensions, witnessing this scene, could not help but express their sentiments. Alas, this is the only anime that aids the villain's victory. My drill surpasses the heavens. He is the first to endure under Saitama's hand for such an extended duration. The bald figure is engulfed in despair, coming to a poignant realization that the long-desired, evenly matched battle he yearned for will never materialize. Even an opponent of such formidable strength fails to ignite his fervor. The top-tier, financially invested virtuoso of the game remains unable to triumph over those who exploit cheats. If the cosmic overlord flees, who shall vanquish the bald demon king? This universe shall be entrusted to my guardianship. I express my gratitude to the deity of the two-dimensional realm. This is precisely the battle I have envisioned. Utterly exhilarating. This is the lament of the world. The lament of all players, for there exists no one to manage the cheaters, leading to a profoundly unsatisfactory gaming experience. A fervent plea is made for the officials to impose bans, for can we still enjoy the game under such circumstances? In the world of Kaguya-sama, love is war. Chika Fujiwara, initially emboldened to flaunt her newfound strength, finds herself once again collapsing to the ground upon witnessing the climactic battle between Saitama and Boros. Her expression filled with confusion. What manner of monsters are these? In the realm of One Punch Man, Saitama contemplates, what is going on here? How did I not realize this character had so much screen time? The bewilderment overwhelms him. Had he known there were so many inner monologues, he would have earnestly put an end to Boros. Meanwhile, on a small island in Blue Star, Boros stands frozen, grilling lobsters. In the next moment, the island is reduced to ashes. Boros leaps into the air, unleashing a flurry of punches against the screen, even resorting to his signature move, the collapsing Star Roar cannon. Yet, despite his elaborate assault, the screen remains unscathed, triggering the law of smoke without injury. Boros teeters on the brink of despair, exclaiming, "What in the world are you wretched beings saying? I had no such sentiments back then. And regarding your comments, do not let me discover your identities, or I swear I will." In the universe of Dragon Ball Super, the fervor of both sides ignites a similar excitement within me. In a fit of exhilaration, Goku rips his attire. Just as he prepares to unleash a flurry of strikes, a realization dawns upon him. This Boros is a cosmic overlord, akin in power to Frieza, who once claimed the title of Emperor of the Universe. Goku turns to Vegeta. It has been a long time since he faced Frieza, and nostalgia washes over him. Vegeta, shall we seek out Frieza? In the first season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Dio Brando gazes down at the stone mask. Can you bestow upon me the powers of those two above? Even if I am not as formidable as that brat, just matching the strength of that purple-haired, red-headed monster would suffice. The stone mask retorts, do you wish to see what you were saying? Chapter 11. How much do you know about the four school bullies? In the world of One Piece, it is surprising how bountiful the resources on this island are. The supplies of food and water prepared here would suffice for a month. If Luffy could curb his appetite, it would last a month and a half. To be able to eat is a blessing, provided there is no waste. Sanji and the others return triumphantly with their provisions, only to be met with the sight of Luffy, who is violently ill. Luffy, what is wrong with you? After a brief moment of astonishment, Chopper hurriedly approached Luffy and gently touched his forehead. It wasn't hot, so why did he vomit? Just as Chopper pondered this perplexity, Sanji was on the verge of madness beside them. I painstakingly prepared that food. It's all gone. Sanji dashed to Luffy, gripping his collar and shaking him vigorously. Damn you. Luffy, if you had eaten it all, that would be one thing, but why did you have to throw it up? Luffy, feeling unwell, could not utter a single word. Chopper quickly interjected, Sanji, don't be like that. Luffy must be sick. But is being ill a reason to waste food? I worked so hard to prepare it all. You should eat what he vomited. In a fit of agitation, Sanji shook Luffy even more violently, almost jostling his brain. Unable to endure the discomfort, Luffy suddenly heaved again. And unfortunately, it landed right in front of Sanji and Chopper. Sanji glared at Luffy, who was now surrounded by the remnants of his meal, gritting his teeth. Luffy. You. At that moment, Frankie approached Zoro. Observing Zoro's mechanical-like movements, Frankie couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zoro, are you trying to imitate me? You're still a bit off. Should I make you a mechanical arm? It'll look fantastic. Zoro, without turning around, uttered a single word, scram. What on earth is wrong with you two? You both seem a bit off. Nico Robin exclaimed, rubbing her temples, clearly feeling a headache coming on. Just then, a piercing scream from Nami interrupted. Look, the screen is showing some handsome guys. The one on the far right. So handsome. Regarding the four overlords of the campus. How much do you know about them? Hurry in to discover their solitary, lazy, aloof, and charming dominance. Ayanakuji Kiyotaka welcomes you to the classroom of supremacy. In the parallel world of the second dimension, upon hearing about the four overlords, there was a brief silence before they erupted into excitement once more. They even have this. Oh, God of the second dimension, you are the greatest deity in the world. Finally, it's here. My favorite campus romance anime. Hyuga, my profile picture. My deity. My profile picture is also Hyuga, but not as good looking as the one on the screen. I'll change it right away. The youthful protagonist of Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai finds himself pondering the intricacies of quantum mechanics. I am intrigued by the myriad facets of my explosive youth narrative, where there are no trivial matters. Welcome to the merciless classroom of the enigmatic big teacher. Known for his few words yet formidable presence, the emotionally detached Ryuko boasts a plethora of romantic interests, while the peculiar Sakata is approached by both seniors and juniors alike. The energy-efficient Hatara captures my curiosity as I delve into Hyuga. As the self-proclaimed school tyrant, I fear no one. In my humble opinion, Oriki possesses the most striking appearance. Big Teacher embodies rationality, Ryu is formidable, and Master showcases the highest emotional intelligence, along with a rather audacious demeanor. Ultimately, I hold a fondness for all four campus titans. I eagerly await the most captivating scenes to unfold as my anticipation mounts. In the world where Kaguya-sama, love is war unfolds. Chika Fujiwara gazes dreamily at the four boys on the screen. Each of these male classmates exudes charm. It appears that only the Shirogane president can be likened to them. Which school do these upperclassmen hail from? I yearn to meet them in person. At this moment, Miyuki Shirogane finally locates Kaguya. It must be said, although she is petite, her speed is indeed remarkable. He nearly lost track of her. Observing Kaguya facing away, seemingly too shy to meet his gaze, Shirogane reveals a triumphant smile. Who would have thought that Kaguya possesses such bashfulness? What is there to be shy about? If one wishes to touch their own abdominal muscles, they should speak boldly. After all, it's not as if one forbids them from doing so. Even if Kaguya were to confess her feelings, there would be no reason for refusal. Given that everyone has known each other for such a substantial time, why exhibit such timidity? Shirogane Miyuki swiftly adjusted his attire and approached Kaguya. Kaguya. Why do you? Before he could finish, he noticed Kaguya's face flushed with bashfulness, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Following her gaze, he found himself regarding four individuals on the screen. Observing the quartet, who bore a striking resemblance to himself in terms of appearance, a sudden sense of urgency washed over the young and accomplished president. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Goku, seated in the spaceship, couldn't help but express his awe. These humans seem formidable. What nonsense. Can't you see they are merely ordinary humans? Vegeta retorted mercilessly, but the comments all praised their prowess. Those comments must have been penned by ordinary individuals. They hold no value, Vegeta asserted with conviction. What strong individuals could possibly exist within the confines of a school? In the world of Crayon Shinchan, this is utterly dull. Truly uninteresting. With the absence of beautiful sisters dancing on the screen, Shinchan had completely lost interest. Hiroshi Noura felt similarly. However, noticing Missy's unwavering gaze fixated on the four individuals on the screen, Hiroshi's tone turned despondent. Missy, should we head home? Shinchan and I are genuinely famished. Just a moment longer, they will soon begin to introduce themselves. Right away, Missy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ayanokuji Kiyotaka, the clandestine leader of Class D and the sole success of the White Room Project, is both academically and physically adept, often referring to himself as an opportunist. In pursuit of victory, he exploits every resource available, whether from foes or allies. During the entrance examinations, he meticulously calibrated all his scores to an exact 50. Suddenly, the screen displayed a blond youth clad in school attire, his expression placid as he gazed ahead, seemingly aware of everything. The concept of equality is inherently hypocritical, yet we, as thinking beings, must ensure that the rules appear equitable on the surface. Regardless of one's mental state, a potent stimulus will awaken one's will. No one is asking you to surrender, nor is there any need for you to do so. If one cannot battle alone, then let two fight together. Who are you to bury me? Chapter 12. Everyone is merely my tool to me. Everyone is but an instrument. One cannot survive in this world in isolation. For both schools and societies are comprised of multitudes. Do not delve into my affairs. A series of quotes uniquely belonging to Ayanokuji Kiyotaka reverberates across the myriad realms. Merely listening to these words unveils his distinctive character. He is, indeed, the epitome of pure self-interest. Neither the female protagonist nor his girlfriend can fully command him. His confession to Kei Karuizawa serves merely as an opportunity to study the intricacies of love, treating her as a textbook for romance. The relationship with the female protagonist is purely transactional. In Ayanokuji's eyes, these individuals are merely his pawns, nothing more. The screen proceeds to showcase the moment of Ayanokuji's ascendance. In the classroom, Horikita Susan shyly gazes at him. I can concede 100 steps and begrudgingly consider you a companion. However, I must clarify that once we arrive at school, you are not to approach me too closely. This is solely for the sake of our relationship established in Class A. Yet, she adds, I still owe you a word of gratitude. Thank you. The recipient of her words remains unervingly composed, perhaps sensing the potential for misunderstanding. Horikita hastily adds, but don't get the wrong idea. I don't need you. As she speaks, a blush creeps upon her cheeks. In response, Ayanokuji, with his deadpan expression, regards her with indifference. His voice resonates, however, Horikita, I have never considered you my companion. Whether it is you, or Chibana, or Hirata, all of you are merely my tools. The process bears no significance, nor does the cost of sacrifices. In this world, the only thing that matters is victory. As long as I can achieve ultimate triumph, that is sufficient. The screen then displays an awe-inspiring scene of Ayana Kuji in a 1v4 confrontation, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. Ayana Kuji and his arsenal. The school tyrant, Ruga. Fierce and succinct. You are all my tools. This is indeed a campus romance narrative. The disparity in character between the two versions of Ching is astonishing. Chung resembles a protagonist from a villainous novel, cruel and unfeeling, driven solely by self-interest. The beloved immortal master expresses profound dismay. Is it not true that we live for ourselves, as others do for us? In the world where Lady Kaguya desires my confession, I instinctively retreated a few steps until I settled onto the sofa. It was then that Chika Fujiwara murmured, "Wow, this classmate appears quite handsome, yet harbors such malevolence. How utterly terrifying." Suddenly, a voice emerged from outside, prompting Chika to hastily hide beneath the sofa. Once the voice faded, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Surely, there cannot be such a scheming individual at our school? Abruptly, a stoic face flashed through Chika's mind. Yu Ishigami. After reviewing the exploits of Kiyotaka Ayana Kuji, Gyuki Shiro furrowed his brow. He does not oppose the manipulation of others. Yet if everyone were to emulate Ayana Kuji, this world would be doomed. To treat everyone as mere tools is a cruel existence, unlike the gentle growth of adults. Kaguya's sudden interjection caused Gyuki's frown to relax, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed her. "Kaguya, let us maintain a moment of silence." A pause ensued for 2 seconds, followed by 3 seconds of silence. Under Gyuki's watchful gaze, Kaguya's face flushed a deep crimson. As she had momentarily forgotten the president was beside her. Noticing her face redden to the point of boiling water, Gyuki quickly reassured. I didn't hear anything. Let us continue watching the screen." Kaguya's flushed cheeks lightened somewhat, yet remained rosy. After exchanging compliments, the two found themselves enjoying a rare moment together. In the realm of Dragon Ball, upon reflecting on Ayana Kuji's deeds, Vegeta, reminiscent of past experiences, quietly remarked, "This fellow exhibits certain traits. Once upon a time, he was a complete egoist, much like Ayana Kuji. He would forsake everything for the sake of enhancing his own power." Contemplating this, Vegeta cast a furtive glance at Goku, who was still devouring food with fervor. Quickly averting his gaze, Vegeta mused that had it not been for Goku, he might still be the same as before. However, everything has changed now. He has children and a beloved Bulma. In the world of campus life, observing Ayana Kuji's cold-blooded dialogue, Makoto Ito expressed a soulful thought. Is this brother mentally unhinged? Why not simply embrace all those beautiful women instead? They have all become allies. Would they not assist their own? Chungu finds it difficult to comprehend another version of himself. It is akin to his inability to fathom why he falls in love. It is merely an instinctual response. Welcome to the realm of the classroom, where supremacy reigns. This introduction is dreadfully mundane. Lying on his desk, Ayaka also notices the screen presenting him. Yet he displays little emotional reaction, maintaining his usual deadpan expression. However, thoughts of the other 3 tyrants of the campus stir a ripple in his demeanor. The fact that someone could be compared to me, could they, too, be concealing their prowess? Or do they possess other talents? I wonder which school they belong to. Perhaps I could utilize them. No. Suddenly awakening from a daze, Ayaka sits upright. His pupils contract sharply, and a flicker of expression crosses his face. With this announcement, has my concealed strength been exposed? Everyone must be able to see this screen, right? Nevertheless, with a slight glimmer in his eyes, Ayaka returns to his indifferent demeanor. This screen could indeed facilitate other endeavors. At that moment, Zuki bursts through the classroom door. Seething with rage as she approaches Ayaka. Is everything stated true? Do you merely regard me as a tool? A fleeting look of confusion crosses Ayaka's face. He had assumed Zuki was already aware. However, since she is oblivious, he sees no reason to divulge. Thus, he gently caresses Zuki's hair, speaking in a monotone, "Do you trust me, or an unknown entity?" This leaves Zuki in a state of uncertainty. Logically and emotionally, she ought to trust her boyfriend. Yet, it is hard to believe that the screen would broadcast deceitful content. Chapter 13. Grant me the power to distort your life. I shall give you everything. Seeing Zuki hesitating, Ayaka regards her with rare admiration, but that sentiment is fleeting. Sighing softly, he murmurs, if you do not believe me, then I believe you. Is that not enough? Zuki interjects, embracing Ayaka. Having spent considerable time with him, she instinctively understands his intentions. That's more like it. Akiyuki Kiyotaka reached out to caress the silky hair of Kawaii Kei, yet his gaze revealed no trace of emotion. The strategy of retreating to advance was one he had employed numerous times, most often with success. This occasion was no exception. The screen began to introduce the second character, Hachiman Hikigaya, a solitary figure since childhood, burdened by countless emotional scars. He often engaged in self-dialogue, pondering riddles or brain teasers, and occasionally spoke to himself. A seemingly mature high school sophomore, he comprehended the complexities and treachery of human relationships, capable of discerning the essence of others at a glance. His self-isolation was not merely a result of past wounds, but rather a choice intrinsic to his character, shaped by a history of pain that profoundly influenced his approach to life. On the screen appeared a boy with lifeless eyes, his expression devoid of emotion, clad in black hair and a black uniform. Setting aside his extraordinary handsomeness, he appeared quite ordinary. Yet this very individual ignited fervor among countless fans of the two-dimensional realm, their reactions more intense than those elicited by a beautiful woman. Great teacher, please accept me as your disciple. Great teacher, please publish a book quickly. I will undoubtedly buy it. Among the campus tyrants, I adore great teacher and master the most. I am different. I live solely for senior Mai. So, master, I apologize. Teacher's wife, please do not look back. I am your master. In the two-dimensional world, the great teacher was blessed with a caring instructor, befriending the protagonist and her companion, forming bonds with a cross-dressing friend, and surrounded by a selfless, supportive individual, alongside a brother who, despite his extreme eccentricity, consistently stood by him, and a lively, affectionate younger sister. Conversely, in the three-dimensional realm, he possessed nothing. Others struggled to recall his name, and he remained indifferent to their perceptions. Neither teachers nor classmates acknowledged his existence as he led a monotonous life, day after day. Please, refrain from scolding me from upstairs. I beg you. Damn it. Even watching a video can breach my defenses. The screen now displayed the sunset. Hachiman Hikigaya walked alone down the street as the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays casting a warm glow upon his expressionless face. Feeling the comforting sunlight, he paused in silence for a moment before striding forward. The background music swelled, and the great teacher's small class commenced. Youth is a lie, a malevolence. Those who glorify youth continuously deceive themselves and those around them, perpetually adopting an affirmative stance toward their environment. Even the most devastating failures are romanticized as symbols of youth, cherished as nostalgic memories. Only the weak gravitate toward one another. Yet the majority of people are indeed weak. If one chooses not to perceive a problem as a problem, then it ceases to be one. The truly significant aspects of life remain invisible to the naked eye. If reality is harsh, then lies must be gentle. Thus, gentleness is a lie. And I harbor a disdain for gentleness. I reflect on the past with regret and gaze toward the future with uncertainty. Hence, the present is my most cherished moment. Upon hearing these profoundly resonant quotes, the enthusiasts of the second dimension were overwhelmed with heartfelt sentiments. No one is destined to become a great teacher. They are merely like the timber of life. A great teacher possesses wisdom born from countless hardships. If you believe yourself to be akin to such a teacher, then strive to emulate their resilience, exemplary performance, extensive knowledge, and efficiency, rather than merely adopting their solitude and social awkwardness. I do not favor the loneliness of the great teacher, yet it is precisely that solitude that draws me to them. On a wintry evening, Yukino strides forward with an air of tranquility, in stark contrast to the emotional expression that graces Hikigaya Hachiman's face for the first time. He follows closely behind her, exclaiming, "Once a distance is created, let alone maintaining the status quo, I dare say we will only drift further apart." Yukino continues to walk in silence, seemingly indifferent to his words. Thus, seeing her unwillingness to halt, Hikigaya Hachiman quickens his pace, firmly grasping her delicate hand. As warmth radiates from their clasped hands, Yukino's pupils dilate suddenly, her body trembling slightly. Her backpack tumbles to the ground. If he were to release her grip now, it would be irretrievable. With a serious expression, Hikigaya Hachiman declares, "When I once spoke of responsibility, I failed to clarify that it does not stem from a sense of duty. Rather, it is my commitment." With that, he loosens his hold on Yukino. She remains stationary, her gaze shyly fixed on the fallen leaves beneath her feet. Hikigaya Hachiman, not turning to look at her, continues to elucidate, "Perhaps you do not perceive it this way, but I wish to maintain our relationship. This is not a matter of obligation, it is my personal desire." Turning to face Yukino, his eyes, often devoid of emotion, now carry a hint of seriousness. Grant me the power to influence your life. I offer you everything in return. Allow me to intervene in your existence. After a moment of silence, Yukino still does not meet Hikigaya Hachiman's gaze. However, she finally speaks. Why do you articulate such trivial matters so eloquently? Pausing, her eyes flicker with curiosity. Is there more you wish to convey? Hikigaya Hachiman finally reveals a slight smile, albeit minimal. No matter how troublesome, it matters not. Even if the situation is complex, it is preferable. Instantly grasping his meaning, Yukino's cheeks flush, and she finally turns to meet his gaze. What on earth? I can't possibly feel happy about this. With that, she delivers a playful punch to Hikigaya Hachiman. He responds, expressionless, "Oh, that hurts. Is there anything else you wish to say?" The timid Yukino, her voice barely a whisper, dared not lift her gaze to meet his. Yet, Hachiman Hikigaya grasped her delicate hand firmly, holding it tightly. Though it may not suffice as the cost that could distort your life, I offer you everything. Do not discard it carelessly. If it feels burdensome, simply forget it. This is my unilateral decision. You need not respond. Yukino's petite face flushed a deep crimson, yet she did not pull away from Hachiman. Ultimately, she nodded and said, I will contemplate this thoroughly. Just as all the realms believed it was the end, the scene abruptly shifted. Chapter 14. Hachiman, I cherish you most dearly. At a seaside restaurant, the meeting point for the conclusion of the day's work was set at the entrance. Holding a stack of manuscript paper, Yukino instructed Hachiman. While you wait for me, it would be ideal if you could also check the parking lot. As she continued her incessant reminders, Hachiman's tone grew increasingly impatient. Is there more? Isn't that enough? Can we leave it at that? No, please allow me to have the final word. Gazing at the expressionless man before her, Yukino's cheeks tinged with color as she softly confessed, Hachiman, I like you. Hachiman's mouth fell agape, his usually listless eyes reflecting a surge of emotion for the first time. Huh? The overwhelming sentiment welled up within, as a wave of realization washed over her. After such a long pursuit, this moment was what she had awaited. Initially, she thought she and the esteemed teacher were kindred spirits, only to realize she had overreached. He was a tale of youthful romance, while she was merely entangled in the complexities of adolescence. What problems could there possibly be in youth? Is this not the very high school life I yearn for? Two individuals with twisted personalities ultimately achieve mutual fulfillment. Such is the beauty of the two-dimensional world. Oh, how long for romance? Truly. The esteemed teacher speaks words worthy of profound contemplation. It was only upon reaching the conclusion of the manga that I realized, from the moment the teacher encountered Yukino, we possessed not a single commonality. In the world where Lady Kagaya desires my confession, oh, this is the love I admire. Witnessing Yukino's heartfelt confession, Chika Fujiwara has already reduced to tears. Tears flow freely as if without cost, and Chika's soul is stirred. Why has no one confessed to this humble narrator? Are not the comments proclaiming my adorableness? Yet, I have yet to experience a single romance. On the rooftop, Shirage Miyuki and Kagaya are undergoing an unprecedented intellectual tempest. Is this the sensation of being confessed to? It appears rather delightful. Is Kagaya unable to contain herself any longer? The girl confessing above also seems to be a classmate. Come now, I would readily accept. Though this man, Hachiman Hikigaya, maintains a stoic expression, he possesses an extraordinary warmth. To be his girlfriend must be a source of great happiness, at least far superior to the previous fellow. As they ponder, both parties find their cheeks flushed. As if sharing a silent understanding, they simultaneously turn to face one another, only to swiftly avert their gazes once more. Their faces reddened even further. A singular thought surged within their minds. The president, Kagaya, must take the initiative to confess. In the realm of One Piece, within the Yuru Kingdom, the bashful empress lies directly on the blanket, clutching her chest, exclaiming, Oh, how terribly sweet this love is. I, too, yearn for Lord Luffy to confess. By the way, what is Lord Luffy doing now? Is he hungry? In need of daily necessities? I genuinely worry for him. The next time we meet, I must ensure to bring him back, preventing him from venturing into danger. In the world of daily life of high school boys, an older yet delightful series, highly recommended. Today, the wind is particularly boisterous. If anyone wishes to read, the author shall pen a chapter later. Esteemed teacher, please accept your students' 3 bows. Grasping 3 long incense sticks, Tsubasa, Hidetaka, and Yashitake kneel upon the ground, bowing thrice with resounding sincerity. Whether they can find a soft, tender, adorable, yet slightly shy girlfriend relies entirely on the teacher's classic aphorisms. If success is indeed achieved, I shall dedicate my everlasting devotion to you. They are not merely speaking in jest. If they truly succeed, they would dare to pay homage to Hikigaya Hachiman. No one yearns for love more fervently than these three. However, their boys' high school was entirely composed of men. After engaging in some cryptic conversation with the esteemed teacher, Loyal Bang seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly remarked, I recall that among the campus's 4 tyrants, there is one akin to our venerable teacher, seemingly named Master. Perhaps he is also a formidable figure. I hope the next lecture is delivered by him. If he can assist me in finding love, I would certainly revere him. This luminous screen must be a divine gift from the god of love. I am grateful to the god of love. I do not seek a partner of extraordinary beauty. Someone akin to the sister who dances first would suffice. You wish for the impossible. She is my goddess. In a world within the campus, at a certain hotel. Ah Chung gently embraced the woman in his arms and softly chuckled. Will we also experience such happiness in the future? Ito Makoto replied, Naturally, I shall cherish you dearly. Relax, I am merely snuggling. Half an hour later, while caressing the woman in his embrace, Ito Makoto, now in a state of calm, suddenly chuckled upon recalling Hachiman Hikigaya's antics. This fellow is not bad, but still lacking. Clearly, he had the opportunity to attract more women. Yet he squandered it all with his reckless behavior. If it were me, I would seize them all. Welcome to the world of classroom of the elite. Is this fellow financially endowed to be placed on par with me? Upon observing Hachiman Hikigaya's tendency to utter seemingly profound yet ultimately meaningless phrases, Kiyotaka Ayanakuji lost interest in him. He held Hikigaya in disdain. If mere romantic pursuits could elevate one to the ranks of the campus's 4 tyrants, he genuinely found no interest in such a designation. In Ayanakuji's eyes, those swayed by emotions were nothing but inept. In the realm of my teen romantic comedy snafu, Hikigaya Hachiman, with his characteristic dead fish eyes, pondered, how did I become one of the campus's 4 tyrants? However, when he glanced down at the woman resting on his lap, a rare softness flickered in his gaze. Noticing Yukino's slightly labored breathing, he chuckled softly. It appears that those commenting are quite envious of our relationship, aren't they? But why do they call me the great teacher? I do not teach. Before Hachiman could finish, Yukino suddenly rose and embraced him. So, this is your past, huh? Ah, it has all become history. Hachiman Hikigaya chuckled, wishing to swiftly brush the matter aside. Perhaps in the past, he would have cared about such things. However, now, everything seemed inconsequential. Noticing Hachiman's reluctance to elaborate, Yukino could only hold him tighter. Whispering softly in his ear, I like you the most. In Chapter 15 of The Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai, Sakuta Azusagawa finds that even the sound of water from a shower can make him ravenous enough to devour 3 bowls of rice. Sakuta, a second-year student at Kanagawa Prefectural Minahara High School, is an individual who eschews the use of smartphones, resembling a primitive man. He encounters my Sakurajima, clad in a bunny girl outfit, at the library, gradually becoming acquainted with her. In the library, a golden-haired youth is engrossed in a book. Unlike the other 3 delinquents, this handsome young man stands out as the only one who does not regard others with lifeless eyes. His expressions are varied, and at this moment, a slight smile graces his lips, rendering him quite charming. However, when he catches a glimpse of a tall woman dressed as a bunny girl glancing about, astonishment crosses Sakuta's face. At that instant, the tall woman also notices him, and after a brief silence, she unexpectedly asks, Is it truly surprising that you can see me? Sakuta instinctively nods. Goodbye. With that, the woman departs without looking back. Known as master among countless online disciples, Sakuta is a master of flirtation, possessing an emotional intelligence that is off the charts. His interactions are smooth, but more importantly, his journey with Mai is filled with playful banter. Yet, it is this subtlety in his flirtation that proves most lethal, prompting many lovesick straight men to exclaim, Please, master, teach me. Finally, I've awaited my master. Life is lived for the sake of my Sakurajima. His master truly is beautiful. This bunny girl persona perfectly aligns with my vision of a master. Long live the deities of the 2-dimensional realm. It's all right. Just the sound of the shower can fill me with enough vigor for 3 bowls. He picks up his notebook, ready to jot down his witty remarks. While he calls out for his master, his thoughts are consumed by his master, even as he spares no thought for Futaba and Higa. Forgive me, master, but your beauty is simply irresistible. I couldn't help myself. In the world of Kaguya-sama, love is war. Chika Fujiwara's face flushes as she can no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming, how dare she? The audacity of wearing a bunny girl outfit in the library is overwhelming, and her figure is so enviable, measuring her own physique. Chika hesitates for a moment before murmuring softly, however, I believe my figure surpasses Kagaya's. On the rooftop, both Kagaya and Shirogane were blushing fiercely. One envied the figure of my Sakurajima, while the other pondered whether such attire was inappropriate for the library. However, considering that the other was not from their school, Shirogane felt it was not his place to comment. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shirogane still fixated on the screen, prompting Kagaya to scream. Do not look. In the heat of the moment, she attempted to cover his eyes. Due to their significant difference in stature, Kagaya jumped up. Simultaneously, Shirogane, realizing her intent, instinctively stepped back, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Consequently, Kagaya landed atop him. Ah, that hurts. They both exclaimed in unison, but before their words could dissipate, their gazes locked. At that moment, their eyes were merely 5 centimeters apart, their lips almost touching. In the blink of an eye, they blushed as if they were steamed crabs. In the world of Dragon Ball, after a prolonged wait, some unexpected benefits finally arrived. Master Roshi, who had been lying in a hospital bed, vanished and reappeared before the screen, scrutinizing my Sakurajima's figure, causing a fresh torrent of nosebleeds. So splendid. Future videos should maintain this caliber, he exclaimed. In the world of Crayon Shinchan, big sister, I want a bunny girl, big sister. Little Shin had finally reverted to his original form, shedding his clothes as if soaring to the heavens, standing alongside the screen. Hiroshi Noara no longer urged Missy, and the three of them watched the characters on the screen in a somewhat chaotic yet delightful scene. At this moment, a famous saying belonging to Sakuta Azusagawa echoed across the realms. Even without an opportunity, time transforms emotions into memories. Pain, like a scar, fills itself, falling away unnoticed. This is how people continuously progress. Matters in this world can be divided into 2 types. There is no need to confront avoidable issues. Yet if one does not face the unavoidable, progress is impossible. I have never even held hands with a girl. Please take away my first time. Mai-chan could never be so adorable as to foolishly wait for a tardy man. You must be an imposter. It is precisely because this is a chance to approach a beautiful senpai that I am so motivated. How delightful it is to have an indirect kiss with Mai-chan. However, she is an adult now. An indirect kiss with a junior like me is surely inconsequential. As long as I have one person, that is enough. Even if the entire world despises me, as long as that person needs me, I can continue to live. A sudden surge of excitement sent a jolt through my back. Truly, my master is remarkable. In the midst of conversation, the tone shifted unexpectedly. Oh, esteemed mentor, allow me to bow before you. To grasp the wisdom of life, one must heed the teachings of a great mentor. When it comes to matters of the heart, one must also look to their master. Overthinking can lead one astray. After all, it is the charm of a handsome master that makes flirtation effective, whereas this group of fools might face accusations of harassment for their attempts at wit. Indeed, if it were I in the story, it might have concluded long ago. On the screen, scenes featuring Sakuta Azusagawa and my Sakurajima began to unfold. Sakuta, senpai, your foot. What of my foot? Sakuta, no, it's an honor for you to step on me. Sakuta continued, what would happen if I touched you? Are you suggesting you wish to hold my hand? Sakuta, no, it's merely an experiment. If that's your reasoning, then I refuse to let you hold it. Sakuta, in truth, I simply wish to hold hands with you. And what of it? Sakuta, I have never held hands with a girl. Please allow me my first experience. Though it is somewhat repulsive, I suppose I will grant you this. I have not permitted you to hold my hand. Sakuta, I wish to hold it. You truly leave me at a loss. Let this be a one-time occurrence. No peeking. Sakuta, no problem. Merely hearing the sound of the shower could fill 3 bowls of rice. Sakuta, I believe that merely allowing the junior to hear the sounds and letting him suffer is the mark of a mature woman. I understand. But do not engage in any peculiar antics alone. Sakuta, peculiar antics? Fool, I shall ignore you. Sakuta, she was just too adorable a moment ago. Chapter 16. I adore you, more than anything. Ultimately, the screen displayed the iconic moment of Sakuta's confession. Standing before the school building, he shouted with all his might, you lot. Listen well. I am Sakuta Azusagawa from class 2-1, student number 1. And to my Sakurajima from class 3-1. I like you. 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 Students gathered at the windows, gazing at Sakuta, who boldly proclaimed his feelings without a care for the astonished glances of onlookers. Undeterred, he continued to shout, I like you. I wish to hold your hand as we stroll along the beach at Shikirigahama. I want to see you in your bunny girl outfit once more. I long to hold you tightly, and I wish to kiss you. In summary, taking a deep breath, Azusagawa Sakuta solemnly declared, I adore you. I absolutely adore you. Just as he began to feel a sense of despair from the lack of response, a woman's voice unexpectedly reached him from behind. You don't need to shout so loudly. I can hear you just fine. Turning around, he beheld none other than his cherished senior, Mai Sakurajima. Under Sakuta's gaze, Mai's voice softened considerably. You're being quite disruptive. A smile graced Sakuta's face as he pondered that if he was to shout, he might as well let the entire world know. In the final scene on the screen, the two found themselves alone. Mai declared, unforgivable. Sakuta replied, I'm sorry. Mai insisted, I will never forgive you. Sakuta retorted, if you refuse to forgive me, I shall never let go. Mai countered, then I shall never forgive you for eternity. To which Sakuta responded, Mai inquired, what's wrong? Don't you like it? You're the one who pushed me to say this. Sakuta pointed out, your foot. Mai teased, you're quite pleased that I'm stepping on you. Aren't you? Sakuta apologized, I'm reflecting on my actions. Please forgive me. Mai asked, is there anything else you wish to say? Sakuta replied, I am truly fortunate to be under your foot. Mai snapped, that's not the kind of thing I want to hear right now. Sakuta boldly professed, I like you. Mai questioned, is that true? Sakuta mischievously retorted, just kidding. I like you immensely. Mai commanded, say it again. Sakuta declared, Mai Sakurajima, I like you immensely. So sweet. It is, indeed, overwhelmingly sweet. It leaves me tossing and turning in bed like a worm. This is, in fact, a glimpse into the quotidian life of a sadist in the world of BDSM. The master is indeed the master when it comes to playful banter. It is akin to a little piglet donning a condom, one after another. The master shall forever remain the master, and my saying will eternally be my beloved. How audacious it is, indeed. This is truly the quintessential campus romance anime. I can't help it. I must rewatch Your Lie in April once again. This anime is delightful in every aspect, yet I cannot help but feel pity for my dear Huafeng. Are you truly attempting to breach my defenses? In the world where Miss Kaguya wishes for my confession, sweetness abounds. It is even more delightful than that previous tale of the grand teacher. Chika Fujiwara, with her chubby face, rolls around on the sofa in playful abandon. However, it isn't long before Chika's demeanor shifts to one of melancholy. When will this humble author encounter such an intriguing boyfriend? On the rooftop, Kaguya has already risen from Shirage Miyuki's side, with their minds nearly in standby. The two share a moment of silence before ultimately deciding to act as though nothing has transpired. If only they could disregard their flushed cheeks. Of course, Azusagawa Saki's flirtations are also a contributing factor to their rosy complexions. Kaguya does not actually oppose Saki's teasing, rather, in a mutual exchange of affections. Such banter serves as a subtle means of enhancing their connection. Meanwhile, Shirogane ponders that if Kaguya were to utter similar words to him, he would surely not object. At this moment, after witnessing Azusagawa's confession to Sakurajima Mai, both share a common thought. How wonderful it would be if the president, Kaguya, could confess to me in such a manner. In the realm of Crayon Shinchan, one cries out, sister, do not be deceived by this incessant chatterbox. He must be a fraud. A fraud. Observing Mai in the embrace of Azusagawa, Shinchan is unexpectedly heartbroken. Nearby couples cast him incredulous glances. Shinchan, what right do you have to comment? Exactly. You are merely infatuated with a beautiful girl. In the world of high school boys' daily lives, one implores, Master, allow me to bow thrice. Grasping 3 long incense sticks, TB, Hidataka, and Yashitake once more kneel to the ground, resolutely bowing 3 times. Azusagawa's flirtations have utterly captivated them. With the wise words of the grand teacher and the master, what concerns remain about securing a girlfriend? No longer shall they lament the day's tumultuous winds. Armed with this knowledge, they shall surely win over the younger sisters and seniors from the adjacent school, as the trio brim with ambition, believing they can undoubtedly find love. TB suddenly speaks up, recalling a trivial concern that now confronts them. What concern? Both inquire simultaneously. TB gestures toward Azusagawa floating above, then points to himself and the 2 others. Is there not a slight disparity in our appearances compared to that of our master? If we boldly flirt with the upperclassmen from other schools, might we be deemed perverts? Could we face arrest? The other 2 respond with dismay, and soon, the room fills with their lamentations. Is it truly so difficult to find a girlfriend? Why must we be subjected to such a comedic atmosphere? Perhaps it would be better to consider the end, within the realm of campus life, or perhaps within the confines of a hotel. Ito Makoto embraced the slumbering woman in his arms and suddenly chuckled softly. This fellow could take a leaf out of his book. Who knows? He might even attract more women. Welcome to the world of classroom of the elite. Ayanakuji Kiyotaka furrowed his brow slightly. Is this individual even more inept than the last? Merely spouting frivolous remarks? There is no need to consider the final one either. Let us not allow this esteemed individual to discover who has deemed him one of the 4 campus tyrants, or else Ayanakuji Kiyotaka clenched his fist. He had initially believed the 4 campus tyrants to be formidable figures. However, it now appeared that, apart from himself, they were merely a collection of fools. How could individuals preoccupied with matters of romance ever aspire to be dominators? In the world of my teen romantic comedy snafu on the street, Yukino grasped Hikigaya Hachiman's arm and softly remarked, "Say something akin to what that person said above." Hikigaya Hachiman replied, Chapter 17, the most artistic confession in history. Would you care to hear what you're actually saying? Their tone is entirely different from mine. How could someone as earnest as I possibly utter such frivolities? Hikigaya Hachiman sighed, somewhat reluctantly. Yet, what could he do, for the person before him was his most beloved? Such flirtatious remarks are not beyond the realm of possibility. Clearing his throat, Hikigaya Hachiman found himself blushing, an unusual sight for him. Yukino, I like you. I wish to be somewhat ambiguous with you, he stammered. Under normal circumstances. He could have delivered these words with a steady demeanor. However, under Yukino's insistence, every word felt awkward. Yet, before he could finish, Yukino lunged forward, embracing him tightly. With her own cheeks flushed, she whispered softly, that alone suffices. Hikigaya Hachiman paused briefly, and after a moment, a smile graced his lips. In another part of the room, lying on the couch was Sakurajima Mai, one foot resting on Azusagawa Saki's chest, her expression decidedly displeased. The previous 2 had merely introduced themselves. So why was there such an abundance of details when it came to us? Now, the entire world knew I had a boyfriend who was quite the smooth talker. As he reached out to caress Mai's other petite foot, his gaze fixated on her adorably smooth and rounded toes. Azusagawa Saki instinctively remarked, "It must be because you are so beautiful. Even divine entities wish to showcase your charm. As for our notoriety at school, what difference does it make if more people are aware?" Sakurajima Mai's face suddenly flushed, and she muttered softly, "Idiot Saki, you've made me lose all my dignity." "Then I shall graciously lend you my face," he replied, disregarding her willingness. Without waiting for her consent, Azusagawa Saki pressed his face against Mai's and earnestly proclaimed, "From now on, let us share a face. We shall dine, play, and rest together." "Who would share a face with you, you fool?" Mai retorted, a look of disdain crossing her features. Nevertheless, she did not push him away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him. Together, they quietly gazed at the luminous screen before them. On the screen, the last of the school's 4 elite was being introduced, Hotaru Ariki, known as the Energy Saver. A boy embodying the principles of minimalism from the series Hayaka. Possessing remarkable insight and reasoning abilities, he adhered to the philosophy that less is more. A slender boy with slightly curly dark brown hair, clad entirely in black school attire, appeared on the screen. Like Hikigaya Hachiman and Ayakuji Kiyotaka, this boy bore the same deadpan expression. However, unlike the former, his striking features were exceptionally alluring. In terms of sheer appearance, Hotaru Ariki stands as the pinnacle among the campus elite, which explains why he is adored by many in the realm of anime and often chosen as an avatar. Among the myriad of couple avatars circulating, Ariki and Kitanda comprise a significant portion, a statement not made lightly. Almost every anime enthusiast who favors such avatars has either utilized or encountered the image of Hotaru Ariki. At this moment, the energy-conserving Ariki is sprawled across his desk, striving to minimize his energy expenditure. Consequently, he harbors no interest in the myriad of activities on campus. Yet, at that very instant, a video unexpectedly begins to play. However, the moment Kitanda speaks, Ariki shifts into high-energy mode to satisfy her insatiable curiosity. As if sensing the utterance of his name, Ariki slightly raises his head but then reconsiders and resumes his position on the desk. If someone truly needed him urgently, they would approach him directly. If they do not, then there is likely no pressing matter at hand. In both sentiment and reason, he sees no need to expend his vitality. He is coming. My Ariki is on his way. This is the embodiment of Hotaru Ariki in my heart. He is incredibly handsome. Long live the deity of the two-dimensional realm. I would proclaim Ariki as the most dashing. Indeed, he is captivating. Among countless pairs in the world, Ariki occupies a significant portion. Whenever my beloved character piques my curiosity, I delve into the mysteries, the energy-saving boy, and the inquisitive girl. The reason I completed Hyuka is solely due to my admiration for the protagonist's allure. He is simply magnificent. At this moment, Oriki Hataru's famous quotes grace the screen. There is no need to engage in unnecessary tasks. Focus on the essential and execute it swiftly. If you believe my life is extraordinary, it indicates a flawed perception of character. The great sin I commit is merely laziness. If one does not wish to pursue something, they will not. However, when it is necessary, one must handle it appropriately. The long-established classic literature club has been revived. Bidding farewell to my tranquil and energy-efficient days. No, I cannot say goodbye just yet, for I shall not relinquish my peace. I will strive wholeheartedly to conserve energy. Although I am often misunderstood, I do not consider my energy-saving efforts to be outstanding. Thus, I harbor no disdain for those brimming with vitality, but remain true to my own principles. Truly, as an advocate of energy conservation, just reading Oriki's quotes evokes a sense of efficiency. Why does Hataru Oriki seem to possess such a melancholic disposition? This is the essence of energy conservation enthusiasts. They may appear rather pessimistic, and indeed they are quite negative. Aside from the master, the other three share a few similarities. They all possess vacant, lifeless eyes, don't they? To the one above, I painstakingly created an atmosphere, only for you to ruin it. The screen above is displaying iconic scenes once again. The crimson sky is imbued with a natural filter. Katanda Eru and Hataru Oriki find themselves amidst an endless expanse of fields. With her head bowed, Katanda casts a sidelong glance at Hataru and suddenly parts her lips. I would like to introduce this place to you, Oriki. After speaking, she lowers her head once more, noticing her silence. Hataru remains quiet for a moment before turning his head back. After a brief contemplation, he glances at her again. Katanda still keeps her head down. A flicker of emotion stirs in Hataru's vacant eyes as he softly speaks. By the way, regarding the strategic vision you have relinquished, may I take it upon myself to grasp it for you? Katanda's eyes widen in surprise. Just then, a gentle breeze sweeps through, not only scattering countless petals but also tousling Katanda's hair. Hataru appears momentarily dazed, seemingly touched. However, this is merely a figment of his imagination. Katanda is currently gazing intently at him. By the way, why is that? In response to the girl's inquiry, feeling the lingering chill of the breeze, Hataru remains silent for a long while before softly uttering, "It's starting to get chilly, isn't it?" No, spring has already arrived. Katanda suddenly breaks into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming garden. For the first time, a hint of shyness graces Hataru's face. Chapter 18. I want you to stay, to be with me forever. Ah, the torment. Will they end up together or not? The manga offers no answer. And the gods of the two-dimensional realm deny me even a kiss to put my mind at ease. Can you not perceive this? The two exchanged a bashful smile. Undoubtedly having accepted one another, I would deem this the most poetic confession in history. Perhaps the final segment of the confession eluded some, so allow me to elucidate. Katanda, I wish to introduce you to my hometown, the underlying message being, stay with me. Oriki, I shall strategically manage our affairs, you focus on the domestic. I shall handle the external, I intend to remain here with you. The reality presented by Oriki, the weather is beginning to grow colder, we are about to part ways. Katanda, no, spring has already returned, no, we have only just begun. Upstairs. Publish a book. It must be purchased. There is not a trace of your magnificent work in the bookstore. I have already wreaked havoc there. I am the proprietor of the bookstore, and I can attest that the lad upstairs truly did cause a ruckus. Once again, the comments have taken on a different flavor. Yet, it has become inconsequential. Although Katanda Eru and Oriki Hataru's final confession was profoundly artistic, the majority of the realms remained oblivious to the metaphorical content. Our secretary, Fujiwara Chika, is a prime example. Fujiwara Chika lay sprawled upon a blanket, rolling about in confusion. Ah, are they or are they not together? Why does this accursed screen leave one in doubt? With her intellect, if she could comprehend the final confession, she might have even the potential to become prime minister. Just as Fujiwara Chika pondered whether the two were indeed together, Shirogane Miyuki and Kagaya entered the room. At that moment, both displayed a bashful demeanor. Fujiwara Chika sprang to her feet, perplexed. What is going on with you two? Why are your faces so flushed? It's nothing, the two replied in unison. Yet upon hearing their identical responses, they exchanged glances, then quickly averted their eyes, their cheeks flushing even deeper. Fujiwara Chika found herself utterly bewildered. What on earth are you two up to? It's nothing, they answered once more in unison, yet this time they did not look at each other. At this moment, both harbored a singular thought. They must compel the president, Kagaya, to deliver an exceptionally poetic confession. Although Katanda Eru and Oriki Hataru's confession was remarkably subtle, both Shirogane Miyuki and Kagaya are individuals of exceptional intellect. Let us not forget that Kagaya wished for me to confess. There lies another layer to this tale. A battle of wits in matters of love among geniuses. They naturally discerned the conclusion of Katanda Eru and Oriki Hataru's narrative and felt an overwhelming envy. As students of an elite academy, particularly in high-ranking positions such as president and vice president of the student council, they yearned for romance more fervently than others. Hence, this notion was born. In the realm of a typical high school boy's daily life, is this even permissible? Though the fragrance is firmly grasped in hand. The trio of Zhangbang, Xiuzha, and Jiju appear somewhat hesitant. Zhangbang swallows hard, pondering aloud. While this confession is undeniably poetic, why does it feel so unattainable? The other two resonate deeply with the sentiment. Can our comical demeanor truly adopt a heartfelt approach? Curse it. Why is finding a girlfriend so arduous? Perhaps I should just resign myself to despair. Welcome to the realm of classroom of the elite. Yet another love-stricken individual? The female protagonist seems to possess a touch of madness, akin to a perpetual questioning machine. Ayanokuji Kiyotaka is utterly at a loss regarding this title of campus tyrant. He yearns to rid himself of such an embarrassing label. However, on another note, this fellow named Hataru Oriki exhibits commendable deductive skills, should he cross paths with him. There might be an opportunity to leverage that talent. In the world of my teen romantic comedy snafu, as Yukino gazes intently, Hikagaya Hachiman calmly remarks, "Do you desire an artistic confession as well? Very well. I must express and Rascal does not dream of bunny girl senpai. Observe how elegantly others confess their feelings." With a hint of shyness, Sakurajima Mai pinches Azusagawa Sakura's ear. "And look at you, your proposal has left me utterly embarrassed. I too can articulate a profound confession." Embracing Sakurajima Mai, Azusagawa Sakuta earnestly states, "But I prefer to simply say Mai, I like you." In the world of Hyuka, as the sun descends, the two sit before a field, gazing at the luminous screen above. Oriki Hataru maintains his characteristic vacant stare, nearly in a standby state. "Chitanda, what does your most artistic confession even mean?" With her arm around Oriki's, Katanda Era beams with delight. "Oriki-kun is so clever. Can he truly not grasp it? My high-energy mode must contend with your endless inquiries, leaving little room for other thoughts." Gazing at Katanda, Oriki Hataru's expression remains impassive. Yet a hint of tenderness can be discerned upon closer inspection. "There are certain words I wish to hear you utter." Katanda Era suddenly falls silent, then leans close to Oriki's ear, her tone soft and sincere. "I want you to stay, to be with me forever." Though both narratives revolve around school romance. Luga lacks a harem but possesses a toolbox, smirking. "Teacher, I have a rather tsundere girlfriend." Luyi, "I have no girlfriend, only a toolbox." Mentor, "I have a girlfriend with exceptional emotional intelligence." Oriki Hataru, "My girlfriend only ever says, 'I am very curious.'" Hachiman Hikagaya, "I possess the ability to shoulder blame. Any misfortune can be directed towards me." Kiyotaka Ayanokuji, "I excel at deflecting responsibility. Any fortunate occurrence remains unrelated to me." Sakuta Azusagawa, "I have both borne the brunt of blame and skillfully avoided it. By the way, my senpai, why did you strike me?" Hataru Oriki, "This is not energy efficient." The four encounter one another. Teacher, with a vacant stare. Roku, with a vacant stare. Or Boku, with a vacant stare. Master, are we engaging in something inappropriate? Kiyotaka Ayanokuji, "Behold. A world where only I remain unscathed has come to fruition." Hachiman Hikagaya, "Observe. A world where only I suffer has been realized." Sakuta Izusagawa, "Witness. A world where no one escapes unscathed has materialized." Hataru Oriki, "Look. A world where no one is harmed has come to pass." These four works are also known as My Teen Romantic Comedy Snafu, Miss Katanda's 10,000 Curiosities, Bunny Girl Senpai Can't Dream of a Rabbit Girl. And welcome to the classroom of the elite. It has finally come to an end. However, could it be altered to include the 5 overlords, adding my dear brother Masashi? In fact, there was indeed a time when the 5 overlords existed, but ever since Masashi ascended, with a smile resembling a dog's, let's not dwell on that. Let's proceed with reverence. Oh Masashi, your demise was so tragic. In the world of school days, Chapter 19 welcomes you to a grand documentary. The comments on the screen are visible to all, including Itu Masashi. Lying in bed, he furrows his brow slightly. What is wrong with these people? Are they referring to me as their beloved Masashi? While I believe I deserve a place on that list, surely they wouldn't go so far as to pay homage to me? For some inexplicable reason, Masashi suddenly feels a chill in his chest and neck, as if something ominous is about to pierce through. It is utterly perplexing. In the world of Blood Sea, a rather ancient series with a more significant male lead, lying languidly in bed, Akatsuki quietly contemplates for a moment before softly saying, "Could the Masashi they speak of be me?" Attending the prestigious Aomi Academy on Kizuna Island. With childhood friends and a younger sister, everyone indeed shares a similar background. Yet, I ponder, can I truly consider my numerous wives as pure love? After some thought, Akatsuki solemnly nods. Having multiple wives, what does that matter? I love them, and they love me. How can that not be considered pure love? It appears they are indeed speaking of me. A rural bandit has managed to win the affection of the heiress of the world's largest corporation. Throughout their relationship, he repeatedly strayed, yet not only was he not cast out, but he also enjoyed free lodging and meals at his ex-girlfriend's home for over a decade. Such a legendary life, how many inhabitants of Earth can achieve it? Indeed, he is the illustrious tea god. A man of considerable handsomeness and robust musculature appears on the screen, diligently training with a grace befitting a master. Once an important male supporting character in the early days of Dragon Ball, he regrettably found himself in a narrative that prioritized hairstyles. While others could ascend in strength simply by altering their coiffure, Tea God was relegated to being a mere experience point for all. Initially, he exhibited ferocity in combat, but now his power level barely registers at 5. Despite experimenting with various hairstyles, he continued to be easily defeated, leading to a complete abdication of effort. In response, Yamcha boldly asserts, "If I were to unleash the Spirit Ball technique, how would you contend with it?" Meanwhile, the bald warriors Krillin and Tien, although their combat prowess does not match the current standards, enjoy their own advantages. Krillin boasts a perfect wife in Android 18 and wields the powerful Destructo Disc. Tien, also bald, has the new Tri-Beam technique. Yamcha, with his wolf Fang fist honed to perfection, engages in the fray with enthusiasm. The scene depicts Krillin and Tien executing their signature moves to vanquish a cultivation creature, while Yamcha finds himself evenly matched, yet ultimately at a disadvantage against his foe. In light of this, the esteemed martial artist MacArthur opines that the Tea God, a discarded character of the current narrative, should not be the target of ridicule. In 1987, Yamcha suffered a leg injury at the hands of a track and field athlete. The following year, he was struck in a critical area by the deity Shin. Consequently, both his body and spirit underwent a transformation. Welcome to the grand documentary, The Discarded Character Yamcha. In the climactic finale, Yamcha battles the cultivation creature. The exchange between the two can be described as a vigorous back and forth. Disregarding the surrounding circumstances, the display of combat is indeed quite thrilling. However, the cultivation creature is not known for its patience. Frustrated by its inability to subdue Yamcha, it opts for self-destruction. With a resounding bang, a cloud of dust envelopes the spectators. Yamcha, Krillin, and the others scream, while Vegeta and his companions cast disdainful smiles. Initially, this Saiyan Prince was quite a dark character. After a moment of tumult, one could see Yamcha quietly lying on the ground, marking the birth of one of Dragon Ball's iconic scenes. It is utterly hilarious that this particular moment was included. He is the only man who dared to use the Spirit Ball. The law of no injuries with smoke was utterly violated by Yamcha. Although he may not rival the Saiyans among Earthlings, he is undoubtedly a formidable master. However, Yamcha's output was too low. His Spirit Ball could not pose a threat against stronger foes. Given his meager combat power, the Kamehameha likely had little effect, and his martial arts merely served as a gentle massage, especially since his later adversaries were mostly those pesky little cockroaches that seemed impossible to defeat. Thus, Yamcha primarily became a source of comic relief. From a combat perspective, Yamcha appears unfortunate, yet in terms of life choices, he is undeniably a winner. His ex-girlfriend is the daughter of the world's richest man, and for over a decade, he enjoyed a life of luxury, with Bulma even venturing to outer space to seek Dragon Balls on his behalf. After their breakup, he pursued a career as a celebrity athlete, attaining fame and fortune while remaining quite popular. I recall that in the manga, it was merely a fleeting moment. Yet the anime lingered for several seconds and even gave a close-up shot, which is simply magnificent. My apologies, I suddenly thought of the captain. If the next video features him, it would be truly amusing. He originally was just a bandit galloping through the yellow sands, living a carefree life. His dream was quite simple, to no longer fear women, perhaps even simpler than the marriage dream of the little bald man he had met. However, thereafter, he was thrust into an entirely new domain. Faced with the Jackie Chan of the World Martial Arts Tournament, his signature move, the wolf Fang fist became trivial, and he was effortlessly thrown off the stage. Yet, he did not retreat in the face of adversity, rather. He resolutely sought out Master Rashi and trained alongside his friend from the desert. It seemed as though fate was toying with him, as each step towards his destiny was met with an insurmountable obstacle. The Kamehameha, his new wolf Fang fist, and the spirit ball he painstakingly learned did not help him surpass this threshold. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment towards fate and cheerfully accepted it all. The once-spirited youth began to drift towards the margins from the Piccolo Jr. saga onwards. Scions, cosmic emperors, androids, the strength of his enemies continually reshaped his worldview. He has faced death and suffered from the loss of friends, feeling powerless to change his fate. Despite his desire to grow stronger to protect Earth, he found himself helpless. Even in his longing to safeguard those dear to him, he ultimately was rendered powerless. I apologize for my inability to assist. In the Android saga, he uttered these words. As a child, I found it amusing that this loser finally acknowledged his plight. Now, I reflect on the courage and sorrow encapsulated in his statement. The saga of the androids has reached its conclusion, and the once youthful bald-headed dreamer has finally realized his aspiration of marriage. Yet, he continues to grapple with his dreams, even reminiscing about the moment he wished upon the eternal dragon for a golden necklace for his girlfriend. However, life is often fraught with challenges and imperfections. Is this not the essence of a genuine existence? Whether his friends ascend to become the mightiest beings in the universe or the strongest on Earth, it is merely the outcome of that fateful encounter in the desert that altered his destiny. He harbors no regrets, for to regret would be to forsake his identity, to abandon the optimistic Yamcha he has always been. In the world of Dragon Ball, Chapter 20 recreates a memorable scene belonging to Yamcha. Upon witnessing Yamcha's demise, Goku, who had been sparring normally with Lord Frieza, suddenly felt a surge of rage as his eyes turned crimson. With a fierce roar, his aura transformed dramatically. Yamcha was, after all, one of his friends. Though Yamcha's death could not evoke the same fury as Krillin's sacrifice, it was sufficient to trigger Goku's transformation into the Super Saiyan God form, characterized by his fiery red hair. Seeing Goku's intent to fight earnestly, Frieza hastily transitioned into his Golden Frieza form. Yet, he was a moment too slow. In that fleeting instant, Goku seized the opportunity and struck him forcefully in the face. Before Frieza could regain his composure, Goku unleashed a relentless flurry of punches. Frieza, now on the defensive, could only strive to shield himself from Goku's blows, but to no avail. In his rage-fueled state, Goku had surpassed any resistance Frieza could muster. If this continued, he risked being beaten to a pulp, if not worse, as he had faced death at Goku's hands before. Amidst Frieza's confusion, a slightly awkward cough from Vegeta broke the tension. Goku hesitated momentarily, allowing Frieza to escape and retreat to safety. Once out of danger, Frieza could no longer contain his fury. Goku, he bellowed, are you out of your mind? This is merely a screen that replays the past. Do you genuinely believe Yamcha is dead? I don't even know who this Yamcha is. In that moment, Frieza was truly enraged. Damn it, I should have left the house today instead of staying in to watch this ridiculous light display. And what's with Goku? Why did he come looking for me, claiming he wanted to spar? Sparring is one thing, but you're taking it too seriously. You've even unleashed the Super Saiyan God form, haven't you? The shattered screen displayed a rather disheartening scene, showcasing the demise of Yamcha. Frieza, recalling his initial defeat at the hands of that small bald figure from Blue Star, felt a surge of anger that transformed Goku into a Super Saiyan. On that fateful day, Frieza endured a severe beating from Son Goku, leaving him with an enduring sense of trepidation towards the Saiyan. However, one must acknowledge that Yamcha's death was hardly Frieza's concern. Was it not evident that it was Vegeta's protege who had slain Yamcha? As Frieza, battered and bruised, contemplated this, he suddenly pointed an accusing finger at Vegeta, his voice laced with fury. Wasn't it this brat who ended Yamcha's life? Why do you take your frustrations out on me? I owe you nothing. Before he could finish, Goku delivered a powerful punch, sending Frieza flying. In his wrath, Goku was impervious to any explanation. He craved relentless combat to vent his anger. Frieza found himself in a precarious battle. Noticing Vegeta watching the spectacle with an almost uncomfortable expression, Frieza bellowed, "Why are you just standing there? Come help me. If I am defeated, you shall be next. If we join forces, we might avoid a humiliating defeat." Reluctantly, Vegeta transformed and began to assist Frieza in battling Goku. Although he was unwilling to ally with Frieza due to their tumultuous history, Vegeta understood the truth in Frieza's words. Goku, a fervent combat enthusiast, fought with an unparalleled fervor. If they did not join forces, their fate would be dire. Despite the slight interlude, the purpose of Goku and Vegeta's arrival remained clear. They sought battle. With Vegeta's support, they managed to engage Goku on more equal terms. Meanwhile, at a baseball stadium on Blue Star, Yamcha found himself at the center of attention, experiencing what one might call social death for the first time. Though he had endured similar humiliations before, the global audience witnessing his downfall was a source of profound embarrassment. As he contemplated his exit, the remarks of the spectators struck a chord within him. Is that the Yamcha we see before us? Who would have thought he had such a rich history? Though he ultimately fell, Mr. Yamcha fought valiantly. He is indeed formidable. I feel he could easily defeat dozens of me. As one of the foremost formidable beings native to the Blue Planet, although he no longer yearns for the martial path, his keen senses remain intact, allowing him to discern the murmurs of the crowd. The majority of the spectators did not indulge in mockery. Rather, they expressed their admiration through exclamations of awe. This caused Yamcha to grin widely. Indeed, his past efforts were worthy of recognition. To borrow a phrase from the enigmatic land of Huaxia, this is what one might call victorious in defeat. However, just as Yamcha pondered whether to showcase his skills to the crowd, he was met with a woman's disdainful voice. Yet, this could not overshadow the undeniable fact that Mr. Yamcha was a scoundrel. It would be wise to maintain a distance from him. Indeed, scoundrels are utterly detestable. Having spent so much time with a young lady of wealth, he still ended up being a kept man, and his heart was as fickle as ever, truly revolting. Yamcha thought, the harm inflicted by social demise has suddenly doubled. I am not like this. He extended his hand, attempting to explain to the women before him. However, he inadvertently stepped on a baseball and, in his disoriented state, fell forward without a moment's notice. A memorable scene was thus recreated in the world of One Piece. The limits of an ordinary person could only reach such a level. Quite formidable. Zoro observed Yamcha for quite a while. Having not consumed a devil fruit, he was somewhat similar to Yamcha, merely an ordinary person who had grown through relentless training. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. With a gaze that gradually became resolute, Zoro tightened his grip on his three swords. If that is the case, then I shall surpass my limits. In the realm of the foolish and the summoned beasts. As they beheld the tragic scene of Yamcha's demise, Himeji Ruiki and Shimada Minami suddenly burst into laughter. Xiaoming and his summoned beast had also struck this pose at one time. It seems that they too had an impression of it. How come I didn't know? Yoshiai Akihisa scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Beside him, Sakamoto Yuji chuckled softly. You were fainted then. How could you have known? In the world of Gintama. Sakata Jintoki fell into contemplation. This fallen posture seems familiar to me as well. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Thankfully, no one knows. What does the anime meme Don't Stop mean? Chapter 21, Don't Stop. The situation is too dire. What does Don't Stop refer to in anime memes? The scene features the tragic fate of the squad leader being repeatedly persecuted. This meme originates from Mobile Suit Gundam, Iron-Blooded Orphans, featuring the renowned Iron-Blooded Orphans. In episode 48, the classic scene of Captain Orga unfolds. Just a moment prior, the captain was amicably chatting with his team members, and the next moment, he is shot multiple times while protecting them. However, the captain not only survives but also manages to fire back and even stands strong, taking a few steps while uttering this phrase. Upon the luminous curtain, a tall man with white hair materializes. His body is marred with bullet wounds and stained with blood. Each step he takes is fraught with excruciating pain, yet he resolutely perseveres. The background music swells, and the voice of the leader resonates throughout the myriad realms. Indeed, I understand, for I shall not falter. As he speaks, Captain Olga gazes skyward. As long as you do not cease, I shall invariably be ahead. No sooner had he uttered these words than he collapsed to the ground. In a facial expression representing the captain's demise, unsure if it can be displayed, remember. Do not stop. The surrounding members of the group emit silent cries of anguish. Although the captain ultimately sacrificed himself, the lack of proper narrative build-up renders his death strikingly comedic. Coupled with the background music Flower of Hope, the scene becomes intensely vivid. This iconic scene has become a widely circulated meme, deeply ingrained in the essence of every individual. Upon glimpsing this shadow and hand, one's very DNA seems to resonate with fervor. Such a vivid moment is inevitably subject to the hands of parody. This meme can also be found in various other anime. For instance, in Victory of Grey Wolf, during Grey Wolf's training, he collapses to the ground, with the background music being the Flower of Hope. Furthermore, the screen is filled with characters lying on the ground, However, most merely mimic the appearance without capturing the essence. Only the original character, the leader, remains true to the portrayal, as he indeed has met his demise. In the parallel universe of the second dimension, countless comments emerge. I had always believed this leader to be Erwin, but did he not perish? Everyone recognizes the leader, yet how many are aware of his origins in Gundam? And of those who know, how many have actually watched it? The leader's demise carries weight, whether it surpasses Erwin's or falls short of Olga's. I had previously assumed this to be a meme from Attack on Titan, Doge. Setting aside the facts, the plot indeed feels quite absurd. It is a scene of tragic grandeur, yet why can I not shed a tear? The narrative is undeniably abstract. This background music is perfectly suited for the captain. Primarily, the pose is rather comical. At first glance, one might mistake this screenshot for a person striking a pose against a wall. In the world of Neon Genesis Evangelion, disregarding the captain lying helplessly on the ground, Rei Ayanami suddenly remarked softly while gazing at the towering mechs behind the others, their mechas appear remarkably efficient. Shinji Ikari nodded nonchalantly, responding, perhaps. In the realm of Dragon Ball, witnessing the captain's demise, although Goku was unfamiliar with him, it did not deter him from spiraling into madness. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Combat. Goku roared, immediately transforming once more into the Ultra Instinct form. Nearby, a battered Frieza and Vegeta looked on in bewilderment. We agreed on a spar, didn't we? You're going all out, aren't you? After being sent flying several thousand meters by Goku's punch, the two finally regained their composure and shouted, Son Goku, will you ever stop? These characters aren't even from our universe. And let me reiterate, Yamcha was not slain by me. Kakarot, cease your madness. At this rate, you'll obliterate the entire planet. Goku, clearly too far gone, paid no heed. With no choice but to avoid being beaten to a pulp by Goku, the two resorted to their ultimate forms. The battle was once again on the verge of erupting. In the universe of Mobile Suit Gundam, Iron-Blooded Orphans, the captain's departure was indeed tragic. Having already perished, he was still subjected to mockery. A multitude of crew members had turned into a weeping mass. This damned creator, utterly oblivious to the need for a more honorable fate for the captain. That said, the scene depicting the captain's demise was indeed haphazard. Furthermore, the captain's death ignited another infamous meme, Kachi T Rutai. In simpler terms, it stems from a misheard lyric in Rage of Oust. A certain secondary creator combined the running action from Iron-Blooded Orphans with the continuously persecuted captain, resulting in a character with grotesquely disproportionate limbs. Within the screen, scenes of the Iron-Blooded Orphans and the captain running emerged. The incessant running effect was remarkably humorous, with the accompanying music being misheard as Kachi T Rutai, thus birthing the meme. Eventually, it evolved into the notion that any act of running could be categorized as Kachi T Rutai, becoming the universal soundtrack for all beings across the cosmos when they run. The background music accompanying Olga's run has been whimsically dubbed the sound of human running and is regarded as the universally recognized soundtrack for runners worldwide. Within the shimmering screen, an alternate creation featuring the leader's child's tricycle and the running technique of JoJo models appears. Running may not solely be about the rhythm of Kachidoki, but could also be influenced by the muddy paths we traverse. Kachidoki is indeed applicable to all running sports, without a doubt. If the morning jogging music at school were Kachidoki, I believe I would be capable of completing 10 laps. For some inexplicable reason, the phrase "be brave," my friend, suddenly floods my mind. What? Did you upstairs just suggest using glycerin on my friend? Do you upstairs really interpret text into nonsensical phrases? Nonetheless, one cannot help but assert that Gundam embodies the ultimate romance for men. Indeed, Gundam is exceedingly cool. You all adore Gundam, don't you? Then I shall quietly claim 02 for myself. Oh, deity of the two-dimensional realm, please bless us with some exhilarating anime. I implore you. Children ought to witness how magnificent a manga adaptation into a thrilling series can be. Let us enumerate the top 10 overpowered characters in anime, each exuding an unmistakable aura of superiority. Chapter 22, a compilation of the 10 most overpowered characters in anime. In the realm of anime, certain protagonists seem destined to flaunt their prowess, captivating audiences with their undeniable charm. We shall now unveil 10 characters that epitomize this arrogance. Come and see if your favorite boasts the title of the ultimate show-off. Who truly reigns as number one? Upon seeing this title, the denizens of parallel worlds momentarily fell silent, only to erupt into an extraordinary celebration. I have a profound admiration for this remarkable ranking of characters. Long live the deities of the second dimension. With an abundance of anime characters, Can you guess who graces the list? Perhaps the overbearing protagonists? Surely, I am among them. Without a doubt, the supreme figure of this ranking is my esteemed brother, the Eggmaster. Witness my earnest might. I sense that Conan also possesses a certain air of superiority, and as the son of death, wherever he goes, fate is inescapable. The Bone King reigns supreme. Who can rival his prowess? Have you forgotten about my revered grandfather, Kirito? Even the hero, Rudo, carries an air of arrogance. I am utterly enamored with those lifeless fish eyes. Speaking of formidable figures, I must ardently recommend my brother Sakamoto. His very presence is a testament to his flair for superiority. Clearly, each individual harbors their own notion of the ultimate figure of arrogance. Although the term arrogance tends to carry a negative connotation in contemporary discourse for the myriad characters across countless realms of anime, only the strongest possess the right to flaunt their superiority. Thus, most characters place great importance on this ranking. This serves as a comparison of their strengths. Welcome to the realm of meritocratic supremacy. Shall we enumerate the 10 most ostentatious characters? This is certainly more intriguing than the previous lackluster title. In the placid depths of Ayaka Keisuke's lifeless eyes, a flicker of light emerges, in contrast to the prior designation of the 4 campus tyrants. He places greater significance on this ranking of pretentiousness. To him, the other 3 of the campus elite lack any substantial capital to rival him. Now, he merely hopes that this ostentatious ranking will possess some captivating aspects. In the world of Overlord, when it comes to pretentiousness, Lord Ains undoubtedly claims the top position. Lord Ains is unparalleled, invincible, utterly invincible. Beside him, Albedo and Mare applauded and exclaimed in awe. Meanwhile, the skeletal king calmly sipped his coffee and murmured, "A ranking of ostentation, is it? I find myself both eager and apprehensive about it. If I were to rank, yet not secure the first position, it would signify that several others surpass me in strength. I must exercise caution. Conversely, should I achieve the first rank, it is certain that discontented challengers would arise. Even if I can manage them, it would undoubtedly be a hassle. Thus, caution remains paramount. And if I fail to even make the top 10, it would only affirm that there are countless stronger beings across the myriad realms. In that case, I must bide my time. Regardless of whether the ranking includes me or not, the Skeletal King is resolved to adopt a cautious path. Until true invincibility is attained, I shall refrain from reckless actions." In the world of Dragon Ball, due to his hunger, Goku finally exited his frenzied state. After offering a brief apology to the 2 he had pummeled into a state of disarray, he returned to the spaceship to indulge in a hearty feast. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Frieza were far from sharing his appetite. Both were fixated on the luminous screen above. They were quite invested in this ranking, as it symbolized a measure of strength. As for pretentiousness, who could rival my grandeur? The battered Vegeta suddenly grinned, though the movement tugged at his injuries, causing him to wince. Nevertheless, his confidence remained unshaken. In response, Frieza chuckled softly, "You were once my subordinate. What is there to boast about? When it comes to ostentation, I remain the true sovereign. After all, I was the emperor of the universe. Who would dare to contest that? Securing the top position should be well within reason." Frieza's words struck a nerve with Vegeta, inciting a fierce glare from him. "Do you wish to engage in combat with me? If so, let it be." Frieza scoffed in disdain. "If I cannot defeat Son Goku, do you truly believe I would falter against you?" Thus, their skirmish reignited. In the world of Sakamoto Disugie, Sakamoto gazed at the illuminated screen above, a subtle smile adorning his face. When it comes to pretentiousness, indeed, in the 10th position, we find Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. His visage reappeared on the luminous display, hailing from the anime classroom of the elite. Externally, he presents as an inconspicuous individual, yet he is the ace of Class D. With an air of perpetual disinterest, he shuns trouble. Although he professes a desire to avoid conflict, he invariably resolves each crisis that befalls Class D. Attributing the accolades to the female protagonist, a quintessential embodiment of humility cloaked in prowess. As the saying goes, in society, I, Rugo, am formidable yet speak little. Haha. Rugo has indeed made the list. While his strength may not rival that of ultimate beings, his demeanor is undeniably impressive. Rugo is the type of pretentious individual who is quite likable, exuding a comfortable charm. With Rugo securing the 10th position, I shudder to think of the strength possessed by those in the top 9. Regardless, my dear Saitama will undoubtedly make the cut. In the 9th position, we find Ekizen Ryoma, a dashing youth wielding a tennis racket, illuminated on the screen. The protagonist of Prince of Tennis and its derivatives. He is a member of the Seishin Academy Tennis Club and a representative of Japan's U17 team, possessing extraordinary tennis prowess. He once claimed 4 consecutive championships in the United States, earning the title of a prodigious talent, often referred to as the Prince of the tennis realm. He has a penchant for ostentation, frequently challenging those beyond his level. "Even if you defeat me, I shall never concede with grace," he declares, his catchphrase being, "You're still a far cry from matching my pretentiousness." Years have passed, yet he remains the unrivaled king of pretentiousness. Ryoma is indeed the quintessential first love. I feel he has matured significantly since the national tournament, growing increasingly handsome, much like his brother. Oh, how I adore him. A childhood idol, an anime first love. However, during my elementary years, he was merely a first-year student while I was already in my sophomore year. How amusing. Here I arrive. The one who will emerge victorious is none other than myself. In truth, it is all about the aura, merely a portrayal of pressure, while still engaging in legitimate play. Nevertheless, I must admit, Ryoma is undeniably charming. My affection for him knows no bounds. In the 8th position, we have Chapter 23. Which brings us back to the illustrious Sakata Jintoki, alongside Tatsuya Shiba. Originating from the anime The Irregular at Magic High School, the younger sister possesses remarkable magical potential, while her elder brother, Tatsuya Shiba, is deemed an inferior student. However, Tatsuya remains indifferent to the judgments of others, often allowing them to bask in their own arrogance before executing a stunning counterattack, a strategy akin to playing the fool to catch the wise. Before them stands a tall, expressionless man, Tatsuya Shiba. Behind him is a strikingly beautiful girl, Shiba Miyuki, adorned in identical attire. One is an extreme sister complex, while the other harbors a profound brotherly affection. It is undeniable that their bond is rooted in compelling reasons. At that moment, several soldiers armed with long spears confront them. As Tatsuya approaches, one soldier bellows, "Halt! Take another step forward, and I shall fire." Ignoring the threat, Tatsuya continues forward with his sister. The soldier's ire intensifies, and he fires mercilessly at Tatsuya. The bullet, surpassing the speed of sound, hurtles towards him. Unfazed, Tatsuya extends a hand. As the projectile nears his palm, he casually grips it. In a flash of brilliance, the once formidable bullet is crushed in his grasp. Damn it! The soldier's fury escalates, and he aims at Tatsuya's head, firing multiple rounds into his chest. Despite the barrage, Tatsuya maintains his emotionless demeanor. His movements are so swift that they elude the naked eye, and soon, several bullets lie cradled in his hand. Gazing at the soldier, Tatsuya gradually releases the bullets, allowing them to fall to the ground. Unable to endure such humiliation, the soldier discards his spear and brandishes a dagger, lunging at Tatsuya with ferocity. Die. Ignoring the sharp blade, Tatsuya slightly shifts, effortlessly evading the attack. Seizing the moment as the soldier retracts his weapon, Tatsuya raises his hand that once grasped the bullets. With a chilling scream from the soldier, Tatsuya gruesomely disarms him, severing his arm with ease. I never expected that Tatsuya Shiba, would achieve such recognition. This is simply magnificent. This is indeed the quintessential poker-faced protagonist. I recall that in the end, Sibao alone resurrected all his allied teammates and secured victory. Sibao is akin to a bug in the system, effortlessly toying around, being one of approximately 50 strategic-level magicians globally. In a one-on-one confrontation, Sibao could annihilate opponents in an instant, whether in a face-to-face duel or a battlefield skirmish. In a single campaign, Sibao is capable of eliminating all major and regional units in the blink of an eye, a feat unattainable by others. This is the essence of playing the fool to catch the wise. Aside from his affection for his sister, there is little else to discuss. Lord Sibao possesses no emotions, save for his feelings towards his sibling. Welcome to the realm of classroom of the elite. I never imagined I would only rank 10th. Ayanokuji Kiyotaka's gaze was fixed intently on the 3 figures within the screen. Upon witnessing the notable moments of the other 2, the once expressionless gaze gradually illuminated with a glimmer of intrigue. However, Ayanokuji abruptly averted his gaze, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Now this makes sense. If the entire world were composed of inept individuals, then my conquest would hold little significance. I wonder how many of those on this list hail from this world. If any, I must meet them. In the world of Prince of Tennis, the tennis ball slipped from Ryoma Ekizun's grasp as disbelief washed over his face. I am merely in 9th place? This implies that there are 8 individuals across the multiverse who surpass my prowess. By what right do they stand before me? Contemplating this, Ryoma's expression contorted into one of indignation. Familiar faces flickered through his mind, prompting him to grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Surely, they cannot be stronger than I am. No. Absolutely impossible. As a tennis prodigy since childhood, he would not permit anyone to outshine him in the realm of tennis. Suddenly, he recalled that the screen had previously showcased monstrous beings like Saitama from One Punch Man. The individual ranking just above him could even catch bullets with bare hands. Such matters are far beyond his capabilities. Ekizin Ryoma's expression suddenly brightened a bit. If those fellows were ranked above him, it would not be entirely unacceptable. Ekizin Ryoma came to terms with it. His domain of pretentiousness lies solely in tennis. As long as the next 7 individuals do not belong to the realm of tennis, it matters not. Thus, he remains the foremost pretender in the realm of tennis. In the world of the irregular at Magic High School, Tatsuya Shiba is truly remarkable. The ability to catch bullets with his bare hands is astonishing. Ranking 8th among myriad realms is truly extraordinary. To think, even if he were merely to place 80th, I would still feel a sense of pride. In any case, Tatsuya is indeed formidable. In response to his classmates' praises, Tatsuya Shiba displayed no reaction. He harbored no interest in such rankings. Were it not for the sight of his adorable sister on the screen, he would hardly have bothered to glance at it. At that moment, his phone rang. Tatsuya swiftly retrieved his device. He had few friends, and even fewer who texted him. Without needing to guess, he already knew who it was. Brother, you are amazing. Gazing at the message from his sister for a prolonged moment, a smile finally grazed Tatsuya's otherwise stoic face. Just average, really. You are the true genius. In the world of One Piece, those individuals are truly impressive. Luffy, having ceased his previous antics, now appeared vibrant and eager, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the luminous screen above. While they may not be suitable for combat, they still exude an aura of greatness. However, when it comes to pretense, Shanks suddenly came to mind. I wonder if he will make the list. The 4 emperors are certainly contenders. It seems Luffy and Zoro could also be included. Our strength should not be underestimated. The others nearby nodded in agreement. Even Zoro, who was diligently training, couldn't help but acknowledge this. In the world of Gintama, Shinpachi inquired, Jintoki, who do you think could make the list from our world? To which Sakata Jintoki replied with a grin, of course, it would be me. Huh. In response to Shinpachi's confusion, Jintoki struck a particularly suave pose. Did you not see the previous comments? Many claim that Sakata is the ultimate pretender. That is precisely referring to me, Sakata Jintoki. Shinpachi replied, you make a compelling argument. But something feels off. 7th place, Chapter 24. Even if I have weakened, it does not imply you have grown stronger. Kaido Kid, from the anime Detective Conan, is a legendary phantom thief. Endowed with exceptional intellect and striking good looks, he excels in disguise, voice modulation, and escapology, targeting valuable artworks and jewels. He employs magical techniques to commit his grand heists. Each appearance is shrouded in mystery, and his entrance must always be executed with flair. His poses must be stylish, otherwise it lacks professionalism. A dapper gentleman clad in a pristine white suit, donning a long scarf and a top hat, materialized upon the screen, set against the backdrop of a starry night. The notorious Phantom Thief Kid, unfazed, meticulously adjusted his attire. As foretold, this is mine to claim, and none shall thwart me. Ladies and gentlemen, it is show time. The scene flickered. A young lady, clutching her chest in indignation, glared at the charming figure before her. You are the Phantom Thief Kid, aren't you? She exclaimed, visibly irate. With a playful gesture, he pinched her cheek and leaned in closer, their faces mere centimeters apart, their eyes locked. And the beautiful maiden's gaze sparkled with intrigue. In a teasing tone, the Phantom Thief remarked, your lovely visage appears rather displeased, my lady. With that, he planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Instantly captivated, the maiden touched her flushed face, gazing dreamily at Kid. Can you now divulge the whereabouts of the treasured sword? She inquired without hesitation. It resides within the Kendo dojo, she answered earnestly. Farewell, my lady, he replied, departing and leaving her entranced. However, as he reached the corridor, he was intercepted by the young lady's mother. Halt! I shall not permit you to advance another step. The matron, wielding a wooden sword, regarded the Phantom Thief with a grave expression. In response, he replied with a gentle chuckle, a small token of appreciation, I implore you to accept. As he rubbed his hands together in a gesture of courtesy, a rose materialized before her, leaving her momentarily flustered, her trembling hands unable to grip the wooden sword. Seizing the opportunity, the Phantom Thief presented the rose and, with utmost politeness, kissed the back of her hand. After the kiss, he gazed at the blushing matron with warmth. Such a beautiful flower is most fitting for a beautiful woman. With that, she succumbed to his charm. The phantom thief then dashed towards the kendo dojo. Just as he hoped for no further mishaps, an elderly lady wielding a mop barred his path. "Stop, phantom thief kid. Advance any further, and I shall strike you." Just as the phantom thief felt a twinge of exasperation, a man's voice boomed from behind. "You scoundrel kid, how dare you seduce my daughter and wife?" Realizing the situation had taken a turn, Kid remained unfazed, and with a grand flourish, the elderly lady, once clad in gray, transformed into a vibrant pink floral dress. This attire suits you far more alluringly. Seizing the moment while the other party was momentarily stunned, the elusive phantom thief could bestow a kiss upon the back of the elderly lady's hand. Nearby, a man's laughter echoed mockingly. "Fool. Such tactics have no effect on my mother." Yet, before he could finish speaking, he was taken aback by the sight of his mother blushing profusely. How could this be? Oh my, I'm utterly thrilled. The wise do not fall into the throes of love, unless it is the phantom thief kid. Kid, hurry and kiss Ran. Then return the kiss to Shinichi. Swoon, swoon, swoon. I am in a frenzy. Pay no heed to me. If one is unattractive, it is merely being lewd. If one is handsome, it is termed flirtation. I shall refer to him as one of the most striking protagonists in the realm of anime. Even the cunning Inuyasha, Sesomaru, cannot contend with this. Please, showcase more handsome figures. We, the female otaku, have our desires too. 6th place, Accelerator. From the anime, a certain magical index. He stands as the foremost among the 7 espers in Academy City, possessing the ability to manipulate the direction of all forms of energy through vector manipulation, making him the strongest esper in the institution. A brilliant scholar in the sciences, yet emotionally inept to the point of appearing almost devoid of empathy. He exudes an air of arrogance. His declaration, "Even if I grow weaker, it does not mean you have become stronger," is nothing short of audacious. However, one must concede that he possesses the audacity to back it up. A slender man with a pale complexion emerges upon the screen. For reasons unknown. Even with his calm demeanor, a hint of madness can be discerned in his features. "I am Accelerator. I look forward to your guidance. Even if I grow weaker, it does not signify that you have become stronger, correct? Apologies, but ahead lies Accelerator. Ah. Is that not enough? Is it not enough? Ah. Given that you have managed to survive against someone of my caliber, Accelerator, it is indeed remarkable. At last, my esteemed Accelerator has made his entrance. He is here. He is here, striding in with his swagger. With my weakest punch, it might sting a bit for you. Even if Accelerator's mental faculties have suffered, causing a decline in his combat prowess, he remains an unparalleled force. In truth, this esteemed gentleman is also an academic prodigy, fully mastering the intricacies of vectors. With his formidable strength and high intelligence, had he not been dealt a blow by the officials, coupled with the presence of a bug like Kamiju, who could withstand my esteemed Accelerator? I find myself particularly fond of Accelerator's audacious laughter. For some inexplicable reason, it brings a sense of delight. 5th place, Gilgamesh. From the anime, Fate. In ancient times, the primordial gods sought to restrain humanity's excessive proliferation and the consequent escalation of their power. Thus, they combined the royal lineage of humankind with a goddess, creating Gilgamesh, a wedge to curb humanity's dominion. Born between the realms of divinity and humanity, the hero possesses a divine essence 2/3 and a mortal essence 1/3, endowing him with a celestial stature and a unique perspective from both gods and men. He is oft referred to as the oldest hero king in human history. With a personality marked by arrogance and a domineering nature, he revels in his superiority, dismissing others as mere rabble. He exudes an ostentatious aura, radiating a dazzling golden glow, ever fearful that his existence might go unnoticed, frequently making appearances to assert his presence. A striking young man with golden hair and crimson eyes, possessing an elongated physique, emerges before the ethereal screen. Truly a king among heroes. He perceives himself as the sole ruler in the cosmos, regarding all others as mere lowly beings. All that exists in the world belongs to him, and only he possesses the authority over life and death. How dare the rabble aspire to claim what is rightfully his? Such audacity is laughable. Chapter 25. What other detritus exists? A mere ant crawling upon the ground, who grants you the liberty to raise your head. Insects must remain humble, bowing low and accepting their fate. Regrettably, I have no need for a second friend. Throughout history, I have had but one companion. Moreover, this world requires no more than one king. Ah, foolish wretch, utterly oblivious to your own insignificance, you are but a jester struggling in vain. The spectacle of your futile attempts brings some amusement until, alas, Caster, you have uttered words that should never have crossed your lips. If I were to adorn you with the glory of my name, yet you remain ignorant of who I am, then I am powerless against your ignorance. Each of your bombastic declarations reverberates across the myriad realms. Gilgamesh is as audacious as he is capable, yet he possesses the audacity to back it up. Even the illustrious Shining has made an appearance. However, why is Shining ranked merely 5th? There must be some underlying intrigue. Currently, he stands as the only character excessively ostentatious. Perhaps this explains his 5th place ranking. Without delving into others, consider whether Shining is indeed ostentatious. Upon first hearing the moniker Golden Shining, it struck me as remarkably fitting. His regal aloofness, formidable combat prowess, and captivating beauty shine brilliantly, making him irresistibly attractive and untouchable, akin to the stars. In truth, my king possesses virtues, such as his forthrightness. He permits you, at the cost of 3 command seals, to grant you the opportunity to listen to me, to bestow upon you the honor of conversing with me, to pardon you for your insolence, and to ensure that I am not confused with those mundane heroic spirits. My lineage requires no introduction. I stand as the absolute and primordial king, the hero king Gilgamesh. In the world of Detective Conan, to my astonishment, I find myself on the ostentation leaderboard. My previous actions were indeed too conspicuous. I hope those who share this rank with me do not mind my position. The illustrious Phantom Thief Kid, sipping his drink, wore a subtle smile at the corner of his lips. Yet, one must conduct oneself with a certain gentlemanly decorum in all endeavors. Even thievery can be executed with grace. Suddenly, he noticed a figure reminiscent of a child and couldn't help but murmur, "Oh dear, indeed, being excessively famous can be quite the burden. Since you wish to capture me, I shall indulge you in a little game." With a swift movement, the Phantom Thief Kid vanished from sight. In the realm of a certain magical index, One Punch Man found himself bemused by his 6th place ranking. How laughable! He scoffed, his disdain apparent as he glared at the shimmering screen above. What a worthless list! It hardly warrants my attention. With that, he attempted to exert his power to obliterate the screen, yet no matter how he strained, it remained unyielding. Realizing his efforts were futile, he paused. "Since you are so enigmatic, I shall grant you a modicum of respect. I am eager to see whose pretentiousness surpasses my own." In the world of fate, Gilgamesh seethed at his 5th place standing. How dare they refer to me as Shiny? Damn it! He brandished his weapon and unleashed a fierce strike at the hovering screen. However, as the weapon returned to his grasp, the screen remained unscathed. His expression shifted as he attempted another assault, yet the screen stood resolute against all his efforts. Finally, he ceased his attacks, casting a casual glance at the comments in the lower left corner. Moments later, his demeanor returned to normal. Though this ranking is utterly erroneous, there are still those with discernment. I am the strongest. And as for those who deem me arrogant, what of it? I am a king. In the universe of One Punch Man, Saitama solemnly mused, it seems there are many formidable opponents in this world. I must intensify my training. He resolved to double his training efforts henceforth. While the others were inconsequential, the presence of Gilgamesh instilled a slight sense of unease within him. Such an anomaly should ideally never set foot on Blue Planet, for who knows what chaos might ensue. Although he had yet to unleash his full potential, the vast ocean of knowledge and strength remained boundless. It was entirely possible that one day, an even stronger being might emerge on Blue Planet. When that time comes, who would ensure its safety? In the world of One Piece, one character lamented, "Alas, only 4 spots remain, and not a single character from our world? Perhaps all 4 remaining slots belong to us. Conveniently, we have 4 as well. Shanks, I assume you find this ostentatious ranking quite intriguing?" A calm voice resonated from the opulent palace, belonging to one of the 4 emperors in the world of One Piece: Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Red-Haired Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts, and Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. The timeline indicates that the war on the top has yet to erupt, though they appeared composed on the surface, beneath the aficionado. The 4 emperors were embroiled in a tumultuous undercurrent. The impending war would soon commence, and whether they could retain their esteemed status remained uncertain. This ranking, however, could serve to validate certain matters in advance. In the realm of Gintama, if even such formidable beings were relegated to the 5th position, the significance of my 1st place is self-evident. Look, beneath these comments, people have already begun to mention my name, Sakata. Sakata Jintoki's smile broadened. As a man possessing the spirit of a warrior, he had always been exceedingly confident. Gazing at the comments in the lower left corner, Shinpachi Shimura hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. "Jintoki, did you perhaps misread? They are referring to Sakamoto, not Sakata. Not a single one mentions your name. The gluttonous Kagura nodded in agreement. I also think Jintoki is overthinking it. How could your name possibly be on that ranking? Sakata Jintoki remained resolute. Those foolish fans have even misspelled my name. Once my rank is recognized worldwide, they certainly won't forget it. Shinpachi Shimura sighed. Oh dear. Has this guy become so ridiculously confident? In the world of Dragon Ball, Vegeta scoffed. Humph, if these fellows can make the list, then first place undoubtedly belongs to me. Gazing at the 6 figures that had been ranked, and having just ceased combat with Frieza, Vegeta wore a disdainful expression. To him, aside from the 6th-ranked Gilgamesh, the rest were mere insignificant characters. Chapter 26. Now, allow me to demonstrate an insurmountable barrier you shall never surpass. As a character renowned for battle, Vegeta indeed possessed the credentials for such a claim. After all, the very essence of a Scion's existence is to engage in combat. Thus, with unwavering confidence, Vegeta believed he deserved at least the 2nd position. Alas, in terms of strength, Kakarot was indeed slightly superior. Beyond that, he held no respect for anyone else. Oh dear. If even my former subordinates can rank in the top 4, then I must surely be first. Frieza's voice beside him caused a shadow to pass over Vegeta's face. Glowering in anger at his opponent, Vegeta roared, "Are you looking for trouble? If you're dissatisfied, let us settle it with a fight." Frieza scoffed dismissively. You truly have no idea of the favor I am granting you. Transforming once more into his super blue form, Vegeta surged towards Frieza, who met him with equal resolve. Shifting into his golden Frieza state, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. Moments later, Goku, carrying a bowl of food, arrived on the scene. Observing the intense battle between Frieza and Vegeta, Goku's curiosity piqued. What are you two fighting about? Kakarot, stay out of this. Today, I shall teach this scoundrel a lesson. Vegeta declared. If I cannot defeat Son Goku, do you think I would be bested by you? I will kill you. I will kill you. Who fears you? The list of bravado was still being updated. 4th place, Vegeta. Originating from the anime Dragon Ball, he is a Scion prince with an immense sense of pride, competitiveness, and a cold, haughty demeanor. He considers himself the strongest Scion warrior, boasting the bloodline of Scion royalty. Though he shares the same Scion heritage as Goku, he harbors intense jealousy towards Goku's innate talents and is determined to surpass him. With its Sundra personality, he is deeply concerned with maintaining his pride and relishes in showing off his newfound strength. An image of Vegeta appeared on the screen. Though not particularly tall, it was evident that he was not one to be trifled with. As they prepared for the martial arts tournament, Vegeta and the others approached the device to measure their strength. The others exhibited little interest in the test, casually throwing punches. However, due to their extraordinary physiques, even their light strikes drew attention. When it was Vegeta's turn, he unleashed his full power, instantly damaging the measuring device. With a proud expression, he dismissed it as garbage. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Is this the true strength of a warrior? No wonder it's Vegeta, so formidable. Is it really necessary? The scene shifted to the moment of Goku and Vegeta's first confrontation, littered with many fallen bodies. As Goku, driven by the loss of friends, succumbed to his rage, Vegeta smirked disdainfully. What kind of warrior cares for such weaklings? Since you wish to strike at me, allow me to show you a barrier you shall never surpass. As Vegeta prepared to attack, Goku appeared before him in an instant. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. What? Before he could finish, he was sent flying by an enraged Goku. Yet, that was merely the beginning. In a furious state, Goku's focus narrowed solely on the battle. He teleported beside Vegeta and struck him squarely in the chest. Pooh! Vegeta, still in a state of disarray, coughed up blood as he faced Goku's relentless and intensified assault. The barrage of blows struck him repeatedly. Culminating in a moment of harsh clarity, a rare glimmer of naive disbelief appeared in his eyes. How could this be possible? The scene shifted once more, revealing Android 18 in the distance. With an air of arrogance, Vegeta declared, "You are no match for me. I advise you to keep your distance. Let me forewarn you. Even if you are a woman, I will not show mercy." With that, he began to channel his energy, transforming into his Super Saiyan form, his demeanor growing even more audacious. Yet he added, "But then again, you are merely a machine, not truly a woman. If you do not depart, I shall dismantle you." Immediately, the screen displayed the grim spectacle of Vegeta being ruthlessly beaten by Android 18, his appearance a portrait of dishevelment and despair. The scene transitioned yet again. "Vegeta, do you dare to strike against me, the mighty Frieza?" He gazed at the once invincible tyrant, devoid of any fear. At that moment, he was imbued with boundless confidence. Do not think for a moment that I am still afraid of you. I have never feared you. Pointing a finger at Frisia's head, Vegeta smirked disdainfully. Before you stands the very embodiment of your greatest dread, the Super Saiyan. Vegeta, tremble, Frisia, for I shall grant you a more serene departure. Frisia tilted his head, intrigued. The following scene revealed Vegeta once again being mercilessly pummeled by Frisia. Despite being battered and marked with wounds, Vegeta stood defiantly. Frisia, seemingly bored, extended a finger, unleashing a beam of death that pierced Vegeta's chest. How could this be? With vacant eyes, Vegeta collapsed to the ground. The scene shifted once more. This time, the confrontation is against the prodigious Saiyan, Broly. Keep your distance. With an air of confidence, Vegeta soared towards Broly and remarked with a quiet chuckle, "You possess great strength. Sufficient to be my opponent as the Prince of Saiyans. Remember, the name of the one destined to defeat you is Vegeta." He instantaneously teleported before Broly. Though he was not even half the height of his adversary, Vegeta's aura was undeniably formidable. "Tremble before me, for I am the mightiest. You are destined to lose." Just as Vegeta was about to utter more words, Broly launched an aggressive attack. In a mere few minutes, Vegeta found himself pinned against a massive rock. His Super Saiyan form shattered. Despite the frequent humiliations he faced, one cannot deny that Vegeta is the supreme master of bravado in Dragon Ball. Ah, at last. It is my turn in Dragon Ball. Why does the perennial second place rank fourth? Never mind the details. Just tell me if I, the great prince, exude confidence. However, it must be said, there is indeed a touch of bravado. If even Vegeta can secure the fourth position, then surely Goku and the king must claim the top spot. And what of Broly? Broly is truly the strongest in the world. This is a ranking of ostentation, not of genuine strength. It is entirely reasonable for Vegeta to be included. While Broly is undeniably powerful, he has seldom engaged in acts of bravado. Upon his birth, he nearly frightened Goku into submission. Does that not qualify as ostentatious behavior? In any case, I firmly believe that the supreme pretender in the Dragon Ball universe is none other than Vegeta. In this world, as we delve into Chapter 27, we witness an utterly flabbergasted Vegeta. "No more fighting," he exclaims, as he relinquishes his golden Frisia form, while Frisia, in fits of laughter, rolls about on the ground. It turns out this list is merely a celebration of showmanship, devoid of any consideration for combat prowess. Vegeta, was it not you who yearned for recognition? Look, you have indeed made the cut. In his peripheral vision, Vegeta notices Frisia laughing with glee at his ashen countenance. "Vegeta," Frisia declares, "I shall anoint you the foremost pretender in Dragon Ball." Oh, and did you catch that segment of me defeating you displayed above? Remarkably accurate, I must say. Meanwhile, the blissfully Navi Goku is oblivious to Frisia's mocking tone. Upon seeing Vegeta's ranking, he genuinely congratulates him. "Vegeta, how impressive. You have claimed fourth place. Does this not imply that only 3 individuals in the universe possess greater ostentation than you?" Goku's words incite another round of laughter from Frisia. Does this not suggest they endure far greater beatings? Haha. Regardless of whether it is the derision of a bitter rival or the heartfelt commendation from a friend, Vegeta finds himself engulfed in unparalleled mockery. In a moment of fury, he imagines binding the two before him and delivering a sound thrashing. However, the reality of his inferiority to Goku and the challenge of facing Frisia dampens his resolve. Weighing his options, he lunges once more at Frisia. "Ah, I shall annihilate you. You lack honor. How shameless." Caught off guard, Frisia momentarily falters. With the added impetus of rage, Vegeta unleashes a relentless barrage. The pain coursing through Frisia's body stirs a pang of regret within him. Had he anticipated this, he would have refrained from taunting this impudent warrior. The ferocity of Vegeta's assault is indeed formidable. And yet, he muses, why does Vegeta not confront Goku, who has also mocked him? However, the sight of Vegeta being mercilessly pummeled in the visual display prompts Frisia to erupt in laughter once more. Haha, you still find amusement in this. Vegeta, now resembling a boiling kettle, is consumed with rage and a desire to eliminate Frisia. Yet, with their powers being closely matched, Frisia is not so easily vanquished. After a prolonged struggle yielding no significant injury to his adversary, Vegeta bellows, "Why must this accursed screen only showcase the first half of my display of bravado? Why reveal the latter portion?" Frisia simply responds with confusion. Fortunately, only Frisia and Son Goku were present. Otherwise, who would dare to mock him? He could very well eliminate anyone who dared. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, despite having softened his demeanor considerably, He was not someone who could be humiliated without consequence. However, dwelling on such matters now served no purpose. The image of him being soundly defeated had already spread across the myriad realms. In the world of One Piece, these individuals are indeed formidable. Observing the battle between Vegeta and his adversary, Luffy couldn't help but assert, "Why does it feel like they could obliterate worlds with a single punch? Just like that Saitama fellow from before? Especially that Kamehameha technique. It looks incredibly powerful." As Luffy spoke, he mimicked the stance for the Kamehameha. "Hey, Luffy, it's called the Kamehameha, not the turtle's energy blast. Besides, your posture is all wrong. You need to spread your legs. Only those with a special energy within them can unleash such techniques. And we lack that." One of the bystanders chuckled at Luffy's antics, with his gaze fixed intently on the science displayed on the screen. Zoro remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. They are indeed very strong. Although he was already aware that these beings were not of their own blue planet, the sheer presence of so many powerful entities instilled a sense of unease within him. These formidable beings continuously reshape his understanding of strength. Lowering his gaze to his sword, Zoro's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. With his unenhanced body and 3 swords, could he truly become the world's greatest swordsman? In the realm of Naruto, witnessing the powers capable of altering the very fabric of reality, Naruto sighed deeply, pondering the immense strength that surrounded them. Are the forces outside so overwhelmingly powerful? Surely, these individuals could effortlessly obliterate our village. The thought of only being able to defeat a handful of ninjas caused a blush to rise on his cheeks. Beside him, Sasuke and Sakura, unusually silent, echoed his sentiments. Indeed, the outside world is remarkably formidable. If only we could attain such strength ourselves. Hearing their shared reflections, Jiraiya, rarely serious, approached them. Gazing at the 3, whose expressions were tinged with confusion and trepidation, he gently advised, "Since you all aspire to grow stronger, devote yourselves to training with even greater fervor. No one becomes proficient overnight." Lifting his gaze to the luminous screen, his expression deepened. These individuals are not so different from us. To become stronger, they too must exert effort. In the world of fate, Gilgamesh seethed, smashing the sturdy table into splinters with a single punch. "Why does this pretentious fool rank above me?" he growled through gritted teeth. "Am I not superior to him? Though his arrogance is often misguided, surely I am stronger than this fellow named Vegeta." Thus, Gilgamesh believed his rightful place should be elevated by 1 rank. In the world where Lady Kaguya desires my confession, the overwhelming strength of these individuals left an indelible impression. Chika Fujiwara, Yukino Shida, and Kaguya Shinomiya found themselves squatting on the ground, utterly awestruck. Undoubtedly, the characters on this ostentatious leaderboard continuously challenged their perceptions of the world, delivering repeated blows to their nascent philosophies of life. If they once believed that the world was populated solely by ordinary individuals, now the sudden emergence of a monster would hardly evoke surprise. The scenes of these powerful individuals battling are truly astonishing. And those muscles overflowing from the screen, do they genuinely exist? For a moment, Silver Yuhang felt a pang of embarrassment. What merit do I possess to be worthy of the position of president? Before he could finish his thought, he heard Huiye's murmurs beside him. If we are merely discussing prestige, I believe the president could certainly be on the list. What? Silver Yuhang turned to the person next to him. Huiye's face instantly flushed, and she shook her head. I didn't say anything. I also think the president could make the list, added Fujiwara Chika with a smile. Suddenly, Silver Yuhang burst into laughter. So, Fujiwara, do you think I could contend with these formidable individuals? Surely, not only the strong can be on that list, right? Fujiwara Chika countered, waving her hand. That tennis player, what was his name, Ryoma? And that handsome man in the white suit, aren't they just ordinary people? Perhaps the first place is simply an ordinary student like us. Third place, Shanks. From the anime, One Piece. Chapter 28. Everyone present, please grant me a favor. A tall man with a slightly yellow complexion and red hair appeared on the screen. Known as Red-Haired Shanks, captain of the Red-Haired Pirates, with a bounty of 4,048. 900,000 berries. One of the 4 emperors, he maintains connections with the highest leaders of the world government, the Gorosei. His strength is formidable. Whether before or after the Marineford War, or following the conclusion of the Wano country battle, he is undoubtedly one of the 4 emperors. Having consumed the Gomu Gomu no Mi, he possesses the strongest haki, on par with Whitebeard, and his swordsmanship is not inferior to that of Mihawk. Just one word, grant me a favor, and I can traverse the seas. In the icy cold, gazing at the food before him, Shanks softly remarked, Is reputation more important than your life? This is a question you cannot resolve. Listen to me. Hurry back now. It is not too late. The portly man seated before him continued to feast heartily. Hearing Shank's words, he chewed his meat, mumbling, "What should we do now? Let us go. It's time to set sail." To Whitebeard's place. One of his companions looked at him. "If we take action, do you think the government will remain uninvolved?" "What then?" Shanks fell silent for a moment, but soon only his laughter echoed around. "At this point, I cannot concern myself with so much. It matters not. The government could never stay silent. But if they dare to obstruct me, I will absolutely not be subdued." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding pirates broke into smiles. The corpulent man before them suddenly rose to his feet and bellowed, "Brothers, prepare for battle. Excellent. Quickly, fetch the finest wine," Shanks declared as he stepped onto the ship, greeted by the captain with the crimson hair. At the sound of the command, several pirates seated around the ship stood up, turning to face the newly recruited crew. The newcomers were advised to retreat as far as possible. They were ill-equipped to withstand what was to come. A young pirate, filled with defiance, exclaimed, "What do you mean by unable to withstand?" However, before he could receive an answer, he caught sight of several young pirates collapsing, succumbing to unconsciousness. He chuckled lightly, "Never mind. Never mind, it's too late now." Suddenly, all the pirates heard the distinct sound of crisp footsteps. Yet, most of the young recruits only heard one sound before they fell to the ground, unconscious. "What is happening? What is wrong with you all?" one pirate exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. In response, the older pirates merely shook their heads. "We warned you to stay clear, but look, it's too late. Do not worry. They have simply fainted." Another nearby pirate remarked nonchalantly, "If one is not adequately prepared, they cannot hope to maintain their resolve before that man. He has arrived." A figure with crimson hair appeared on deck. It was none other than Shanks himself. He gazed at the man seated at the center. Revered as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, Shanks remained silent as his crew prepared the wine, even arranging a platter large enough to accommodate a person. With an expressionless face, Shanks poured the wine into the platter. Suddenly, he broke into a grin and drank heartily. "In this tumultuous age, no one can halt my advance," Shanks declared as he drew his weapon. Whitebeard responded with a smile, gently unsheathing the sword from his side, exuding an air of confidence. "There is nothing to fear. I am Whitebeard." When their weapons clashed, the very heavens seemed to change color. To engage in battle with the world's strongest man, Whitebeard left no doubt regarding Shanks' formidable strength. The pirates, witnessing the skies transform, could not help but howl in excitement. "Look, the sky is splitting apart. How powerful." The scene shifted to reveal a bruised soldier, his face battered and swollen, appearing on the screen. Before him stood an adversary he could never hope to defeat, Admiral Akainu. The soldier merely roared in defiance, "I have no regrets," as Akainu's fist charged toward him. The fist, imbued with countless flames, was simply beyond the capacity of any soldier to withstand. Just when everyone anticipated the soldier's demise, a flash of red illuminated the battlefield, leaving all in astonishment. With effortless grace, the weapon parried the oncoming assault. Lowering his gaze upon the young warrior, Shanks murmured, "Well done, young soldier. The brave seconds you wagered your life for, regardless of their outcome, have significantly altered the fate of this world." Upon hearing these words, the soldier, bereft of any further resistance, collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Shanks stepped aside, his gaze sweeping over all present. Continuing in this manner would only result in an unrestrained escalation of casualties on both sides. If there were any individuals still unsated by the chaos, he drew forth his sword, positioning himself before the crowd, his own forces standing behind him. "Come forth. We shall see this through to the end. Thus, even if I bear a notorious reputation, I shall make my name known across the globe. Once the sword is drawn, one must stake their life. This is no mere toy for intimidation. To all present, I ask for your respect." Countless quotes, unique to Shanks, appeared upon the screen. When it comes to bravado, none can rival the red-haired. While others may boast and retaliate against him, one could merely shatter their teeth and swallow their pride. At last, the moment has come for us, the great pirates. Shanks seems to deliberately maintain a balance between pirates and the Navy. During the war at Marineford, when Shanks drew his sword and proclaimed, "If anyone is still unsatisfied, we shall accompany you," it was an undeniably striking moment. It feels as though, upon boarding Whitebeard's ship, Shanks glimpsed fragmented visions of the future, prompting his assertion that the era would spiral out of control. The phrase he returned to Kizaru, "You are not the only one capable of seeing the future," resonated deeply. Shanks has transcended the definition of a true man. He embodies the essence of a navigator. In the world of One Piece, the emergence of formidable beings has finally arrived, and it is none other than Shanks. Shanks is invincible. There is no denying it. For Shanks possesses the power of the face fruit. I too yearn to stand before an admiral and demand a modicum of respect. However, lacking the requisite strength renders even the face fruit futile. Sanji and the others gasped in awe, holding Shanks in high regard. Luffy, unable to contain his excitement, shouted, "Shanks is truly remarkable." As he spoke, he removed his hat and tossed it into the air. His mind flooded with memories of Shanks' past words. "This hat is my most treasured possession. I entrust it to you, and one day you must return it to me when you become a great pirate." Chapter 29. As long as he remains the protagonist, no one can deter him from his audacity. Clutching his hat tightly to his chest, Luffy wore a smile tinged with determination. "Shanks, rest assured, I will never forget our promise. I shall undoubtedly become a remarkable pirate king. I, Luffy, am destined to be the man who claims the title of Pirate King." Initially, Shanks served merely as his guide to the world of piracy, but now, Luffy genuinely aspires to become the strongest pirate. He is resolute. The Pirate King. Oh dear, look who has made the list. When it comes to bravado, Shanks takes the crown. None of us can rival him. The face fruit. Haha. Shanks, it must be you again. Right? I wonder if they still consider themselves part of our crew. Regardless, Shanks has made it onto the list. Do you not intend to celebrate this occasion? Ignoring the jest from the other three emperors, Shanks sat quietly to the side. No one could discern his thoughts. The three emperors, upon witnessing this, lost their inclination to tease him further, their expressions now reflecting contemplation. Due to Shanks' recognition, certain matters must commence sooner than anticipated. In the world of One Punch Man, these pirates must be the villains, right? Though Saitama's demeanor is rather nonchalant, he earnestly focused on the screen. Thankfully, there are no pirates in our midst, otherwise it would indeed be troublesome. Suddenly, Saitama felt that the security in this world was relatively commendable, despite the existence of some peculiar individuals. At least they are capable of handling the situation. If we were to add some pirates and rebellious individuals, who knows how chaotic this world would become. The captivated by cuisine. The devil fruit? Just the thought of it sounds delectable. Moreover, it possesses the power to enhance one's abilities. Alu's mouth watered at the thought. But his expression swiftly soured. Unfortunately, it seems we do not have anything akin to the devil fruit here. Suddenly, he gazed at a scene on the luminous screen. A photograph of Luffy and Shanks. His eyes fixated on Luffy. Alu pondered aloud. Why does this fellow seem so familiar? Where have I seen him before? At that moment, enlightenment struck him. Could it be that these individuals belong to the same world as us? If so, perhaps I might actually savor the flavor of the devil fruit. Meanwhile, Sani, who was tidying her hair, interjected with a question. If the devil fruit truly exists, is there one that enhances beauty? Who knows? In the world of Hunter x Hunter, the face fruit? Grant me a favor. Rio Paradonite stared incredulously at Shanks on the screen, nearly leaping forward to extract the face fruit from his abdomen. At that moment, he could not help but fantasize. How wonderful it would be to possess a face fruit. Then, who would dare to disregard me? In the realm of Dragon Ball, no more fighting, no more fighting. Raising his hands in surrender, the battered Frieza collapsed once again to the ground. Vegeta, witnessing this, could only cease his assault. Times have changed. Frieza's past confrontations with him were now mere memories. He could not truly kill his adversary, as Frieza's strength was undeniable. Yet, the thought of Frieza's scornful taunt still irked Vegeta, just as his pin-up rage sought release. Frieza's laughter echoed once more. Ha ha ha, this king is dying of laughter. With a finger pointed at Shanks in the air, Frieza laughed uncontrollably. This fellow is the complete opposite of you, Vegeta. Before Vegeta could respond, Goku, who was observing the spectacle, was the first to inquire, Frieza. What do you mean by that? Can't you see? Squinting at Vegeta, Frieza's mirth was uncontainable. One seeks a favor, while the other grants none. Isn't that the very definition of opposites? And placing you two side by side, 1/3 and 1/4. Whoever devised this ranking must be a genius. Vegeta, do you not agree? Ha ha. Before Vegeta could react, Frieza could no longer contain his laughter. It brought him immense satisfaction to witness a former subordinate, now an equal adversary, falter. He felt grateful to be safely at home, watching the spectacle unfold on the screen. Otherwise, he would have missed such a delightful performance. If only he knew the identity of the creator behind this list, he would have eagerly flown over to offer them some form of reward. It was simply to his taste. You wretched fool. The enraged Vegeta charged forward once more, engaging in a fierce struggle with Frieza. He vowed within himself that today would either mark Frisia's demise or his own. One of them must perish. In the world of Overlord, the demon fruit intrigued Bone King as well. Being inherently cautious, he was open to anything that could enhance his abilities, particularly this intriguing fruit of aficionado. If one could consume such a thing, who would dare to slight him in the future? Would he not then be impervious to death? The Bone King turned his gaze towards Albedo. Do we possess any treasures akin to the devil fruits? Albedo pondered for a moment before shaking her head. There should be none, though there are numerous treasures that can enhance one's level. However, I have yet to hear of any food that can permanently augment a specific ability. Upon noticing the Bone King's slight disappointment, Albedo quickly added, perhaps my knowledge is limited. Would you like me to send someone to search for it? There may indeed be such a thing. That won't be necessary, the Bone King interjected, preventing her from taking action. His curiosity was but a fleeting whim. It was not worth expending manpower in pursuit of something so elusive. I see, Albedo acquiesced with a nod. At that moment, a hurried voice called from outside. Lord Ains. You have made the rankings. The Bone King swiftly turned his gaze towards the luminous screen above. Second place, Bone King Anselgown. From the anime, Overlord. Appearing as a white skeleton with red pupils, he is a skeletal spellcaster adorned in an opulent black cloak. Towering in stature, he wields the staff of Ains Olgown. With numerous artifact rings adorning his fingers, he exudes an air of supreme authority and possesses an awe-inspiring visage, often referred to as the Skeletal Overlord. A max-level demon king on a grandiose journey through another world, with a magical potency of 1980, 1.5 times greater than others, and capable of wielding 781 types of magic, double that of his peers. He possesses profound knowledge of the otherworldly realm within the game, and he excels in the art of ostentation. As long as he remains the protagonist, none can hinder his grandstanding. Moreover, the Bone King often finds himself secretly reveling in his own invincibility. He understands the reasons behind his dominance, hence he projects an air of humility, leading both his subordinates and adversaries to believe that this ancient being is exceptionally skilled in pretense. Chapter 30. For the Bone King, every inch of him is resolute. At long last, it is my turn, the skeletal overlord. Wherever the Bone King resides, there I shall be. I am the one who serves the supreme sovereign. I pledge absolute loyalty to the Exalted One. In the realm of sin, the bone shall reign supreme. Inquiry. Why does Albedo hold affection for the Bone King? The answer. Because the Bone King is utterly formidable in every aspect. To those above and those above them, I suspect you are all indulging in innuendo. As a demon king aspiring to be a hero, positioned at the pinnacle of power, yet feeling like an underdog, surrounded by beauties, yet lacking in prowess, filled with ambition, with boundless potential, questioning who invests the most, Ains Olgown. Upon the luminous screen, a figure of immense stature appeared, shrouded in mystery beneath a mask that obscured their face. This is precisely the Bone King, who has recently arrived in this otherworldly realm. As he gazes at the man before him, Negan, the leader of the Holy Angels, bellows, "Let the angels launch their ambush." In an instant, several angels materialized before the Bone King, plunging their blades fiercely into his form. However, feeling nothing from the attack, the Bone King remained silent. Witnessing the Bone King being pierced by the blades, Negan bursts into laughter, thinking to himself how weak this supposed formidable being truly is, merely putting on a futile display. But before he can finish his taunt, he is interrupted. "I have spoken," the Bone King states, effortlessly grasping an angel in one hand, rendering it immobile. Looking towards Negan, he coolly declares, "Surrender and relinquish your life. You ought to graciously accept the goodwill of others." How is this possible? Wasn't he pierced by the angels? Why does it seem he is unscathed? He must be employing some trick. A nearby subordinate gasps, observing the angel ensnared in the Bone King's grip. In response, the Bone King softly explains, a special skill that grants immunity to physical damage caused by low-tier magical creatures and weapons of minimal magical potency. With that, he slams the angel he holds downwards, turning it into a fine mist. Negan is horrified by the Bone King's incredible prowess, yet he defiantly roars, "Have all the angels attack at once. Quickly. I refuse to believe he can withstand them all." Dozens of angels charge towards the Bone King and his companions. "Albedo, withdraw," he commands. "Understood," Albedo replies, nodding and retreating to a distance. As the angels approach, the Bone King waves his hand. Negative detonation. Endless magical energy surges from him, forming a black circular array. All angels that come into contact with the array explode, transforming into an endless cascade of starlight. Following a series of thunderous booms, every angel vanishes without a trace. All of them have disappeared. How can this be? It can't be real. His subordinates stand in stunned disbelief. And Negan's eyes reflect a hint of fear. How is this possible? Could there be a being stronger than I in this village? Catching sight of a floating white figure nearby, Negan seizes what he believes to be his last hope and urgently calls out, "Surveillance Angel, you must act swiftly." The surveillance angel remains silent, merely clasping its hands together, summoning a weapon resembling a hammer. In an instant, it teleports before the Bone King, aiming a devastating strike at his head. To this, the Bone King simply extends a hand, nonchalantly absorbing the impact of the attack. "Since you refuse to let me go, I shall retaliate slightly." Hellfire. A flicker of flame detached itself from the fingertips of the Bone King, drifting towards the Watcher Angel. In an instant, the Watcher Angel was consumed by an endless inferno. To eliminate the Watcher Angel with a single strike, how could this be possible? Negan, standing nearby, was on the brink of collapse, his body swaying precariously. How could a high-ranking angel be vanquished by one spell? "If you are merely of this caliber, I advise you to surrender," the Bone King scoffed, inciting a furious response from Negan. Fixating his gaze on this enigmatic figure, he bellowed, "You have forced my hand. You have forced my hand." Negan raised the precious artifact bestowed upon him by the High Priest, the sealing crystal. "Come forth, Archangel of Radiance." A colossal angel emerged from the shadows, towering over 10 meters. Though its appearance was exceedingly peculiar, it radiated an aura of sanctity that seemed capable of purifying upon mere sight. With a fierce glare directed at the Bone King and his companions, Negan unleashed a desperate roar, "Extreme Holy Strike." Seeing the Bone King remain motionless, Negan could not help but smirk. "You are finished. You are about to face the 7th-tier magic, a realm unattainable by mere mortals. Regardless, you shall perish under the onslaught of the angels." At that moment, the Archangel of Radiance launched its assault. A blue-white beam, exuding immense pressure, descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the Bone King. HP 1. A smile crept across the Bone King's face. After a long absence, he could once again feel pain. Casting a sidelong glance at Negan, the Bone King softly inquired, "What other means do you possess? Feel free to employ them all." Upon witnessing the unscathed state of the Bone King, Negan's expression stiffened with disbelief. What was happening? What was the meaning of this? Realizing that this was Negan's final gambit, the Bone King felt a twinge of fatigue. Black hole. A massive void materialized in an instant, swallowing the Archangel of Radiance at a speed too swift to comprehend. As Negan sensed the severance of his bond with the Archangel, despair enveloped him. "Who on earth are you to possess such power, far surpassing that of a demon god?" The Bone King responded softly, "Angel Gown." Beside him, Albedo exclaimed, "Your name was once known to all." At that moment, Fluto Parati emerged from the palace. A guard approached him, stating, "A group of steel-grade adventurers requests an audience with you. They call themselves the Dark Duo." The previously expressionless Fluto Parati's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing those words. Following his guards, he approached the adventurer, gazing at the skeletal king, who radiated an overwhelming aura of power. This man, renowned as the strongest magic caster among humanity, found himself kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Oh God, you are indeed of the 10th tier. I beseech you, grant me your teachings. I yearn to glimpse the depths of magic." The armored skeletal king regarded the mightiest sorcerer of the empire with an inscrutable expression. "What can you offer as payment?" "Everything." Without a moment's hesitation, Fluto Parati bowed his head even lower. "I am willing to pay any price for you, O Lord of the Abyss. O Profound One." Chapter 31. For my supreme power. A cheer. Having uttered these words, Fluto Parati finally lifted his gaze, anxiously observing this formidable being. He was indeed prepared to sacrifice everything to become stronger. After all, in his quest for greater power, he had once betrayed even the blood of his beloved grandson. Endowed with innate abilities, he could sense that the skeletal king possessed the capacity to wield magic of the 10th tier. He had already come to regard the skeletal king as his master in the realm of magic. The skeletal king stepped closer, extending a large hand toward his head. In that moment, Fluto Parati lowered his head even further. The formidable necromancer, capable of rivaling one of the 13 heroes and hailed as the mightiest guardian of the empire, has succumbed. The scene shifts once more. The once expansive Kaz Plain is now populated by countless soldiers. This is precisely the formidable army of 70,000 led by the noble Marquis from the kingdom's left wing. At this moment, the morale of the entire kingdom's legion is exceptionally high. Capturing the Bone King is an effortless task. In my opinion, there is no need for 70,000 troops. 50 or even 30,000 would suffice. I truly cannot comprehend what is there to fear from a mere Bone King. The nobles within the kingdom's tent are fervently animated, clearly dismissing the confrontation with the Bone King. To them, the outcome of this war appears overwhelmingly obvious. The Bone King stands no chance against them. Gajeev, positioned above the multitude, is adorned with 4 treasured artifacts passed down through generations of the kingdom, and he wields a magical ring bestowed by one of the 13 heroes, capable of enhancing his abilities. He is, without a doubt, fully equipped and in peak condition. For a battle that seems utterly incomparable, he is brimming with confidence. However, at that very moment, the gates of the kingdom open. Hundreds of Death Knights and Soul Eaters emerge in formation from within the city walls. Upon witnessing these terrifying demons, the accompanying high-ranking knights and soldiers tremble in fear. Several steeds are so frightened that they collapse to the ground. At the rear, the Bone King, cloaked and obscured in visage, strides forth. At this moment, both the Death Knights and the Soul Eaters obediently part to clear a path for the Bone King. As he advances, the aura of superior magic permeates the surroundings. Even Mare and Nimble, positioned beside the Bone King, cannot help but take a step back. With their current levels, they are utterly incapable of withstanding such overwhelming magic. At this juncture, Gajeev and the noble cohort are rendered speechless by this bizarre formation. What on earth is this? What are these entities? The previous scorn has long since evaporated, though the battle has yet to commence. A glimmer of despair begins to swell within their hearts. They are merely a group of ordinary soldiers, confronted at the outset by an unknown, yet evidently formidable magic. The formidable Gajeev did not indulge in overthinking, despite an undercurrent of unease. He raised his long sword and bellowed, "Soldiers, advance!" With that command, 70,000 soldiers surged forth, their target being the enemy's skeletal king. The sheer number of troops was indeed staggering. Their movement sent tremors through the ground. Even though they were aware of their own formidable Death Knights and the enigmatic powers of the skeletal king, fear crept into the hearts of some soldiers. The skeletal king, however, remained unfazed. He was aware that many would perish, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Looking down at the summoning artifact in his grasp, he murmured softly, "You wish to unleash the most potent magic to herald the dawn of war, while I too am eager to witness the effects of this spell." With that, the skeletal king shattered the artifact and, arms outstretched, roared, a tribute to the Dark Mother. As waves of black light radiated outward from the skeletal king, the soldiers, who had been charging valiantly, collapsed to the ground. Even some of the powerful commanders could only endure for a fleeting second before they, along with their steeds, fell lifelessly to the earth. Thus, the first wave of soldiers met an untimely demise. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. The nobles, who had previously strategized confidently, now found themselves slumped on the ground, their faces etched with unending terror. It dawned upon them the magnitude of the monstrous entity they had provoked. Yet, the skeletal king remained indifferent to their dread. This is the essence of war. However, noticing the trembling of Nimber beside him, the Bone King gently inquired, "What troubles you, Lord Nimber?" Nimber swiftly turned to face the Bone King, his expression a mix of panic and a hint of ingratiation. "Oh, it's nothing. This is truly an astonishing spell. I simply did not anticipate that such magic could instantaneously slay 70,000. As he spoke, Nimber could not help but swallow hard. The Bone King chuckled softly. "This spell is far from over. Do stay tuned." "What? Not over?" Nimber stood there, stunned. Soon, his pupils reflected a series of enormous black orbs. These spheres hovered in the air, rapidly transforming into pools of black liquid. The dark liquid enveloped the corpses scattered across the plain, and in an instant, 5 black goat kids emerged. This marks the first occasion on which the Bone King has summoned such a multitude of young black goats. These black goatlings are born as relentless machines of slaughter. From the moment of their arrival into this world, they commence their hunt for the surrounding living soldiers, mercilessly exterminating them. Realizing that combat is futile, the soldiers abandon their armor and flee in despair. Gazing upon his handiwork, the Bone King radiates satisfaction. Cheers erupt around him. At last, the Bone King reveals his visage, extending his arms as his arrogant voice resonates through the air. "For my supreme power." Cheers resound. Nimber's complexion pales, caught in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Mare displays a look of admiration, clapping his hands in awe. Lord Ains is truly formidable. Lord Ains is incredibly powerful. Nearby, the soldiers fall into a hushed silence, yet their hands betray them as they applaud the Bone King fervently. Little brother, what is this superior magic? Looking up, the Bone King is undeniably impressive. However, the sight of him engaging in a battle of wits with the air is equally hilarious. Ha ha ha. Who could possibly stand against the Bone King, who possesses the pinnacle equipment of late game with a staggering 41 pieces? Although I am not a fan of the Bone King, he certainly knows how to display his prowess. The Bone King's strength is not without reason, primarily for 2 points. First, according to the law that squinty-eyed beings are all monsters, one merely needs to observe the Bone King, who lacks even eyes. Second, it is evident that bald individuals possess an inherent buff, and the Bone King is not only bald but devoid of scalp as well. To the one above, I suspect you are maligning my esteemed hero. If even the Bone King ranks second, who could possibly be the first? Is it Saitama? Or my beloved Kageyama Shigeo? Surely the first place belongs to Sakamoto. My brother Sakamoto exists solely to flaunt his superiority. In the world of One Punch Man, observing the skeletal figure on the screen, Saitama maintains his ever-serious demeanor. If one could overlook the haphazard art style, Chapter 32 unfolds. Both of you are skeletons. Your powers should be roughly equal, right? Fortunately, such bizarre beings do not exist on Blue Star, for that would be utterly terrifying. Saitama analyzes the situation earnestly. Over the years, he has encountered numerous powerful heroes and monsters, yet those pretentious individuals displayed on the screen are truly unprecedented. The chilling notion of a supervillain capable of annihilating tens of thousands, of eradicating an entire world, sends shivers down the spine. In a fleeting moment, Saitama contemplates the relative safety of their world. Help! There's a monster. How terrifying! The sudden outcry jolts him from his thoughts. Following the commotion, he observes a throng of panicked residents fleeing in terror. Without hesitation, Saitama leaps from the rooftop, landing directly before the creature. With a single, decisive punch, he dispatches the beast. Gazing at the lifeless form before him, he absent-mindedly scratches his disheveled head. Though Blue Star is not entirely secure, he reassures himself that he is there to protect it. In the world of One Piece, the presence of formidable beings looms large. Witnessing Bone King effortlessly obliterate an entire legion, the Straw Hat crew gasps in awe. Is this the essence of superior magic? It appears astonishingly potent. If I could wield such magic, becoming the Pirate King, or even one of the 4 emperors, would surely be a mere formality. Yet, they admonish themselves not to dwell on such fantasies, recognizing the improbability of magic's existence in this world. Do you think magic fruits truly exist? Who can say? As the crew's fascination with this so-called magic grows, Zoro scoffs dismissively, raising his weapon high. His voice, though soft, resonates with unwavering conviction. I shall always place my faith in my sword. The others do not contest his statement. Even without the aid of a devil fruit, Zoro's prowess is indisputable. Suddenly, a thought strikes them, and the entire Straw Hat crew turns their gaze toward Brook. What's going on with you lot? Brook inquires, bemused. Luffy, brimming with curiosity, poses a question. Brook, both of you are skeletons. If we compare strength, shouldn't it be fairly even? Brook looks at Luffy as if he were simple-minded. Haha. I feel it's about the same. Show me your magic. Get lost. In a magnificent palace for emperors, each possessing absolute authority in the pirate realm, sit regally upon their thrones. Magic? How intriguing. One exclaims. A single use of superior magic could eliminate 70,000 soldiers. If our world were blessed with such power, it might have united long ago. While such potent magic may be mere fantasy, some effects of devil fruits seem to closely resemble it. Oh, Big MOM. Have you encountered magic? I recall your soul fruit can be used for sacrifices. Might it not be similar to this magic? There remains a certain disparity. My abilities are reliant on the powers bestowed by the devil fruit, whereas the skeletal king on the luminous screen evidently employs his inherent capabilities to summon magic. It is fortunate that his magic is not overwhelmingly potent, for otherwise, the seas would be beset by a deluge of blood and chaos. The 4 emperors appear to engage in light-hearted banter, yet beneath the surface, a tumultuous undercurrent brews. They have already dispatched agents to seek out those gifted with magical prowess, or to locate devil fruits that can unleash magic. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Vegeta, having expended considerable energy, repeatedly grinds Frieza's head into the earth, panting heavily. Although he has managed to vanquish Frieza, he finds himself devoid of strength at this juncture. Raising his gaze to the skeletal king on the screen, Vegeta's expression darkens. Why is this individual ranked second? For the Scions, slaughter is an instinct woven into their very nature. This fiercely combatant race relies on the skill of annihilating all living beings on planets, subsequently packaging and selling them to wealthy merchants from other worlds. Even an ordinary Scion possesses the capability to obliterate an entire planet, let alone this Scion prince. From his infancy, he has eradicated numerous formidable planets. By the time he arrived at Blue Planet, the races and worlds that had perished at his hands were countless. The lives he held in his grasp were beyond reckoning. Therefore, the Bone King's act of slaughtering 70,000 with his transcendent magic was merely child's play for Vegeta. After all, in his early days, he could undoubtedly have slain these individuals. Thus, Vegeta was filled with indignation. Why should such an entity rank higher than him? Is it merely due to his ostentation? Is his entire being merely a collection of bones? This ranking cannot be a measure of true prowess. It is a display of arrogance. The Bone King's demeanor appeared even more pretentious than Vegeta's. Goku's words struck a chord with Vegeta, illuminating the truth. Indeed, this is a hierarchy of pretense, not strength. Regaining some confidence, Vegeta clenched his fists with fervor. If there were a ranking based on strength, he would undoubtedly secure the first or second position. He might concede the top spot to Kakarot, for this fellow is indeed a monster. If my subordinates can rank second, then I must be first. The mocking voice of Frieza beneath him caused Vegeta's defenses to shatter once more. You dare repeat that? He challenged. Despite his battered visage, Frieza continued to feign ignorance with a smirk. Gripping Frieza's neck, Vegeta teetered on the brink of madness. I will kill you. I will kill you. A defeated foe, who fears whom? Their battle reignited once again. In the world of Gintama. A glance at the Bone King striking a victorious pose elicited a cold chuckle from Sakata Jintoki. Although this individual was indeed impressive, he paled in comparison to my status as the number one. Beside him, Kagura and Shinpachi were too exhausted to comment. Jintoki. How many times must I say that the comment reads Sakamoto, not Sakata? Exactly. One typo might be forgivable, but surely not every single one. Sakata Jintoki scoffed once more. It must all be a mistake. I don't care. I am the number one. Welcome to the classroom of supremacy. With his gaze fixed intently on the mass of bones displayed on the screen, Ayanokuji Kiyotaka's usually expressionless face finally broke into a subtle smile. How intriguing, truly fascinating. If even these powerful beings can only attain second or third place, how formidable must the first be? The world outside is indeed fascinating. As though one were to gaze upon it. Suddenly, the expression of Kiyotaka Ayanokuji turned somewhat melancholic. How wonderful it would be if he could reside in the same realm as these formidable individuals. With his intellect, he would undoubtedly stir up a tempest in another world. Chapter 33, Why Am I Not the First? In the Realm of Overlord. As he gazed upon the grand spectacle of the Bone King's ostentation displayed on the luminous screen, his subordinates beside him could not contain their joy. Applauding the Bone King seated upon the throne. Shall tear blood fallen. Lord Ains is truly remarkable, so incredibly handsome. Orabella Fiora. Lord Ains is invincible. Following you is the greatest fortune of my life. Orabella Fiora. This is the unparalleled being whom we follow. The sole invincible existence in this world. In the end, several subordinates knelt upon the ground, their faces brimming with loyalty as they proclaimed, Wherever Lord Ains is, there I shall be. I am one who serves the Supreme One. I pledge unwavering loyalty to the Supreme One. The bone of the Sin domain shall reign as king. This is a passage they encountered in the comments. Although the reason for the multitude of fervent admirers of the Skeletal King remains unclear, the phrase undeniably exudes a certain charm, thus it has been etched into their memories. In the current context, uttering this statement is most fitting. The king they revere has ascended to the lofty ranks of the pretentious list, a source of pride for them. Every moment captured of Lord Ains is strikingly handsome. No, Lord Ains is perpetually magnificent. Albedo's eyes sparkled with pink hearts as she fixated on the expressionless Skeletal King seated upon his throne. Oh, how she yearned to unite with Lord Ains. Her greedy demeanor suggested a desire to overcome the Skeletal King. Unable to contain herself, she pressed her hand against her heart and took deliberate steps toward Ains. Seizing the day, on this joyous occasion of the Skeletal King's ranking, she resolved to pursue a union with him. With such thoughts, Albedo found herself quickening her pace. However, at that very moment, the voice of the Skeletal King resonated in the ears of the assembled crowd. Why? Sensing the disappointment in his words, Albedo's adoration and longing dissipated instantly. With a serious expression, she inquired, Lord Ains, What are you saying? Fixing his gaze upon his own image on the illuminated screen. The skeletal king pondered for a moment, ultimately speaking with a hint of dismay. Why am I not in first place? Is the one who ranks first cheating? Upon hearing this, his subordinates were momentarily stunned. Yet, in an instant, their expressions shifted from joy to fury. Indeed, why is Lord Ains not in first place? This ranking must be erroneous. Lord Ains is the eternal champion. He is the embodiment of invincibility. This screen is spouting nonsense. Lord Ains. Shall we send subordinates to obliterate this screen? How dare it fail to place Lord Ains in the top position? This screen has no reason to exist. That won't be necessary. In contrast to the fury of his subordinates, the skeletal king remained largely unfazed. If he had wanted to destroy the screens, he would have done so long ago. As a man capable of outsmarting the very air around him, he would not overlook any matter that posed a disadvantage. However, the screen's sudden appearance and his inability to destroy it led him to keep it, as it provided a means to alleviate his boredom. Noticing Albedo had approached him, the skeletal king waved his hand, drawing her into his embrace. Ignoring her flushed visage, he redirected his attention to the luminous screen. Indeed, he was also curious to see who could possibly rank above him. In her embrace, Albedo blushed, feeling the magnificence of the Bone King. Swallowing hard, she stammered. In my eyes, Lord Ains is forever the strongest. Around her, the subordinates knelt once more, exclaiming in unison, Lord Ains is the strongest in the world. Lord Ains is eternally invincible. As the realms awaited the revelation of the first place, another question appeared on the luminous screen. Inquiry. Who do you believe is the most pretentious, a superhuman or an ordinary human? A. Superhuman. B. Ordinary human. Correct answers would yield rewards, while incorrect ones would incur penalties. In the world of Overlord, such a foolish question seemed to be an obvious opportunity for rewards. A flicker of disdain crossed Albedo's eyes, echoed by her subordinates who nodded in agreement. In this magical realm, ordinary humans, or commoners, were considered the lowest of beings. Even a single first-tier spell could claim numerous lives. Just moments prior, the screen had displayed the Bone King employing a superior spell to eliminate 70,000 soldiers. Thus, the consensus among the crowd was that a being more pretentious than the Bone King could not possibly be an ordinary human. Only superhumans could achieve such astounding displays of arrogance. As Albedo and the others prepared to select superhuman, the Bone King's voice resounded once more. No, that's not right. The subordinates ceased their choices and turned to face the Bone King. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, everyone choose B. Leading by example, he opted for B himself. The crowd was left in bewilderment. Although puzzled, none dared to question the Bone King's choice of an ordinary human. They simply followed his will, all selecting B. In their eyes, every action of the Bone King was imbued with reason. Whatever Lord Ains directed them to choose, they would choose. Even if they were wrong and faced punishment, it mattered not. Their only concern was to please Lord Ains. In the realm of One Piece, the question arose, which option should we choose? Luffy looked towards the crew. Disliking the exertion of thought, he found such decision-making tedious. In response, nearly all members of the Straw Hat crew exclaimed in unison, of course, we choose A. What can ordinary humans do? In this world, ordinary humans can't even manage a small pirate crew. Though we were once ordinary humans, after consuming the devil fruit, we have become superhumans. Thus, selecting A is only right. Only Zoro remained silent. Noticing Zoro's unusual demeanor, Luffy chose not to speak either, instead fixating his gaze upon him. After a brief moment, Zoro, having made his choice, rose to continue his training. Faced with the incredulity of his companions, Zoro casually remarked, I have faith in my own strength. He was indifferent to others' opinions, for at least he had yet to utilize the powers of the devil fruit, remaining an ordinary human for the time being. Then I shall select the same option as you. Luffy laughed heartily, mirroring Zoro's choice of B. The other crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates exchanged glances. In the realm of Dragon Ball, despite the ongoing fierce battle, both Vegeta and Frieza unambiguously opted for superpowers. After a moment's contemplation, Goku also chose to embrace such abilities. In this world where strength reigns supreme, ordinary individuals can only look up in awe. To say the least, the three of them were far from ordinary humans. Thus, they held unwavering conviction in their answers. When it comes to posturing, how could an ordinary person ever stand a chance against a superpowered being? In the world of Gintama, the instant the options were presented, Kagura and Shinpachi decisively chose superpowers. As an alien, Kagura stood confidently, while Shinpachi found her immense strength rather ostentatious. Meanwhile, Sakata Jintoki fell into deep contemplation. Although he could perform countless astonishing feats, he still considered himself an ordinary person. Yet, as a man of the samurai code who could also perceive spirits, did that truly make him an ordinary individual? Jintoki's hesitation left the other two speechless. Chapter 34. Yet I firmly believe that human determination can prevail over destiny. What is there to hesitate about? The first place will undoubtedly be claimed by a superpowered being. Jintoki, stop daydreaming. I've told you countless times, they didn't mention your name. Exactly. The spellings of Sakamoto and Sakata are different. How can you lie with your eyes wide open? Join us in choosing superpowers. Don't you wish to avoid witnessing another fat man indulging in sweets before your eyes? At this, Jintoki recalled the punishment for his previous incorrect choice. His consequence had been to fall into an illusion, rendered powerless and lying aside. While a large man sat before him, extravagantly showcasing an array of delectable sweets, and even sipping strawberry milk. Damn it, utterly cursed, consumed by agitation. He had to endure watching that individual for half an hour, a scene that was as horrifying as it was grotesque. Now, whenever he encountered a person of ample stature, he could hardly resist the urge to throw a couple of punches. Shinpachi Shimura's words left Jintoki Sakata in a state of hesitation. He understood that those endowed with supernatural abilities were bound to exhibit a certain pretentiousness compared to ordinary individuals. If all went as expected, the answer should indeed point towards superhumans. Yet, the conundrum lay in the fact that he did not consider himself a superhuman. It would be absurd to assert such a claim for the sake of a single answer. Moreover, choosing that option would render the answer inaccurate. After all, he was merely an ordinary person. Indeed, to this day, Jintoki Sakata was under the impression that the so-called pretentious big shot everyone spoke of was none other than himself. He felt no sense of dissonance whatsoever. He was, without a doubt, the epitome of pretentiousness. At that moment, Jintoki began to grasp why they adopted a comedic approach. In comedies, the contrast of pretentiousness is far more pronounced. Here was a character ostensibly comedic, yet possessing formidable strength. Jintoki is so handsome, and I adore him. Thoughts of admiration from his young female fans flooded his mind. The more he pondered, the brighter his eyes shone. No longer hesitating, he decisively chose B. Ordinary human. How infuriating. Kagura and Shinpachi collapsed to the ground, convulsing. In the end, he opted for B. After all that persuasion. Welcome to the classroom of meritocracy. The option presented was astonishing. Akiyuki Kiyotaka fixed his gaze intently on the choices displayed on the screen. And soon an almost unfathomable thought surged into his mind. The top choice is an ordinary person. Since this idea took root, Akiyuki Kiyotaka's eyes sparkled with increasing clarity. Yes, precisely. If the correct answer were not an ordinary person, then the question itself would be devoid of meaning. Without a moment's hesitation, he too selected B, ordinary human. As an exceptionally intelligent academic, he firmly believed that the question displayed on the screen was not merely a giveaway. Take, for instance, the previous inquiry regarding Saitama. Though he had never encountered characters from myriad realms, Akiyuki Kiyotaka was certain that a staggering 99% would mischoose. Do not question him as to why. Simply put, he had erred as well. However, this time, Akiyuki Kiyotaka was resolute in ensuring he would not falter again. As for the reason behind his excitement, it was not merely the anticipation of discovering who would claim the title of the ultimate show-off. Rather, the singular source of exhilaration for Ayanakuji Kiyotaka lay in the realization that even ordinary individuals could achieve the pinnacle of pretense. If others could attain such heights, he too was no exception. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. Many arrangements were already in place around him. He simply required a catalyst to ensnare his goals. Accomplishing these significant feats would ensure that he would not lack for spectacular displays of bravado. Ayanakuji Kiyotaka had begun to eagerly anticipate the next show-off ranking, confident that he would secure a commendable position. In the realm of fate, upon glancing at the second option, Gilgamesh's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. What a trivial choice. It was evidently designed to gift me points. Like most superhumans, he decisively opted for A, that is, the superhuman. Quickly reveal who the first place is. I can hardly contain my eagerness. A fleeting bloodthirst crossed his face as Gilgamesh sneered. If you and I inhabited the same planet, I would undoubtedly pay you a visit. In the universe of One Punch Man, gazing at the question displayed on the screen, the haphazard artistry of the egghead appeared even more disheveled. Which option should I choose? Which one indeed? It's akin to purchasing two discounted items of similar value, and Saitama found himself ensnared in indecision. A myriad of formidable S-class heroes flashed through his mind, prompting him to nod slightly. Superhumans are undeniably impressive. The few superheroes he knew were all superhumans. Moreover, the second, third, and fourth ranks on this list were all superhumans. The first place, without a doubt, should also belong to a superhuman. However, as he contemplated his own extraordinary abilities, Saitama hesitated. Shouldn't I still be considered an ordinary person? He mused, touching his bald head. As an ordinary individual, his current strength was a result of diligent training, not hair, cough cough. I suppose I should trust in myself. Saitama chose B, representing ordinary humans like himself. In the Survey Corps of Attack on Titan, a group of soldiers engaged in hushed conversation. Which option are you considering? A superhuman or an ordinary person? It must be the superhuman. How could an ordinary person possibly outshine a superhuman? Not necessarily. Our combat capabilities as ordinary individuals are formidable as well. But can you single-handedly slay a Titan? How could that even be possible? Then why not choose A? Titans are akin to superhumans, engaged in one-on-one combat. How could we possibly stand against a Titan? Your reasoning is quite persuasive. I shall choose A as well. What rewards can this peculiar entity offer us? If it could provide us with a few secret weapons capable of vanquishing giants, that would be splendid. You are merely daydreaming. After witnessing the cataclysmic power of the superhumans, approximately 90 out of 1,000 soldiers opted for the extraordinary beings. Only a handful of skeptical soldiers chose to remain with ordinary humanity. Mikasa Ackerman approached Eren Yeager. Which will you choose, the superhuman? No. Gazing upward at the azure sky. A unique glimmer flickered in Eren Yeager's eyes. Though the superhumans possess immense strength, I have always believed that humanity can triumph over adversity. Perhaps having never seen this side of her childhood friend, Mikasa Ackerman found herself momentarily entranced. After a brief pause, a subtle smile graced her lips. Then I have my answer as well. The list of pretentious individuals is about to be unveiled. Before that, the host inquires if anyone has a special someone in mind. I possess an exceptional app suited for finding partners, with charming girls, elegant women, handsome men, and adorable boys. All imaginable options are available. Chapter 35, A Perfectionist High School Student. Ahem, the list of pretentious individuals. Seemingly sensing the audience's discontent, the screen swiftly transitioned to the main topic. Sakamoto. From the anime, I am Sakamoto. How may I assist you? In both appearance and demeanor, he embodies the essence of a flawless high school student. You can never anticipate how he will display his grandeur in the next moment. The epitome of youthful flamboyance lies in his very existence. In his anime realm, girls can only scream in admiration, while boys are relegated to being his underlings. He is perpetually captivating, effortlessly drawing attention. Whenever he faces scheming traps or any challenges, he elegantly resolves them with ease. His every gesture flows like water, each movement radiating brilliance. While other anime protagonists may exhibit pretentiousness as a mere side note, Sakamoto's very being is a celebration of extreme flamboyance. Do you dare to challenge his ostentation? Suddenly, the scene revealed a dashing student clad entirely in black clothes, black shoes, even black hair and glasses. Sensing the gaze upon him, this paragon adjusted his glasses, intently engrossed in the book he held. Sharp eyes, perfection. Facial features, perfection. Body posture, perfection. Steady breathing, perfection. In every respect, he is a high school student perpetually in a state of flawlessness. Ah, indeed. It is no surprise that the top spot belongs to me, Sakamoto. Truly deserving of the title of the generation's ultimate pretentious figure, Sakamoto is simply too dashing. The enigmatic, reserved senior. I truly can. The deity of the two-dimensional realm is truly magnificent. He has remarkably brought to life my most beloved anime character. Whether in animation or in comics, this man exudes unparalleled charm. Oh, family, who truly understands? The pose of adjusting his glasses is simply breathtaking. This is the epitome of perfection and manhood. Sakamoto, crafted solely for the purpose of ostentation. The influx of comments on the screen surges at a velocity akin to light. Every minute and every second witnesses a continuous escalation. Much like the fervent admirers of Bone King, Sakamoto also boasts a plethora of passionate fans. This anime is, in fact, rather obscure in its country of origin, almost entirely unnoticed. However, it has garnered a substantial audience in another nation, thanks to a fervent fanbase. This anime eventually ascended to great popularity. In contrast to the exuberance of the devoted otaku, the myriad characters from various realms appear somewhat bewildered. In the world of fate, the astonishment is palpable. What is this? The first place is merely an ordinary human? Gilgamesh, with an exquisite visage twisted in disbelief, obliterates the valuable furniture before him with a mere swipe. This ranking is undoubtedly fraudulent. This king refuses to accept it. How can a mere commoner rank higher than I? His fury simmers as he grapples with the indignation of being overshadowed by an ordinary individual. Were it not for the awareness that he could not dismantle the barrier of light, he would have unleashed his wrath by now. If this bizarre display were to continue, it could very well incite turmoil in his kingdom. In the world of One Piece, the revelation that the top rank belongs to an ordinary person is equally shocking. This individual appears to be nothing more than a student. How could his pretense of superiority ever compare to that of Shanks? An ordinary student, devoid of extraordinary abilities, could not possibly surpass the likes of formidable beings. Surely, this ranking must be a fabrication. Shanks, taken aback by the unexpected situation, responds with a hint of intrigue upon being questioned. The fact that someone has secured the first position must indicate they possess unique qualities. The onlookers continue to scrutinize the details, anticipating that answers will soon emerge. The other three emperors, however, remain skeptical, retracting their earlier commands. The potential upheaval that nearly stirred the pirate world dissipates in an instant. To the three emperors, this ostentatious ranking is evidently a spurious list, hardly worthy of consideration. Even Shanks, one of the four emperors, can only claim the third position, while the Bone King, who obliterated 70,000 soldiers with a single transcendent spell, is relegated to second place. How can the top rank possibly belong to an ordinary student devoid of any abilities? This ranking is utterly fraudulent. In the realm of Dragon Ball, I refuse to accept such a dubious list. The audacity to claim that the top contender is merely an ordinary human leaves me disinterested. Behold, Vegeta instantly loosens his grip on Frieza. Both fighters, having nearly exhausted their energy, bend over, gasping for breath. Yet, after a brief respite, Frieza transforms back into his golden Frieza form, glaring furiously at Vegeta. You say you won't fight? What do you take me for? Frieza charges forward with ferocity. Vegeta's expression shifts, but he ultimately refrains from retorting. Silently, he transitions into Super Saiyan Blue, re-engaging in combat with Frieza. Goku, observing from the sidelines, feels a spark of interest and begins to stretch. Watching you two brawl makes my hands itch. Why not let me join the fray? Upon hearing this, the two warriors, who had vowed to fight to the bitter end, suddenly cease their skirmish and embrace each other, chuckling at Goku's enthusiasm. No more fighting. We're just having fun. Goku, now in Super Saiyan Blue form, exclaims, "Welcome to the classroom of supremacy." The rare sound of laughter escapes Ayanakuji Kiyotaka. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. And indeed it is. His gaze fixated on Sakata displayed on the screen, he murmurs, I wonder what merits this individual possesses to receive such high acclaim. He seems merely to be a diligent and earnest student. What qualifies him to claim the top position? In Attack on Titan, a frustrated voice cries, I can't believe I made the wrong choice. What right does a high school student have to be crowned the best? Another chimes in, exactly. This high schooler would probably soil himself at the sight of a Titan. Uncertainty looms regarding the impending punishment. I hope it isn't another bout of weakness. My wife is already starting to question me. Laughter ensues as Eren Yeager turns to Mikasa. It seems we made the right choice. Mikasa smiles in agreement. Yes, we did. I wonder what peculiar reward this strange object will offer us. It would be splendid if it were a powerful weapon against Titans. Eren chuckles. I have a feeling this screen is extraordinary. Perhaps it will aid us in confronting the Titans. However, Mikasa remains skeptical. In this world, aside from oneself, nothing is truly reliable. Alan did not refute. If miracles truly exist in this world, then they are the ones crafted by the hands of these soldiers. Confronted by formidable giants, God did not lend them a helping hand. Chapter 36. If you don't mind, may I squeeze in alongside you in the world of Gintama? Hey, look. The first place goes to this high school student, Sakamoto, not to you, the elder Sakata. Indeed. Brother, you should face reality. They referred to Sakamoto from Inazuma Sakamoto. How may I help you? Rather than the diabetic Sakata Jintoki from Gintama. Pointing at Sakamoto on the luminous screen, Kagura and Shinpachi turned their gazes back to Sakata Jintoki, hoping he would regain his senses. Ever since this pretentious ranking appeared, he had been striking all sorts of bizarre poses, causing unease in the two. With the reigning pretender now revealed, they believed Sakata Jintoki would no longer entertain his own delusions. However, reality proved their thoughts to be overly simplistic. In response to their advice, Sakata Jintoki closed his eyes and smiled confidently. If the screen can display erroneous segments, then it is utterly unreliable. Everyone is clearly supporting me. Sakata Jintoki. How could it possibly be Sakamoto? Kagura and Shinpachi seized Sakata Jintoki by the neck, twisting him towards the screen. With one hand pointing at the high school student Sakamoto, Shinpachi spoke with exasperation. Can't you see that Sakamoto is from Inazuma Sakamoto? How may I help you? We're not from the same world. He is clad entirely in a black school uniform, wearing glasses. What relevance does he have to you, Sakata Jintoki? Shaking off Shinpachi's hand, Sakata Jintoki smiled even more confidently. Isn't our world Inazuma Sakamoto? How may I help you? What? Shinpachi looked at Sakata Jintoki as if he were observing a fool. Sakata Jintoki's smile widened. You claim we are in the world of Gintama, but who created it? Who acknowledged it? I refuse to accept that. I declare this to be the world of Inazuma Sakamoto. How may I help you? As he spoke, Sakata Jintoki produced a pair of black glasses from his pocket and donned them, then retrieved a full set of night attire from the side. Once more, he struck a pose. From this moment forth, I shall be known as Sakamoto Jintoki. Any objections? None at all. Kagura and Shinpachi exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. This fellow has begun to doubt the reality before him, spiraling into delusion. Surely, this won't end well for him? As long as one is alive. The issue should not be insurmountable. Let us proceed in this manner. Amidst the confusion of characters from myriad realms pondering why an ordinary high school student, Sakamoto, holds the first position, the screen has commenced displaying snippets of Sakamoto's daily life. Indeed, it is precisely his daily life being showcased. Sakamoto, perpetually exuding an air of superiority, has inadvertently transformed even the most mundane moments into iconic scenes. In one notable scene, 3 menacing delinquents linger behind the door of Class 2, Year 1. One delinquent presses a piece of chalk against the sliding door, while another peers through the window, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their target. He's coming, he's coming. Everyone, brace yourselves, they whisper excitedly. Witnessing the nefarious antics of the delinquents, a nearby girl can no longer contain herself and interjects, "You really shouldn't behave this way. What kind of prank is this? We're merely having a bit of fun with him." One of the delinquents retorts dismissively, interrupting her. "What is it to you? Do you wish to join in the fun?" The girl, her gaze evasive, replies, "Please, keep quiet. Yes, here." The 3 delinquents immediately straighten up, anticipation etched on their faces. Although they have yet to see the individual, they can already envision the embarrassment he will undoubtedly suffer. The thought alone brings them a sense of delight, for that fellow is perpetually posturing. Moments later, the classroom door swings open. The chalk, adhering strictly to Newton's laws, descends rapidly. Such an unexpected assault is difficult for an average person to evade. Just as the 3 prepare to applaud, the man before them raises a hand and, with a deft motion, catches the plummeting chalk with ease. Displaying remarkable composure, he even strikes a pose. The delinquents stand agape in disbelief, while Sakamoto nonchalantly places the chalk on the desk, turning to address his classmates. "Good morning, everyone." "Ah, he is so incredibly cool," they exclaim in unison. "Good morning, Sakamoto." "He actually caught it. Brilliantly done." This is the prowess of Sakamoto. His classmates lavish praise upon him, their admiration tinted by an overwhelming filter of infatuation. With each glance, Sakamoto appears increasingly dashing to them. Yet, he remains unfazed, calmly settling into his seat. As the bell rings, signaling the end of class, the 3 delinquents, with sly grins, follow Sakamoto as he exits the classroom. Upon seeing him enter the restroom, one delinquent gestures toward the nearby sink. Understanding the cue, his companion quickly retrieves a bucket of water. "Let us go." With a vigorous splash directed at the air above the restroom, the trio of ruffians erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Please, do take a shower. You needn't thank me," one remarked, envisioning the unfortunate soul now in a state of utter disarray. He would likely return home in tears, compelled to change his attire. "Ha ha ha. Let us depart." As the ruffians exited, Sakamoto, concealed within the restroom, propped his umbrella and uttered but a single phrase. The torrential rain accompanied by thunder descended suddenly, the wind picking up ferociously. Just as the 3 ruffians had exited, they caught sight of Sakamoto approaching them under his umbrella. The ruffians stood momentarily stunned. "Huh? How could this be? Why on earth is he carrying an umbrella to the restroom?" Sakamoto chose to disregard their astonishment and strode past them with determination. Enraged and humiliated, the ruffians seethed. "So you look down on us, do you? Just wait. We'll make you cry on your way home." The school bell soon rang, summoning Sakamoto back to the classroom. Upon reaching his familiar spot, he was met with confusion. His desk and chair were conspicuously absent. Nearby, the ruffians wore smug grins, reveling in the fact that Sakamoto's belongings had been unceremoniously discarded downstairs. Now, let's see how you handle this. Will you awkwardly go downstairs to retrieve the desks and chairs, or will you return home in tears, feeling wronged? The thought of embarrassing Sakamoto only amplifies the smiles of the three. At this moment, the teacher enters the classroom. What is the matter, Sakamoto? Noticing the emptiness before Sakamoto, the teacher wears a puzzled expression. Where have your desks and chairs gone? Before Sakamoto could respond, a nearby girl shyly interjects, Sakamoto, if you don't mind, you can squeeze in with me. A classmate in the front left also offers half of her seat. You can sit with me. The feng shui here is excellent. Come sit here, come sit here. Chapter 37, Secret Technique. Repeated lateral jump. Sakamoto, come sit with me. I take up less space. My spot is great too. Sit with me. In no time, the girls are in a frenzy. The boys nearby cast envious and resentful glances. Even the trio who initiated the prank did not anticipate this turn of events. However, at that moment, Sakamoto simply opened the window. There is no need to trouble you all. The dazzling sunlight streamed into the classroom, blinding everyone momentarily. When their vision cleared, they found Sakamoto perched on the windowsill. One hand held a book while the other adjusted his glasses. With a calm demeanor, Sakamoto stated, "It is sufficient for me to sit alone by the window." As a gentle breeze swept through, it tousled Sakamoto's hair and scattered the cherry blossoms from outside. Petals cascaded gracefully behind him, transforming the scene into a picturesque backdrop. The world itself seemed to pale in comparison. The aura surrounding Sakamoto deepened in the eyes of the onlookers. Ah, Sakamoto is truly so handsome. How can he be so dashing? I really like him. Sakamoto, please teach me how to be cool. Even some boys were exclaiming in admiration of Sakamoto's charm. The three troublemakers suddenly felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They were on the verge of breaking down. Damn it, this guy is showing off again. In a corner of the hallway, the three troublemakers puffed on cigarettes, their expressions filled with frustration. This is unbearable. I have never felt so speechless in my life. Which school does this guy even come from? I've never seen such an impressive presence. I really want to teach him a lesson. I can't stand it. In response to his companion's complaints, the leader of the trio took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly replied, "How about we get serious? Let us teach him a thing or two about respect." Two ruffians exchanged knowing nods. Soon, a boy rushed into the classroom, visibly flustered. Inside, only one student remained, diligently wiping down his desk. "The teacher asked me to inform you to retrieve some equipment from the supply room for tomorrow," he said. "All right," Sakamoto replied. And after tidying the desks and chairs, he made his way to the supply room. Sakamoto knocked on the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" Before he could finish his sentence, the door swung open, and a man yanked him inside the supply room. Caught off guard, Sakamoto's glasses fell to the floor as the door was slammed shut. The force of the closure knocked over a nearby broom, which wedged itself against the sliding door. Inside the supply room, three ruffians loomed over the fallen Sakamoto, their demeanor brimming with arrogance. "Finally caught this guy. Let us give him 100 punches to the face. I can't stand such a pretentious person any longer." "No need to rush. He is already in our grasp," one of them retorted, gesturing towards some reagents. "Bring those over. I'll give him a proper chemistry lesson today." The stout ruffian suggested, "Why not strip him of his clothes and send risque photos to all the girls in class? Let us see if any of them still have a crush on him." It's settled then. The other two ruffians were visibly excited. The one standing over Sakamoto grinned as he prepared to remove Sakamoto's clothing. "Enjoy it while you can, Sakamoto. Soon you'll be infamous in school. Who knows? You might even attract someone who likes this sort of thing." In response, Sakamoto quietly said, "Please don't touch me." The ruffians dismissed his plea. One of them picked up a phone, grinning. "Look at that little expression. This needs to be captured." However, as he snapped a photo, the man's brow furrowed. He sniffed the air, perplexed. What is that smell? Could it be that Sakamoto has wet himself? Haha, wait a moment. The other two sniffed the air as well, sensing something amiss. Catching sight of a flicker of flame from the corner of his eye, the three jumped to their feet, expressions filled with horror. What is happening? Did someone forget to extinguish a cigarette? We're doomed. Am I going to burn to death? What are we waiting for? Let us get out of here. They rushed to the door, desperately trying to escape. However, no matter how hard they pushed, the door remained stubbornly shut. The broom had effectively blocked their exit. Which idiot locked the door? We're finished. We can't really be burned to death, can we? The faces of the three individuals were marked with a hint of terror. Right, quickly call. One exclaimed, the senior should still be around, prompted by his companion's reminder. The thug holding the phone nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, call the senior. However, before he could even dial the number, the phone screen abruptly went black. The thug's expression darkened in tandem. Damn it, the phone's dead. And I didn't bring mine either. It's over. It's truly over. I haven't even experienced love yet. I don't want to die. Who can come to my rescue? I would bow in gratitude. Just as the thugs were in a state of panic, one of them caught sight of some chemical reagents nearby and suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Oh, I remember, methanol or ethanol. Something like that can be used to extinguish fires, the thug declared as he strode towards the array of unfamiliar chemical substances. The ruffian experienced a profound yearning for knowledge for the very first time. Damn, which one is ethanol? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, Sakamoto, seated on the ground nearby, offered a stern reminder, do not move recklessly, or you shall incur burns. Observing Sakamoto as perpetually impassive expression, the ruffian grew frantic. Are you blind? At such a critical moment, you still choose to act so arrogantly. I tell you, if the flames escalate, we shall all perish. The other two ruffians had already huddled together, beginning to reflect on the futility of life. I do not wish to die, sobbing. Who can come to my rescue? At that moment, Sakamoto stood up. Young men, remain calm. Stand properly behind me. Oh. The three ruffians gazed at Sakamoto, who positioned himself before the fire. Stripping off his clothing, Sakamoto declared with utmost confidence, secret technique, repeated lateral hops. What are you saying? Before the ruffians could fully comprehend, Sakamoto had already commenced his lateral jumps. Indeed, he was truly hopping back and forth. The ruffians looked on in bewilderment. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? This is not the time for antics. Wait a moment. One of the more astute ruffians suddenly realized. I understand. He is creating a powerful vortex of air convection through his rapid lateral movements. The faces of the other two ruffians displayed incredulity. Could it be that he intends to extinguish the flames using air pressure? Unthinkable. Is he even human for devising such a method? Suddenly, one ruffian gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment. Look at his eyes. They are clearer than the waters of Westlake. His will is more resilient than diamond. It appears he is using this formidable focus to suppress the flames. My heavens, he is nothing short of a superhero. With a deep sigh, the leader of the ruffians quietly remarked, we cannot hinder his efforts. The three nodded in agreement and promptly removed their clothing. Soon, peculiar noises began emanating from the equipment room, interspersed with the groans of men. Several passing female students quickly reported the incident to the physical education teacher. Upon arriving at the equipment room, the teacher retrieved a broom and opened the door. What met his eyes was a scene of four men surrounding a fire, hopping back and forth. What on earth are you doing? What is happening with this fire? Surely, you are not smoking clandestinely? After extinguishing the flames with a fire extinguisher, Sakamoto, now dressed, stood before the three visibly guilty ruffians in response to the teacher's inquiry. It was a misoperation while my classmates were using the alcohol lamp. Faced with this outstanding student, the physical education teacher found himself at a loss for words. Then you shall write a 1,000-word reflection, he instructed. Very well. I shall write it in small seal script, Sakamoto replied, gesturing reassuringly to the three boys. As they watched Sakamoto depart, the three delinquents lay on the ground, panting heavily. He's truly handsome. Oh no, I think I might be smitten. One exclaimed. You idiot, that's just exhaustion. Suddenly, a voice rang out. They're SAB. How terrifying. Chapter 38. In a world where resources are scarce, Sakamoto claims the lioness share. Quick, someone drive it away. Whatever you do, don't let it sting you. It hurts terribly. The once tranquil classroom erupted into chaos at the sight of a lively little creature, the drowsy Sarayu Haroya. Upon hearing the commotion, remarked nonchalantly, it's just a bee. What is there to fear? Watch me take it down. As he rolled up his textbook, he aimed to send the little creature to its demise. At that moment, the bee settled on the wall nearby. Upon closer inspection, a student shrieked. It's not just a bee. It's a hornet. A highly venomous one. It could kill. Panic ensued as students shouted to flee. Hurry, get out of the classroom. The girls screamed as they rushed for the door, thoughtfully shutting it behind them. The three delinquents, who were slower to react, pounded on the door, shouting, damn it. You idiots. Why close the door when you leave? Open it. Are our lives not worth anything? As they caught sight of the hornet charging toward them, the leader broke into a cold sweat. This is it. It's after me. If I get stung, will I die? At that critical moment, the teacher at the front of the class took off his jacket and shouted, everyone, remain calm. Quickly, Take off your clothes. The class of boys stared in disbelief. One commenting dryly, seriously? At a time like this, teacher? Don't overthink it. Hornets only attack dark objects. Just remove your uniforms. The elderly teacher insisted, covering his own arms. This was a lesson he had learned at the cost of his youth. If you want to survive, strip quickly. Hurry. Hurry. Oh dear. It's still my zodiac year. This is so embarrassing. Despite feeling somewhat humiliated, the students obediently began to disrobe. How shameless. How scandalous. Why hasn't T. Sakamoto-san removed her clothing yet? Witnessing a classmate undress openly in the classroom, gasps of astonishment echoed from the girls outside the door. Many of them flushed with embarrassment, yet they did not choose to leave. The gaze of the girls was predominantly fixed on a single individual, Sakamoto. They had long harbored a desire to observe his physique, and this opportunity served as a feast for their eyes. How amusing it was to witness this group of individuals. Merely startled by a bee, shedding their clothing, Celia Hiroya expressed his disdain towards his classmates' antics. Upon glancing down, he noticed a male peer donning pink underwear, prompting a smirk from him. Your fashion sense leaves much to be desired. Shall I offer assistance? Before he could finish his sentence, a hornet buzzed directly past him. Ah! With a shriek, Celia found himself clad in nothing but a pair of floral shorts. His speed of disrobing far surpassed that of his classmates. Cradling his head with trembling hands, he muttered, "This hornet must have been raised on hormones. It's enormous. Terrifying, truly terrifying." Just as Celia fervently wished for the hornet to spare him, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer of light. He looked up to see Sakamoto, as focused as ever, immersed in his calculations. It seemed that nothing could distract him from his studies. Celia felt momentarily dazed by Sakamoto's demeanor. Is he for real? This is a matter of life and death, and he pretends to be unfazed. Is he willing to risk his life for the sake of showing off? A hornet of this size could indeed be lethal. Surely he must fear for his life. Lowering his gaze, Celia examined his own pitiful state. I thought I could measure up to you, but now it seems I am insignificant. No, now is not the time to be concerned with shame. A true man must not falter. I cannot stand idly by while my classmates fall victim to a hornet's sting. His resolve began to solidify, with textbook in hand. Celia approached Sakamoto. At that moment, the hornet had settled atop Sakamoto's hair. With all his might, Celia prepared to strike at the hornet. For even a coward such as he yearned to be adored by many. However, just then, Sakamoto suddenly looked up. The hornet took flight, its target now Celia, who stood by Sakamoto's side. Ah, no, no, no. Unable to evade, Celia collapsed once more, staring in horror at the advancing hornet, now alarmingly close. With his eyes shut tight, he braced himself for the worst. Just then, Sakamoto sprang into action. One hand wielded a compass to shield against the hornet's attack, while the other adjusted his glasses. Oh dear, my fellow classmate, and Mr. Hornet, please refrain from making a commotion during class. Sensing Sakamoto's disdain, the wasp ascended into the air, tracing a circular path before charging at him. Sakamoto, however, calmly gripped the compass, poised to engage. The wasp's venomous stinger collided with the compass, and although such an encounter in reality made no sound, the entire class imagined the resounding clash of swords echoing in their ears. Clang, clang, clang. What? This is impossible. Even the closest observer, Sia, was left in a stunned silence. It was astonishing to witness a duel of equal footing between a compass and a wasp. Each strike was executed with precision down to the millisecond. How could this be possible? In that fleeting moment, Seiyuya felt himself ensnared in a battle reminiscent of ancient warriors. What is this? A person and a wasp. This is undoubtedly a fierce duel between two highly skilled swordsmen. The battle unfolds with rapid intensity, each strike meticulously calculated. Watching this, Saito Hiroya could not contain his excitement. At that moment, seizing the fleeting opportunity after the wasp's retreat, Sakamoto launched a lightning-fast counterattack, adjusting his grip on the compass. In an instant, he sent the wasp tumbling through the air. Caught off guard, the wasp plummeted to the ground. Beside him, Saito Hiroya passionately shouted, "Now? Pierce it, Sakamoto. Victory is within your grasp." Sakamoto, too, recognized this moment. He swiftly pivoted, transforming his hold on the compass into a precise grip akin to wielding chopsticks. With remarkable finesse, he ensnared the already defeated wasp. Gazing at the creature in his hand, Sakamoto nonchalantly declared, "Secret technique, skillful bean pinching." He opened the nearby window and released the compass, sending the wasp soaring into the sky. At this moment, the audience was left astounded, captivated by Sakamoto's astonishing maneuver. Saito Hiroya stared in disbelief, a flush of admiration gracing his cheeks. How could I be so enthralled by his performance? Ha! I have never witnessed such grandiosity. Alas, your charm pales in comparison to Sakamoto's grandeur. I am quite fond of him. Each of his exclamations leaves me utterly enchanted. In the realm of ostentation, Sakamoto claims 8/10, while Bone King takes 1/10, Lord Sibo half a tenth, and the remaining fraction is shared among the people of the world. Secret techniques, repeated lateral jumps, skillful beam pinching, the wind of no escape, sweet rebellion, sports warehousing, subliminal effect, knee impact ultimate secret technique. I am Sakamoto. What brings you here? Do not hinder me. I must indulge in my grandeur. Without it, I cannot breathe. Sakamoto is a figure of distinction upon entering high school. He exuded an impressive aura, earning the admiration of his peers, while the trio of Kiku harbored envy toward him, plotting to tarnish his reputation. Sakamoto, however, remained unfazed, captivating them with his charisma, leading to their eventual realization and submission. As the ancients said, the capable are capable of all things. They are not swayed by external strength nor diminished by internal circumstances. Observing Sakamoto today, I find the ancients indeed did not deceive me. Saito, who considers himself admirable, finds that his classmates regard him as inferior to Sakamoto. Enraged, he wishes to belittle Sakamoto but fails. Upon witnessing Sakamoto's prowess against the wasp, he sighs. I, too, must concede to his excellence. Thus, he bows in respect. External elegance coupled with internal emptiness, unaware of one's own essence, akin to drifting clouds, is Saito. Whereas Sakamoto embodies a harmonious unity of both, commanding respect akin to the majestic Mount Tai. Please, those upstairs, publish swiftly the external evaluations of Sakamoto in terms of pretentiousness. I am vastly inferior to him, the dragon Aotion. Even when attempting to show off locally, I cannot compare to Yi Lianshan. Regarding the art of ostentation, he outshines me by several streets, Zhao Ritian. In the realm of pretentiousness, he is the second to none, Chao Dadi. My verbal dexterity is no match for his showmanship. Naruto. Even with my advantages, I cannot outshine him, Ichigo. He is a man destined to become the king of pretentiousness, Luffy. One might add, it seems my own skills in deception are rather paltry, Sasuke. I have never encountered such an ostentatious individual as Zhuge Liang. Chapter 39, Speechless, Utterly Speechless. In the myriad realms, after witnessing Sakamoto's antics, countless beloved characters can only be described as speechless, profoundly speechless, indeed very much speechless. Should the system project their current expressions across the myriad worlds, many would be astonished to find that the vast majority of characters would be agape, forming a na shape with their mouths, not in astonishment, but in a state of dumbfoundedness. In the world of fate, Gilgamesh, with a single slap, reduced his newly arranged precious furnishings to mere powder, his exquisite visage contorted with disbelief. What kind of absurdity is this? Is this pretentious ranking merely a jest at my expense? A mere high school student, who can only show off before ordinary classmates, actually claims the top spot. What capabilities does he possess? Who is he, indeed? In his exasperation, Gilgamesh found himself almost amused by Sakamoto's outrageous behavior. However, this was unfortunate for the palace's furnishings and porcelain. The sounds of crashing items echoed throughout the palace. The servants outside, equipped with cleaning tools, lowered their heads in silence. Having witnessed such scenes countless times before, they are well aware of the king's volatile temper and his propensity to throw things in a fit of rage. Once the king has vented his frustrations, they would be the first to rush in and restore order to the palace. Yet, in an instant, the grand palace was left devoid of any intact items. Nevertheless, Gilgamesh's fury remained unabated. This was indeed the first time he felt insulted. Even a mere high school student could claim the top position. How could he, with all his merits, settle for fifth place? His gaze was fixated on Sakamoto, who continued to flaunt himself on the screen. Just as Gilgamesh was about to obliterate the entire palace, the voice of a minister reached his ears. Your Majesty. A glance was cast towards the minister kneeling at the doorway, and Gilgamesh's tone was icy. Speak if you have something to say, otherwise be gone. The minister, sensing the king's foul mood, hastily began. There has been a conflict at the borders with the neighboring kingdom. The enemy has dispatched elite cavalry, Your Majesty. Should we? Before the minister could finish, Gilgamesh was already before him, his exquisite face now betraying an unfathomable malice. Confronted with Gilgamesh's overwhelming wrath, the minister instinctively lowered his head. A cruel smile crept across Gilgamesh's lips as he declared, If they desire war, then let there be war. It so happens that I have been itching for a fight lately. Let us see if they can withstand my fury. The minister suddenly felt a pang of pity for the neighboring kingdom. This unfortunate kingdom may still be oblivious to the fact that they have provoked a truly terrifying entity. Sakamoto's ascent to the pinnacle of pretentiousness has ignited a fiery wrath, and the irrationality of this rage is not confined solely to Gilgamesh. In the realm of Overlord, several subordinates of the Bone King are similarly consumed by fury. Their gaze is fixated on Sakamoto on the screen, wishing fervently to reduce him to mere pulp. How dare this contemptible human surpass Lord Ains and claim the top position? I refuse to accept this. The rankings must be rigged. Ains, shall I eliminate all those named Sakamoto throughout the nation? I propose that the name Sakamoto be declared forbidden, ensuring that it may never be uttered again. In stark contrast to the enraged subordinates, the Bone King, seated upon his throne, remains silent. His hollow eye sockets linger on Sakamoto for an extended period. Suddenly, the Bone King exhales a sigh of relief. It turns out that the one who surpassed me is merely an ordinary high school student. That is hardly a matter of concern. I had thought this individual might rival Saitama. Thus far, the strongest human he has encountered is likely Saitama, who can obliterate everything with a single punch. To this day, the Bone King considers himself no match for Saitama. Indeed, he doubts his ability to contend even with Boros. As a leader of a cautious tribe, the Bone King is acutely aware of his own limitations. In this magical world, he can still dominate lesser beings. Yet, to the cosmic overlord, he is merely a paltry dish. Fortunately, Saitama does not inhabit the same realm as they do. And this top-ranked individual is merely a high school student enamored with pretension. Thus, what is there to fear? Once again, a rival has been eliminated. And what a delightful turn of events it is. In the realm of One Piece, this individual turns out to be merely a high school student. I had assumed he was akin to Saitama, a character of extraordinary prowess. The Straw Hat crew gazed in astonishment, with only their captain, Luffy, pondering for a moment before a spark of realization illuminated his expression. He turned to Zoro, who was still immersed in his training. Wait, Zoro. It seems we made the right choice with the previous answer, Luffy remarked. Zoro nodded in agreement. Indeed, although it was somewhat unexpected, this guy does possess a certain flair that justifies his top ranking. Laughter erupted among them. What rewards do you think we shall receive? I hope they enhance our strength. Zoro replied, unwilling to forfeit any opportunity for power enhancement. No sooner had he spoken than Zoro felt an intense heat surging from his abdomen, as if something was about to erupt. His face flushed crimson, and unable to contain himself, he drew his swords and unleashed a ferocious slash at the lush forest before him. Two formidable waves of sword energy surged forth, imbued with the might to obliterate all in their path. In an instant, the verdant expanse transformed into a desolate expanse of mud, as if the forest had never existed. His companions stood in shock. Even Zoro himself was taken aback. It seems my strength has increased significantly. Meanwhile, Luffy, too, sensed an unusual change in his body. Biting down on his thumb, he transformed into his fourth gear, his arms cloaked in a menacing darkness. Feeling the surge of his conqueror's haki, Luffy exclaimed with exhilaration. My conqueror's haki has also been greatly enhanced. In contrast to the excitement of the two, the other members of the Straw Hat crew wore expressions of dismay. Having made the wrong choice, they remained oblivious to the penalties that awaited them, watching as their comrades grew stronger while they faced the prospect of punishment. This feeling is indeed quite distressing. My companions have already made up their minds. Regardless of how absurd the next options may be, they will choose the same answers as Luffy and Zoro. These two foolish lads truly embody the adage that fools are blessed. It is not only the Straw Hat crew who are left speechless. The four emperors, separated by vast distances, wear equally perplexed expressions. I had thought the first place would belong to a formidable character, yet it turns out to be merely a high school student. This fellow named Sakamoto likely possesses combat abilities that pale in comparison to my newly recruited pirate. I can accept that the last few places are occupied by ordinary humans. But why does the first place also belong to such an unremarkable individual? What qualifies him to hold the top spot? Shanks, does it not infuriate you to be overshadowed by such a person? Chapter 40. Being trampled upon by an ordinary individual, serving as a stepping stone. How amusing. As the crowd continued to draw attention to themselves, Shanks simply chuckled nonchalantly. What does it matter? The waves of the Yangtze pushed the previous waves forward. It brings me comfort to see young people surpassing me. I would gladly welcome a young individual to outshine me, to to take my place as one of the four emperors. Sitting in this position is far less enjoyable than being a pirate. The other three emperors, though silent, conveyed their disdain through their expressions. Yet, Shanks remained unfazed. Gazing at Sakamoto on the luminous screen, he smirked. Moreover, this ranking only pertains to ostentatious characters. It is not a combat strength leaderboard. This young man certainly seems more flamboyant than I. Thankfully, he is not from this world. Otherwise, encountering such a character might compel me to take action against him. For someone with the face fruit like me, to be outshined is hardly a favorable circumstance in the grand line. The three emperors chose to selectively ignore Shanks' musings. At this moment, their minds were solely occupied with the phrase Shanks had just uttered, combat strength leaderboard. In unison, the three emperors gazed at the luminous screen above, eagerly anticipating the display of the combat strength rankings of characters from across the myriad realms. This is indeed a ranking of formidable strength. Such comical figures as Sakamoto shall never grace this list again. Those who earn a place on the combat power chart possess unparalleled prowess. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the four formidable emperors hold the merit to be included. Should fortune favor them in achieving a spot, the impending battle atop the summit may not pose an insurmountable challenge. Suddenly, the images of Saitama, Boros, and Vegeta flickered through the minds of the three emperors. Although the first two have never even graced the list of pretentious individuals, and the latter's moments featured in the highlights are merely instances of failed bravado, one cannot deny the extraordinary strength of these three. Even if they possess confidence in their abilities, they are acutely aware that they are no match for these titans. Saitama and his companions are beings capable of traversing the cosmos. Meanwhile, they are but sovereigns in a vast ocean teeming with countless pirates. The disparity in their strengths is alarmingly vast. Fortunately, they do not inhabit the same realm. In the world of Naruto, Jiraiya furrowed his brow while gazing at the screen, where Sakamoto continued his pretense. Why is this individual ranked first? This cannot be right. He had anticipated that the top position would be held by someone truly remarkable, only to discover it is merely a student. Surely, this fellow could be effortlessly slain even by the most novice of shinobi. Observing Sakamoto suddenly teleport before a thug on the luminous screen, Jiraiya retracted some of his earlier disdain. A CH Nin may not necessarily prevail, but a J Nin would undoubtedly vanquish him. Meanwhile, Naruto and Konan seemed to be overthinking the situation, fixated on Sakamoto, who was perpetually ostentatious. Konan's eyes suddenly sparkled with admiration. This man is truly handsome. Any woman of normal inclination would not find Sakamoto off-putting. Setting aside his pretentious demeanor, Sakamoto's appearance is undeniably striking. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the affection of all the female classmates, who were squealing in admiration. Naruto, however, was puzzled by the comments in the lower left corner. My verbal ninjutsu can no longer prevent his ostentation. Turning to Jiraiya, Naruto's eyes brimmed with a thirst for knowledge. Perverted sage, what is this verbal ninjutsu? Is it very powerful? Jiraiya's expression stiffened. Good grief. After all these years, he was unaware of the existence of such a technique. However, since it was displayed on the screen, it must indeed exist. He could only lament his ignorance. Yet, to preserve his image in front of his disciple, Jiraiya quickly nodded in response. Verbal ninjutsu is an exceptionally profound technique with formidable power. However, with your current strength, you are not yet capable of wielding it. Therefore, to grow stronger, diligent training is essential. Yes, I will train hard. Naruto earnestly nodded. Jiraiya, meanwhile, discreetly exhaled in relief, grateful to have navigated that moment. In the realm of Dragon Ball, as Goku watched the fierce battle between Sakamoto and the Hornet, he scratched his head, puzzled. Why does it seem that this duel with a bee is more intense than my fight with Jiren? Could it be that this small bee possesses considerable strength? Jiren had been the most formidable opponent he had encountered since he began fighting. Had it not been for Frieza and Android 17's assistance, he would certainly have been unable to defeat Jiren alone. Yet, the prolonged clash spanning dozens of episodes seemed less riveting to Goku than Sakamoto's struggle against the Hornet. Indeed, battles of equal footing are far more captivating. Kakarot, are you an imbecile? Vegeta, bruised and battered, lay on the ground beside him, exasperated. How strong can a bee possibly be? I could annihilate this swarm with a single hand. It's merely that this Sakamoto fellow is too weak. Engaging in a back and forth with a bee is utterly pathetic. The battle with Frieza left Vegeta utterly exhausted, to the point where he lacked the strength to rise. Nevertheless, the Scion Prince clung to his inherent pride. Regardless of his weakened state, he remained aware that Frieza was the first, while he himself was merely a lowly third. At this moment, Frieza seized the opportunity to deliver a cruel taunt. Fixating his gaze upon Vegeta, he mocked, trampled by an ordinary being, reduced to a stepping stone. Ha ha. If I were you, I would have jumped off a building and ended it all. Ha ha ha. Frieza's words pierced deeply, igniting a tempest of fury within Vegeta. He yearned for a decisive confrontation, yet his body betrayed him, rendering him unable to stand. Yet, Vegeta refused to concede defeat. He writhed and propelled himself towards Frieza, determined to deliver a slap to that insufferable fiend, even if it meant crawling to do so. Welcome to the classroom of supremacy, he mused. His thoughts interrupted by the sight of Kiyotaka Inoki, whose face bore an expression of utter exasperation for the first time as he reclined on the sofa. It was evident that he should never have allowed himself to become invested in this ranking. What was this first place even worth? What he sought was a glimpse of a power that transcended his own understanding. This allows his perspective to broaden and his ambitions to flourish, rather than merely perceiving a high school student attempting to show off. Should he confront this individual, Inoki Kiyotaka possesses absolute confidence in his ability to defeat him. Therefore, even if the previous choice was correct, Inoki Kiyotaka feels no thrill whatsoever. Chapter 41. The Student Council President and Kaguya are not mutually infatuated, are they? In the world where Miss Kaguya wants me to confess, Sakamoto is undeniably handsome. Indeed, he is strikingly attractive, excelling in every facet of life, whether socializing, studying, or otherwise. I am utterly smitten. Why isn't Sakamoto attending our school? I must pursue him. Do not frighten him away. Gazing at the dashing and impeccable Sakamoto displayed on the screen, Fujiwara Chika and Shinomiya Kaguya both succumbed to infatuation. Kaguya, while slightly flushed, maintained her composure. In contrast, the blushing Fujiwara Chika covered her face, indulging in illicit fantasies. At last, she has encountered a captivating boy. Tonight, the male lead in her dreams shall be him. Turning to Kaguya, Fujiwara Chika shyly inquired, Kaguya, do you think there exists a man so flawless in our school? Impossible, came the immediate response from Shirogane Miyuki, shaking his head. Everyone is prone to error. A perfect man does not exist in this world. If such a being were to exist, he would surely be an emotionless deity. Observing the infatuation Kaguya harbored for Sakamoto, Shirogane spoke with a hint of jealousy, clearly feeling envious. He was, without a doubt, quite jealous, although Shirogane also aspired to achieve perfection in all his endeavors. He found himself overshadowed by Sakamoto. The high school student named Sakamoto is undeniably the epitome of perfection. Yet, despite this, he would never bestow praise upon others. After all, his classmate Kaguya harbors feelings for him. The only man worthy of her admiration must be one. Perhaps only her family can come close. Just as Shirogane Miyuki expressed his indignation, Kaguya suddenly murmured softly, I believe the student council president is truly perfect. Upon hearing this, Fujiwara Chika's eyes lit up. Indeed, the esteemed president is also quite remarkable. After all, he is merely an ordinary high school student. While the president oversees all the students as the head of the student council, engaged in numerous responsibilities, he is exceedingly busy. In this light, the president surpasses Sakamoto in strength. Kaguya nodded in agreement, her gaze fleetingly sweeping over Shirogane before darting away. With her cheeks flushed, she whispered, the president is indeed very reliable. He excels at everything he undertakes and ensures everyone's satisfaction. As the conversation unexpectedly shifted to himself, Shirogane's demeanor became somewhat awkward. Avoiding Kaguya's gaze, he cleared his throat and said, actually, I'm not as remarkable as you think. I'm just an ordinary person. Just as Shirogane was about to elaborate, Fujiwara's expression dimmed. However, the president's affections lie with Kaguya, which leaves her with no chance. Looking up at Kaguya, Fujiwara murmured, Kaguya, you like the president too, right? Huh? Kaguya blinked in surprise and subsequently fell into a state of contemplation. Only her face began to redden profoundly. It was but a fleeting moment. Grasping Fujiwara's arm, Kaguya, her face ablaze, began to shake her vigorously. Fujiwara, what are you saying? The speed of Kaguya's shaking was so rapid that Fujiwara soon felt dizzy. Nonetheless, she responded with utmost honesty. Isn't it true that the president and you, Kaguya, share mutual feelings? How could I be mistaken? Awaiting her was an even more rapid oscillation. Shirogane's face was equally flushed. Daring not to meet Kaguya's gaze, he coldly remarked, Fujiwara, what nonsense are you spouting? No sooner had he spoken than an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Halting Fujiwara's shaking, Kaguya turned to face Shirogane. Were you just implying that Fujiwara is talking nonsense? Under Kagaya's stern gaze, Shirogane felt a wave of discomfort. Once again glancing around nervously, he stammered in reply, "Huh? What did I just say? I have no idea." Although the rosy hue on her face had yet to fade, it did not diminish Kagaya's deathly gaze. As the vice president of the student council, I was unwilling to witness our esteemed president utter falsehoods. Shirogane Miyuki stuttered even more intensely. I truly didn't say anything, did I? Faced with Kagaya's expressionless scrutiny, Shirogane cleared his throat twice. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Observing Shirogane's somewhat awkward gait, Kagaya suddenly burst into laughter. The narrator's voice resounded once more. Today's victory belongs to Kagaya. In the daily life of male high school students, the perfect and imposing master. Please accept your disciple's 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Gripping tightly the newly purchased 3 long incense sticks, Chobu, Shuz, and Kataki once again knelt on the ground. Though this time their homage was distinct from the simple bowing of previous occasions. This time, they not only bowed deeply but also paid homage to Sakamoto's photograph 9 times. After performing the solemn rite, the 3 knelt on the ground and began to ponder. Zhongbong remarked, "I believe I have come to understand. As long as one excels in pretense, finding a girlfriend is not a concern." Shioja added, "If we could stand out in various campus activities, would we still have trouble attracting a partner?" Yuju questioned, "Given our artistic style, do you think we could emulate the pretentious antics of Master B? Damn. Is it truly so difficult to find a soft and tender girlfriend? Goodness, why is it that we are solely responsible for the comedic elements despite sharing a humorous aesthetic? Perhaps it would be better to continue with our self-destructive tendencies." In the world of Gintama, pointing at the vividly clear image of Sakamoto on the screen, Shimura Shihachi gritted his teeth and said, "Ah-jin, did you see? The first place is this Sakamoto, not you, Sakata Jintoki." Before he could finish, he gazed at Sakata Jintoki, who had donned an all-black ensemble and dyed his hair with ink. Shinmura's expression darkened. "What are you up to now?" Adjusting his black eyeglasses, Sakata Jintoki's tone had shifted. "What are you speaking of? I cannot comprehend." He continued, "From now on, please refer to me as Sakamoto-kun. Sakata Jintoki is merely my given name." Kagura and Shinpachi were taken aback. "In this world, I am Sakamoto. What brings you here?" Unexpectedly, he found himself on the list of pretentious individuals, and to his astonishment, he ranked first. Truly, what a transgression. Casually glancing at the screen above, Sakamoto resumed his journey through the ocean of knowledge. Pretense had been etched into his very being, and, in truth, he was indifferent to such superficial accolades. This is undoubtedly the most cowardly protagonist I have ever encountered in history. Chapter 42. This is undeniably the most cowardly protagonist I have ever seen. This is undoubtedly the most despicable male protagonist I have ever encountered in history. The female protagonist is undoubtedly the most unfortunate and ineffectual deity I have ever encountered. Despite her striking beauty, she has been reduced to a mere comedic role. Conversely, the male lead possesses extraordinary powers akin to a cheat code. Yet he embodies the essence of survival. Are you aware of which anime this refers to? It is above the light screen. A new short video has emerged, featuring only a darkened screen and a few spoken lines. The portrayal of the parallel universe in the realm of anime remains consistently stable. Here he comes, bringing forth the essence of survival. The most canine male protagonist? Is it that anime where being born as a dog brings immense happiness? Can those above discern the words clearly? It is survival, not dog. Is it someone I know? Please, enlighten me on whom you are referring to. In the grand scheme of the world, prolonged recklessness must yield to survival. Engaging in a battle of wits with the air itself is the trend of the times. Speaking of survival, one cannot overlook the formidable figure of Bone King, who skillfully navigates the challenges of existence. Could it truly be Bone King? It seems unlikely, as the female companion of Bone King is a succubus, not a deity. Could it possibly be Han Pao Pao? Or perhaps Li Changsho? This is a realm of anime, not literature. Are you suggesting that the author should be confined to a darkroom? Which anime are we discussing? Oh, God of the two-dimensional. Do not keep us in suspense. It is not just the enthusiasts of the two-dimensional world who are curious. Countless protagonists from various realms share a similar intrigue regarding this individual skilled in survival. In the world of Overlord, gazing at the glaring words most cunning on the screen, even the skeletal king could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Fortunately, his form is merely that of a skeleton, rendering any signs of blushing imperceptible to onlookers. He reminisced about the time spent outsmarting the air, conserving his strength, and developing in a rather clandestine manner. When confronted by adversaries, he aimed for a decisive strike. ensuring to repeatedly deliver devastating blows afterwards. The art of playing the fool to vanquish the strong was mastered to perfection. Suddenly, the skeletal king recalled the reward received for correctly answering a question posed by the screen not long ago. While his subordinates were bestowed with enhancements to their powers, he alone received a life-saving artifact. The thought of this made his ancient visage even more flushed. Despite lacking nothing, he found himself rather fond of this treasure. Could it be that the screen's notion of the most cunning protagonist refers to him? Yet, there are no inept goddesses by his side. Could it be that the deity mentioned by the screen is a malevolent god? If so, he indeed knows a few who are likely female and malevolent. But they are anything but inept. These malevolent deities harvest lives with unparalleled swiftness. This piqued the curiosity of the Bone King regarding the protagonist, who had mastered the art of survival to an extraordinary degree. If this protagonist were not him, he would certainly strive to learn the secrets of his perseverance. Although, given his current prowess, he had little need to cling to survival. The wisdom of knowledge is boundless. Thus, acquiring more knowledge is never a futile endeavor. Welcome to the classroom of supremacy. Observing the comments section, where individuals inscribed their names, Ayanakuji Kiyotaka maintained his usual composure. He was well aware of the intentions of those who wrote his name. However, his presence in Class D was not merely for the guise of a fool concealing a tiger. Primarily, he sought to leverage the individuals in Class D to fulfill certain objectives. Moreover, his girlfriend was no mere inept deity, although she herself was somewhat lacking. She was primarily useful for romance and offered little else to assist him. Thus, Ayanakuji Kiyotaka was acutely aware that this master of survival was certainly not him. As the number of individuals referencing his name in the comments increased, Ayanakuji, with an expression devoid of emotion, spoke out. Boring. Currently, aside from those with formidable strength capable of apocalyptic destruction, he found little interest in others. Only unparalleled strength was the existence he yearned for. Closing his eyes, Ayanakuji envisioned a tome of martial arts in his mind. This is the reward for previously providing an accurate response to the issue of the light curtain. Although after cultivation one may not possess the ability to move mountains or part the seas, facing 100 adversaries alone poses no challenge. This ignited a flicker of hope within Ayanakuji Kiyotaka. What could be more exhilarating than enhancing one's strength through romance? If the luminous screen were to malfunction again, and he answered every question correctly, he might indeed acquire unparalleled power. Ayanakuji discerned that the rewards associated with the screen's challenges were precisely what the participants yearned for. As for him, he did not aspire to rival Saitama in strength. At the very least, he should be capable of cloud surfing or mastering some form of magic. In a realm where psychic energy reigns supreme, Shigeyama Shigefumi found himself lost in contemplation upon hearing the screen's exposition. Had the screen only relayed the initial segment, he would have genuinely believed it pertained to him. He indeed possessed an extraordinary prowess akin to a cheat code. Yet, all he desired was to lead an ordinary life. Who can truly comprehend this vexation? Shigeo Inoue has pondered this question more than once. If only he were an ordinary student, life would be so much simpler. Unfortunately, he is not. Possessing formidable strength, coupled with the antics of his eccentric teacher, he is destined for an extraordinary life. After a brief pause, a voice emanated from the light screen. The term go is not derogatory nor an insult. It merely describes a person who is relatively low-key and prefers to develop in a discreet manner, akin to the saying playing the pig to eat the tiger. However, the protagonist we are about to introduce is far more than just a mere pretender. He has, in fact, mastered the art of go to its utmost perfection. His character is defined by an unimaginable level of caution, even when confronting a feeble, pitiable, and helpless slime, an entity that even an ordinary person could easily vanquish. He spares no effort and unleashes numerous formidable techniques. Techniques such as atomic split / hellfire and sky rend sound terrifying in their essence, and he does not relent even when reducing the slime to mere mush. When he strikes, it is not without purpose. His attacks are certain to leave the opponent's spirit shattered, denying them even the chance of reincarnation. As he spoke, an image appeared on the light screen. A handsome man, clad in full armor, crouched behind a massive boulder, his expression one of vigilance as he observed a gelatinous creature before him. Beside him stood a voluptuous and alluring woman. Noticing the man's apprehension, the woman voiced her discontent, saying, "What are you afraid of? It's just a slime. Even an ordinary person with a stick could easily defeat it. It's a rather weak monster." The handsome man, however, does not share this sentiment. Brandishing a sharp sword, he strides toward the slime, his voice laced with indignation. "You wretched creature, prepare to face my wrath." Quantum split slash. The blade in his hand erupts with boundless radiance. A strike capable of annihilating worlds as it descends upon the slime. Before the creature can even react, it dissipates into the ether, leaving not a trace behind. The woman nearby stands in stunned silence. Wait, employing such a formidable technique against a mere slime? This is utterly excessive. Chapter 43. What is caution? This individual epitomizes caution. Gazing at the hero she had summoned, the goddess is left speechless. Even when confronting an ordinary boss, such a grand technique is hardly necessary. It consumes an exorbitant amount of mana. While I may be able to bestow healing upon you, such extravagance is unwarranted. Yet, the goddess, renowned for her expressive demeanor and playful nature, remains oblivious to the situation at hand. This is merely the beginning. No, it is far from over. Faced with the tense expression of the valiant hero, the goddess appeared utterly bewildered. This creature could still be alive. As the hero spoke, he extended his hand, which became enveloped in a circle of crimson light. Hellfire. No sooner had he uttered the words than an inferno erupted from his palm. The flames, imbued with formidable power, struck the ground before them, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Fire, earth, and the force of the blast converged, creating a gaping chasm approximately 10 meters wide. The acrid, charred scent compelled the goddess to retreat a few steps, her gaze towards the hero tinged with dissatisfaction. Are you incapable of understanding my words? I said the slime is no more. No, it is not over yet. There remains a possibility of it being resurrected. We must not let our guard down. The inherently cautious hero declared as he prepared to unleash another powerful move. The goddess hastily interjected, at this stage, you have only these two ultimate techniques at your disposal. There are no others. That is simple enough. Aiming at the charred pit before them, the hero swung his blade once more. Atomic split slash. He had invoked the atomic split slash again. The goddess's tone was laced with incredulity. Hellfire. He unleashed the flames again. The goddess was at a loss for words. The hero proceeded to deliver follow-up strikes. Atomic split slash. Hellfire. Atomic split slash. How many ultimate techniques must he release? Even a corpse wouldn't endure such treatment. Moments later, gazing into the unfathomable depths of the scorched abyss that exuded a burnt, earthy aroma, the goddess sighed, her expression one of resignation. I understand that your nature is exceedingly cautious, but this is rather excessive. This is merely a wretched slime. It was already beyond dead the first time you employed the atomic split slash. In response to the goddess's lamentation, the hero sheathed his weapon, his countenance grave as he replied, in the face of terrifying monsters, one must never be careless. Yet there is no need for such extremes. Seemingly struck by a thought, the goddess continued, do you not possess the ability to perceive the stats of this creature? You should be able to discern that the slime is truly feeble. After examining, the hero nodded. Both its attack and defense stats were singularly low. Knowing the slime is so weak, why then do you remain so cautious? Casting a fleeting glance at the charred pit beside her, the goddess murmured, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Numerical values do not encapsulate every facet of reality, and what one perceives is not invariably the truth. In response to the seemingly rational explanation offered by the hero, the goddess discreetly shuddered several times. You must have faith in your abilities, she implored. With a deity like me present, there is no way your skills could falter. Nevertheless, the hero chose to disregard her words. Having traversed into a magical realm to undertake a quest, it was prudent to remain cautious. Ha ha ha, I recognize which anime this is. This goddess possesses such expressive features. She could easily rely on her beauty, yet she insists on showcasing her comedic expressions instead. In this day and age, have the normal heroes truly become extinct? I believe that cowardice has become the norm. If I were to find myself in such an extraordinary situation, despite having watched numerous Isekai series, I would undoubtedly proceed with caution. Who knows the veracity of the circumstances? Hurry, tell me the name of this series. I am eager to pursue the manga. As for my reincarnation as a slime, this individual is truly ruthless. Gazing upon the slime reduced to mere dust by a man, or worse, completely obliterated, Rimura Tempest inexplicably felt a shiver down his spine. He touched his own body, relieved to find himself intact. Rimura Tempest could not resist glancing at his own data. EP 8, 681, 122, Dragon Magic Blade 2, 280, 000, after Dragon Species Liberation. 146, 641. 111, Race, Supreme Holy Demon Dragon, Viscous Star God Body Protection, Blessing of Affection Title, Holy Demon World Sovereign Magic, Dragon Species Magic, high-level demon summoning, high-level spirit summoning, and others. Cognitive core, thought acceleration, analysis and appraisal, parallel computation, chant disruption, all-encompassing, integration and separation, future attack prediction, food chain, thought manipulation, law manipulation, attribute transformation. Innate abilities, universal perception, dragon spirit domination, universal transformation. Ultimate abilities, void soul devourer, nihilistic collapse, imaginary space, dragon species liberation, scorching storm, dragon species nucleation, scorching storm, space-time manipulation. Multidimensional barrier, abundance king abilities, creation, ability duplication, ability bestowal, ability preservation. Resistances, pain nullification, physical attack nullification, natural influence nullification, status ailment nullification, mental attack nullification. Holy demon attack resistance. My current combat power should not be considered low, Rimuru Tempest murmured to himself. Until now, he had felt quite satisfied with his own strength. In this world, few can contend with his monstrous adversaries. Yet, as Rimuru Tempest gazed at the slime ruthlessly tormented by the hero on the luminous screen, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. It would be wise to exercise caution, although, at present, this world lacks heroes who embody such prudence. Who can guarantee that this will remain the case in the future? For the sake of his own existence, it is better to tread lightly. Thus, a new being emerged in the world, an entity of unparalleled strength, yet inherently cautious and exceedingly prudent. When this extraordinarily circumspect protagonist encounters one of the formidable generals of the Demon Lord's army, how does he navigate the situation? Unlike other realms where heroes charge headlong into battle, maintaining bravado even in defeat, this hero embodies a different approach. The valiant king of the underworld decisively chose to flee. Upon returning to the divine realm, he diligently engaged in rigorous training to enhance his strength. Only after fortifying his abilities to the point of confidently contending with one of the four heavenly kings did he venture back to the mortal realm to confront them. What, then, is the essence of prudence? This individual epitomizes caution, a tactical retreat. Chapter 44, The World-Renowned Painting, The Fierce-Faced Goddess. The screen above once again displays the images of the hero and the goddess. Judging by the scene, it appears to be the same location where the slime was previously vanquished. Covering her delicate face, the goddess shyly remarked, "In any case, you have eliminated a monster. You must feel a bit more confident now, right? You are truly remarkable." Gazing upward at the sky, the goddess softly continued, "We should also make our way to the next city." Before her words could fully resonate, she seemed to sense an extraordinary presence, and her pupils suddenly constricted. No. She felt her heart racing rapidly. This compelled the goddess Ming to embrace the warrior's arm. Just as the warrior furrowed his brow, preparing to utter some words, a sound reminiscent of heavy objects scraping against the ground, accompanied by an alluring voice, reached their ears. Such astonishing swordsmanship. The strength is formidable. If all goes as expected, it must be you. Surely, it must be you. Following the sound, the goddess Ming beheld a woman of even more voluptuous form than herself, a creature that could only be described as a monster. A pair of horns adorned her head, her crimson eyes gleaming with intensity. Her upper body was scantily draped in mere strips of fabric, leaving her midriff exposed, adorned with peculiar purple tattoos. Her legs resembled those of a bovine, complete with hoofs. The muscles rippling beneath her skin exuded a disquieting aura, and in her hand, she wielded a massive blade, wider than her entire form, which carved a deep gash into the earth as it scraped across. She appeared decidedly fearsome. The moment the goddess laid eyes upon her, she was momentarily transfixed. How could this be? In her anxiety, she clutched the warrior's arm even tighter. The warrior, ever vigilant, silently drew his weapon. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the four heavenly kings directly under the demon lord's command. Chaos Machina. You may call me by my name, for it will not be long before you meet your demise beneath my colossal blade." No, it cannot be. The goddess's expression grew even more vacant. This was merely a novice village. How could such a formidable being as one of the four heavenly kings possibly appear here? It defied all logic. As she spoke, excitement surged within her, her chest rising and falling dramatically. "Startled, are we?" Chaos Machina purred, licking her fingers with a deranged delight as she gazed upon the two. Our esteemed demon lord sensed the advent of the warrior ahead of time. Typically, summoned heroes appear in regions where the monsters are weaker. Thus, we have been observing the vicinity of this quaint village. It seems fortune smiled upon me, as I happened upon you. With that, Chaos Machina swung her colossal blade. A boulder, which the warrior had narrowly avoided, was instantly cleaved in two. Truly, this world is of S-class difficulty. Even the monsters tread an unconventional path, exhibiting such caution. The demon lord genuinely cares for you, brave warrior, although I was initially skeptical. However, having witnessed your prowess, I now understand the demon lord's judgment was correct. You are indeed a remarkably powerful hero. However, Chaos Machina laughed heartily, his expression tinged with a hint of madness and a touch of illness. This ends here. You must be dealt with swiftly, so that our Dark Lord can act without concern. As she beheld the now battle-ready Chaos Machina, Goddess Ming felt a trickle of cold sweat on her brow. Enlightened, she utilized her ability of foresight to discern any weaknesses in her opponent. Yet, upon reviewing the data, her countenance fell. He had reached level 66. His combat and defensive capabilities were formidable. How could he possibly be an adversary suited for a novice village? This is disastrous. Could it be that both I and the hero shall falter here in the novice village? More beads of sweat formed as she contemplated her precarious situation, and she gritted her teeth, declaring, "For now, let us swiftly muddle the battlefield. Then, what say you, hero?" "Huh, hero?" A glance to her side revealed the absence of the hero, igniting an ominous premonition within her. Turning around, she confirmed her fears. He had indeed fled. Without a moment's hesitation, Goddess Ming pivoted and took flight as well. Observing the hero's rapid retreat, never once glancing back, she could not suppress her exasperation. "What on earth are you doing?" "Why, I am fleeing." "Of course," he replied nonchalantly, without even turning his head despite her proximity. Goddess Ming felt utterly defeated. "Wait, you can't just abandon me like this. Should you forsake me, I shall haunt you even in death." With that, she reached out toward the hero, her expression one of deep sorrow. The velocity of her escape caused the wind to wrinkle her features, her eyes nearly bulging, mouth agape in a grimace. A masterpiece of expression emerged. A one-way street. Please encourage updates, leave positive reviews, and send small gifts. Once I break through to level 2, I shall share images of iconic scenes. My level 1 account cannot post. Alas, what a display of artistry from the goddess. I cannot believe I have encountered a hero who would flee upon facing a boss. This is the only demon lord I have seen who lurks in the novice village. The fact that the antagonist sends subordinates to stake out in the novice village indicates that the demon lord is indeed quite cautious. The demon king and the brave hero are both remarkably cautious, suggesting a partnership. Demon king, did you expect this? I shall block the entrance. Brave hero, did you anticipate this? I only ventured out after reaching the maximum level. I believe I have discerned the title of this series. Even defeating a mere slime requires swift execution, unleashing a powerful attack to finish it off. Is such a hero to your liking? Why not name it The Marvelous Adventure of the Expression-Packed Goddess and the Male Protagonist's Demise? Cautious hero could also suffice. To the individual above, that won't do. Out of sheer fear of death, I have allocated all my points to healing abilities. Due to an aversion to pain, I have invested entirely in defense. It is quite frustrating. Can we maintain a semblance of normalcy? Please, tell me the name of this manga. I am genuinely fond of this goddess. I advise you against such admiration. Cannot you see that this goddess follows the path of exaggerated expressions? It has become irrelevant. I am determined to charge forward. The cautious hero has shattered the audience's preconceived notions of the protagonist. It turns out that not all saviors of the world in alternate realms embody the gentle and kind-hearted nature typically associated with the archetype. Indeed, this hero possesses a facet of such benevolence, yet his cautious demeanor prevails, leading the crowd to revel in his audacious maneuvers. Indeed, he is the protagonist, an immensely powerful hero who is excessively prudent. In Chapter 45, only the sea of facial expressions can rival the goddess Lista's beauty. A tall, handsome man with an impassive expression emerges upon the screen. This is none other than our hero, Ryagwin Seiya, whose formidable strength is overshadowed by his extreme caution. Behind him stands a voluptuous and captivating goddess, Lista, who, for reasons unbeknownst, exudes an air of whimsical absurdity. She is a novice goddess endowed with healing abilities. At this moment, the two are being relentlessly pursued by one of the four heavenly kings, Chaos Machina, as they flee in a frenzied panic, heedless of their surroundings. Chaos Machina erupts with maniacal laughter, his demeanor utterly deranged. Run, run. No matter how far you go, you will never escape. He taunts, his madness palpable. Casting a glance at Chaos Machina, Lista's expression darkens considerably. However, when her gaze shifts to the hero, who is dashing away, her countenance twists further in distress. Seiya, wait for me. Don't abandon your adorable and helpless goddess. If I perish, your quest remains unfulfilled. Suddenly, Seiya halts, and Lista, still running forward, fails to comprehend what has transpired. In a swift motion, Seiya envelopes her in his arms, without a moment's hesitation, and pivots to flee to the left. At that very instant, a devastating fireball crashes down directly in front of them, a harbinger of the peril they narrowly avoided. Undoubtedly, had they continued their forward sprint, they would have suffered grievous injuries. The duo, still within the confines of the novice village, are far from a match for this level 66 monster. Observing Seiya, who has yet to glance back, Caos Machina cannot suppress a grin as he remarks, truly a hero. Such astute judgment. My desire to eliminate you grows ever stronger. Once more, Caos Machina unleashes a barrage of fireball spells, yet Seiya deftly evades each one. This heightened Caos Machina's interest in the divine being. Once again evading the onslaught of fireballs, the divine being gazed down at the seemingly bewildered goddess in his arms. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly open that portal back to the divine realm. Oh, Lilith finally snapped back to reality. With a swift motion of her small hand, she commanded, open. The gateway to the divine realm swung open. Just as the two were about to step into the realm, a sinister chuckle from behind interrupted them. Do you truly believe you can escape? At that moment, Lilith could almost sense Caos Machina's breath upon her. Her small face suddenly contorted in dread. A glimmer of cold light flashed as Caos Machina brandished his weapon, aiming to eliminate both the divine being and the hero in one fell swoop. Yet at that instant, the divine being, who had never turned, finally faced Caos Machina. Hellfire. A roaring inferno immediately engulfed Caos Machina. Feeling the searing heat, Caos Machina exhibited a flicker of apprehension. Seizing the moment, the pair finally entered the portal, returning to the divine realm. Now, the divine being lay sprawled on the floor of a chamber, with Lilith resting atop him. That was perilously close, Lilith gasped, her life hanging by a thread. The divine being reached out, brushing his fingers against her cheek. Gazing at this exceedingly handsome man, Lilith appeared somewhat bashful. No, we just escaped danger. Can't we allow a lady to bathe first? Yet, before she could finish her plea, the divine being flung her aside. What are you doing? Lilith protested. You're interrupting my training. Step aside. As he spoke, the divine being pushed Lilith out of her designated room. Finally steadying herself, Lilith turned to him, her brows knitted in dissatisfaction. Are you really going to train again? Such an unromantic man. Unfazed by Lilith's complaints, the divine being pondered deeply, his chin resting in contemplation. After a moment, he arrived at a solemn conclusion. That fellow appears to be considerably stronger than a slime. After all, he is one of the four kings, undoubtedly more formidable than a mere slime. Lilith, facing him, found herself at a loss for words. No matter how one viewed it, Caos Machina was indeed one of the four kings, a level 66 grand boss. Surely, he was far superior to a slime with a mere level 1, one that even an ordinary person could defeat. Then we must proceed with caution, the divine being remarked. Lifting his gaze to Lilith, I shall inform you once I am fully prepared to vanquish the four kings. Lilith suddenly sensed something amiss regarding her confidence in completely vanquishing the four heavenly kings. Yet, she remained uncertain about the precise nature of the disturbance. This is indeed our model of excellence. Truly, it is this comic. I adore it immensely. In my heart. Only the sea of expressions can rival the beauty of the goddess Listad. That comic is nothing short of monumental. The amiable oolong tea, indeed. One day, Kazuma and Seiya were enjoying drinks at a bar. Seiya, what troubles you? Kazuma, I'm burdened with debt, all due to a certain goddess. Seiya, a goddess? Are you also a traveler? Kazuma, indeed, are you as well? Seiya, my goddess lacks combat prowess. Kazuma, what a coincidence, mine does too. Seiya, my goddess possesses healing, resurrection, and immortality. Kazuma, our configurations are remarkably similar. Seiya, do goddesses always exhibit such expressions? Kazuma, is it not customary for a goddess to display such expressions? Seiya, isn't it neurotic and verbose? Is it wrong to be cautious? Kazuma, not at all. In fact, I truly wish that those at my home could learn the meaning of caution, facepalm. Seiya, my goddess has average attributes, her intelligence is normal. Kazuma, my goddess possesses extraordinary attributes, her intelligence is quite erratic. Seiya, my goddess is infatuated, her personality is extraordinary, her character is normal. Kazuma, let us switch goddesses. In the world of Overlord, gazing at the image of Seiya, who was diligently training in the divine realm, The minions of Bone King expressed their disdain. Humph. What a cowardly hero. This is not caution. It is clearly fear. If I encountered such a hero, I would keep him as a pet. How can such a timid character be called a hero? Lord Ains could crush him with a mere hand. Wouldn't you agree? Yarb, while speaking, glanced at the Bone King on the throne. She noticed him intently observing Saya on the screen, remaining silent, seemingly in deep contemplation. Yarb's cheeks flushed, her face brimming with shyness as she gazed at the Bone King. Truly, he is the man she admires. Even in thought, he exudes such elegance. Why hadn't she realized this before? The Bone King's voice carried a hint of excitement, observing the reactions of his minions. They ceased their discussions and turned their attention to their ruler. Chapter 46. You may all languish. Who could possibly surpass you? Lord Ains, what are you implying? Lord Ains, have you not conceived of something? How could there be anything unknown to Lord Ains? Surely you jest. Lord Ains is invincible. The minion's perplexity elicited a hearty laugh from the Bone King. He pointed towards the screen, where Saya was striving in his training. This fellow named Saya is truly extraordinary. Thank goodness my world is devoid of heroes like him. Otherwise, I could scarcely remain at ease upon my throne. In response to the Bone King's concerns, his minions believed he was merely jesting. Lord Ains, you worry too much. Your strength is unparalleled. Indeed, no one can surpass Lord Ains. A hero? What is that? Lord Ains is the embodiment of invincibility. If Lord Ains has any concerns, I could annihilate all human settlements. The weak voice belonged to Mare. Indeed. There is no need for Lord Ains to worry. It would suffice to eliminate all humans. As he listened to the praises and suggestions from his subordinates, the smile on the skeletal king's face gradually faded. He saw his former self reflected in Sia. No, even the slightest chance cannot be overlooked. If the hero's demeanor is so cautious, then I must not fall behind. Raising his gaze to his subordinates, the skeletal king softly declared, from this day forth, all naturally cautious humans shall be closely monitored. Of course, there is no need to kill them. Simply breaking their legs for disobedience will suffice. Though he had become a member of the undead, having slaughtered many humans in his past, he was gradually becoming cold-blooded, no longer resembling an emotional human. Nevertheless, he would not allow a hero from another world to disturb the peace of his own realm. After all, his ambition was to establish a vast empire, where peaceful development is the true path to sovereignty. Yes, although his subordinates felt that the skeletal king's approach was somewhat excessive, they complied diligently. Regarding my reincarnation as a slime, how could there be such a cautious individual in this world? This hero is rather cunning. Saya's performance instilled a sense of crisis within Rimuru Tempest. After all, not long ago, he had watched helplessly as his kind was repeatedly tormented by this cautious hero, likely deprived of even the chance for reincarnation. Each time he recalled the tragic fate of that slime, Rimuru Tempest felt immensely fortunate to have been reborn into this world. At the very least, he would not encounter such a cautious hero. Otherwise, he might have been the one subjected to torment. Of course, there are not many heroes who could challenge him now, given his formidable strength. Nevertheless, Saya's appearance served as a reminder for Rimuru Tempest. Rubbing his head, he murmured, I should also exercise caution moving forward. If this world harbors such heroes, it could spell disaster. Having worked hard to elevate himself to this level, he must not let it all go to waste. From that moment on, the character of this demon lord slime became increasingly prudent. While showing off can be exhilarating, playing the fool to devour the tiger is far more rewarding than mere posturing. Let us work. In the realm of the demon lord, Shiro Ashiya's countenance grew increasingly grave as he gazed at Saya on the luminous screen. This individual is far more terrifying than any foolish hero. As a formidable general among the 4 heavenly kings serving the Dark Lord, he undoubtedly perceives the extraordinary nature of Saya. This individual is nothing like an ordinary hero. An ordinary hero can hardly withstand even the slightest provocation, and the act of fleeing is nearly non-existent. Moreover, they possess a kindness that is akin to that of a saint. This point can be corroborated by that reckless hero of this world. Had she not possessed such formidable strength, the Demon King would not even need to intervene. A mere demon could easily subdue her. It is precisely due to the presence of this foolish hero that Shiro Ashiya feels a sense of trepidation towards the usually cautious Saya. He chooses to remain in the safe house, biding his time until his strength reaches its zenith before taking action. Such a valiant hero, who can withstand this? Shouldn't it be a journey of battling monsters and gradually leveling up? However, it must be said that such a cautious individual is indeed a paragon of wisdom and valor. Fortunately, he does not inhabit our world, so we need not concern ourselves with him for now. Otherwise, Ashiya Shiro glanced down at the napping Mao Sadu and the still engrossed Uchiha Hanzo, and he immediately felt a headache coming on. It seems that he alone, as a demon, is troubled by worldly affairs. Lord Lucifer, are you two not at all anxious? Huh? Lucifer lifted his gaze to Ashiya Shiro, his expression laced with confusion. Meanwhile, the still drowsy Mao Sadu looked utterly bewildered. What has transpired? The light screen clearly indicated it was no ordinary matter. It could very well be a gift from the great demon lord. You too, if you have nothing better to do, ought to pay more attention to the content on the screen. Perhaps we could discover a way to restore our magical powers. Then, we could return to the demon realm. Lucifer responded, oh. Mao Sadu merely nodded. Observing the two who were nearly becoming office drones and couch potatoes, Ashiya Shiro felt exasperated. Yet, this was his demon lord and colleague. He could only continue to speak earnestly. You must look at that hero on the light screen. If someone with such a personality were to emerge in our world, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the entire demon realm. Oh, I'll check after I finish this game. Lucifer replied nonchalantly. As a fallen angel, he merely wished to wake, play, eat, and sleep in that order. You worthless fellow. Do you not wish to return to the demon realm? Ashiya Shiro glared at him, frustrated. Had it not been for the precious computer he had purchased at great expense, he would have smashed it long ago. Cursed problem child. What can you do besides waste food and electricity? Just then, Mao Sadu suddenly screamed, It's over, it's over. Thinking that the demon lord had recognized the dreadful nature of the cautious hero, Ashiya Shiro hastily praised, Indeed. Lord Mao is wise to understand the peril posed by such a cautious hero. Before his words could settle, Mao Sadu had already flung open the door. I'm going to be late for work. Whatever it is, we can discuss it after my shift. Ashiya Shiro sighed. You two can just carry on. Who can outdo you? With a long sigh, Ashiya Shiro lay quietly on the tatami mat, seemingly resigned to his fate. To be burdened with such a demon lord and colleagues truly felt like a twist of fortune. Suddenly, he found himself reluctant to return to the demon realm. Perhaps it would be quite pleasant to remain here in a state of complacency. In the world of the novice demon king and the solitary hero. Chapter 47. Initially seeking amusement, he discovered that the jest contained hidden dangers. Glancing at the figure of the saint on the screen, he shifted his gaze to the hero Max and the demon king before him. The secretary, Genia, while adjusting the demon king's attire, couldn't help but lament. If only our Lord Demon King had acted like the demon kings of this world and ambushed heroes in the novice village from the beginning, we would not have found ourselves in such a predicament. This realm might have belonged to you long ago. Surely, I cannot bear the sole blame for this, can I? Grumbled the demon king, adorned in a schoolgirl outfit, resembling a lowly yet possessing 3 eyes. Genia, considering you were my secretary, why did you not advise me back then? Otherwise, her gaze drifted dismissively towards the fallen hero beside her. This fellow has long since met his demise at my hands. However, it is not too late. I could effortlessly vanquish him now. Yet, I find him too pathetic to bother with. Max, the hero, remained indifferent to this exchange. It had been many years since those events transpired. To revisit them now would be rather impolite. He was now content to indulge in a life of decadence. Observing the hero's disinterest in engaging with him, the demon king pouted. Raising her eyes to the screen where the saint continued to train, her 3 eyes sparkled with admiration. Now that is a true hero, handsome and in such fine shape. To perish at the hands of such a hero would be worth it. Unlike this slovenly hero at home, who has nearly transformed into a wretched old man. Yet she could not voice such thoughts without consequence. Upon hearing the demon king mention her looks and physique, Max, who had previously feigned indifference, finally spoke up. I was quite handsome once, you know. Facing the disdainful expressions of the demon king and Genia, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lowering his gaze to his beer belly, he acknowledged that his physique had indeed altered, and his daily habits had become rather disheveled. Nevertheless, he stubbornly added, I am not like you monsters. I do not age. Humans have a mere few decades of life, and I am already over 30. My form is bound to change. Pausing for a moment, Max gazed out at the bustling streets beyond the window, his tone unexpectedly tinged with melancholy. Without the Demon King, this world no longer requires a hero. Why should I concern myself with anything? A life of self-indulgence, after all, had its own peculiar charm. The Dark Lord and Genia, surprisingly, did not contest this notion. In the absence of a Dark Lord to vanquish, the world naturally had no need for a hero. With the cessation of warfare, this realm experienced rapid development. progressing in astonishing directions. Remarkably, even the Dark Lord herself now cohabits with the hero. It is rather ironic when one reflects upon it. This anime belongs to the comedy genre, yet it is not solely comedic in nature. The first half elicits uproarious laughter, while the latter half becomes suffocatingly oppressive. Particularly the conclusion is heart-wrenching. The stark emotional dichotomy may even create the illusion that it is two entirely different anime. This very contrast contributes to the relatively low rating of the series. Initially seeking amusement, viewers find themselves confronted with unexpected despair. Who can endure such a dissonance? Nevertheless, one cannot deny the success of this anime. In a bid to completely eradicate the Demon King, Seiya employs the gates of hell for the second time. The price being his own life. At that moment, Seiya's body is riddled with numerous fissures, appearing as if he might shatter at any instant. Lacking any strength, he collapses. Supported by his disciple, Matthew. From this day forth, there shall be no Demon King or 4 heavenly kings. No one will stand against you. You and Rosalie must support each other and protect this world diligently. No, Master, you have taught me so much. In response to Seiya's stunned silence, Matthew is overcome with tears. I haven't even properly thanked you yet. Do not utter such foolishness. Before them, Lestat, eyes closed, refuses to accept this grim reality. Her hands emanate a torrent of healing magic, desperately attempting to save Seiya as before. I will save you. I must save you. However, as her words linger in the air, a resounding bang echoes, and Seiya's legs vanish beneath him. Lestat is left in a state of shock. This was her first encounter with despair. Why? Why can't it be cured? Why? Enough, Lister. You have done your utmost. Faced with the man's comforting words, Lista's eyes brimmed with tears. She retorted, unwilling to accept. How can it end like this? If even becoming a goddess cannot save you, then Lister, you have done remarkably well. Embracing Lista. Although Saint's tone was feeble, it carried a trace of tenderness. Lista felt even more distressed. In the end, she still failed. Even if she became a goddess, it amounted to nothing. Overwhelmed by despair, she clung to Saint's broad chest, tears streaming uncontrollably. I'm sorry, it's my inadequacy. I'm so sorry. Gazing at the tightly held Lista, Saint was momentarily taken aback. It was astonishing. These events felt eerily familiar. Is it so? Lista looked up. Her eyes filled with confusion as she regarded Saint. Meanwhile, another figure emerged in Saint's mind. At this moment, he comprehended everything. You are. So that's why just before death, Saint finally recalled all from his previous life. Then let us immediately confront the Chimera. Saint, isn't that too hasty? The Chimera's level surpasses ours by a significant margin. It would be wiser to train first. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Fear not. I possess a strategy. What is the strategy? The strategy is to strive diligently. That is all. What sort of strategy is this? One ought to exercise caution. There must be a way. Look, we have emerged victorious. But consider your companions. Their legs are broken. Nonetheless, we have triumphed, have we not? Enough of this idle chatter. Come here and tend to my foot. Let us rest briefly and then proceed to vanquish the next boss. Hail, only the Demon Lord remains. Indeed. We shall set out tomorrow morning. You should rest early. I feel a sense of unease and cannot sleep. Are we truly not going to the village of sages? I have heard they possess information about the Demon Lord. There is no need. I wish to defeat the Demon Lord swiftly. The sooner we eliminate the Demon Lord, the less suffering the people of this world will endure. Then we shall retreat to a quaint village, bear a few children, and live a pastoral life. Who would want to bear children with you? If not, then I shall find someone else. You dare. The monster's HP has reached 0. We have defeated it. How splendid. We have finally vanquished the Demon Lord. It was quite a struggle. Indeed, as a goddess, I nearly perished. Ha ha. How could this be? Was the Demon Lord not supposed to die? I possess 2 lives. If one is lost, the other remains. If only we could gather information in the village of sages. We should flee. Hail, Tiana, we must escape. We cannot win this fight. Chapter 48. Hail, do you remember me? I truly miss you. As expected of a goddess. My energy has been completely restored after consuming that. Tiana, can you still use restorative magic? I'm sorry, I have completely run out of magic. You need not apologize. It is I who should express regret. I should have heeded your advice and made thorough preparations. Hail, we must flee. I shall kill this woman first, and then you, powerless hero. No, please, stop. Within this woman's womb resides a faint flicker of life. Oh, I see. It turns out to be your child. In that case, let us extract the little one and feast upon it. brave warrior. Behold, as the mother and child together become sustenance for my new world. No, please. I beseech you, do not consume her. I implore you, I bow before you. I beg you. Ah, Tiana, I am so sorry. Everyone, I apologize. If given another chance, I would never, ever wrong you again. If only it were possible, Tiana. Gently reaching out to caress Lista's face, Saint Zai wore a gentle smile for the first time. It turns out that the Tiana I failed to save has been reborn as you, the goddess. However, this time, unlike my previous blunder, this time, it is truly wonderful. I have saved you. In a previous life, I lost you by mere misfortune. In this life, I exercise utmost caution solely for your sake. This time, one must exercise utmost caution. Caution, more caution. Even if misunderstood or disliked, one must resolutely strive to save the world, comrades, and those who are dear. Just as Seiya sought to advance further, he took a moment to truly observe Lestat. With the sharp sound of shattering glass, Seiya vanished before Lestade's eyes. Lestade's pupils contracted sharply, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Damn it. I came here to enjoy myself, and you stabbed me instead. Enough with the blades. The child merely desires to watch a delightful comedic anime. Prudent yet not cold-hearted, sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted, seemingly harsh, yet the kindest soul in the entire narrative. How wonderful. I have saved you this time. Woe is me, I am weeping in a whirlwind of sorrow. The pain etched in my soul is an unhealable wound, transformed into profound caution. It is precisely because life has been so arduous that I have turned to the realm of the second dimension, only to be pierced again by the god of this world. Do not speak of it. The original work is far more terrifying than this merciful anime plot. I do not care. I do not care. I beseech the god of the second dimension for something cheerful in the next video. In the world where Iruma-kun has fallen into darkness, is this truly the unwavering love that lasts until death? It turns out that not only humans possess such feelings. Even deities do. I am deeply moved, truly moved. It brings me to tears. The love story of Seiya and Lestat has left Azazel Amiri in a state of utter despair. Although Suzuki Iruma, nearby, felt a tinge of sadness as well. His emotions paled in comparison to Amiri's. Observing Amiri, who appeared on the verge of shedding several pounds of tears, he yearned to comfort her, but found himself at a loss for words. Amiri's sorrow was overwhelming, prompting Iruma to feel the urge to cry himself. Just as Iruma was about to succumb to tears, Amiri raised her gaze toward him. Her eyes were puffy and red, her body trembling. Yet she could not help but inquire, Iruma-kun, do you think that demons and humans can forge an unwavering love that lasts until death? As she spoke, a blush crept upon her cheeks. This was clearly not merely a drunken whim. Iruma, caught off guard, felt his own cheeks flush as well, for he was, after all, human. The answer to this question is somewhat difficult for him to articulate. After all, by common reasoning, humans are merely the prey of demons. This is clearly stated in the school anthem. Who could possibly fall in love with their own predator? And which demon would harbor affection for its food? Gazing at the president, whose hopes were visibly etched upon her face, Iruma could only murmur, perhaps. But is it merely a possibility? Amiri curled into a ball, beginning to sob softly once more. Although the inquiry was directed at him, it seemed she only cared for one answer. Sighing, Iruma approached Amiri and gently caressed her back, solemnly declaring, as long as there is love, it is bound to happen. Amiri's petite face flushed deeper, yet her body ceased to tremble. She had received the answer she longed for. Welcome to the classroom of supremacy. Observing the lifeless Seiya and the tearful Lestat, Ayanokoji Kiyotaka's face displayed a rare complexity of emotions. Opening his phone to view a photograph of Kakazaki-kei, he remained silent for a long while before voicing his doubts. Can love truly alter a person's character? If that is indeed the case, do I still need to seek romance? Perhaps I should find an opportunity to break up. I have no desire to be swayed by emotions. If it comes to that, would I not become just like the other 3 campus misfits? In the photo, Kakazaki-kei appeared quite distressed. The other 3 campus bullies also expressed their own discontent. In a world where the brave hero is undeniably formidable yet excessively cautious, Lista is punished for violating the divine regulations. Not only is her ability to restore divinity sealed, but she is also tasked with the formidable challenge of subduing the SS-level threat, Xfuria. Curiously, rather than being disheartened by this nearly insurmountable mission, Lista radiates joy. The reason is simple. The Divine Lord has once again entrusted her with the information regarding Seiya, the hero of the Dragon Palace. This means she will have the opportunity to fight alongside him once more. According to divine regulations, when the same individual is summoned multiple times, they lose all memory of their previous summonings. With this in mind, Lista resolves to leave Seiya with the most splendid first impression this time, hoping to engage in a sweet little romance with him. As for the regulations, they can be disregarded. After meticulously preparing the summoning circle, Lista softly uttered the incantation, summon. With a flash of brilliance, Seiya's figure materialized before her. Upon witnessing Seiya, who had returned from the dead, Lista's eyes brimmed with tears. However, she endeavored to temper her emotions and refrain from indulging in her desires. Suppressing the urge to embrace Seiya, Lista feigned a divine demeanor and smiled professionally. Greetings. I am Lista, the goddess residing in this unified divine realm. For certain reasons, I have summoned you from the human world. Listen closely, Seiya. The sacred dragon of the Dragon Palace, you are to join me in rescuing Xfuria, which is under the dominion of the Demon King. Observing Lista's excitement, which she struggled to contain, Seiya remained as stoic as ever, his expression devoid of emotion and tinged with disdain as he regarded her. Lista, what are you talking about? I've already heard this script from you last time. Is it a requirement for you to recite such a standard monologue from beginning to end every time you summon a hero? Lista's expression became vacant. Huh? Oh? Realizing that Seiya still remembered her, she fought to suppress her trembling body and leaped into his arms, rubbing her face against his chest. She giggled like an infatuated maiden. Seiya, do you remember me? I've truly missed you so much. Can you please act normally? No. Seiya, I've longed for you. This time, I will certainly protect you well. Who will protect whom is yet to be determined. Then you must take good care of me. That is precisely why I was summoned. Thus unfolds the tale of the four great sycophants in anime, each one exceedingly vibrant. Worthy of the title King of Sycophants. Chapter 49, a review of the four great sycophants. As a melancholic melody plays, the screen transitions to the next video, resonating with a loud sound. The term, literally licking dog, refers to individuals who, devoid of dignity, excessively flatter others. It typically pertains to romantic relationships, where one is fully aware that their affections are unreciprocated yet still chooses to debase themselves, pressing their warm faces against the cold indifference of another. Some are not even worthy of being a backup. They merely serve as tools, summoned at will and discarded just as easily. As the saying goes, one who licks ends up with nothing in the end. Therefore, dear viewers, I implore you to cease such behavior. Exists not only in the realm of reality, but also among many renowned anime characters, often portrayed as laughable figures. Let us now recount the four quintessential of the anime world. Each one is a paragon of this phenomenon, truly deserving the title of King of Licking Dogs. Goodness. I simply wish to indulge in some comedic anime, yet the gods of the second dimension insist on breaching my defenses. Could it be that you are the fabled? Who said that? My goddess has clearly promised to make me her primary backup. Just today, I even ordered takeout for my goddess and her partner. Are you all envious? You single dogs? My goodness, I can hardly contain myself. This is the epitome of a devoted admirer. Fortunately, I have silently safeguarded my goddess for 5 years, wishing her good morning and good night each day, occasionally ordering takeout, solely for her sake. At worst, it is deep affection, hardly qualifying as mere flattery. You, too, are a heavyweight in this realm. When discussing sycophants, one cannot overlook that legendary figure, always brawling with classmates. How uncouth. Do you truly believe you are the recipient of someone else's affection? It is the love of a celestial being who has forsaken all deities to cherish you, enduring every agony to bring you joy. Oh, I confess, I am indeed a sycophant. I have been overwhelmed, and suddenly, a character from the Sunflower class of Futaba Kindergarten comes to mind. Listening to the narration on the screen, even the parallel worlds of anime seem to falter, let alone the myriad characters from countless realms. In the world of Crayon Shinchan, a child raises their hand, asking, "Teacher, what does sycophant mean?" Another inquires, "Teacher, what does degrading mean? Is it about swordplay? And what about gender relations? Is that a name?" The children in the Sunflower class of Futaba Kindergarten are in an uproar, pointing at the screen. Yoshinaga Midori clutches her head, appearing somewhat bewildered. Everyone, please quiet down. Only then can the teacher address your questions. However, the effect is minimal as the chatter continues unabated, each child asking their own questions. This predicament has only exacerbated Ji-young Lvy's headache. She is at a loss as to what to do. Furthermore, even if everyone were to quiet down, she remains uncertain about how to delicately elucidate the meaning of Tai Ngu. It would be rather impolite to simply state that a person who selflessly adores a woman, surrendering to her whims, is merely a. How blunt this is. At that moment, the melodious voice of Sutome AI resonated throughout the classroom. Young Master Shinosuke, were you not just staring intently at the large screen above? Why have you ceased now? Upon her utterance, the entire class fell silent, all eyes turning towards this most peculiar student. Even Yoshinaga Midori directed her gaze at Shinosuke. Indeed. How unusually quiet he is today. Faced with the collective scrutiny of his classmates, Shinosuke's tone bore a hint of disappointment. There are no beautiful ladies on the big screen. Why should I watch it? Young Master Shinosuke, are you not at all curious about topics such as sycophancy and relationships between the sexes? Sutome AI's inquiry elicited a disdainful response from Shinosuke. You children, utterly clueless about the dynamics of relationships. It's truly hopeless. Older sisters are far better. Does young Master Shinosuke understand what relationships between the sexes entail? Of course, Shinosuke proclaimed, lifting his chin. Sex refers to gender. The two sexes are simply the genders of men and women. Oh, I see. The classmates nodded in understanding. And what does sycophant mean? Isn't that even simpler? It's clearly written above. Shinosuke tilted his head higher. When the person you like does not reciprocate your feelings, yet you continue to treat them well, that is a sycophant. Ah, I understand now. Young Master Shinosuke, you are truly impressive. You know everything. Sutome AI gazed at Shinosuke with admiration, almost rushing to embrace him. The other students looked at Shinosuke with a mix of respect. Truly, the extraordinary Shinosuke knows so much. Suddenly, Kazama Toru raised his hand, looking puzzled. Teacher, I believe I saw our class mentioned in a comment. Could it be that there is a sycophant among us? Yoshinaga Midori instinctively shook her head. You are all still just children, unaware of what love is. How could any of you possibly be sycophants? When you grow older, you will understand what a sycophant truly is. Kazama Toru, Adai, and Nini nodded in agreement, casting glances at their friend Seinen. It appeared as though he was the very embodiment of a sycophant. At that moment, Seinen was fixated on Shinosuke, who spoke eloquently, and on Sutome AI, who looked at him with admiration. He instinctively tightened his fists. If only he possessed such knowledge. Would AI then come to like him? With that thought, Seinen resolved to study diligently from now on. He too wished to earn AI's admiration. As for being a sycophant, once AI liked him, then he would no longer be one. In the whimsical world of Tom and Jerry, Jerry squeaked, squeak, squeak, squeak. Aren't you just a sycophant? Jerry, squeak, squeak, squeak. I still remember how desperately you pursued that female cat. Tom, meow, meow, meow. Nonsense. I am a cat. A purebred cat. Spike is the dog. Tom, meow, meow, meow. With my dashing charm, how could I possibly be a simp? Tom, meow, 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 meow. All the female cats are simply enamored with me. Humph. Jerry? Squeak? Really? I couldn't tell. Tom, meow. It seems you are still oblivious to my allure. Tom, meow, meow. If only there were some lovely female cats around. I would surely showcase my prowess. Jerry, squeak. There's one in the garden behind you, Tom. In a flash, he dashed to the lovely female cat. Gazing upon her beauty, Tom's demeanor transformed with enthusiasm. Tom, meow. Good morning, beautiful. Have you eaten yet? Tom, meow. Shall I catch a mouse for you to enjoy? Before the female cat could respond, Tom took swift action. With lightning speed, he captured Jerry, his grin radiating. Meow. You pitiful mouse, become my lovely lady's meal. Jerry, squeak. You traitor, forsaking friendship for beauty. Jerry, squeak. And yet you claim not to be a simp. Responses to some comments are not part of the main content. Most domestic animations should be avoided due to copyright issues. We all understand the implications. As for special effects films, I have not seen many. I will catch up and write about them later. Regarding the character designs in anime, there are simply too many characters to write about, and I have not seen them all. Hence, I will do my best to faithfully recreate their personas and dialogues. If I cannot achieve full fidelity, I hope for your understanding. Additionally, I set a small goal to write about 200 anime. Expect genres like action, harem, pure love, battles, nostalgia, rankings, combat power, and popular memes. Please be patient. Feel free to express what you wish to see in the comments. Thus, I beseech for a wave of small gifts, urging updates, and encouraging reviews. Your kind words are the fuel for my writing. Chapter 50. So please, Fei Yang, help me deliver some food. In the world of Doraemon, Nobita couldn't help but sigh at the introduction on the screen. Being a simp is truly lamentable, constantly groveling yet failing to earn affection. If I were to be a sycophant, I might as well end my own life. Glancing over at Doraemon, who was still savoring his dorayaki, Nobita suddenly inquired, Doraemon, Do you think there are sycophants in our world? Well, of course, there are, Doraemon replied, momentarily pausing his indulgence, his tone betraying an air of awkwardness. Who is it? Do I know them? Nobita asked, his curiosity piqued. You should know them. They are quite close to us. Really? What is their name? How pitiful. I have forgotten their name, but indeed, they are quite unfortunate. At that moment, Doraemon's gaze towards Nobita was tinged with a hint of complexity. Nobita may not comprehend the meaning of a sycophant, yet this robot from the future surely understands the definition. Before him stood Nobita, the quintessential sycophant. Enamored with Shizuka yet too timid to confess his feelings. However, whenever he acquires something novel, he instinctively seeks to share it with Shizuka, often leading to unintended consequences that infuriate her. Nonetheless, despite such setbacks, Nobita remains undeterred, persistently pursuing Shizuka. This is not merely an act of sycophancy, is it? Nevertheless, he ultimately achieved his desires, possessing everything he could wish for. He indeed won the affection of a beautiful partner. Not only did he wed Shizuka, but they also welcomed a child into their lives, marking him as a victor in the game of life. Thus, Doraemon believes that Nobita should not find himself on the list of notorious sycophants. Should he be unfortunate enough to be included among the 4 greatest sycophants, his future would be bleak. Subjected to the mocking jest of John and Sunio, this foolish lad might truly succumb to the humiliation and contemplate despair. With this thought, Doraemon cast another glance at Nobita before him. This timid and apprehensive child is likely just speaking out of fear. He may lack the courage to take such drastic measures. However, it is prudent to take precautions. Doraemon retrieved a memory-erasing pen from his pocket. As soon as the light screen in the sky utters Nobita's name, he will promptly erase Nobita's memories. Thus, in the absence of a clear understanding of the circumstances, even if mocked, he would not resort to suicide. Alas, he has truly worried himself sick over this foolish boy. In the world of Big Fish Begonia, after gazing at the luminous screen for a considerable time, Chio turned to look at the figure lying on the ground. Chun, do you believe in eternal love in this world? Like the stars, eternally radiant. Keeping her gaze fixed on the screen, Chun nodded. I believe. A smile graced Chio's lips. You must be hungry. Have something to eat and rest. Watching Chun eat sweet potatoes, Chio's smile widened. I enjoy watching you eat. You look delightful while doing so. Lost in thought, Chun remained silent, merely consuming her sweet potatoes. Chio, unfazed, gazed at the flickering campfire and chuckled. I have seen you in all your forms, when you were willful, when you were sorrowful, when you were joyful, and when you were awkward. Yet, you always look beautiful. As Chio spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Chun. After a moment of silence, Chun finally whispered, You treat me as kindly as a brother. I am very grateful to you. Chio's smile abruptly ceased, transforming into silence. In the deep of night, as Chio lay wide awake, unable to find slumber, Chun's voice broke the stillness. Chio, I'm here. Thank you for being by my side. You are the kindest person in this world to me, and I truly appreciate you. Is that so? Chio's body trembled, but he restrained himself to conceal his emotions from Chun. Yet, tears could not help but cascade down his cheeks. Reflecting on the screen's depiction of the 4 great sycophants in anime, he suddenly contemplated his own life. Sycophant. I seem to be that so-called sycophant. Passionately enamored with a childhood friend who, in turn, did not reciprocate his feelings and merely bestowed upon him the nice guy card. In an instant, Chio's body trembled even more violently. In the world of Gintama, after completing all the documents on his desk, Isao Kondo finally breathed a sigh of relief, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He had been working tirelessly, neglecting sleep and food, even refraining from glancing at the mysterious screen. What was it all for? Simply to carve out time to meet his beloved, Shimurate. Dear lady, you will inevitably fall into my grasp. With a confident smile adorning his face. Just as Kondo Isamu was about to leave the room to meet Shimura Mio, he caught snippets of his subordinate's chatter. The holographic screen was broadcasting some ranking of the so-called 4 great sycophants. Do you think our chief could make the list? Are you out of your mind? How dare you speak of the chief? What does it matter? Isn't the chief just a sycophant? Clinging to others relentlessly, yet gaining nothing in return. Listening to you, it does seem the chief resembles a sycophant. Indeed, I would say the chief is a quintessential sycophant. Ahem. Good day, chief. As the tall figure of the chief suddenly appeared, the subordinates immediately stood at attention, albeit with a hint of apprehension on their faces. If you have nothing to do, then get out and patrol. Do not linger like an old hag gossiping. Yes, the subordinates hastily exited, leaving Kondo Isamu alone in the room. A sycophant? A trace of melancholy crossed Kondo Isamu's face. He was neither an elderly individual trapped in ignorance nor a child oblivious to reality. He understood all too well what it meant to be a sycophant, if he were indeed to be ranked among them. His tenure as chief would come to an ignoble end, and he would become the subject of ridicule. The thought alone was terrifying. He certainly did not wish to suffer social demise. Yet, the image of Shimura Mio surfaced in his mind, prompting Kondo Isamu to grit his teeth. As long as he could win the heart of his beloved Mio, what did it matter if he played the sycophant? He resolved to embrace that role wholeheartedly. In the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, upon hearing that Mei Yangyang needed him, Fei Yangyang, who was playing basketball with Shi Yangyang, abandoned their game without a second thought and sprinted towards Mei Yangyang. Breathing heavily yet brimming with excitement, he exclaimed, "Mei Yangyang, did you call for me?" Upon catching a whiff of Fei Yangyang's sweat, Mei Yangyang instinctively took a step back, distaste evident on her face. She quickly handed him a lunchbox. "Is this for me?" "Thank you, just what I needed." "Of course not," Mei Yangyang interrupted, softening her tone. "Isn't Shi Yangyang playing ball with you? He hasn't eaten yet. So, could you please deliver this meal for me?" "Deliver a meal?" Fei Yangyang's expression soured instantly as he glanced down at the lunchbox in his hands. "But I haven't eaten either." "Please, Fei Yangyang, just help me out." "Fine, fine." In response to Mai Jiang's request, Fiang Yang naturally could not refuse. Although his tone was tinged with disappointment, he nonetheless acquiesced. In the spirit of civility, let us refrain from quarrels. Mai Jiang is rather amiable. While other characters may not be classified as sycophants, the rankings have been established, and thus, Lao Xian will write accordingly. Now, let us unveil the first sycophant. He hails from Chapter 51 of the Adventures of Little Carp, titled "The Better You Treat Them, the Less They Appreciate You." Upon hearing the mention of their world, the group led by Pao Pao appeared quite perplexed. To their astonishment, the first sycophant emerged from their own realm. However, in their world, there are hardly any females. Who could possibly be the sycophant? Pao Pao remarked, casting a glance at Zayamaimei. Among the group, she was the only girl. Zayamaimei hastily clarified. "You are all my good friends. I have not treated you coldly or demanded anything from you. Could it be from Laipishi's side? Yet, Laipishi has no female subordinates. How could one be a sycophant?" The most astute among them, Aku, seemingly deduced something, his tone carrying a hint of incredulity. Could it be that a man could also be a sycophant to another man? Lobster and fat catfish are indeed loyal subordinates of Laipishi, but surely, referring to them as sycophants is inaccurate. Laipishi treats his subordinates reasonably well, which does not quite align with the behavior of a sycophant. What could this possibly mean? Just as the group was engulfed in confusion, the expression on the face of the two-faced turtle soured considerably, while others might be oblivious. Did he not recognize the depths of his own actions towards Zayamaimei? In the past, he had been exceedingly humble for her sake, even when Zayamaimei urged him to leave. He stubbornly refused to depart. He had nearly laid bare his heart for her. To this day, he still harbors feelings for Zayamaimei, reflecting on his past humiliating behaviors. The color of the two-faced turtle's face deepened to an even more pallid green. Could it be that the first sycophant the light screen intends to unveil is none other than him? This is utterly embarrassing. If this were to be discovered by the former boss, the cunning serpent, would he still be able to navigate the underworld, even if he has obtained the dragon scales? What significance does it hold? This does not alter the undeniable truth of his servile devotion. Contemplating this, the two-faced turtle could not help but feel a surge of frustration. To shield himself from the sound of the screen calling his name, he covered his ears and shouted, "No, no, no." As he uttered these words, he propelled himself forward at lightning speed. The other three, witnessing his peculiar behavior, exchanged bewildered glances. "What's wrong with you, two-faced turtle? Are you having a fit? How rare." "Wait for me, two-faced turtle. You're swimming too fast." It seemed that upon hearing the call of the charming Mei Mei, the two-faced turtle, though still fleeing, found his pace involuntarily slowing. Alas, he could not resist the allure of Mei Mei. Initially, this character serves as the cowardly sidekick of a villain, indecisive and spineless, epitomizing the essence of a loser. It is only upon encountering the goddess Zayamaimei that he discovers his true purpose. In his quest to win her heart, he endeavors to transform himself, yet he remains perpetually unnoticed by her. Even in the absence of Aku and Pao Pao, Zayamaimei regards him merely as a backup option. Despite this, he steadfastly remains by her side, ever at the forefront. Fully aware of his role as a humble sycophant, he continues to pursue her relentlessly, embodying the very definition of a devoted admirer. Indeed, he is the dual-faced turtle. The scene shifts. A seemingly clumsy turtle, entirely green, appears on the screen. Observing Zayamimi before him, the dual-faced turtle quickens his pace. This is the elixir I pilfered from the crafty serpent. Consume it, and your voice shall be restored. Gazing at the potion in his grasp, Zayamimi, her voice hoarse, inquires, "Why do you treat me with such kindness?" "Why?" replies the dual-faced turtle. "You are the dawn's first light, illuminating my dark existence. For you, I would do anything." He gazes at Zayamimi with deep affection. Yet her eyes are solely fixated on the elixir. If she consumes this potion, her voice will be restored, enabling her to rescue Pao Pao and Aku. The scene transitions once more. You cannot escape. The formidable lobster blocks the path of Zayamimi and the dual-faced turtle. Instinctively, fear grips him. The individual in question was once his superior, and he had endured much bullying from this person, nearly developing psychological scars. However, upon catching a glimpse of the determined little Mimi, the two-faced turtle resolved within himself. For the sake of love, he was willing to sacrifice everything. With a fierce roar, the two-faced turtle declared, "Humph. No turning back now. I shall risk it all." As he spoke, he flung his shell, which fortuitously struck the lobster in the face. Seizing the opportunity, he adorned himself with the shell and shouted, "Mimi, run. For you, I would do anything. Please do not let my feelings go to waste." Mimi gazed at the two-faced turtle with a hint of gratitude, yet it ended there. "You were toying with me." Frustrated by the antics of Bubble and Aku, an exasperated Mimi leaped onto the two-faced turtle. "Let us go." Instantly, the two-faced turtle was elated, propelling himself forward with fervor. At that moment, he felt immensely proud. "I must thank them. The more mischief they cause, the better Mimi treats me." After a while, when Mimi's anger had subsided, she expressed a desire to return. The two-faced turtle was somewhat disheartened by this. Pointing at the scenery before them, he offered a flattering smile. "Mimi, look at how beautiful the scenery is. If only we could remain here forever, it would be the life I have always dreamed of." "No, absolutely not." Mimi promptly rejected his suggestion, crossing her arms defiantly and huffing. "I am going to find the true dragon with Bubble. If you wish to stay here, then so be it. For you, I would traverse mountains of blades and plunge into fiery seas." The two-faced turtle declared, unwilling to relent. He immediately pledged his loyalty. "Now that is more like it," Mimi exclaimed, leaping onto his back once more. "Then let us be off." "Where to?" "Of course, we must seek out Bubble and the others." The two-faced turtle's expression darkened again. "Are you not afraid of being deceived by them again? Let us go. Enough with the chatter." Mimi replied, her tone tinged with impatience. The two-faced turtle, seeing her resolve, could only acquiesce and return to find Bubble and Aku. As they departed, he muttered to himself, "Being with you is wonderful. But it surely comes at a cost due to the disappearance of Bubble and Aku." Mimi was heartbroken. The two-faced turtle hurriedly offered comfort. "Mimi, do not cry. You still have me." "You?" Mimi cast a glance at the two-faced turtle, her tears flowing more freely. "You are unreliable." "Ah." Little Mimi departed in tears. The dual-faced turtle hurriedly pursued her, offering words of comfort. "Oh, please do not cry. If you keep weeping, your eyes will swell, and you will no longer see me. If you cannot see me, it will only bring you greater sorrow." Little Mimi, without turning back, replied, "If I cannot see Bubble and Aku, I would rather blind myself with my tears." The dual-faced turtle fell silent for a moment, ultimately expressing his discontent. "The kinder I am to you, the more loyalty I show, the less you seem to value it. For our sake, for Bubble and Aku's, you must not weep until your eyes are blind." At last, little Mimi ceased her crying. Chapter 52. Now it is clear to all that I, the dual-faced turtle, am merely a sycophant. Gazing at Bubble's vacant eyes, little Mimi could not suppress her anxiety. Observing her distress, the dual-faced turtle quickly interjected, "Little Mimi, do not fret. Worrying is harmful to your health." With a disdainful glance, little Mimi furrowed her brow. "Humph, I am not worried for myself. I am concerned for Bubble. Bubble is not happy at all." With that, she swam to Bubble's side. "Bubble, do not worry. We will be here with you." The dual-faced turtle eagerly concurred. "Yes, yes. As long as little Mimi wishes it, we will remain by your side. I will do whatever little Mimi asks." Little Mimi nodded and promptly commanded the dual-faced turtle, "Make him smile, make him laugh," as if receiving a royal decree. The dual-faced turtle dashed to the side, initiating a series of bizarre antics. He even occasionally shed his shell, dancing with it. "Bubble, do you find this amusing?" In that moment, he resembled a jester. Yet, he was indeed a clown, a jester who could not capture little Mimi's affection. The dual-faced turtle was well aware of this. But as long as little Mimi spoke, he would remain unwavering. At the volcanic sky pool, the dual-faced turtle finally located little Mimi. Little Mimi. Yet. She stared blankly at the sky, murmuring, "Bubble, Aku, where are you?" After a moment of silence, with no response to her call, the dual-faced turtle could no longer contain himself and cried out to the heavens. Tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. Ah, ah, ah. Only then did little Mimi notice the presence beside her. Dual-faced turtle? Why are you crying? Little Mimi's words made the dual-faced turtle's sorrow intensify. Clutching his chest, he wept profusely. "It was I who brought you back to life, yet I am not the first to be called. You have never called out to me from beginning to end. My dual-faced turtle is truly unfortunate. It is indeed a tale that brings sorrow to the listener and tears to the observer. Alas, to start off with a domestic blockbuster. I always thought there were so many simps among our post-2000s generation, and it turns out it was influenced by the cartoons we watched as children. So this is what being a simp entails. I once naively believed it was touching. How foolish. A turtle cannot shed its shell. The shell is its sternum, spine, and ribs. I have discovered an honest person. I suggest they be executed. As we grow, we all become dual-faced turtles, thus we all become fools in the end. Do not mock." Although the lovely Mei Mei is sometimes unkind to the dual-faced turtle, the two are indeed a couple. Indeed, I recall that the dual-faced turtle ultimately embraced Mei Mei. It seems there is also a pufferfish that likes the dual-faced turtle, along with two beautiful fish that admire him. Truly, a winner in life. Allow me to narrate a horror story. In reality, sea turtles love to feast on jellyfish. In response to the above, then we can be together forever. In the world of Little Carp's adventures, gazing at the screen showing slices of the dual-faced turtle and Mei Mei, Bubble and Aku fell into a prolonged silence. They finally understood why the dual-faced turtle suddenly went mad. It was due to past indiscretions being exposed. A fish and a seahorse exchanged glances, followed by sighs. Bubble remarked, "I never expected the dual-faced turtle to have feelings for Mei Mei." Aku added, "I never anticipated that the dual-faced turtle was a simp." After a pause, Aku could not help but murmur, "By the way, what kind of creature is a dog? I have never seen one. Let us not dwell on that. We must stabilize the dual-faced turtle first." Bubble swam towards the direction where the dual-faced turtle had fled. "Our most urgent task is to find the dragon god and defeat the cunning snake." Aku hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed Bubble. Even if he knew the dual-faced turtle was a simp, so what? He is now a companion to everyone. They ought to comfort him. In the palace of the cunning snake. Ha. Observing the dual-faced turtle acting as a clown to amuse Bubble, the cunning snake laughed heartily. He had thought that by following Bubble, he would encounter a better fate. It turns out he is still a clown. He relished seeing his former servant stumble. Nearby, the lobster and the hefty catfish joined in the mockery. This fellow was also a jester when he was by the king's side, yet now he remains a fool. Not merely a clown, but he is also a simp. He even has feelings for Mei Mei. How absurd. How could Mei Mei possibly be attracted to this green turtle? The lobster rolled its eyes, its tone laced with flattery. This guy still wishes to possess dragon scales, even if the scales were to look upon our king. They would never regard this clownish simp turtle. The plump catfish instinctively echoed, "Exactly. Yes, wait a moment." The slippery snake was just about to nod when suddenly, its eyes widened in shock. "Are you implying that I, the great king, am only slightly stronger than the two-faced turtle?" A malicious glint flickered in its eyes as it fixed its gaze on the two subordinates before it, seemingly poised to pounce at any moment. The lobster and the plump catfish immediately fell to their knees, trembling in fear. The lobster stammered, "And no, that's not what I meant. Great king, you are far stronger than the two-faced turtle." The catfish, shivering, added, Exactly. You are at least twice as strong as the two-faced turtle. That's more like it." "Wait a moment." The slippery snake narrowed its eyes, its expression menacing. "Twice as strong? Does that not still make me a turtle? You wretches." The trembling subordinates quickly prostrated themselves, bowing their heads in apology to the slippery snake. "Two-faced turtle, are you all right? What has happened to you? Please respond." Little Mei Mei finally caught up to the two-faced turtle, but it was currently hiding within its shell, ignoring her attempts at consolation. Growing anxious, she implored, "Please don't be silent. Everyone is worried about you." "Worried about what?" The two-faced turtle interrupted her, visibly agitated. "Now everyone knows I'm just a lovesick fool. Woe is me, I wish I were dead." As it spoke, the two-faced turtle covered its mouth, attempting to stifle its sorrow. "Please don't do this. Just listen to me." Little Mei Mei urgently pulled the turtle's claws away and placed her tentacles on its face. In a gentle tone, she reassured, You are not a lovesick fool, and I do not see you as one. In fact, I quite like you. Her voice grew softer, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. The two-faced turtle's eyes brightened instantly. Grasping little Mei Mei's tentacle, it exclaimed, "Is what you say true? Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it." "Humph. If you didn't hear it, then so be it." Feeling a bit embarrassed, little Mei Mei turned to leave. The two-faced turtle hurriedly followed, insisting, No, I heard you clearly. Little Mei Mei, don't run so fast. You'll tire yourself out." At that moment, the two-faced turtle was filled with secret delight. As long as little Mei Mei held feelings for it, then it didn't matter if it was seen as a lovesick fool. Those who spoke ill of it were likely no better themselves. Note, this is merely a playful interpretation of the characters, and the essence of the story should be taken lightly for amusement, not to be taken seriously. Do not let inappropriate portrayals of certain characters lead to negative reviews. Chapter 53. The Petrified Zhongnan and the Vulnerable Fiangyang. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. Just when the two-faced turtle believed he was about to be promoted, in the world of Crayon Shinchan, Zhongnan gazed upon Sua Ito AI, who was conversing amiably with Shinchan. His expression bore a trifling hint of jealousy, accompanied by a profound admiration. The jealousy stemmed from the fact that Sua Ito AI enjoyed chatting with Shinchan, an experience Zhongnan had seldom savored. His admiration, however, was rooted in the belief that Sua Ito AI was, at all times, the epitome of perfection in his eyes. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Jingyan witnessed Sua Ito AI inviting Shinchan to dine. He hastily retrieved a lunchbox from his backpack and placed it before Sua Ito AI and Shinchan. With a gaze filled with affection, Zhang gently inquired, "Xiao AI, this is a homemade lunch I prepared. Would you care to try a bite?" He then produced a small cake from his bag. "I waited in line for an hour to acquire this delightful cake. It is truly delectable. Aren't you fond of sweet treats? Would you like to sample it?" One cannot deny Jingnan's culinary prowess. His lunch appeared exquisitely crafted and appetizing. In preparation for this meal, he had endured several days of consuming disastrous culinary experiments. Although those dark dishes were nearly inedible, the thought of Sua Ito AI enjoying the heartfelt lunch he had prepared filled him with resolve. Zhongnan believed that enduring such hardship was entirely worthwhile. As the saying goes, persistent devotion leads to eventual rewards. If Sua Ito AI were to develop feelings for him, he would gladly embrace the role of a devoted admirer. It was indeed impressive that Zhongnan could cook. "That's nothing extraordinary," Shinchan remarked with a chuckle, as no one dislikes a compliment. Seizing the moment, Shinchan boldly asked, "Could I possibly have a taste? Just a bite?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhongnan shook his head firmly, not even casting a glance at Shinchan. His gaze remained solely on Sua Ito AI. "Xiao AI, please do try it. It's truly delicious." "Thank you, Zhongnan. These dishes look absolutely delightful." Sua Ito AI replied with a polite smile, her eyes flickering towards the enviously glancing Shinchan, her smile growing even warmer. "Are these all for me?" Indeed. Zhongnan nodded eagerly, his eagerness evident on his face. "So, I can distribute these as I wish?" "Yes, indeed." Zhongnan discerned no peculiarities, while Suo Tanashi exhibited a perplexed expression. However, it seemed that the appetite was not as vast, for one could only consume a modest portion. Before she could finish her thought, Zhongnan's face suddenly flushed. I could dine with Xiao AI." Although uttering these words was somewhat mortifying for the sake of love, he cast aside his reservations. To share a meal with Suo Tanashi was indeed one of his lifelong aspirations. Yet, before the statement could fully escape his lips, Suo Tanashi abruptly grasped Xiao Xian's arm, her voice laced with a hint of sweetness. "Young Master Xiao Xian, would you like to savor some delicacies with Xiao AI? Zhongnan has prepared an array of culinary delights for us to relish together." "Absolutely." Xiao Xian, who had already yearned to taste Zhongnan's creations, could hardly refuse. With hands clasped together, he exclaimed, "Let us begin." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly seized a piece of fried chicken with his chopsticks. "Delicious!" Xiao Xian exclaimed with genuine delight. Beside him, Suo Tanashi stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. "If it's tasty, indulge yourself, young Master Xiao Xian. This dish looks splendid as well. Allow me to feed you." Observing the pair dining together, exuding sweetness and harmony akin to a young couple, Zhongnan was momentarily petrified. Clenching his fist in discontent, he reluctantly lifted his gaze, striving to conceal the sorrowful tears threatening to spill. Just then, he beheld the image of the double-faced tortoise on the screen. After a prolonged silence, with eyes closed, Zhongnan shed 2 streams of warm tears. "Damn it. What differentiates me from that double-faced tortoise, one of the four great sycophants? Loving someone? Why must it be so arduous? In the world of Gintama. After watching the tortoise's sycophantic exploits unfold, Kondo Isami's expression grew somewhat intricate. Moments later, he exhaled deeply. Being a sycophant leads to a most dismal fate. No wonder people frequently proclaim that sycophants end up with nothing. One-sided devotion could scarcely yield any fruitful outcome. Those fellows had a point when they labeled him a sycophant. However, as he retrieved a photograph of Shimurate from his pocket and gazed at the image of the beautiful woman, a smile graced Kondo's face. Maite must surely harbor feelings for me. Otherwise, why would she have spoken to me so tenderly? Is it for my wealth? Impossible. Hence, I cannot be a sycophant. I am boldly pursuing love. One of the three great illusions of life is the belief that she holds a place for me in her heart. In the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, on the vast grassland, the anxious Fei Yang is desperately fleeing, his expression a portrait of distress. The reason for his panic is none other than the relentless pursuit of Big Wolf. As Fei Yang contemplates how to evade his pursuer, he hears the taunting voice of Big Wolf beside him. Fei Yang, why are you so pathetic today? You are running so slowly. With a mocking glint in his eyes, Big Wolf stands close enough to nearly touch him. I suggest you surrender. Don't get cocky, Big Wolf. If it weren't for my empty stomach, do you really think you could catch me? Despite his fear of being captured, Fei Yang is not one to back down in a battle of wits. As the saying goes, one does not steam buns for mere dignity. Moreover, he speaks no empty boasts. If he were well-fed, not even Big Wolf, let alone a little gray wolf, could keep up with him. Empty stomach, you say? Isn't that a lunchbox you're holding? Mind your own business. Seemingly sensing the anger radiating from Fei Yang, Big Wolf's eyes gleam with intrigue. Observing the rosy lunchbox, he deduces it likely belongs to a little female sheep. As far as he knows, only Mei Yang has a penchant for such delicacies. Mei Yang gave you that lunchbox, yet you haven't even eaten. Just moments ago, I spotted Shi Yang on the grassland. Could it be that Mei Yang asked Shi Yang to deliver lunch to you? Before the words have fully left his mouth, Fei Yang halts abruptly. His face growing increasingly sullen as he contemplates discarding the lunchbox to prove Big Wolf wrong. However, the thought of Mei Yang's disappointed gaze stays his hand. Ultimately, he can only shout in frustration, "Stop talking. Silence yourself." Ha ha ha, I have indeed hit the nail on the head. With a smirk of derision lighting his face, Big Wolf gestures toward the illuminated screen above. Fei Yang, you are no different from that sycophantic, two-faced turtle on the screen. Perhaps you too have made the list as one of the four great sycophants. Chapter 54, The Second Sycophant, the Little Demon Lord, Black Little Tiger. I recall that we, the residents of Green Grassland, have yet to make our mark on the list. However, I believe it will not be long before the first sheep graces the rankings. Though you may be recognized as a sycophant, at least you, Fei Yang, will have achieved fame. Tell me, how do you think the inhabitants of Green Grassland would perceive you if they all knew you to be such a sycophant? What would the little female sheep you admire, Mei Yang, think of you? And what about your friends, Shi Yang and Lan Yang? Would they still wish to associate with a sycophant? Upon discovering the weakness of boiling sheep, the increasingly triumphant gray wolf incessantly uttered a barrage of scornful remarks. This can be regarded as a retribution for the grievances of yesteryears. You are an incompletely evolved life form, an extraterrestrial with genetic mutations, a middle school student at a kindergarten level, and a creature with the visage of a befuddled frog. Every time I behold boiled sheep, the image of gray wolf is inevitably accompanied by this phrase in my mind. This had left him in a state of turmoil for quite some time. He had long desired to retaliate. Today, he finally released the pent-up frustration. The reaction of Fei Yang also pleased Gray Wolf immensely. Shut your mouth. Just shut up. His bloodshot eyes glared at Gray Wolf, but soon enough, Fei Yang appeared utterly dejected. No. I, Fei Yang, am absolutely not a sycophant. Not at all. Mei Yang treats me exceptionally well. It matters not what others think of me, as long as Mei Yang does not share that sentiment. In his exasperation, he even became somewhat incoherent. Although he wished to recall moments when Mei Yang had been kind to him, shame clouded his thoughts, leaving his mind a blank slate. After much contemplation, Fei Yang found himself unable to conjure any memories. His recollections were dominated by Mei Yang's harshness and her affections for Shi Yang. Even when both sheep engaged in similar activities, Mei Yang would invariably express an entirely opposite sentiment. She was gentle with Shi Yang, yet only displayed impatience towards him. Fei Yongyang. Such blatant double standards. In that moment, Fei Yongyang appeared thoroughly worn out, having forgotten that his nemesis, Grey Wolf, was still nearby. Grey Wolf, upon witnessing this, merely smiled as he approached. With a swift motion, he struck Fei Yongyang on the head, effortlessly acquiring a plump little lamb. In the world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes, Black Little Tiger had also watched the entire segment of the sycophant tortoise. At that moment, he was filled with confusion. He realized that he bore a resemblance to the tortoise. Of course, not in temperament or appearance. He remained confident that he surpassed a green tortoise in both. Black Little Tiger believed the similarity lay in their attitudes toward their beloved ones. The tortoise went to great lengths to please little Mei Mei, even risking his life multiple times to save her. For little Mei Mei, he willingly became a jester. Yet, Black Little Tiger, too, had laid bare his heart. Wishing to offer it to Blue Rabbit, he would defy even his father's commands for her. He had once risked life and limb to save Blue Rabbit. But what was the outcome? Little Mei Mei saw only her companions, while Blue Rabbit's gaze was solely upon her valiant Rainbow Cat. Contemplating this, the increasingly bewildered Black Little Tiger could not help but voice his existential doubts. Is loving someone and selflessly treating them well truly akin to being a sycophant? Am I, too, a sycophant? Unlike protagonists from other realms, who would crumble at the mere mention of sycophants, he found himself not particularly averse to the term. After all, his status was formidable, the leader of the demon sect, a figure of great authority. Let us set aside other matters. Even if he truly becomes one of the 4 renowned sycophants, few would dare to discuss him in private, aside from his father and Blue Rabbit. Anyone who dares to label him a sycophant would not stir a ripple of concern within Black Small Tiger. He remains indifferent to this ephemeral slander. The only thing that truly unsettles him is the implication that if he is indeed a sycophant, it would mean that Blue Rabbit has never harbored any affection for him. No matter what he does in the future, he will remain invisible in her eyes. The image of Blue Rabbit referring to the heroic cat as my dear heroic cat flashes in his mind, twisting his expression into one of torment. He slams his palm onto the stone table, shattering it into dust, and bellows. Why? What is it about him, the heroic cat, that captivates Blue Rabbit so? From the beginning, she wouldn't even spare me a glance. Am I truly so unworthy? If only I had met Blue Rabbit earlier, would the outcome have been different? If I were to eliminate the heroic cat, would she? As Black Small Tiger grapples with his existential crisis, the screen begins to showcase the next sycophant king. The announcement of the second sycophant emerges. He hails from the heroic cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes saga. Instantly, Black Small Tiger comprehends. In a state of despair, he collapses to the ground, aging decades in an instant, muttering to himself. The identities of the characters from Heroic Cat and Blue Rabbit need no introduction for him. He already knows who this sycophant is. Ah hey, do not hide. Outside. It is all Heroic Cat. He is a character from Heroic Cat and Blue Rabbit, the son of the sinister Blackheart Tiger, a notorious young master of the demonic sect. Handsome and skilled, brave and intelligent, his prowess rivals that of the Heroic Cat and his companions. However, upon encountering Blue Rabbit in the forest, where she saved him, he fell irretrievably in love with her and embarked on his own path of sycophancy. Despite their opposing identities, he is willing to deceive his father to save Blue Rabbit's life. Even when she explicitly states her lack of affection for him, he professes his love time and again, demonstrating profound devotion. Yet, no matter how earnestly he tries, he cannot compete with the Heroic Cat and Blue Rabbit's heart. Historically, sycophants seldom meet a favorable end, and this young master is no exception. Indeed, he is Black Small Tiger. The scene shifts. The striking figure of Black Small Tiger appears on the screen, defeating the unsuspecting Pig Wuji. Gazing at the injured Blue Rabbit, he proclaims, "Blue Rabbit, I owe you a life. Therefore, you must go. Are you willing to let me go?" The countenance of the Blue Rabbit bore an expression of disbelief. She was acutely aware that the two were irreconcilable foes. Now, injured, she realized that if the Black Tiger sought her life, escape would be utterly impossible. In response, the Black Tiger spoke with utmost seriousness. "I, Black Tiger, shall never take advantage of another's misfortune. Furthermore, I owe you a life. Therefore, you may go. However, when we meet again, we shall still be enemies, will we not?" With that, the Blue Rabbit turned away and departed. As she looked back at the retreating figure of the Blue Rabbit, admiration and affection flickered in the eyes of the Black Tiger. Deeply sentimental and unwavering, she truly was a remarkable woman of her time. After a brief pause, the Black Tiger softly remarked, How wonderful it would be if we were not enemies. Chapter 55. Am I, Black Tiger, not as formidable as that rainbow cat? The scene shifted once more to a frigid landscape blanketed in snow. Due to a treacherous plot by Pig Wugia, the blue rabbit faced a perilous avalanche. On the brink of cascading over a cliff, as she stood in a state of panic, a desperate voice echoed from nearby. Blue Rabbit, do not fear. I am coming to rescue you. Caught in the heart of the avalanche, the blue rabbit could only hear the howling blizzard, her mind reeling. In her desperation, she resorted to screaming to stave off her terror. The black tiger, witnessing her plight, felt a surge of urgency. He shouted, I am on my way. Do not fear. I will save you. Without a moment's hesitation, he bravely lunged forward, but just as he reached out to grasp the blue rabbit's hand, the avalanche abruptly shifted direction. His hand grasped only air. Regaining his footing, the black tiger called out with even greater volume, Blue Rabbit, do not be afraid. Please, trust me. I will save you. As he scanned the surroundings, he spotted a withered tree not far from the blue rabbit. However, the relentless avalanche made it sway precariously. The black tiger was uncertain if the frail tree could bear the weight of both of them. Yet, he had no superior alternative. Less than 10 meters behind the blue rabbit lay a sheer cliff, plunging perilously below, a fall from which survival was impossible. With no other choice, the black tiger hastily unfastened the red belt from his waist, wrapping one end around the nearby withered tree. Steadying himself, he tossed the belt toward the blue rabbit. Quickly, seize the belt. As she beheld the crimson belt against the white snow, the blue rabbit finally recognized the black tiger's presence. It seems I owe you yet again, she exclaimed. Enough of the pleasantries, quickly grab hold of the cloth. Although the frigid cold had rendered Blue Rabbit utterly exhausted, her desire to survive ignited a latent potential within her. After a brief struggle, she finally grasped the belt. Black Little Tiger rejoiced. This was it. Once the avalanche subsided, they could return. Yet, despairingly, Blue Rabbit lamented her lack of strength. After exhausting her potential, her body trembled, making it nearly impossible for her to maintain her grip on the belt. Blue Rabbit, do not give up. Hold on to the belt. I will surely save you. Nevertheless, Blue Rabbit could no longer hear Black Little Tiger's fervent pleas. Depleted of all energy, she was on the brink of unconsciousness, unable even to open her eyes, let alone cling to the belt. As a larger avalanche surged forth, Blue Rabbit released her hold. Blue Rabbit, without a moment's hesitation, Black Little Tiger too relinquished the belt, plummeting over the cliff alongside her. In the distance, Pig Wugia bore witness to the young master's reckless descent with Blue Rabbit and could not help but exclaim, what a tragedy. The young master is truly lovesick. To go to such lengths for a woman, young master, is this truly worth it? At that moment, no one could provide an answer to his question. In the enveloping darkness and heavy rain, Black Little Tiger positioned himself to block Blue Rabbit's path, urgently exclaiming, Blue Rabbit, you mustn't go any further. It is you. Blue Rabbit glared at him, her voice laced with anger. Black Little Tiger, it was you who orchestrated this. No, no, no. Black Little Tiger found himself in a flurry, hastily denying her accusations. It wasn't me, please let me explain. Enough. Interrupting his frantic explanation, disappointment flickered in Blue Rabbit's eyes. You did what you did. Why can't you admit it? Are you still a man? You must listen to me. Black Little Tiger, visibly flustered, waved his hands in confusion. My father is just ahead. If you proceed, you'll be in grave danger. What of the Black Heart Tiger? With a swift motion, Blue Rabbit drew her ice soul sword and stepped forward. You had better move aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Black Little Tiger sensed her unwavering resolve. If he did not yield, Blue Rabbit would indeed strike against him. He couldn't help but sigh, his body trembling in response. Blue Rabbit, why risk your life in such a manner? What is your ultimate purpose? Of course, it is for the peace of the forest. I would sacrifice everything for it. Blue Rabbit declared resolutely, her gaze unwavering. Step aside. From now on, we shall coexist without interference. As she turned to look at the departing Blue Rabbit, Black Tiger fell silent for a moment, his expression gradually solidifying. No matter how you perceive me, I cannot allow you to march towards your demise. In a desperate bid to save Blue Rabbit's life, Black Tiger secretly administered a heart-cloaking pill to her, creating the illusion that she had perished. After skillfully evading his father's scrutiny, Black Tiger hurried back to the cave, intent on alleviating the side effects of the heart-cloaking pill. However, upon his return, he found Blue Rabbit already on her feet, attempting to leave. The pill's side effects rendered her exceedingly weak, causing her to sway precariously. Blue Rabbit, Black Tiger exclaimed in alarm. Do not move. The heart-cloaking pill has severe side effects. Hearing the man's voice, Blue Rabbit lifted her gaze towards the cave entrance. Her vision blurred. She mistakenly believed it was Hero Hong Mao come to rescue her. Instinctively, she called out, "Hero Hong Mao." Yet, before she could finish, she collapsed backward. Blue Rabbit. Black Tiger rushed to catch her, employing his inner strength to detoxify her. Soon, Blue Rabbit regained consciousness, her first words being, "Hero Hong Mao, is that you? Have you recovered from your injuries?" "Hong Mao? Again with Hong Mao?" Black Tiger felt a surge of frustration. Jealousy prompted him to instinctively halt the detoxification process. As Blue Rabbit attempted to rise, the toxins overwhelmed her, causing her to fall forward once more. Black Tiger swiftly caught her, panic etched across his face. "Blue Rabbit. It is my fault. I should not have stopped so abruptly. Let go of me. I must return. I must find Hero Hong Mao," she insisted, pushing Black Tiger away. However, after taking just a few steps forward, her frailty caused her to collapse again. Unable to resist, Black Tiger stepped forward to assist her once more, patiently explaining, "The toxin from the heart-cloaking pill is too potent. If you continue to move recklessly, you will perish. Please heed my advice and allow me to complete the detoxification before you leave." In response, Blue Rabbit shook her head defiantly. "Hero Hong Mao is gravely injured. Even if it means death, I wish to perish alongside him. Let me go." Once again, Blue Rabbit pushed Black Tiger away, but after merely a step, she fell to the ground once more. This time, Black Little Tiger refrained from supporting her. Instead, he roared in exasperation, "Rainbow Cat. Once again, it's Rainbow Cat. You incessantly mention Rainbow Cat. Do you think I, Black Little Tiger, am inferior to him? In what way does he surpass me?" To this, Blue Rabbit remained largely unfazed. "You still fail to comprehend anything." Chapter 56. If I did not genuinely care, how could I possibly become a mere sycophant? Once again, we witnessed the pinnacle of domestic animation. This is my absolute favorite series, an indelible childhood memory. Black Little Tiger indeed treats Blue Rabbit well, yet she sees only Rainbow Cat. It seems to be a case of fated connection but misplaced opportunities. With the combined might of the 7 swords, Black Little Tiger can withstand 6 swords. Yet only your Ice Soul sword pierces me to the bone. Beware, everyone, do not be deceived by Black Little Tiger. He has been a quintessential villain from the beginning. One cannot simply be redeemed by mere affection. Moreover, he certainly cannot withstand 6 swords. Even in the early stages, he would struggle against 4. Blue Rabbit's rejection of Black Little Tiger on a rainy day marked my first encounter with the tumult of love's principles. Blue Rabbit, the Palace Master, is truly decisive. Righteousness is righteousness, and evil is evil. They are destined to remain irreconcilable. To be frank, isn't Black Little Tiger simply a relentless pursuer? Did Blue Rabbit ever offer him even a single glance? Unlike other sycophants, Blue Rabbit has never shown him any interest. It has always been Black Little Tiger's unreciprocated affections. Blue Rabbit states, "Righteousness is righteousness. Evil is evil. The two cannot coexist. If you, Black Little Tiger, were righteous, perhaps I might grant you a good person card, but you are wicked, and thus, you deserve neither my favor nor my presence. Keep your distance. I am truly sorry. In my youth, I once harbored feelings for Blue Rabbit. You up there, you deserve to be condemned. How could you be so despicable? In truth, I once had a fondness for Ma Sanyang. I genuinely admired that spirited girl. This individual is truly formidable. In the realm of Gintama, after thoroughly absorbing the tales of Black Tiger's unyielding devotion, Kondo Isami's expression bore a tinge of complexity. This is the epitome of unrequited love. Despite never receiving a glance from the object of his affection, he relentlessly pursued her. Truly, a devoted admirer meets a tragic fate. Suddenly recalling his own fervent pursuit of Shimura-te, Kondo Isami couldn't help but murmur, "No wonder those rascally youngsters gossip about me behind my back." My previous approach to love indeed bears a resemblance to that of Black Tiger and the Two-Faced Turtle. After a brief pause, Kondo Isami burst into hearty laughter once more. However, thankfully, my Ameo is certainly not a person like Blue Rabbit. At worst, she's merely that little beauty. Ameo has confided in me with so many heartfelt words. She often tenderly caresses my body, albeit with a hint of pain, and she once treated me to a dinner that nearly left me breathless. She must have feelings for me. As he spoke, Kondo Isami's voice gradually diminished. He sensed a flicker of doubt in his confidence. Thus, he resolutely reiterated, "Ameo must have feelings for me. I shall strive even harder to win her over. As long as I pursue her like the Two-Faced Turtle, My perseverance will surely touch Amao's heart. In the world of Death Note, Misa Amane too had observed the tales of the two-faced turtle and Black Tiger's devotion. She scoffed at the two-faced turtle, but found herself somewhat moved by Black Tiger's story. In Misa's eyes, she too, much like Black Tiger, was willing to sacrifice everything for Light Yagami, yet rarely received his acknowledgement in return. Indeed, Misa Amane is also an ardent admirer. However, unlike the majority of male devotees, Misa is a rare female admirer. This indeed represents a rare species. As the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, there is a mountain to cross. When a woman pursues a man, a mere veil separates them. Generally, as long as a woman is not particularly unattractive and her clothing style does not border on the morbid, she is unlikely to struggle in finding a partner. In contrast, the situation for men is rather ordinary. Of course, in matters of love, the so-called simp knows no gender. When the object of affection does not reciprocate one's feelings, yet one is unwilling to relent and continues to indulge in servile flattery, that individual is indeed a simp. And in this narrative, Misa Amane epitomizes such devotion in her romantic pursuit. Her love for Light Yagami borders on the fanatical, as she willingly sacrifices everything for him. Unfortunately, Light Yagami, much like the character Blue Rabbit, harbors no feelings for her. If one were to draw a parallel, Light Yagami resembles Ayanokuji Kiyotaka in his disposition. He has even manipulated Misa for his own ends. Nonetheless, Misa is more than willing to be used by the one she adores, as long as it is Light Yagami, embracing a body pillow fashioned in his likeness. Misa buries herself within its plush confines, emitting a laugh reminiscent of infatuation. Light, I truly adore you. I would give everything for you. When will you genuinely come to love me? In the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, after confirming that the character Bo Yang would not flee, Big Wolf does not hastily return him to the wolf castle, but instead ties him to a tree. After all, upon returning to the castle, Pleasant Goat and the other sheep would inevitably devise schemes to rescue Bo Yang. It is far more enjoyable to remain hidden and observe the antics of the simp on the screen, while also savoring the aroma of sheep as a guilty pleasure. Gazing at the screen featuring the character Black Small Tiger, Big Wolf suddenly burst into laughter. Bo Yang, I must say, you are quite similar to this fellow. Both are utterly devoted simps. While Blue Rabbit fancies Rainbow Cat, your Mind Jiang has a crush on Pleasant Goat. Ha ha ha. With that, he shifts his gaze back to Bo Yang. For reasons unknown, he finds immense pleasure in witnessing this little plump sheep's flustered reactions. The delight derived from such moments is nothing short of exhilarating. However, after waiting for quite some time, he hears no disparaging remarks from Bo Yang. This caused Grey Wolf to curl his lip in disdain. How tedious. However, Boiling Sheep was not oblivious to the presence of Black Little Tiger on the screen. He had witnessed the entire saga of Black Little Tiger's unrequited affection. The reason he refrained from reacting to Grey Wolf's insults stemmed from his empathetic connection with Black Little Tiger. At that moment, he found himself ensnared in a melancholic mood, naturally disinclined to engage with Grey Wolf. Although he was aware that the protagonist on the screen was not himself, he still felt an overwhelming urge to weep. It was not only Boiling Sheep who empathized with Black Little Tiger. In the world of Big Fish Begonia, within a quaint tavern, after watching the clips of Black Little Tiger, Kwa was seated, gazing at the smiling Dear God, his voice tinged with sorrow. I wish to forget certain things, yet I find myself unable to do so. The Dear God replied with a gentle smile, if you cannot forget, then do not force it. True forgetfulness requires no effort. After a brief silence, Kwa inquired, I feel immense pain. Please bring me a pot of wine. I've heard that once intoxicated, one forgets everything. By the way, is there anything to counteract drunkenness? I have never consumed alcohol before, and I fear that I might become a drunken fool, which would be quite embarrassing. In the realm of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, Black Little Tiger slumped on the ground. After an indeterminate period of silence, he could no longer suppress a bitter smile. If I did not genuinely care, how could I have devolved into a mere sycophant? He had come to accept his identity as a sycophant with a sense of resignation. After all, his past actions undeniably warranted the label. At that moment, Black Little Tiger recalled his father's words. My son, I know you have feelings for her, but she is our enemy. Throughout history, righteousness and evil have never coexisted. There can be no favorable outcome for you. Heed your father's advice and forget her. Standing before the mirror, gazing at his despondent reflection, Black Little Tiger murmured, is it truly possible to forget? Now, let me introduce the third sycophant. Hailing from Tom and Jerry, Chapter 57. The pitiable Tom Cat finds himself at her mercy. He is a pivotal character in the Tom and Jerry saga, possessing immense popularity. Despite being a predator, he is mostly toyed with by his prey, with instances of retaliation being exceedingly rare. His inherently sympathetic nature becomes even more pronounced when he fully succumbs to the role of a sycophant, although there are not many plotlines revolving around his emotions. Each episode leaves a lasting impression, particularly the one featuring the scheming female cat and the wealthy feline, which utterly shattered his heart. Indeed, he is none other than Tomcat. A charming blue-gray tomcat appeared on the screen. It was a bright and sunny afternoon. Rarely did Tom refrain from pursuing Jerry. But on this occasion, he basked in the sunlight alongside him. Just as the cat and mouse were lulled into a drowsy stupor by the warm rays, a slender white she-cat sauntered past them. Jerry remained unfazed, while Tom was left utterly speechless, his gaze fixated solely on the white feline. Ah, the sweet pangs of love. The allure emanating from the she-cat ensnared Tom completely. Even as his body stiffened in place, the enchantment of the she-cat compelled him to float along in her wake. Before long, Tom found himself enraptured. In his quest to amuse the little she-cat, he transformed into a jester, feigning foolishness, braying like a donkey, swinging on a swing, and serving her whims. No matter how she toyed with him, he willingly submitted. Poor Tom was but a plaything in her hands. Just when he believed his antics would lead to a blissful romance, a wealthy black cat took notice of the she-cat. Unlike Tom's earnest pursuit, the affluent gentleman showered the little female cat with affectionate kisses, completely disregarding Tom. Poor Tom had toiled endlessly for days, serving the little female cat, yet received nothing in return. In a desperate bid to reclaim her affection, Tom purchased a bouquet of flowers. Despite Jerry's incessant pleas for him to reconsider, Tom remained resolute. Even when Jerry clung to his legs, Tom persisted, crawling his way to the female cat's abode. Upon ringing the doorbell, the door swung open, revealing Tom's obsequious smile as he presented the flowers to the little female cat. Yet, upon beholding the roses that could envelop her, Tom stood frozen in disbelief. The vibrant roses rendered the single flower in his hand utterly insignificant. In a sudden epiphany about possessing other gifts, Tom hastily discarded the flowers and retrieved a gift box from his pocket. He offered the box to the little female cat, which contained a diminutive bottle of exquisite perfume. This perfume, favored by ladies, had cost him a considerable sum. In response, the little female cat pointed towards the window, where a truckload of luxurious perfumes was being delivered to her home. She could even indulge in bathing with the perfume. Dejected, Tom returned home. Yet he did not surrender to despair. Instead, after exhausting all his resources, he purchased a diamond ring for the little female cat. The diamond, a symbol of love, would surely win her heart back. Yes, indeed. With such thoughts in mind, Tom hurriedly returned to the side of the little she-cat. Kneeling on one knee, he wished to present her with a diamond ring. For the pathetic little fragment of a diamond, the she-cat could only discern its presence through a magnifying glass. A look of disdain crossing her face, she picked up 2 pairs of goggles from the side and handed one to Tom while donning the other herself. Just as Tom was puzzled by her intentions, the she-cat retrieved a large gift box from the table and opened it. Despite wearing goggles, the dazzling brilliance of the contents nearly overwhelmed him, far exceeding the size of the diamond ring he had procured. Tom had never encountered such a radiant gem. Even if he spent a lifetime, he could never afford it. Once again, he returned home in a daze. However, he soon gathered his courage and ventured into the second-hand car market. After trading away an arm and a leg and committing himself as a servant for 20 years, he finally acquired a dilapidated little car. Confidence reappeared on Tom's face as he drove back to the she-cat's doorstep, sincerely inviting her for an outing. The elegantly dressed she-cat, however, had grown weary of Tom's advances. At that moment, Tom heard a honking sound from behind. Before he could turn around, an absurdly long luxury convertible crushed his rickety little car into fragments, utterly shattering Tom's hopes for love. Gazing at the nonchalant departure of the 2 felines, Tom, having sacrificed everything and drained his future, yet gained nothing, chose to lay himself on the tracks in despair, wishing to end his farcical existence. She brought me goggles. She must still love me, sarcastic. I always wondered if that long car could turn it all. Today, the comments opened my eyes. The world of the wealthy knows no detours. Sobbing, poor Tom was toyed with like a plaything. How could Tom be a mere sycophant? He loved every single she-cat he encountered. Indeed, there are many she-cats that Tom pursued. He certainly does not fit the mold of a sycophant. Yet, it is true that he appeared quite heartbroken in that episode. He was even contemplating suicide on the tracks. Leaving the entire story aside in that episode, Tom truly seemed quite pathetic, giving everything yet receiving nothing in return. Frankly, that little she-cat is the least attractive among them. I prefer the cowgirl cat. Actually, I have also rushed in before, heh. To the one above, just go for it. You'll sooner or later rush to your end. In the world of Naruto. Is this what it means to be a sycophant? To wish for death when one cannot obtain the affections of another? A flicker of fear crossed Naruto's face. Love is truly terrifying. I must keep my eyes wide open and choose wisely in the future. In the world of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the 7 heroes. Black Tiger gazed at Tomcat, who was contemplating suicide on the railway, his expression increasingly intricate. Reflecting on his own circumstances and enveloped in silence for an indeterminate duration, Black Tiger ultimately sighed in the darkness. Very well, since Blue Rabbit harbors no feelings for me, I shall relinquish my hopes. His tone gradually grew resolute. From this moment forth, I shall assist my father in unifying the martial world. If love eludes me, then I shall pursue the greatest power. In the realm of Tom and Jerry, Jerry observed Tom gathering flowers for a female cat and could not suppress his sentiments. Squeak, 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 squeak. Did you see that? You've become a love-struck fool. Now you're truly famous. Tom retorted, meow, 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 meow. Once more, I am a cat, not a dog. Meow, 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 meow. I am currently pursuing the female cat, so stay away from me. Noticing his friend's lack of significant reaction to the term love-struck fool, Jerry felt a sense of relief. He mused that someone like Tom, who falls for every female cat he encounters, could hardly be devastated by any single one, even if he were dubbed one of the 4 great love-struck fools. It shouldn't lead to a breakdown. However, Tom's previous attempt at suicide left Jerry feeling apprehensive. Wait, didn't my fiancé also leave me? He ultimately chose to lay on the tracks as well, and Tom even made room for him. Jerry's expression shifted, plunging him into an abyss of melancholy. Now, let us introduce the 4th love-struck fool. Can you guess who it is? Chapter 58, The Ultimate Love-Struck Fool, Sadomicile. Guess incorrectly, and your friends might be devastated. Guess correctly, and your friends might be overwhelmed. Just as characters from myriad realms were wallowing in despair, the light screen suddenly emitted a sound. After a brief moment of silence, the characters erupted in excitement. In the world of Doraemon, Nobita exclaimed, Doraemon, I'm off to find Shizuka. With newfound joy from learning how to use the magical gadgets, he hurried away in search of her. Watching Nobita's retreating figure, Doraemon wore a troubled expression. Upon hearing the voice from the light screen, his concern deepened. What if this final love-struck fool were Nobita? That would surely break his heart. Indeed, Doraemon had always regarded Nobita as a love-struck fool and believed it quite likely that he would make the list. This left Doraemon in a state of exasperation. In order to prevent Nobita from making foolish decisions, he decided to follow him. Grasping the memory-erasing pin nearby, Doraemon muttered, as long as Nobita's name appears on the screen, I shall erase his memories. In the world of Gintama, when the term licking dog is mentioned, everyone in the Yorazuya thinks of the same individual. The 3 exchanged glances. Pondering, do you believe it could be him? Certainly. My sister feels nothing for him. Indeed, Achan also thinks he resembles a licking dog. Even my Chincho is not as eager to please. If the 4th licking dog truly turns out to be him, will he break down? I don't know. But I shall call my sister just in case he becomes enraged after making the list and takes it out on her. Before Shinpachi could call Odi, her phone rang first. Sister, what is it? Don't say a word. Quickly come to pick me up with Jintoki. I feel like someone is stalking me. Oh, it's you. Kondo Isami. I thought it was some pervert. Ahaha, Miss Odi, you have misunderstood. I merely came to the conversation between Odi and Kondo could be heard on the other end. At that moment, the same figure appeared in the minds of the 3. They exchanged looks once more. That guy is indeed a licking dog. It would not be surprising if his name appeared on the list. He has stalked my sister several times and is, in some respects, quite peculiar. They had reached their conclusion. In the world of Big Fish Begonia. Listening to the voice emanating from the screen, Chio wandered despondently to the edge of a cliff. Gazing at the tumultuous waves before him, Chio shouted with all his might. Ah, who do you think you are receiving love from? You are receiving love from a celestial being. He betrayed all the deities to love you, bringing you joy in return. And yet you, after finishing his words, Chio collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. He had expended all his strength. Even if the 4th licking dog mentioned on the screen were indeed him, he would accept it. In the world of Crayon Shinchan, much like the trio in Gintama, the question of the licking dog also surfaced in the minds of Kazama, Nene, and Kazama. The three turned their heads in unison. They beheld Seda, fervently polishing AI's desk and chairs, muttering to himself, "Class is about to begin. Once AI sees how clean I've made her desk and chairs, she will surely be delighted. As long as AI is happy, I too shall be happy." Kazama, Nene, and Kazama thought, "This guy is truly beyond redemption." Upon ascending the ranks, I hope he does not succumb to despair. If the screen truly showcases his moments of servitude, I sense he might find joy instead. Why? The arduous journey he has undertaken would be unveiled to the entire world. How could he not feel elated? In the realm of Death Note, Misa Amain beams with delight, cupping her cheeks. If I could ascend the ranks, would Aiwei perhaps cast a glance my way? Oh, how I yearn to be Aiwei's devoted admirer. In the universe of Chainsaw Man, Denji gazes up at the luminous screen, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "Miss Makima, what does devoted admirer mean?" As she gently caresses Denji's hair, Makima's smile remains as soothing as ever. It's nothing. It pales in comparison to the amusement Denji brings. Denji barks twice, without hesitation, exclaiming, "Being Miss Makima's dog is truly blissful." In the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, a fleeting glance is cast at the still-dazed Fei Yang. Big Big Wolf reveals a sly grin. "Little Fat Goat, do you suppose this fourth devoted admirer could be you?" "No, that is impossible." Fei Yang immediately denies it. Yet his uncertain tone betrays his belief that he stands a significant chance of making the list. After all, he harbors affection for a goat who does not reciprocate. Observing this, Big Big Wolf's disdain only deepens. "You are but a devoted admirer, a grand one at that. Your best outcome is to be consumed by me. Surely, you wouldn't want to be berated as a devoted admirer by the entire Prairie S populace, would you?" Facing Big Big Wolf's manipulation, Fei Yang surprisingly refrains from rebuttal. His expression grows increasingly desolate. He seems to have lost all hope for survival. Perhaps death is his most favorable option. Now, the correct answer shall be revealed. The fourth devoted admirer hails from Crayon Shinchan. In the world of Crayon Shinchan, Kazama, Nene, and Nene display expressions of profound understanding, casting complex glances at Keisaku. As anticipated, it is indeed this fellow. "Keisaku, when will you comprehend that AI has no feelings for you?" At that moment, Keisaku exhibits little reaction. He glances at the screen before continuing to clean AI's desk and chair, though his small hands tremble slightly as he does so. He is the youngest among the four devoted admirers. However, his tales of devotion are no less significant than those of the others. While the other three may have fans to defend them, he is uniquely recognized by the public as the ultimate devoted admirer, despite being acutely aware of the others' disinterest. He willingly extends his assistance, demonstrating an abject humility that knows no bounds, in a bid to cater to the others' preferences. He even lowers his dignity to the point of imitating a dog's bark. Yet, no matter how fervently he strives, he is unable to attain the love he so desperately seeks. Throughout, he remains unnoticed and unacknowledged. Indeed, he is Sato Masao. In a fleeting moment, a new student arrives in the Sunflower class at Futaba Kindergarten. She is a remarkably charming young lady, known as Suo Otomei. As Masao has no desk partner, the teacher assigns Otomei to sit beside him. "Please take care of me, Masao," she says. Her courteous demeanor leaves Masao utterly speechless. This is the place where dreams begin, and also the origin of all evils for Jing'an. Chapter 59. So what if I embarrass myself? Even if it's unflattering. It doesn't matter. Sitting in her seat, Zaioi noticed Jing'an stealing glances at her. She looked back at him with her sparkling eyes, caught in each other's gaze. Zhang and felt a bit flustered. Just then, Zaioi suddenly threw him a flirtatious wink. Zhang shyly lowered his head, his breath quickening. Oh, it's the feeling of being smitten. The scene shifts to Su Yume AI getting to know her classmates. Looking at the bashful Zhang before her, Zaioi blinked her large, glimmering eyes. "Would you like to be my friend?" Zhang Nan's cheeks flushed even more, and overwhelmed with excitement, he eagerly nodded in affirmation. "I would love to. Good morning, everyone." "Good morning, Zhang Nan." "Good morning, Zaioi." As they walked along the path, Zaioi sighed, tapping her backpack. "I've brought too much today, my backpack feels so heavy." "Am I too tired?" Jing Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Then let me help you carry it." "Oh, that wouldn't be appropriate," Zaioi replied, shaking her head. "It's fine. Just let me carry it. I want to." Jung Nan's eagerness caused Zaioi to furrow her brows slightly. "But if you do that, everyone will think of you as my follower. That wouldn't be good for you." "It's all right. I'm willing to help you carry your backpack. And no matter what others say, I won't mind." Before Zaioi could object, Zhang Nan had already slung her backpack over his shoulders. In the classroom, Xiaoai rubbed her hands together, unable to suppress a frown. My hands are so cold. Zheng Nan immediately chimed in, let me warm them for you. Without waiting for a response, he took her hands and blew warm air over them. Zheng Nan, you're so gentle. Zheng Nan beamed with satisfaction. I'm not this way with everyone. I'm only gentle with you, Xiaoai. Higher. Xiaoai was on a swing, and Zheng Nan was happily pushing her from behind. Higher, please. All right. Seeing the adoration written all over Zheng Nan's face, Feng Jian couldn't help but shake his head. Oh dear, he truly is hopeless. During the break, watching Zheng Nan crouched on the ground picking up small stones, Feng Jian curiously asked, Zheng Nan, what are you doing? Collecting pebbles, Zheng Nan replied without looking up. Feng Jian was even more intrigued. What do you need pebbles for? Remove these small pebbles so that Xiao Ai will not be hurt, Zheng Nan remarked. A smile of contentment gracing his face as he spoke to Feng Jian. After a brief silence, Feng Jian inquired, then what are you using the shovel for? Of course, to fill in these depressions, Zheng Nan replied. In doing so, Xiao Ai will not twist her ankle. Feng Jian retorted, you appear quite pitiful. It matters not. I find great satisfaction in this, Zheng Nan responded. In the morning, as Sua Yume Ai stepped through the school gates, she began to play a small flute. The sharp notes caught the attention of Ni, who looked on in bewilderment. What is she doing? Feng Jian mused, his gaze fixed on the flute. That seems to be a dog whistle. Could she be keeping a dog at school? Before he could finish his thought, Zheng Nan rushed in from afar. Here I come. Xiao Ai. Ignoring the stunned onlookers around them, Zheng Nan asked eagerly, how many seconds today? 8 seconds, Xiao Ai replied, casting a disapproving glance at the time. That is still too slow. Zheng Nan quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Xiao Ai. I will strive to be quicker next time. At that moment, Zheng Nan had completely lost his dignity, becoming utterly shaped by Xiao Ai's whims. During the break, Xiao Ai once again blew the dog whistle. Zheng Nan immediately dropped everything and hurried to her side, hands on his chest, mouth agape, and tongue out, mimicking a small dog. Xiao Ai. Looking at her trained little dog, Xiao Ai gently commanded, crouch. Zheng Nan complied, squatting down. Sit. He promptly seated himself. Bark like a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Ai then tossed a ball into the distance. Fetch it. Zheng Nan cheerfully crawled to retrieve the ball. Suddenly, Xiao Ai sighed. This is so dull. She departed from the scene, leaving Zheng Nan, who returned with the ball in his mouth, looking around in confusion. Is this the captive of love? Just a clown no one wants. Seizing the moment while Xiao Ai was away, Feng Jian chastised his friend sternly. You are merely a tool for Xiao Ai's convenience. She does not truly like you. She is only interested in Xiao Xian now. Can't you comprehend that? Zheng Nan interrupted. My affairs are none of your concern. His gaze lowered to the dust on the ground as he spoke, his voice tinged with urgency. What if I am embarrassed? Even if it is unseemly. It does not matter, for I genuinely like Xiao Ai. As he spoke, Zheng Nan covered his face and departed. The crowd assumed he was heartbroken. However, when they looked up, they discovered Zheng Nan was beside Xiao Ai, gazing at her with an eager expression. Upon learning that Xiao Xian was fond of mature women, Sui New Ai decided to adorn herself with makeup to win his favor. Ignoring Xiao Ai's makeup, Xiao Xian, however, was intrigued by her lipstick. He applied a generous amount of lipstick to his own lips and struck several poses, exclaiming, Am I not quite handsome? Indeed, you are exceptionally handsome. Xiao Ai enthusiastically praised. Young Master Xiao Xian, you truly are remarkable. I am in awe of you. Zheng Nan, acting as a devoted admirer, felt a surge of motivation. In the restroom, he longed for Xiao Ai to compliment him on his looks. Gazing into the mirror, Zheng Nan resolved to take action. Trembling, he picked up the lipstick and applied it to his lips, his expression one of shyness. I must strive and not give up. One day, Xiao Ai will see me. After applying the lipstick, he mimicked Xiao Xian's poses, leaving Feng Jian, Ni, and Adai, who were watching, utterly astonished. Ha ha ha, this is truly beyond redemption. The real Zheng Nan perished the moment he applied lipstick, leaving only a pitiful shell of a devoted admirer. Aside from Xiao Xian, who could resist the allure of the beautiful and wealthy Ai Jiang? Zheng Nan lamented, Xiao Ai, I no longer wish to strive. Xiao Ai retorted, scram. Xiao Xian echoed, I no longer wish to strive. Xiao Ai replied, Young Master Xiao Xian, with Xiao Ai, one has everything. Ah, Xiao Xian, if he had accepted Xiao Ai, he would have long since paid off his 30-year mortgage. Desire stirs restlessness, yet once attained, it is often undervalued. Whether in relationships or possessions, Only when one holds the reins can they avoid being manipulated by others. Previously, I thought Jingnan was the most normal child in kindergarten. Yet now he appears somewhat repugnant. Indeed, his eagerness is overwhelming. The combined devotion of the other three top admirers pales in comparison to his. If one must claim superiority, it could only be me, the abandoned one from the prairie. Ah, indeed. Why was Fei Yongyang not on the list? There must be some hidden agenda. Yes. Fei Yongyang is the true king of admirers. What blacklist? Let it be removed. Chapter 60. Mei Yongyang has feelings for me. She is interested in me. In the whimsical world of Crayon Shinchan, the characters, including Kazama and others, are left utterly astonished by Zhengnan's relentless acts of devotion. Although they have previously witnessed his fervent displays of affection, often appearing on the light screen, experiencing it once more, especially from an observer's perspective, leaves them in disbelief. The absurdity intensifies as Zhengnan, the ultimate devotee, is also one of their friends, rendering the entire situation surreal. While the two-faced turtle may be a devoted admirer, he has ultimately found favor, even being cherished by a dolphin, which led to a moment of jealousy from Zaimai, a testament to the rewards of unwavering affection. Black Tiger, though similarly devoted, does not forsake everything for Blue Rabbit, nor does he abandon his dignity. Even in the story's conclusion, he remains true to his roots, following his father in villainy. As for Tom, despite a particularly sentimental episode showcasing his infatuation, he is merely enamored with a single female cat, an unfaithful one at that, and is never lacking in female companionship, embodying a roguish charm. The other three prominent admirers may have their moments. Yet Zhengnan stands out as irredeemably devoted, his singular devotion surpassing that of the other three combined. This can be observed from the comments in the lower left corner. Up until now, none of the three have witnessed anyone defending Zhengnan. Instead, they either lament how Zhengnan has transformed or disparage him as a mere sycophant. In essence, there is not a single commendatory remark. Kazuhaya, Nini, and Adai exchanged glances, ultimately releasing a long sigh. It seems that Zhengnan has become utterly famous now. Truly, there is no redemption for him. I hope he does not feel too disheartened upon seeing this. Perhaps we should offer him some comfort. I sense it may not be a significant issue. The last remark came from Adai. At that moment, Zhengnan happened to walk by them. Observing Zhengnan's impassive expression, Kazuhaya hesitated briefly before inquiring with genuine concern, "Zhengnan, are you all right?" "What?" Zhengnan halted and turned to the trio. Noticing the bewilderment on his face, Kazuhaya found himself torn. He was uncertain whether he should disclose the information regarding his reputation as the ultimate sycophant. Given Zhengnan's demeanor, it seemed he was unaware. Perhaps it would be best to remain silent. Who knows how he might react otherwise? Just as Kazuhaya wrestled with his thoughts, Adai suddenly pointed at the luminous screen above. "That strange thing is displaying your past moments and even claims you are the ultimate sycophant." "Adai, that was a rather blunt way to put it." Kazuhaya immediately reprimanded Adai. However, Zhengnan appeared unfazed. "Oh, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have brought it up myself." Gazing at his image on the screen, Zhengnan covered his face, his tone brimming with excitement. "What do you think of my performance on that peculiar screen? Will it entice Xiao Ai to glance my way? These are all cherished memories I share with her." Despite his words, Zhengnan's body trembled slightly, as if he were feigning enthusiasm. Observing the seemingly joyful Zhengnan, the trio fell into a profound silence. If looks could convey sarcasm, their eyes would be overflowing with critiques directed at Zhengnan. Sweet memories? Where's the sweetness? Aside from his one-sided devotion, they had not witnessed any reciprocation of affection. Noting their silence, Zhengnan covered his face and departed. "I am off to share this with Xiao Ai, to let her know that I am her truest admirer." Watching Zhengnan leave, the trio felt utterly defeated in their attempts to critique him. He is truly beyond saving. Suddenly, they recalled some of Zhengnan's earlier declarations. "In any case, I do not expect anything in return. Even if Xiao Ai takes advantage of me, it does not matter. I feel genuinely happy." At first, the three believed it to be merely a jest. Only now do they finally comprehend the truth. This is no mere jest, nor is it amusing. Just as the three pondered how to salvage the situation with the lovesick Zhengnan, the voice of Xiaoxin echoed from a distance. "Zhengnan, you are truly remarkable. That peculiar entity is actually playing you. I am so envious. Could you possibly reach out to this strange being and request it to showcase the elder sister's dance? I long to witness her performance." "No, I cannot connect with that odd thing. Xiaoxin, do put on your trousers. Xiao Ai will be here shortly." Upon raising their heads to behold Xiaoxin, who was entreating Zhengnan for the elder sister's dance, the trio's silence grew deafening once more. Xiaoxin, in this moment, is truly incorrigible, still finding the time for jest amidst such turmoil. Xiaoxin, do refrain from adding fuel to the fire. Zhengnan is, well, he is on his way. Do you think Xiaoxin's antics are to spare Dui from further sorrow? The final remark came from Dui, who sensed a hint of disquiet in Zhengnan's demeanor, a blend of overwhelming excitement that could not mask a tinge of despair. In the realm of Chainsaw Man, witnessing the comments section rife with insults directed at Zhang and for being a lovesick fool, Denji posed a profound inquiry. What is wrong with being a dog? I relish being Miss Mikima's dog. Beside him, Mikima chuckled as she affectionately ruffled his hair. Good boy, be a good dog. Yes, yes. Miss Mikima is the best. I adore her. In the world of Gintama, without me, all is well. Observing that he was not among the four prominent lovesick individuals, Kondo Isao's anxious heart finally found solace. At that moment, he could not help but indulge in fantasies. If I were not a lovesick fool, would that not imply that Ameo harbors feelings for me? Might I have the chance to win her heart? Not just a chance, he was certain he could succeed. His eyes gleaming with determination, Kondo Isao bellowed, Ameo, I am coming for you. For your safety, from this day forth, I shall vigilantly guard you. In the universe of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, ha 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 ha. Upon realizing that the last lovesick fool was not himself, Fiangyang laughed maniacally. His face contorted with a hint of madness. I knew I was not a lovesick fool. Indeed, Mai Jiang cares for me. Otherwise, I would have made the list. She holds me in her heart. She is interested in me. She likes me. She truly loves me. I am not a lovesick fool. I am not. Ha ha ha. Little fat sheep, what ails you? Have you lost your mind? Noticing Fiangyang's unusual behavior, Grey Wolf recoiled slightly in trepidation. Suddenly, Fiangyang roared and tore the rope asunder. With his crimson eyes fixed intently on Grey Wolf, he shouted, I am not a lovesick fool. No. Upon concluding his remarks, he charged directly at Grey Wolf, seemingly intent on avenging the prior indignities. In stark contrast, Grey Wolf, terrified, hastily fled. Do not come any closer. Just as the roles of predator and prey were about to swap, panting heavily, Grey Wolf suddenly brightened and shouted, Little fat sheep, you. You must look at the screen. Who is that sheep? Chapter 61. Welcome to the grand documentary The Legend of Fei Yong'ang. Instinctively, Fei Yong'ang turned to glance back. Deep down, he did not believe he would be featured. In his view, the four prominent sycophants had already been accounted for. How could his name possibly appear? Yet, the instinct compelled him to look at the screen. In an instant, the confident smile that had graced his lips vanished, leaving him despondent once more. How could this be? Wasn't it said there were only four sycophants? Why is my picture there? Sitting helplessly on the ground, he appeared utterly disheveled. What on earth is happening? This should not be the case. Almost as if responding to Fei Yongyang's despair, the screen suddenly emitted a voice, who decreed that there can only be four sycophants. It is entirely reasonable for there to be five among the four. Now, let us introduce the final heavyweight. In the realm of sycophants, I am the most audacious. For my name is Fei Yongyang. Grant him a life, and he would exchange it to save Mei Yongyang. Even when given a chance to rescue her, he would receive not even a word of thanks. Indeed, he is one of the two kings among the four sycophants, a formidable entity only rivaled by Zhengnan. He is rightfully deemed the deity of this version. Fei Yongyang, a sheep whose very name suggests a loser. When he and Mei Yongyang are cooked, he would elevate her high, capable even of moving Red Wolf to tears. But what does he gain from this? I refuse to share a pot with him. When it comes to fighting, Fei Yongyang's approach is brutish, whereas Shi Yongyang exhibits prowess. In grazing, Fei Yongyang remains coarse, while Shi Yongyang is praised for his gallantry. In any given artwork, Fei Yongyang is deemed unappealing, while Shi Yongyang is admired. Even in nonsensical banter, Fei Yongyang struggles to compete. While Shi Yongyang is celebrated for his boldness, why must there be a Fei Yongyang when there exists a Shi Yongyang? It is not your fault to be dark in appearance, yet you insist on vying for the affection of the leading lady. Thus, I can only conclude that you must continue playing the fool. While others possess identification cards, your ID, along with its photocopy, is nestled among playing cards, forming a pair of kings. His close friend, the two-faced turtle, once remarked, you should count your blessings. Mei Yongyang only has eyes for Shi Yongyang, while Xiaomimi favors Bubble and AQ. Another friend once reflected, we are all castaways in this world. Why must we have known each other before? A third companion offered his commentary. If it were not for my dear brother Jerry pulling me out of my sorrow, I might have already found myself in the grave of unrequited affection. Your ultimate companion, Zhengnan, once remarked, go ahead and grovel. It is you who is humble, you who is heartbroken, and ultimately, you who will gain nothing. Yet, Who can blame us for favoring the wrong individuals? Our inclination towards unreciprocated love is not a fault of ours. We call it profound affection. The esteemed General MacArthur of the five-star Anti-Grovel Alliance has expressed high praise. Stand tall. Kneeling is forbidden. I am not your benevolent lord. I have come to the world of anime for three primary pursuits. Do not grovel, do not grovel. And for heaven's sake, do not grovel. These words instantly garnered widespread attention within the realm of unrequited lovers. The dual-faced tortoise wept silently, little black tiger shed tears. Zhang Nan was overcome with emotion, Tomcat was despondent, Nobita felt utterly broken, Hinata Hyuga was in floods of tears, and Obito Uchiha buried his face in sorrow. Curious to know how much of a sycophant Fei Yong'ong is? How hypocritical is Mei Yong'ong? Let us turn our eyes to the big screen. Welcome to the grand documentary. The Legend of Fei Yong'ong. As the scene shifts, lazy Yong'ong appears in a state of panic. This is bad. Mei Yong'ong has been captured by Grey Wolf. What? Instantly springing into action, Fei Yong'ong rushed towards the wolf fortress without hesitation. The onlookers exchanged glances in bewilderment. Inside the fortress, gazing at Mei Yong'ong, who was boiling in a large pot, Fei Yong'ong bellowed, Grey Wolf, release Mei Yong'ong at once. If you don't, how shall I eat? Naturally, Grey Wolf refused. Fei Yong'ong quickly added, then I am willing to exchange my life for Mei Yong'ong's. Grey Wolf, eyeing the resolute Fei Yong'ong, pondered in confusion. Why should I let her go? I can keep both of you together. 3 minutes later, Fei Yong'ong and Mei Yong'ong found themselves seated within the same large pot. Observing the tearful Mei Yong'ong so close at hand, Fei Yong'ong gently comforted, do not be afraid, Mei Yong'ong. I will protect you. To this, Mei Yong'ong cried even harder. I do not wish to share a pot with him. Fei Yong'ong, feeling the pot begin to boil, could hear Mei Yong'ong's sobs grow louder. Am I truly to be boiled? This pot is so hot. I can hardly bear it. Mei Yong'ong, do not fear. I will protect you. The devoted Fei Yong'ong, without hesitation, lifted Mei Yong'ong into his arms. However, this act caused his feet to make contact with the searing bottom of the pot, inflicting great pain upon him. It would not be long before his legs would be scorched. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and resolutely held up Mei Yong'ong. Such a touching display of devotion. Even Red Wolf was moved to tears. Wiping her eyes, she couldn't help but ask Grey Wolf, darling, if I were to get burned, would you act as he does? Of course not. I am certainly not a sycophant, Grey Wolf instinctively retorted. Yet, upon sensing a looming threat of death, he shook his head repeatedly. Absolutely, my dear. I shall protect you as well. Are you not aware of my wolfish nature? In this regard, he was not lying. His affection for Red Wolf surpassed that of anyone else in the lush green pastures. Not to mention betraying Red Wolf. He would willingly traverse a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames for her. In fact, to some extent, Fei Yong'ong pales in comparison to his devotion. However, who could deny that the wolf he adores happens to share his affections? This is a mutual endeavor. Thus, Grey Wolf cannot be deemed a sycophant. In the restaurant, a group of little sheep is dining. As beautiful sheep prepares to relish her meal of grass soup, she is suddenly distracted by the slurping sounds of boiling sheep beside her. Annoyance flickers across her face. Once boiling sheep finishes his soup, she breathes a sigh of relief, finally enjoying a moment of tranquility. However, just as she resumes sipping her soup, boiling sheep unexpectedly lets out a loud belch. Exasperated, beautiful sheep frowns and remarks, boiling sheep, could you eat more elegantly? Boiling sheep falls silent. Nearby, happy sheep is also noisily drinking soup, followed by his own belch. Seizing this opportunity to vent, boiling sheep quickly admonishes, happy sheep, can you eat with a bit more decorum? Before happy sheep can respond, beautiful sheep suddenly smiles shyly and says, it's perfectly fine. Boys are supposed to be bold. Chapter 62. Grey Wolf must add extra seasoning when cooking beautiful sheep. How audacious. Beautiful sheep despises making noise while eating. But if the noisy one is happy sheep, it is an entirely different matter. She is quite adept at playing double standards. To reiterate, any prior narrative inconsistencies stem from the writers, not beautiful sheep. She remains kind-hearted. Even old Xian once had a moment of conflict with beautiful sheep in his youth. The notion that boiling sheep is a sycophant is merely a playful jest. Other characters share this sentiment. Old Xian is respected, and civil discussions are encouraged. Please do not penalize old Xian's work due to the actions of animated characters, as the book's performance is already lacking. Surely, you do not wish to see old Xian struggling to afford a bun or a glass of water. In class, Slow Sheep writes the equation, 1223, 10, 1324, 10, 15, 20 on the blackboard, asking who can solve it. Lazy sheep instinctively bows his head, mumbling, "You can't see me. You can't see me." Happy sheep is deep in thought, while boiling sheep is the first to raise his hand. "I know. Boiling sheep. Please provide your answer." Boiling sheep confidently proclaims, 900. Slow sheep shakes his head. "Incorrect. 901. Incorrect. 902, 903, 904 are all wrong." Witnessing this, Beautiful sheep covers her face and says, "Boiling sheep, if you don't know the answer, don't spout nonsense. If you can't think of it, you simply can't think of it." Boiling sheep, feeling dejected, sits back down. Slow sheep then turns to the most intelligent, happy sheep. "Happy sheep, do you know the answer?" 909. Xiangyang rose. His demeanor slightly awkward. Beside him, Mei Yongyang wore a subtle smile, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Man Yongyang shook his head gently. 910? 911? 912. Shi Yongyang continued to recite several answers in succession. Man Yongyang shook his head in response. Suddenly, Fei Yongyang burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Isn't he just like me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Mei Yongyang, with a serious expression, interjected, "No laughing. Shi Yongyang is brave to try." "Isn't that commendable?" Fei Yongyang merely responded with a muted acknowledgement. In the same classroom, a group of little sheep were engaged in drawing. After completing a piece they deemed quite impressive, Fei Yongyang eagerly pulled Mei Yongyang over, wishing for her to admire his prized creation. However, upon merely glancing at it, Mei Yongyang furrowed her brows. "Fei Yongyang, what is this you've drawn? It's not pleasing." Ignoring the crestfallen Fei Yongyang, Mei Yongyang approached Shi Yongyang. Gazing at his artwork, she exclaimed, "Shi Yongyang, your drawing is truly beautiful." Shi Yongyang smiled confidently, responding, "It's just a small feat." Bai Yanjiang observed everything keenly. Seizing the moment when Mai Jiang was absent, Bai Yanjiang hurried to Ziyanjiang, wearing an expression of earnest supplication. "Ziyanjiang, could you please assist me in creating a painting?" Without a second thought, Ziyanjiang acquiesced. After receiving Ziyanjiang's artwork, Bai Yanjiang called for Mai Jiang again, eager for her praise. "What do you think? Is this painting not exquisite?" Mai Jiang merely glanced at it and nodded, saying, there is some improvement. However, in comparison to Ziyanjiang's work, it still falls short." Bai Yanjiang's face clouded with confusion. "This cannot be. This painting is what I asked Ziyanjiang to create, isn't it?" Mai Jiang's expression shifted abruptly. Faced with Mai Jiang's ire, Bai Yanjiang instinctively protested, No. Bai Yanjiang's evasive responses only confirmed Mai Jiang's suspicions. "Bai Yanjiang, how dare you lie to me? I detest dishonest individuals." Frustrated, Mai Jiang stormed off. Bai Yanjiang's silence was deafening. On the prairie, as Mai Jiang watched Bai Yanjiang frolicking with others, she scoffed. "Bai Yanjiang fights with other sheep all day. How uncouth." "Mai Jiang, please listen. Bai Yanjiang grew agitated, waving his hands in a hurried attempt to explain. Yet, before he could finish, Ziyanjiang delivered a punch that sent Bai Yanjiang flying. The suddenness of Ziyanjiang's attack took even Mai Jiang by surprise. "Ziyanjiang!" Bai Yanjiang exclaimed, anger bubbling within him, while Ziyanjiang leaned closer and whispered, "Can't you understand? Mai Jiang despises rude sheep." Understood. Please hit me again." Bai Yanjiang responded with a gleeful grin. Ziyanjiang did not hesitate, landing 2 more punches on Bai Yanjiang's face. Bai Yanjiang fell to the ground, enduring Ziyanjiang's relentless blows. "Help! Ziyanjiang is so rough." Looking at Mai Jiang's puzzled expression, Ziyanjiang explained, "I initiated the fight." After a brief silence, Mai Jiang suddenly exclaimed, "Ziyanjiang, you are amazing. You managed to knock Bai Yanjiang down." Ziyanjiang and Bai Yanjiang exchanged bewildered looks. "Bai Yanjiang, don't come near me. You're so annoying. Why do you always follow me? I can't stand it. I never want to see you again." Bai Yanjiang. Detestable Bai Yanjiang, the most annoying of them all. This individual truly reigns supreme among sycophants. "Fei Yongyang, my deity. By heavens, this little you is undeniably alluring. It compels me to desire her fervently. Even Grey Wolf must season the dish of Mei Yongyang generously. Such allure. Fei Yongyang, hasten your efforts. Shi Yongyang has lost his vigor." In truth, the genuine jester has always been that brown sheep roaming the prairie. Arigato, Mei Yongyang. No you with discerning eyes would cast a glance at Fei Yongyang. Especially with a superior specimen like Shi Yongyang present, the comparison is utterly disheartening. I shall reiterate, the Joker is not merely a fool, but a winning trump card. They embody the role of the jester through relentless contemplation, meticulous practice, and an acute attention to detail, whereas you, Fei Yang. Merely need to open your eyes to experience their unattainable zenith of performance, while you all engage in trivial discussions about romantic entanglements. I have diligently solved the mathematical equation on the village chief's blackboard, 1223, 10, 1324, 1015, 2010, 20. Have you all forgotten an essential detail? Mei Yang possesses horns atop her head. She is, in fact, a ram. One cannot help but develop an affinity for the charming Mei Yang. Perhaps the very screen itself is particularly enamored with this sycophantic jester, Fei Yang, whose instances of adulation far surpass those of the other four prominent sycophants. Other animated characters are naturally met with unrelenting enthusiasm. However, the protagonist of this narrative may find himself in a rather dismal predicament. In Chapter 63, the darkened Fei Yang takes on the role of capturing sheep for the cunning gray wolf. No, this cannot be. It should not unfold in such a manner. Why? How did it come to this? This is simply not right. Witnessing the entirety of the heart-wrenching scene, Fei Yang collapses in despair, his spirit shattered. Two streams of tears cascade uncontrollably down his cheeks. Must you eat in such an uncouth manner, Fei Yang? He laments. You are truly boorish. You deceive. I despise deceitful sheep. He recoils. Do not come near. You are utterly detestable. Loathsome Fei Yang. I vow never to lay eyes on you again. Memories of the once jovial jester flood his mind, relentlessly battering his consciousness. Even with eyes closed, the echoes of Mei Yang's every word resonate within him. The events of the past have nearly faded from his memory, yet the present image of Mei Yang offers him not a single kind word. If anything, her praises are solely reserved for Shi Yang. This left Fei Yang utterly at a loss, rendering him quite flustered. Upon noticing that Fei Yang had finally ceased his frenzied antics, Grey Wolf's eyes gleamed with mischief as he moved closer and began to manipulate him psychologically. I told you. You little plump lamb, you are nothing but a sycophant, and yet you refuse to believe it. Now look at you, crowned the king of sycophants. Observing Fei Yang's lack of reaction, Grey Wolf leaned in closer, whispering with a chuckle, King of sycophants, indeed. You, Fei Yang, have earned quite the reputation across the vast grassy plains, though the tales may not be particularly flattering. Nevertheless, being a sycophant is certainly preferable to being a mere sheep. At least a dog bears a trace of royal blood, which is rather noble. Regardless, you cannot survive on the grassy plains any longer. You might as well obediently accompany me back to Wolf Castle. I graciously offer you this final journey, and you can kindly allow me to indulge my desires. That said, gazing at the alluring beauty of Mei Yang hovering above, Grey Wolf couldn't help but mutter, I never anticipated that the flirtatious Mei Yang would be so hypocritical. Despite the identical circumstances, her treatment of you and Shi Yang is vastly different. And you, why persist in vainly pursuing someone who is indifferent? When I pursued Hong, she never toyed with my affections. Recalling his romantic past with Hong, Grey Wolf's face momentarily brightened with a smile of happiness, only to be quickly overshadowed by guilt. Hong suffered alongside me. She has endured years without tasting lamb. Yet this time, he could finally fulfill his desires. Sensing his words had grown a tad cruel, Grey Wolf vowed, rest assured, once I capture Mei Yang, I shall season her well to rid her of her flirtatiousness. When that time comes, she shall accompany you in your demise. In your next life, remember to choose a better fate and avoid being a sycophant. Just as Grey Wolf continued his psychological manipulation of Fei Yang, he was startled by the latter's frenzied murmurs. This cannot be. What cannot be? Grey Wolf gazed at Fei Yang with a puzzled expression. To him, it seemed entirely justifiable. After all, wasn't Shi Yang equally deserving? It was only natural for Mei Yang to favor Shi Yang. Besides, given your stature, only one Yang would suit you. I've treated Mei Yang with such kindness. She should not have treated me this way. Should not. Ha. As tears streamed down his face, Fei Yang suddenly erupted into laughter. Hee. This is absolutely not real. Mei Yang would never treat me this way, absolutely not. Ha. Why must she do this to me? Have I not been good to her? Whoa, why? Ha. My goodness. This is madness. Grey Wolf was utterly bewildered. Unable to restrain himself, he took a few steps back and murmured, by the way, can this mad sheep still be consumed? Perhaps I should just let this little fellow go. I certainly do not wish for Hong to feast on a crazed sheep. It's too risky. As Grey Wolf contemplated whether to release Fei Yang, the latter suddenly lifted his gaze towards him. Grey Wolf, do you desire to consume more sheep? His eyes, devoid of any sparkle, bore a haunting quality. Yet a peculiar smile graced his lips, exuding an unsettling charm. Goodness, has he truly lost his mind? Grey Wolf could hardly fathom that Fei Yangyang would utter such words. Surely he yearned for more sheep. The only reason he had never tasted lamb before was due to the absence of the delectable little fat sheep. Did they truly believe he was a vegetarian? Given the opportunity, he would not wish to endure over 2,000 episodes without indulging in the delights of little fat sheep. Who on earth would wish to watch little fat sheep frolicking before him every day? What do you mean? Aware of the peculiar state Fei Yangyang was in, he refrained from responding directly. Nothing much. Fei Yangyang's eyes remained devoid of any luster, appearing quite eerie. Gazing down at his darkened limbs, Fei Yangyang muttered, in any case, I have already made a name for myself across the green pastures. I no longer wish to live. Before I depart, I shall grant you a favor, allow you to feast upon a few more sheep. What say you? Are you suggesting I become an informant? Assist the great king in capturing a few little fat sheep? As the ingenious inventor of the green pastures, Grey Wolf's intellect was not to be trifled with. He instantly comprehended Fei Yangyang's intent. I do not wish to be an informant. I merely seek to take a few companions with me in death. Mei Yangyang Shi Yangyang. I desire their demise. Mentioning these two sheep elicited a flicker of emotion in Fei Yangyang, yet it was only resentment and fury. If this world had no Shi Yangyang, if Mei Yangyang did not harbor feelings for Shi Yangyang, if Mei Yangyang had affection for him instead, how could he have ended up in such a predicament? All of this is bestowed upon them. Even in death, he vows to take them along. As for the other sheep, Fei Yangyang has no desire to let them join him in his demise. So that's how it is. Grey Wolf suddenly realizes, his expression turning a shade of melancholy. I was contemplating making you an informant to help me capture a few more sheep. I've been yearning for that lazy sheep. However, capturing Shi Yangyang and Mei Yangyang would suffice as well. After a moment's reflection, Grey Wolf feels a twinge of discomfort. Why don't you assist me in capturing Mei Yangyang? That clever Shi Yangyang always evades me with his cunning tricks. I certainly do not wish to labor in vain. Although it can be said that Grey Wolf is the most astute being in the green pastures, for some inexplicable reason, he becomes utterly foolish every time he captures Shi Yangyang. The lessons of over 2,000 episodes have not been without merit. In response, Fei Yangyang merely scoffs. That's your folly. Chapter 64. Why are you so unwilling to glance my way? After capturing Shi Yangyang and the others, won't you simply kill them? How can a dead sheep employ cunning to escape? Grey Wolf, you two have captured us countless times, always cooking us alive. Can't a dead sheep be cooked as well? Upon finishing his words, Fei Yangyang gazes at Grey Wolf as though he were a fool, his eyes reflecting a hint of sarcasm. Uncle Grey Wolf, could it be that you are incapable? Grey Wolf, damn, how could I have forgotten this matter? Instantly incensed by Fei Yangyang's mockery, Grey Wolf's anger is not directed at the ridicule, but rather at his own foolishness. After all, he is a wolf. Not only could he kill sheep, but he could also devour them alive. Such a basic principle, and it took him over 2,000 episodes to grasp it. Indeed, a fresh mind proves to be far more efficient. This elder of several decades had never thought of it. For a moment, Grey Wolf gazes at Fei Yangyang with a hint of pity. If it weren't for this fellow's reckless desire for death, he might have even persuaded him to live on as his informant. Then he would never lack for mutton again. However, after eliminating Shi Yangyang, the cleverest sheep in the village, wouldn't the entire sheep village fall into his grasp? At that point, he could feast on as many sheep as he desired. Envisioning his promising future, Grey Wolf couldn't help but salivate. Very well, you shall lure Shi Yangyang and Mei Yangyang to me, and I will send you three down to hell together. No, I want Shi Yangyang to die first. After being subjected to the repeated humiliation of his own foolishness displayed on the screen, Fei Yangyang gritted his teeth and declared, I will perish alongside Mei Yangyang. Isn't she fond of sharing a pot with me? I will stubbornly die with her. I wonder what she can do to me. As she spoke, Fei Yangyang's expression took on a touch of a delicate, sickly blush. Grey Wolf, when the time comes, if you take a bite of her flesh and then a bite of mine, we shall be together for eternity. I intend to ensure that she can never escape from me. It mattered not. As long as he could feast upon sheep, he was satisfied. Grey Wolf exhibited remarkable tolerance. One might mistakenly believe he was a benevolent wolf. In Sheep Village, Shi Yangyang and the other sheep bore witness to Fei Yangyang's servile demeanor. The reactions among the sheep varied. Shi Yangyang cast a glance at Mei Yangyang, his tone laden with incredulity. Mei Yangyang, look at what you have done. How could you bully Fei Yangyang in such a manner? He is our dear friend, and your words are far too hurtful to a sheep's pride. In Shi Yangyang's eyes, all sheep deserved equal treatment. He shared a profound camaraderie with Fei Yongyang. In the past, he, Lan Yongyang, and Fei Yongyang had formed the legendary trio known as the Prairie Three Swordsmen, their bond unbreakable. Thus, upon discovering that Fei Yongyang harbored feelings for Mei Yongyang, while Mei Yongyang held an affection for him, he unhesitatingly chose to assist Fei Yongyang. He was still young. Love was not a necessity for him at this stage. However, friendship was a treasure that could last a lifetime. Yet, it appeared that his efforts to help might ultimately produce the opposite effect. Should these slices be seen by Fei Yongyang, would not their relationship be irreparably severed? Thus, Xianjiang harbors some resentment. Meanwhile, Mianjiang remains unfazed. Can one truly blame her? Were it not for Fei Yongyang's persistent disregard for boundaries and his proximity, would she ever resort to hostility? With tear-filled eyes and an innocent expression, Mianjiang gazes at Xianjiang, appearing feeble and pitiable. Moreover, she genuinely believes that Xianjiang surpasses Fei Yongyang. Is it so wrong for her to speak her truth? The tone, tinged with sarcasm, leaves Xianjiang momentarily at a loss. Ultimately, he can only exhale a long sigh. Adoring a particular sheep is undeniably delightful. Yet, the unfortunate truth remains, the sheep you cherish does not reciprocate your feelings. Even if the sheep you admire has affections for your brother, there is naught that can be done. This is the elusive nature of love. One cannot expect one's brother to harbor affection for oneself, thereby forming a twisted love triangle, can one? Xianjiang believes he will not develop feelings for Fiangyang. His narrow path shows no inclination to be invaded. Fiangyang has indeed become somewhat notorious. Lan Yanjiang is beside himself with laughter, tears streaming down his face. The entire green pasture is aware of his infatuation. I must hang a banner proclaiming it. I could mock him for the next 2.5 years. Only Nuan Yanjiang wears a look of concern. The things being said are rather excessive. Can Fiangyang, with a strong sense of pride, endure it? By the way, has anyone seen Fiangyang? No. Both Lan Yanjiang and Xianjiang shake their heads. Mianjiang appears somewhat astonished. Xianjiang, haven't you seen Fiangyang? No. Xianjiang replies, gazing at her in disbelief. Fiangyang told me you were looking for him and hurriedly left. I haven't seen him since. Shouldn't you be the last one to have seen him? This doesn't seem right. Mianjiang also appears puzzled. I asked Fiangyang to bring you food. Didn't he find you? No. Upon hearing this, Mianjiang's expression shifts to one of worry. So, you haven't eaten? Should I go prepare something for you? A boy cannot skip meals. Suddenly, the flock comprehends why Fiangyang has become the subject of ridicule. He has been doomed from the very start. Mianjiang's eyes are solely for Xianjiang. How could she possibly harbor feelings for him? Now is not the time to eat. Let us find Fiangyang. What if he truly contemplates something foolish? Class leader, please search the vicinity. Lan Yanjiang, go call the others to join in the search for Fiangyang. Mianjiang, you will accompany me in the search. All right. Heeding Xianjiang's instructions, the group sets forth. The Mianjiang appears somewhat distracted. Xianjiang, can your body withstand skipping meals? Xianjiang glances at Mianjiang without responding. Considering that Fiangyang had gone to the court to deliver food for himself, the two arrive at the court first. Fiangyang's figure is indeed present within. Sensing the arrival of the two, Fiangyang softly mutters, "You've come." Fiangyang. Before Xianjiang can speak, Mianjiang reproaches him first. Why didn't you return to the village? Do you have any idea how worried everyone is about you? And I asked you to deliver food to Xianjiang. Where did you take it? Mei Yongyang sensed that something was amiss with Fei Yongyang, and Shi Yongyang intended to intervene. However, it was already too late. Indeed, let me deliver food to Shi Yongyang. You want me to bring food to Shi Yongyang? Fei Yongyang's trembling voice resonated in the ears of the two sheep, prompting them to realize the gravity of the situation. Fei Yongyang, what is wrong with you? Before the words could fully escape, Fei Yongyang had already dashed to Mei Yongyang's side, his eyes brimming with resentment. Mei Yongyang, what makes me inferior to Shi Yongyang? Why won't you spare me a glance? Chapter 65. The Death of Shi Yongyang. The resounding victory of Grey Wolf with bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Mei Yongyang. Fei Yongyang seemed to be expending every ounce of his strength to roar. I have sacrificed so much for you. I am willing to do anything you ask. Tell me, why won't you give me a chance? Why don't you like me? Faced with the frenzied Fei Yongyang, Mei Yongyang's gaze wavered. Why are you shouting so loudly? Fei Yongyang, you frighten me. I'm scared. She sobbed, squeezing out a couple of tears. In the art of tea, she had already attained remarkable skill. If she wished to cry, she would. To this, Fei Yongyang remained indifferent, his voice gradually weakening. with only despair lingering in his gaze. But I am also at fault. I knew full well that you did not like me, yet I still sought to please you every day. I am indeed an incorrigible sycophant, a dog that relentlessly seeks the approval of others. You held no feelings for me. I should have realized that long ago. Fei Yangyang, are you all right? Noticing Fei Yangyang's extreme demeanor, Shi Yangyang expressed concern. Can we discuss this back in the sheep village? Yes. Let us return to the sheep village first. Mei Yangyang nodded vigorously. She felt an unsettling danger in the air. The sky was growing dark, and her body trembled instinctively, as if being watched by some formidable creature. This sensation caused Mianjiang great discomfort. She found herself instinctively gravitating towards Xianjiang. Only in his presence did she experience a sense of security. Xianjiang noticed Mianjiang's subtle movements and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Even at this juncture, Mianjiang still foolishly drew near to him. This plainly serves to aggravate Fei Yangyang, whose emotions are already in a state of turmoil. It is only natural that he would go mad upon witnessing the sheep he cherishes drawing closer to another. Indeed, the reality aligns with the sentiment. Fei Yangyang is acutely aware of Mei Yangyang's subtle maneuvers. Is your retreat, stepping behind Shi Yangyang, a genuine act? It truly leaves a sheep in utter despair. The final vestiges of his inherent kindness extinguished, Fei Yangyang suddenly murmured, "It is too late, far too late." What is too late? Fei Yangyang offered no response, his expression deepening in despair. Shi Yangyang, sensing the abnormality, was just about to seize Mei Yangyang and flee when a shadowy figure lunged toward him. It was none other than the long-ambushed gray wolf. With lethal claws, he effortlessly slashed Shi Yangyang's throat, a spray of crimson gushing onto the gray wolf's face. Feeling the warm blood upon his visage, the gray wolf extended his tongue to lick it clean. In an instant, his eyes were filled with a crimson hue, revealing a blend of greed and satisfaction upon his face. After all these years, I have finally savored the taste of lamb's blood. This is indeed the flavor he cherishes most, deeply embedded within his very genes. At long last, the moment has arrived for a gruesome turn of events. In stark contrast to the menacing demeanor of the wolf, the character of Shi Yangyang is one of sheer terror. Clutching his throat, though he lies on the ground, Shi Yangyang's gaze remains fixated on Grey Wolf. In this moment, his eyes reflect nothing but confusion and despair. How could Grey Wolf, who previously captured only live sheep, now resort to such lethal measures? Was it possible that Grey Wolf had merely been playing with them all along? Shi Yangyang finds himself unable to comprehend this unsettling shift. There is no opportunity to pose his questions to Grey Wolf, as his severed throat renders him incapable of speech. He can even perceive the essence of his life ebbing away, drop by drop. The distance to Slow Sheep's laboratory is still considerable, and it appears that no sheep can come to their rescue. In this moment, the ever-curious little lamb could not help but ponder, after more than 2,000 episodes. Is this truly the ultimate conclusion for the little sheep? A sense of reluctance welled up within. Suddenly, the cunning Grey Wolf, having swiftly embraced little lamb, was met with a piercing scream from the beautiful sheep. How can you be here? Unlike little lamb's bewilderment, the eyes of beautiful sheep were filled with boundless terror. In response, Grey Wolf mockingly remarked, "I must thank you for this, beautiful sheep. Who would have thought you were such a little green tea, so audacious?" As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the unresponsive boiling sheep, whose expression remained devoid of emotion. Truly, the greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has succumbed to despair. Boiling sheep had abandoned all hope. Beautiful sheep, noticing the motionless boiling sheep beside her, seized upon a final glimmer of hope, exclaiming, "Boiling sheep, please save me and little lamb. He is on the brink of death. Surely, you do not wish to see your dear friend perish like this? I do not want to die either. Please help us." As her desperate cries echoed, Boiling Sheep's demeanor finally shifted, though not with urgency or contemplation. He merely offered a bitter smile. "What does it matter? Sheep may perish, and as for me, the notorious one, I cannot survive. You may as well join me in death. At least I will have company along the way." "What are you saying?" Fear flickered across Beautiful Sheep's face. She seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet in her struggle to survive, she feigned composure. "Shall we discuss this upon our return to Sheep Village?" "Boiling Sheep, I truly need you right now." Recalling how fond he was of her, she resolved to play the emotional card. "If you save both me and little lamb, I promise to grant you one wish, anything you desire." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she adopted a pitiable demeanor. "Boiling Sheep, I too have something to say, but let us wait until we reach Wolf Castle." Concerned that Boiling Sheep might genuinely be swayed by Beautiful Sheep's emotional manipulation, Grey Wolf swiftly knocked her unconscious with a swipe of his paw. He then sniffed the paw that had struck her, grimacing in disdain. Such audacity. When we return to Wolf Castle, I must administer a severe lesson to temper your boldness, Little You. Glancing at Little Lamb, who appeared to have lost consciousness. Grey Wolf sighed. Little Lamb, who would have thought you would ultimately fall into my grasp? In light of our long-standing acquaintance, I shall treat you well tonight, providing you with a full-body spa, perfectly crisp and delightful. Grey Wolf seized Happy Sheep, and upon seeing Boiling Sheep frozen in place, he chuckled slyly. Why not promptly lift Beautiful Sheep into your arms? This may very well be the first and last time in your life that you embrace her. Of course, if you desire to indulge in something thrilling, that could be arranged. I, the great king, am rather lenient towards you, the devoted admirer. Before your demise, would you care to savor the essence of Beautiful Sheep? Chapter 66. A shift in the narrative. Black Little Tiger finds resolution. Boiling Sheep cast a glance at Beautiful Sheep. Despite her flustered demeanor and fainting spell, she remained as stunning as ever, stirring thoughts of longing within the heart of the sheep. Yet, as the harsh, opportunistic, and double-standard Beautiful Sheep from the light curtain merged with the Beautiful Sheep before him, Boiling Sheep was astonished to realize that his fondness for her had waned considerably. This fleeting realization may last but a moment. Perhaps in the next heartbeat, he might once again develop an affection for Mei Yangong. However, for Fiangyang, it has already become inconsequential. He ultimately shook his head. You, my friend, are rather innocent. Even when faced with imminent peril, you refrain from making a move on your dream sheep. Quite dashing, indeed. In response to the teasing from Grey Wolf, Fiangyang remained silent, simply lifting Mei Yangyang into his arms as they retreated back to Wolf Castle. Regardless of the circumstances, Xianjiang is no more. Fiangyang and Mei Yangyang cannot escape their fate either. The green pastures are on the brink of transformation. Without the clever Xianjiang, life for the little sheep will only grow more arduous. The changes prompted by the broadcast of the four great infatuated ones extend beyond just Fiangyang. In the realm of Hamao and Lan 2's 7 heroes, the once adoring Haixiohu has resolved to assist his father, Haixinhu, in locating the Qilin. Haixinhu feels a sense of satisfaction regarding his son's development, though it is somewhat embarrassing that his son has been labeled one of the four great infatuated ones. Now the entire martial world is aware of his son's reputation, and Lan 2 won't even spare him a glance. Yet, should Haixiohu turn his life around, who would dare to label his son as infatuated? Life seems unbearable. Upon sensing his son's determination, Haixinhu places great hope in Haixiohu. After learning of the Qilin's whereabouts, he sends Haixiohu on a quest to find it. However, before he can locate the Qilin, Haixiohu encounters two foes he would rather avoid, Hongmao and Lan Tuesday. His gaze fixates intensely on them, particularly on Lan Tu, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. Despite his firm resolve to cease his affection for Lan Tu, upon seeing her again, his heart, once thought to be at peace, betrays him by racing uncontrollably. Even his breath quickens. How easy is it to forget a person? After all, not everyone can be like Ida Makoto. Haixiohu, what brings you here? You are not welcome. Sensing something amiss in Haixiohu's demeanor, Hanmao instinctively shields Lan Tu behind him. This is an instinctive gesture on his part. With him around, Blue Rabbit would undoubtedly remain unharmed. The forthright gaze of Rainbow Cat left Black Little Tiger feeling somewhat ashamed. He seemed to grasp why Blue Rabbit had developed feelings for Rainbow Cat. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he would falter. As the young master of the demon sect, Black Little Tiger's presence was equally formidable as that of Rainbow Cat. Striving to avoid glancing at Blue Rabbit, Black Little Tiger coldly declared, "Of course, I am here to seek the Qilin for my father. Rainbow Cat, if you are wise, surrender the Qilin. Otherwise, neither of you shall escape. Do you think we fear you?" Drawing his long rainbow sword, Rainbow Cat was prepared for battle. Under no circumstances would he allow the Qilin to fall into the hands of the black-hearted tiger. Before him stood only Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, the two sword heirs, whose prowess was indeed the strongest among the 7 swords. Yet Black Little Tiger harbored no fear of them. He commanded his subordinates to encircle Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, bowmen aiming their arrows at the two. Black Little Tiger softly remarked, "It appears your chances of victory are rather slim. That remains to be seen once the battle commences." Just as tensions escalated, Blue Rabbit suddenly spoke. "Black Little Tiger, regarding the scenes displayed by this luminous screen, I owe you an apology. I regret that you have been reduced to a mere sycophant." A hint of guilt crossed her face, yet her gaze remained bright. "You indeed saved me and provided considerable assistance, for which I am thankful. However, Disliking someone is simply that. Emotions cannot be forced. I feel nothing for you, neither now nor in the future. You would do well to seek another. You need not apologize. It is I who was overly sentimental. Before he could finish, Black Little Tiger interrupted. I have sensed your unwavering devotion to Rainbow Cat. I am consumed by jealousy and envy. The fact that Blue Rabbit had even apologized to him left Black Little Tiger's expression increasingly complex. Her candidness rendered him insignificant, even somewhat despicable. Disregarding the many onlookers around them, Black Little Tiger managed a bitter smile. If anyone should apologize, it is I. I once drugged you in an attempt to keep you by my side. I am truly a wretched being. I often ponder if we were not enemies. If we had met earlier, would the outcome have been different? That is all in the past. Blue Rabbit's nonchalance only deepened Black Little Tiger's guilt, and his heart grew unbearably bitter. If Blue Rabbit were to loathe him for this, it would at least indicate that he held some significance in her heart. Yet, her casual dismissal only suggested that he had never truly mattered to her. The most indifferent approach to feelings is to be unconcerned. Perhaps Blue Rabbit had never regarded him seriously. Her heart belonged solely to Rainbow Cat. What a loyal and fervent love that is. The brilliance was so dazzling that it rendered one hesitant to gaze upon it directly, compelling a furtive glance instead, with the sound of a snap echoing in his ears. The black cub realized it was the sound of a heart shattering. Yet, it was precisely this profound heartbreak that allowed him to attain clarity. With newfound resolve, his gaze transformed into one of determination. Even when he looked at the Blue Rabbit, he no longer harbored the affections of the past. At this moment, he had entirely relinquished his feelings for the Blue Rabbit. Different paths lead to divergent destinies. We serve our own masters, thus let us engage in battle. The Rainbow Cat and the Blue Rabbit unsheathed their twin blades, clashing fiercely with the black cub. Regardless of the strength possessed by the black cub, they felt no fear. Historically, good and evil have never coexisted peacefully. Righteousness will forever resist capitulation. Of course, individuals like the black cub, who began to change and even find solace, constitute but a small fraction. The vast majority of devoted admirers remain obstinately oblivious. After all, in the eyes of these infatuated souls, their actions are not those of mere devotion, but rather of profound love. They dedicate their affections to but one, and is there truly any fault in that? The fault does not lie with them, it lies with the world itself. These sycophants are utterly oblivious to their own nature. In the world of Doraemon. Upon noticing the absence of Nobita among the four prominent sycophants, Doraemon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he perceives Nobita as a sycophant, the latter's fate is not tragic. He belongs to the category of sycophants who, through their relentless devotion, ultimately attain all that they desire. Compared to ultimate sycophants like Seinen and Yang, Nobita's approach towards Shizuka is astonishingly normal. Thus, it is only fitting that he does not make the list. Nevertheless, as he gazed at Nobita, who was once again in pursuit of Shizuka, Doraemon could not help but sigh. Chapter 67. The Sweetness of Eggs Cooked with Care, Leading to Mortality. Nobita is not merely a sycophant, he surpasses the very definition of one. His infatuation with Shizuka is ever increasing, and this will surely continue. Shizuka does not harbor an aversion to him. Why must he be so obsequious? Doraemon's programming renders him incapable of comprehending the essence of love. However, when he encounters love himself, his initiative far exceeds that of Nobita. Moreover, his affections even transcend species. Doraemon, prepare yourself, for Shizuka is coming to see the treasure. Nobita's voice echoed from downstairs, prompting Doraemon to respond loudly, understood. Yet, Nobita, this treasure is perilous. Do not shout. Before he could finish, glancing at John, Sunio, and Shizuka who were following Nobita, Doraemon sighed once more. I knew it. Nobita is not only a sycophant but also a coward who is easily bullied. It is precisely due to this cowardice that Nobita's reputation rivals that of Seinen, Yang, and others. Timid, fearful of trouble, sycophantic, vain, and reckless. A considerable segment of the anime community labels Nobita as one of the most inept protagonists. In the world of Gintama, I assert that I am not a sycophant. My absence from the rankings merely proves that Aburame has feelings for me. After confirming that the four prominent sycophants had been accounted for, Kondo Isami finally exhaled in relief, his mood inexplicably buoyant. After all, his previous actions had indeed been somewhat sycophantic. Yet, this was unavoidable, for he was deeply enamored with Shimurate. He could even produce several photographs of her from his person, certainly not taken clandestinely. And just how fond is he of these photographs? Let us put it this way. If one were to find themselves in a restroom without any toilet paper, even resorting to the use of sandpaper instead of wiping. They would categorically refuse to utilize a photograph of Shimizu Mio. Furthermore, he brazenly stalks Shimizu Mio, frequently engaging in actions that cause her considerable distress. For instance, he has been known to climb utility poles to profess his feelings for her. Consequently, it would not be surprising for him to appear on the esteemed list of the 4 most ardent admirers. Even his subordinates have come to regard him as an enthusiastic admirer. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he did not make the list. This is truly magnificent. In Kondo Isamu's eyes, this is evidence that Amio does not harbor any dislike for him and may even hold affections for him. Picking up a photograph of Shimizu Mio, Kondo Isamu secretly resolved to continue following her tonight for the sake of his beloved's safety. Furthermore, let it be reiterated, he is not a deviant. He merely acts out of concern for Shimizu Mio's well-being. Recently, the atmosphere here has been quite tumultuous. Just as Kondo Isamu had finished his official duties and was preparing to seek out Shimizu Tamaki, the latter took the initiative to call him. "Tamaki is calling me? Is this real?" He blinked in disbelief, and upon confirming he had not misread the situation, Kondo Isamu hurriedly answered the call, his voice tinged with excitement. "Tamaki, you called me. Kondo Isamu, are you free today?" Came Shimizu Tamaki's calm voice from the other end. "Yes, yes, yes," he replied eagerly. "Did you need something from me?" He nodded fervently. As long as Tamaki sought him out, he would clear any obstacles in his path and rush to her side without hesitation. No one was more important to him than Tamaki. "I made some food today. Would you like to come over and eat?" Before she could finish her sentence, the line abruptly went dead with a series of beeps. This left her feeling somewhat bewildered. After confirming that she had not mistakenly disconnected the call, Shimizu Tamaki wore a puzzled expression. How could he hang up on me like that? In the past, he would engage in conversation even when he had little to say. What on earth is going on today? Before she could finish her musings, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Tamaki, I'm here. Hurry and open the door." It seemed that she began to understand why Kondo Isamu had abruptly ended their conversation. The young man ran surprisingly fast. As Shimura Meiho opened the door, Kondo Isao struck a pose he deemed perfect, his tone a blend of sultry confidence. "Meiho, have you finally decided to accept me?" Presenting the roses behind him, Kondo Isao confessed directly, "Meiho, I love you. Be my girlfriend." Shimura Meiho, though tempted to unleash her anger, restrained herself. Considering she needed this fellow to test her culinary skills, she accepted the roses with a soft murmur. "Will you eat?" "Eat, eat, eat." Kondo Isao's face flushed with delight at her acceptance of the roses. Although Meiho did not reciprocate his confession, she had indeed taken his flowers. Surely, she harbored feelings for him. Sensing Kondo Isao's fanciful thoughts, Meiho turned and walked away, while he cheerfully followed. Inside the room, Shimura Shinpachi, Sakata Jintoki, and Kagura fidgeted anxiously. They need not ask why. Today's meal was to be their last. Others might remain oblivious. But they knew all too well that Meiho's cooking was akin to a biochemical weapon, inedible. Yet, the trio found themselves unable to refuse Meiho's invitation. After all, who could stand against this violent woman? At that moment, Kagura, feeling as if facing the most brutal of tortures, couldn't he help but mutter, "If I don't eat, I'll die. If I don't eat, I'll die." She was self-hypnotizing, forcing herself to accept Meiho's food. Suddenly, tears streamed down her cheeks. If given the choice, she would rather starve than consume Meiho's cooking. Kondo Isao remained oblivious to the trio's distress, lost in his daydreams. Meiho was actually inviting him to dinner. And she was personally cooking for him. She truly had feelings for him. "This is my specially prepared sweet tamagoyaki. Everyone, please try it." As Meiho presented the dish, the sight of the charred food left Shinpachi, Jintoki, and Kagura in stunned silence. They wished they had chosen death instead. "You told me this was sweet tamagoyaki? Why not say it's roasted coal instead?" In stark contrast to the trio's despair was Kondo Isao, radiating happiness, with multiple filters clouding his vision. He glanced at the tamagoyaki and without hesitation, picked up a large piece with his chopsticks. "I'm starting." Under the astonished and envious gazes of Shinpachi and Jintoki, Kondo Isao swallowed the tamagoyaki without a moment's pause. The trio stared in disbelief at the unflinching figure of Kondo Isao. He was a veritable god of war. So impressive. But how did it taste? Shimura Tao's eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation. After numerous days of practice, she had gained confidence in her culinary skills. Just as Kondo Isao prepared to raise his thumb in commendation, he suddenly collapsed to the floor. As for the previous chapter, I had written more due to the reader's fondness for the devoted character. Chapter 68. Memorable quotes and scenes from Jojo Sakata Jintoki, Shimura Shinpachi, and Kagura. Ah, sister, your food is to die for. After a brief silence, the room echoed with Shinpachi's astonished voice. Tao, however, remained unfazed. Gazing at the prostrate Kondo, she softly remarked, "That's impossible. He must have just fallen asleep from how delicious it was." The trio exclaimed in disbelief. How could that be? Shinpachi's expression of horror intensified. Even the most delectable food shouldn't make someone fall asleep. And I must say, sister, your cooking is rather difficult. Under Tao's penetrating gaze, Shinpachi quickly shifted the topic. Sister, perhaps we should turn ourselves in. Let us aim for a life sentence. If you reform well in prison, you might even be released early. By then, I would still acknowledge you as my sister. Tao replied, you just want to see your sister in prison, don't you? No, that is certainly not my intent. But sister, your cooking is life-threatening. I'll reiterate, he is not dead. He merely fainted from the exquisite taste. People don't faint simply from eating. That is abnormal. At that moment, Kagura, observing the escalating argument, timidly suggested, shouldn't we take him to the hospital? If we don't act soon, he might really be in trouble. Sakata Jintoki remained silent. Having already succumbed to a daydream induced by the aroma of Tao's sweet tamagoyaki, he pondered whether to be known as Sakata Jintoki or to shave his head instead. The former was the king of pretentiousness, while the latter was invincible and formidable. Oh dear, what a dilemma. Perhaps I could embody both? From this day forth, he would be the bald Sakata Jintoki, the king of pretentiousness. Kagura's words jolted Shinpachi back to reality. Let us take him to the hospital first. Come on, Jintoki. Let us carry him together. Just as Shinpachi prepared to lift Kondo, Kondo suddenly opened his eyes. He was awake. I told you he was dead. The pinnacle of joy was undoubtedly found in Shimurate, who, with a sense of urgency, shook Kondo Isao's shoulders. How is it? Is the sweet egg dish I meticulously crafted delicious? Compared to Kondo Isao, who served as her experimental subject, she was far more concerned about the flavor of her culinary creation. Gazing at the four individuals radiating sheer delight, Kondo Isao appeared somewhat bewildered. Even with his beloved right before him, he remained oblivious. Who are you? Where is this place? Wait, who am I? Upon uttering these words, confusion enveloped the four. Shimura Shinpachi glanced at his sister with a look of resignation and remarked, he's not dead, but it seems he has lost his memory. Sister, your cooking is akin to a weapon of mass destruction. Silence. Shimurate retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she delivered a swift punch to Shimura Shinpachi. He clutched his chest, a look of genuine pain etched on his face. The mention of food finally elicited a reaction from Kondo Isao. A flicker of terror crossed his previously expressionless visage as he anxiously scanned his surroundings. His gaze landed on a mysterious object on the table. With a forceful punch, he sent Shimurate's sweet egg dish flying, screaming as he fled the scene, even in his amnesiac state. The terror instilled by that inexplicable object remained unscathed. Truly, it was frightfully intense. Shimurate, Sakata Jintoki, Shimura Shinpachi, and Kagura remained silent. Yet a smile of happiness danced at the corners of their lips. At long last, they are liberated from the torment of that perilous dish. Their lives have regained a glimmer of hope. Observing the perplexed expression on Shimurate's face, Shimura Shinpachi gently nudged Jintoki and Kagura, speaking in a humble tone. Sister, there is no food left. We three shall take our leave. Who says there is no food? Glancing up at the trio preparing to flee, Shimurate suddenly flashed a peculiar smile. The sweet egg roll is merely an appetizer. The main course awaits. Just wait, I shall fetch the grand feast. Upon closing the door, she seemed to extinguish the last flicker of hope for the three. Dejectedly returning to their seats, each bore a unique expression of despair. Kagura's eyes were vacant, slipping into self-hypnosis. If I don't eat, I will perish. If I don't eat, I will perish. Tears of frustration streamed down Sakata Jintoki's face. Damn it, why can't I bring myself to strike a woman? Shimura Shinpachi was engulfed in despair. Why, oh why? Does my sister have such a penchant for cooking? What on earth is the reason? In the world of Crayon Shinchan, Xiao AI, the weather is about to turn chilly. Here is a scarf I knitted for you. Please try it on and let me know if it fits. If it doesn't, I shall make adjustments. Handing the scarf to Xiao AI, Zhang Nan bore a sycophantic expression, even though he was aware of being one of the four devoted admirers. Zhang Nan continued to flatter the object of his affection, Sa Otomei. He had long since realized that she did not reciprocate his feelings. Nevertheless, he willingly performed tasks for her. It can only be said that Zhang Nan's approach to love had reached an extreme. In certain respects, this manner of devotion surpasses even the bonds of kinship. After all, familial ties are rooted in blood. Who would not treat their own relatives with kindness? Yet, everything that Zhang Nan has offered is a selfless act of dedication. The term sycophant scarcely suffices to encapsulate his essence. We must conjure a word even more humble to aptly convey Zhang Nan's standing. Alternatively, one might argue that Zhang in itself embodies a term of humility. Ah, Zhang Nan, you exhibit a greater subservience than anyone else. It is acceptable, though I must admit that I am not particularly fond of this color. Merely casting a glance at the scarf, Xiao Ai furrowed her brow. She had also observed the events displayed on the screen. Witnessing such disparagement directed towards Zhang Nan, she felt a twinge of concern. Yet, it was not for Zhang Nan's emotional state that she worried. Rather, she feared whether he would continue to treat her as he once did. After all, it is quite rare to encounter a devoted follower like Zhang Nan, whose presence is undeniably convenient. Without him, she might find herself feeling a tad forlorn. At present, Zhang Nan's various reactions simply indicate that perhaps she is overthinking the situation. This fellow is utterly inseparable from her. Consequently, Aoi Azuma's behavior has become increasingly brazen. What color scarf do you like, little one? Zhang Nan hurriedly inquired. I will make it for you right away. Well, Aoi fell into contemplation. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Xiao Xian passing by. And suddenly her eyes sparkled. Master Xiao Xian, what color scarf do you prefer? Red. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Xian replied, and Aoi gazed at him with adoration. How decisive Master Xiao Xian is. I truly admire that. Turning back to Zhang Nan, she regained her composure. May I have 2 red scarves, please? Of course. Zhang Nan felt a pang of bitterness within. He understood all too well why Aoi wanted 2 scarves. He too wished to share the same color scarf with her. Though it pained him, he acquiesced, for he simply could not help but cherish Aoi. Regarding the iconic scenes and famous quotes from JoJo, Chapter 69, I Shall No Longer Be Human JoJo. Those familiar with the ACG community have likely heard of the illustrious name of JoJo. This anime series stands apart from others, as its popularity not only remains steady, but actually intensifies following its release. It consistently garners the adoration of viewers. Do you know the reason behind this? My absolute favorite episode. Here he comes, here he comes. He arrives with JoJo in tow. Please be sure to exclaim. I shall no longer be human JoJo. This marvelous art style is presented in an anime fashion. I cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation. Oh, this is indeed my favorite anime series. I yearn for Tequila Girl. Please bring her forth swiftly. Impatiently. If everyone can embrace this art style, they will discover its charm. To the person above, your suggestion was commendable. However, perhaps it would be prudent not to offer further suggestions in the future. The immense popularity of JoJo can be attributed to 4 key reasons. Firstly, the remarkable poses in JoJo. The characters within JoJo frequently strike poses that are both stylish and strikingly handsome at unexpected moments, yet appear utterly absurd within the context of the storyline. This pose is commonly referred to as the JoJo stance. Moreover, the difficulty of many JoJo stances is such that they cannot be easily assumed by the average person, thus leaving a profound impression on the audience. This phenomenon has rendered the iconic JoJo pose a cultural hallmark of the JoJo franchise, frequently celebrated and referenced by subsequent anime. A myriad of uniquely stylized characters grace the screen, each striking an array of peculiar stances. The denizens of the two-dimensional realm and various universes found this quite amusing, prompting many to emulate these distinctive poses. However, aside from a few formidable warriors from action series, who possess remarkable flexibility allowing them to effortlessly adopt the JoJo stance, it proves challenging for the average individual to replicate these postures. Some have even suffered minor injuries due to prolonged inactivity, resulting in unfortunate strains. It is prudent to advise against imitation by the untrained. Furthermore, within the JoJo narrative, certain characters frequently employ vivid metaphors to articulate various concepts. These metaphors may not seem problematic upon first glance, yet when placed within the context of the current narrative, they become exceedingly humorous. His expression, no longer contorted by hatred and anger as before, now bore the serene calmness akin to a son conversing with his mother. It was as unmistakable as recognizing the sound of an engine as that of a bulldozer, yet equally terrifying, reminiscent of an icicle piercing through a delicate skin. It was akin to slipping on a banana peel, only to have one's face crash against a counterfeit gold bar, the indignation prompting one to hurl it away, only to collide with the very con artist who had once deceived you. The sensation of being unable to move while feeling someone approach from behind is akin to the moment one reaches the limit of a minute of underwater breath holding, only to be forcefully pulled back beneath the surface. As members of the JoJo anime production team, a considerable number of artists and editors are fervent enthusiasts of JoJo. Consequently, the animations they create are meticulously crafted, leaving no detail overlooked. This is particularly evident in the third installment, Stardust Crusaders. The production team infused every second of the opening sequence with intricate details, each moment laden with metaphors pertaining to the main narrative. Notably, the opening of the Egyptian expedition resonates with the echoes of bloodied memories, leaving no frame wasted from beginning to end. In the final episodes, the inclusion of Dio's time-stopping ability has led many to herald it as the greatest opening of all time. The luminous screen unveils the opening of the third part of JoJo's bizarre adventure, Stardust Crusaders. However, the protagonists of myriad realms have yet to experience this anime, resulting in a sense of exhilaration amidst confusion. Yet, those well-versed in the plot revel in the experience. Muda 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 muda, Riley exclaimed, "This is simply exhilarating. I must record this." It can truly be said that the third season represents the zenith of the JoJo series, bridging the past and the future. This volume is my utmost favorite. Oh, deities of the anime realm, could you please air the third anime installment? What I admire most about JoJo is its opening theme, which encapsulates the entire storyline, a feat that most anime and cinematic works fail to achieve. I could listen to it a billion times over. Undoubtedly, JoJo's immense popularity can be largely attributed to its renowned meme culture. Within JoJo, there exists an array of exceptionally viral meme references. These memes have proliferated extensively and are applicable in various contexts. For instance, actually, it is I, Dior. Kes has ceased all contemplation. We, the Joestar family, have been gentlemen for generations. However, I refuse to wait. All of these expressions are remarkably renowned. These memes have captivated those viewers who do not comprehend their meaning, drawing them into the world of JoJo and transforming them into fervent enthusiasts of the JoJo series. Even some renowned anime have sought to emulate the iconic memes and memorable scenes from JoJo, allowing its legendary references to gain international acclaim. Today, let us reflect on the most celebrated aspects of JoJo's meme culture. Our Joestar lineage has always embodied the essence of a gentleman, such unparalleled sophistication. I shall renounce my humanity. JoJo. Ora 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 ora. Muda 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 muda. Do you remember how many pieces of bread you have consumed? The Moonlit Trio. Smash the Volo. Let time come to a standstill. Old man, your stand is utterly useless. Among the myriad of JoJo memes, half are attributed to Dio-sama. I hope the gods of the second dimension will share a few of the most famous memes, for I have yet to delve into this realm. More, please. Bring forth more. Fill my mind with peculiar notions. What does the JoJo meme, I shall renounce my humanity, signify? This is one of the most renowned memes within the realm of JoJo, widely circulated and celebrated. This narrative originates from the third episode of the first part of JoJo's bizarre adventure. The protagonist, Jonathan Joestar, uncovers Dio's sinister plot to poison his father. As Dio implores JoJo to personally handcuff him, he utters a series of bewildering statements to divert JoJo's attention. The screen reveals several strikingly tall figures. Among them the blue-haired Jonathan Joestar, poised to restrain the golden-haired antagonist, Dio. In Chapter 70, titled I Am So High, Yet I Refuse, Jonathan, affectionately known as JoJo, is about to place the handcuffs on Dio when Dio suddenly gazes up at JoJo, his eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery. JoJo, the capacity of man is limited, he declares. Faced with the perplexing reality, JoJo listens as Dio continues, I have learned one thing from this fleeting life. The more cunning a person is, the more likely they are to find themselves ensnared in unexpected predicaments, leading to their undoing, unless they transcend humanity. Seizing the moment while JoJo is in a state of bewilderment, Dio swiftly produces the stone mask and a dagger from his cloak, a smug grin adorning his face. I shall no longer be human, JoJo, he exclaims. The stone mask promises him tremendous power, but only if he relinquishes his humanity to become a vampire. Dio, having reached a dead end, sees this transformation as a preferable alternative. Thus, the arch-nemesis of the Joestar lineage and one of the pivotal figures of the entire series, the captivating ultimate antagonist, makes his grand entrance. This classic line has surely been etched into our very DNA. Its versatility has inspired netizens to unleash their creativity, applying this catchphrase in various contexts. For instance, in the game Sekiro, when Ishin Ashina is resurrected, he proclaims, Ashina, This country is everything to me. For this, I would rather forsake my humanity. While to the average person, this may seem like a renunciation of humanity, to fans, it signifies a departure from humanity altogether. Additionally, in an anime where a character, fearing pain, invests entirely in defense, Melty, while battling a boss, employs a brutal skill to transform herself into a monster. In the course of my extensive gaming journey, I have discovered the limitations of human players, which has led me to abandon my role as a mere participant. I aspire to become the ultimate boss, sweeping away all in my path. The character Blast from One Punch Man, who consumes monster cells, resonates with this sentiment. Dio, with his singular might, weaves through multiple narratives, which is precisely why he embodies the essence of the protagonist. Since I cannot complete my assignments, I shall relinquish my role as a student and instead delve into the factory to tighten screws. Before my younger brother watched JoJo, Gigi, I longed for a hug. After watching JoJo, I refused to be a child. Gigi, let us defeat Viroido. Saitama, how could I be unaware that human strength is finite? Kageyama-shun, indeed. I must seal my powers for their own good. Dio, still youthful, shares similarities with Orochimaru from Konoha, yet while Dio meets his demise, Orochimaru escapes unscathed. Do you believe you are merely observing an anime? No, you are witnessing the grandeur of noble lineage and the gentleman's path to success. In a world where fear of pain leads one to invest entirely in defense, Mephisto blushes upon hearing her name mentioned in the spotlight. As she caresses her flowing locks, she softly murmurs, "Is it truly wrong to become a boss and engage in battle with other bosses simply because I fear pain? What does it mean to be so exhilarated by anime references?" This is one of the many iconic memes from the JoJo universe. It originates from the renowned phrase spoken by Dio in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusaders. During the climactic battle between Jotaro and Dio, Dio absorbs Joseph's blood, thereby regaining his full strength. Furthermore, the duration of time stop in the stand world has reached an astonishing 9 seconds. At this moment, Dio, who believed himself to be invincible, suddenly inserted his finger into his temple, a look of extraordinary joy illuminating his face. On the screen, the once proud Dio, now with flowing purple hair, was gleefully excavating his own temple, droplets of blood cascading from the wound onto the ground. Yet, his visage was marked only by a grotesque, maniacal laughter. I have never felt such exhilaration as I do now. The fusion of Jotaro's blood is astonishingly swift. It is simply euphoric. In the next instant, Dio's form lay motionless on the ground, his fate uncertain, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance. Meanwhile, although Jotaro was panting heavily, the circumstances of the battle undeniably attested to his victory. Despite Dio's earlier bravado, he had been bested by Jotaro. The sheer intensity of Dio's ecstasy, coupled with his voice acting and the absurdity of his actions, has rendered this scene a legendary moment within the JoJo series. It has become widely disseminated. Whenever an anime scene reaches a particularly euphoric climax, the comment sections and live chats erupt with expressions of overwhelming joy. A certain deity from Huaxiao even crafted a version of a soul garlic masher inspired by this meme, showcasing a uniquely outrageous experience. What then? Is the meme regarding the phrase digging road with a shovel? This is one of the iconic memes from JoJo, originating from the Japanese language but often misheard as "I refuse." It is a classic line from Rohan Kishibe. Due to Rohan's unique characteristics, he frequently finds himself targeted by nefarious villains who attempt to sway him with various enticing offers. In these moments, Rohan undergoes a dramatic transformation and exclaims, "But I refuse." This abrupt shift in tone, coupled with the striking change in art style, has rendered it a widely recognized meme over time. Whenever a scene or dialogue featuring refusal appears in media, the comment sections and bullet screens erupt with the phrase, "But I refuse." Moreover, the prevalence of JoJo enthusiasts in the industry has led to tributes to this meme in other animations. For instance, in The Disastrous Life of Seiki K, when Kokomi Terahashi makes a plea, the character Seiki Kusuo responds with the same line, "But I refuse." One of my utmost pet peeves is being bossed around. Similarly, in No Game No Life, when others urge Sora to concede, he and his sister Shiro dramatically adopt the JoJo style and declare, "But I refuse." One of the things that brings us joy as the blank siblings is to assertively tell those who believe they are in a position of absolute advantage, "No." In this version, both the artistic style and the voice acting are sufficient to leave one in utter astonishment. Goodness, they have allowed you to imitate, but not to surpass. What does the phrase "Ola Ola Ola, Muda Muda Muda" from the meme encyclopedia signify? This phrase originates from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusaders. particularly in the scenes depicting the protagonists in combat. It is noted that delinquent students in Japan often shout yawa yawa and the resonant ora 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 to intimidate their adversaries during fights. The main character, Jotaro Kujo, epitomizes this delinquent archetype. In Chapter 71, the most exquisite character in the entire series, the Tequila Joseph, manifests this phenomenon, as his stand emits the powerful exclamation ora 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 while executing a flurry of punches, exuding a remarkable aura. Conversely, his nemesis, Dio, prefers to shout muda muda muda. Consequently, throughout the third part, numerous battle scenes feature a cacophony of ora ora and muda muda. This renders the anime battles even more exhilarating. The screen above begins to showcase the tumultuous clash between Jotaro and Dio. Indeed, one bellows ora ora ora, while the other exclaims muda muda muda, creating an atmosphere charged with fervor. Similarly, the protagonists of other combat-themed anime also unleash a myriad of battle cries during their encounters. As the scene shifts, we witness the epic showdown among Goku, Vegeta, and Broly from Dragon Ball. The resounding shouts invigorate heroes from countless realms, particularly the iconic Kamehameha, which evokes nostalgic memories for many fans of the genre. The visuals transition once more to reveal grand battle sequences from One Piece, where the stirring sounds captivate the audience. As two of the three giants of anime from the Island Nation, these series present battle scenes that are nothing short of masterpieces. Merely perusing the manga can elicit a surge of adrenaline. Now, with the screen displaying their animated confrontations, enthusiasts of the two-dimensional realm are driven to sheer ecstasy. Naturally, one should refrain from emulating such fervent cries in reality, lest one be perceived as foolish. A friendly reminder, minors should absolutely avoid engaging in fights once one reaches adulthood. If one desires to partake in a life of confinement, it is best to steer clear of brawls. Regarding the meme of Dio moving a steamroller, feel my steamroller. This originates from the climactic battle in the third part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where the antagonist Dio Brando delivers this memorable line. Fans frequently ponder why Dio would expend a considerable amount of his time-stopping ability to maneuver a steamroller. To summarize, Dio's actions stem from his fear of Jotaro. Thus, he becomes excessively cautious. While Dio's penchant for bravado is well known, one must not overlook his more cautious nature. Otherwise, he would not have survived for so many seasons. In episode 23 of the Egypt arc, Jotaro merely twitches a finger, prompting Dio to immediately abandon his assault. Despite Dio's mastery of time manipulation, he recognizes the similarity between Star Platinum and the world. In considering Jotaro's Joestar lineage, cautious Dio opts to maneuver behind Jotaro during this moment of time stoppage. This serves as ample evidence of Dio's cautious nature. During the second time stop, only after confirming that Jotaro could not halt time did Dio dare to launch an offensive against him, intending to eliminate him. However, at that moment, Jotaro was able to use his arm during the time stop, delivering a powerful thrust that sent Dio crashing to the ground. The force caused Dio to break through a window, with the sharp glass severing one of his legs. In the third time stop, although Dio's theatrics did not cease, he still refrained from attacking Jotaro, opting instead to retreat outside. While Dio found himself outdoors after the time stop, Jotaro remained vigilant, observing every move Dio made during the halted time. During the fourth time stop, Dio merely repositioned himself, continuously testing Jotaro through both time manipulation and verbal taunts, still unwilling to recklessly engage him. In the fifth time stop, Dio resorted to a barrage of flying knives to probe Jotaro's defenses. Yet Jotaro managed to survive by feigning death with the aid of a book concealed beneath his clothing. Only after determining Jotaro's breathing and heartbeat did Dio approach him. But ultimately, he was met with a devastating blow from Star Platinum that shattered his skull. Injured and feeling a loss of control over his body, Dio was overwhelmed with nausea, having come to fear Jotaro completely. As fear gripped him, Dio attempted to flee. However, his escape was unsuccessful, leading him to be relentlessly battered by Star Platinum's barrage. On the brink of death, Dio ultimately absorbed Jotaro's bloodline, returning to full strength. Yet, the formidable Jotaro had already instilled a psychological scar within Dio. In the climactic battle, Dio sought to push his limits, wasting several seconds in time stop and exposition, achieving a duration of 9 seconds. Meanwhile, Jotaro was sent flying onto Changhua Avenue. Just as Dio approached Jotaro, he counted down while retreating. Had Dio not moved the steamroller and recklessly entered Star Platinum's range, he could have faced a fatal counterattack. Consequently, after squandering 7 seconds, Dio opted to maneuver a steamroller into position. The steamroller crashed heavily onto Jotaro, with Dio employing it as a means of assault. Following their clash, the world achieved the ability to halt time for 10 seconds. However, once that duration expired, the now formidable Star Platinum was also capable of stopping time. 11 seconds later, Dio found himself immobilized, while Jotaro remained able to move during the 9th second. The outcome, as expected, was that the fragile world ultimately succumbed to Star Platinum. This elucidates the reason behind Dior's need to relocate the steamroller. He was genuinely intimidated by Jotaro. The anime reference of Tequila Sunrise, what does it signify? This reference originates from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusaders, showcasing the illustrious feats of Joseph Joestar. As the daughter of Lisa and the younger sister of the second Joestar, Joseph Joestar is universally acknowledged as the most captivating character in the series. Consequently, the second Joestar has been dubbed the pinnacle of beauty within the JoJo universe. To infiltrate the base of the Pillar Man, the second Joestar masqueraded as an unassuming Tequila Sunrise girl. Despite his striking appearance, he was unfortunately recognized with ease by the soldiers. In the scene, some soldiers interact with the girl. After a series of inappropriate advances, one soldier bursts into laughter. All right. Next, a splendidly adorned, statuesque woman then appears on the screen. I am here to deliver tequila, may I pass? The second Joestar coyly winks at the soldiers. The soldiers, momentarily bewildered, remain unmoved. Observing their lack of response, the second Joestar steps forward. The soldiers immediately raise their rifles and shout, hands up. Move again, and I will shoot. Why brandish a weapon at me? I truly come bearing spirits. The second Joestar protests, striking a demure pose with the bottles in hand. However, this only incites further ire among the soldiers. Raise your hands quickly. I am about to fire. Chapter 72. Time is about to accelerate. This is a trial. Beware of his peculiar movements. I can't take it anymore. I will shoot. All right. I won't move. The second Joestar hastily raises his hands. Observing the two soldiers who appear ready for battle, he cannot help but reflect. Truly, these soldiers of the Pillar Men can effortlessly see through my disguise. The two soldiers angrily retort, fool. It is obvious at first glance. Utterly repulsive. Brother, what woman is as tall and muscular as you? Have you ever looked in a mirror? Idiot. Listening to their derision, the second Joestar feels a surge of indignation. How dare they call him repulsive? Raising his enormous foot, which measures a good 50 yards, he delivers a sweeping kick, knocking both soldiers unconscious. As for the anime reference of time is about to accelerate, what does it signify? This concept originates from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stone Ocean, featuring the ultimate stand of the antagonist, Father Pucci, made in heaven. The ability of heaven manufacturing accelerates time. This meme was crafted from a video edited by a creative genius, utilizing the audio of Father Pucci ascending to heaven. I hold great admiration for the first individual who dared to consume a mushroom, for it could very well be a poisonous one. Thus, I reiterate, time is about to accelerate. Made in heaven, time is about to accelerate. It is the lineage of the Joestar family that leads me to heaven. Do you believe in gravity? Spiral staircases, scarab beetles, dilapidated streets, the fig tower, scarab beetles, the path of Teresa, singularities, Giotto, angels, hydrangeas, the secret emperor, let us commence. Made in heaven, time is about to accelerate. Ultimately, humanity is destined to ascend to heaven. In the name of the divine, I command you to retreat. Due to the explosive popularity of this audio segment, numerous netizens began to unleash their creativity, transforming Father Pucci's words into versatile Japanese adaptations. Coupled with various entertaining videos circulating online, this meme has sparked boundless imagination. One of the pioneers of abstraction, the two-dimensional figure known as Tiger Brother, makes an appearance on the screen. He is the one who, upon arriving at Shenyang Street, finds no good fortune awaiting him. Alongside the knife brother who bites lighters when idle. His lively spirit is embodied by Xiao Liang. You are too much of a baby, Zhao Sanjin. I shall ensure your awakening. Ultimately, humanity is destined to ascend to heaven. Once more, I say, time is about to accelerate. Consequently, an array of iconic scenes began to unfold. The pilgrimage site, Shenyang Street. Ignoring the rotation, Xiao Liang. The golden rooster stands alone, Tiger Brother. You are merely a Heba. Arrived at Shenyang. Where are you? A glance over the shoulder, splitting bricks. Almost didn't tea give me, kick the line. As for the anime meme, this is a trial. It stems from the dialogue of Diavolo in the 33rd episode of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind. Diavolo possesses a dual personality, and the line is spoken by the second persona, Toby, before he transforms into Diavolo. Toby, shedding his shirt, appears in the form of Diavolo, leading to this iconic moment. A purple-haired man ascends the stairs. It is the second persona, Toby. Glancing at the man before him, he softly states, "This is a trial. I believe this is a trial to overcome the past. Only by triumphing over that Navi past can one truly grow." With these words, Tobio shed his garments. "This is a trial." The first persona, Diavolo, emerged. Gazing at the somewhat bewildered man, Diavolo inquired, You were like this too, aren't you? Jean-Pierre Polnareff. The reason this meme gained immense popularity lies in the anime, where a character is seen disrobing, seamlessly transitioning to a scene of Diavolo at the moment of undressing. The transition is strikingly smooth, complemented by an irresistibly catchy background music that captivates the audience. It is precisely due to the elegant art style of JoJo and the exceedingly captivating memes that many anime have paid homage to JoJo's iconic moments. For instance, in the previous Work No Game No Life, the siblings impeccably replicated a memorable scene from JoJo. However, I refuse. In the playful parody Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, numerous renowned scenes from JoJo appear. For example, the characters portrayed by the hippopotamus, water buffalo, and wild boar embody the trio under the moonlight. Furthermore, the character played by Big Big Wolf mirrors Jotaro Kujo. Pleasant Goat and Boiled Goat have also impersonated several JoJo protagonists, alongside striking poses reminiscent of JoJo's signature stances. This can undoubtedly be regarded as a sincere tribute. In Baka Detesta Shikanju, the male protagonist faints upon inhaling the female lead's culinary creation, even experiencing a hallucination. Within this illusion, a narrow alley from JoJo's fourth part, which cannot be retraced, appears. The parody king, Gintama, naturally features its own homage to JoJo. In episode 131, during a trip to a hot spring, Sakata Jintoki and his companions uncover a haunting incident, and Jintoki, in his fear, forcibly interprets the ghost as a stand user from JoJo. Simultaneously, Sakata Jintoki has also invoked the iconic Ora Ora phrase in Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma. During the intense culinary competition between Akira Hayasaka and his rival, the ingredients transform into stands, engaging in a fierce brawl, exchanging punches with fervor. Not limited to anime. Even the beloved game Genshin Impact features numerous dream collaborations with JoJo. For instance, defeating the Chuchu Rock Shield King in its corrupted state unlocks an achievement known as Golden Experience, Requiem. This reference originates from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind, pertaining to the name of Giorno Giovanna's stand. Initially named Golden Experience, it subsequently transformed into Golden Experience Requiem under the elevation of the arrow. Additionally, after being struck by the water of the Nameless, one would achieve the title of marine biologist. Eureka! Isn't this precisely the oceanographer Jotaro? In the third chapter of Wendy's legendary quest, Flora references the marvelous adventures of Stanley, a direct nod to the esteemed JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Furthermore, in the Tale of the God, the traveler's extraordinary exploits are also alluded to. An accompanying image depicts Paymon's pose, which strikingly resembles that of the great Joestar. Additionally, within the character narrative of Kale, there exists a poignant reflection. Growing up is about overcoming the immaturity of the past. This truly echoes Diavolo's words. Only by conquering the naivety of the past can one truly grow. Chapter 73. Was it not promised that the Joestar family would be gentlemen for generations? The plethora of memes is simply overwhelming, leaving me at a loss for how to respond. I absolutely adore the Tequila Girl. Tequila Girl, please motivate me. Allow me to be your loyal star. The references from JoJo have indeed created a cultural phenomenon, with countless anime paying homage. Why is there no mention of the moonlit three brothers? Is it because words cannot capture the repulsive imagery? Micas has abandoned all thought. What a classic conundrum. Old chap, your stand is utterly useless. Hurry up and devise a plan with your invincible star platinum. My name is Yashikage Kira, 33 years old. Still nothing? My name is Koichi Hirose, 24 years old. A student, dog emoji. Setting aside these references, the JoJo series is truly captivating, and I strongly recommend diving into it. Firstly, good grief, the art style is unappealing, both flamboyant and grotesque. Secondly, that art style is rather unique. Suddenly I wish to view it again. It's truly bizarre, filled with muscle-bound men. Thirdly, the lines. The facial features, it's hard to critique, though the memes are somewhat amusing. Fourthly, having seen many references, the art style doesn't seem so repulsive anymore. Fifthly, the use of dense lines to depict shadows is rather intriguing. Sixthly, the overall composition resembles a model, with strong expressiveness and movement and a remarkable three-dimensionality. not to mention those flamboyant poses. Seventhly, I am utterly enamored. A deep affection for the Stardust Crusaders. Dio, Kaz. Just how many vampires have you slain? Kaz. Dio, will you even remember how many lives you've consumed? Dio, Kaz. Jotaro, Dio. How many lives have you taken? Dio, Jotaro. Will you recall how much bread you have eaten? Jotaro, Dio. Bread. Jotaro, just how much bread have you consumed? Jotaro, will you remember how much wheat you have eaten? Bread. Jotaro. The most elegant gentleman bestows all that he is upon others. The coldest mercenary still pays homage to the brave. The most tenacious ripple warrior radiates golden light with his life. The most perfect being retains the essence of humanity. The most fervent magician leaves not even a cold gravestone behind. The most solitary pope clumsily expresses his affection. The most seemingly useless hermit continuously sacrifices all that he has. The invincible Star Platinum is but an ordinary father. The first generation, a golden-haired commoner, raises the stone mask symbolizing courage, rebelling against the unjust fate and the affluent who stand in his way. The second generation, a paragon of wisdom, seemingly transcending all, still bears the red stone symbolizing bonds, avenging his fallen comrades against the earth. The third generation, now a king among commoners, even having attained the pinnacle of strength, strides silently towards that invincible man to sever the bonds of his past. The fourth generation, in pursuit of a tranquil body and mind, even when faced with despairing circumstances, resolutely refuses to relinquish any glimmer of hope, wagering everything to press the switch that symbolizes optimism. The fifth generation, a powerful corporate magnate, confronted with the inevitability of his demise, steadfastly ignites a final confrontation against the burgeoning disruptors of his organization. The sixth generation, the last remaining soul, a sincere priest, dedicates his entire life to fulfilling the cherished wish of his dear friend, unwavering in his faith, ultimately bringing to a close the fate inscribed upon every individual. This is the essence of JoJo. Though the fervor of your writing is commendable, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Admittedly, my literary exposure is limited, so I beseech you not to mislead me. In JoJo's bizarre adventure, Phantom Blood, the narrative unfolds as Dio, having just turned 18, has yet to acquire the stone mask. As George Joestar gazes at the peculiar and bizarre references displayed on the screen, he is utterly bewildered. Are these individuals truly my descendants? It was promised that the Joestar lineage would be characterized by unwavering gentlemanly behavior, yet, these ungrateful progeny each display their own eccentricities. As the most genteel man within the entire series, George Joestar finds himself struggling to comprehend it all. Particularly vexing is his great-grandson, Joseph Joestar, the grandson of his son Jonathan Joestar. George Joestar, I can only exclaim in dismay, what a disgrace to decorum. While your physique is commendable, why must you don the guise of a woman and offend the eyes of all? It is simply unbearable. However, upon realizing that his adopted son Dio has become the principal antagonist of the series and has transformed into a vampire due to the stone mask, becoming a sworn enemy to his son Jonathan and Jonathan's descendants, George Joestar, I cannot help but sigh. He perceives the discord between his son and his adopted son. Initially, he believed their incompatibility stemmed from mere personality clashes, but he never anticipated they would evolve into mortal adversaries. It appears imperative for him to converse with both Jonathan and Dio privately. In George Joestar's view, if he could facilitate a reconciliation between the two, countless troubles could be averted. Surely, it would be preferable for them, much like himself, to quietly embody the virtues of benevolent gentlemen. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Jonathan Joestar and Dio Brando both observe the celestial screen. Jonathan muses, what is amusing about these references? Yet, I must admit, witnessing Dio being bested by future generations brings a certain satisfaction. Dio reflects, I never imagined I would wield such formidable power. But wait, if I am so powerful, why am I being bested by that fellow's grandson and great-grandson? In JoJo's bizarre adventure, Battle Tendency, Joseph Joestar contemplates, not only must I contend with the formidable Pillar Men, but also with Dio. Why do I suddenly feel an overwhelming pressure? Yet, it seems the outcome will ultimately favor us. He laments, why must this cursed screen showcase my tequila girl? It is truly infuriating. Dio, in disbelief, questions, what manner of descendants does JoJo possess? Why must I endure such a formidable rival? JoJo's bizarre adventure, Stardust Crusaders Jotaro Kujo. Is this Dio truly our family's arch-nemesis? Even in the third season, he remains alive. Dio, this is troubling. Jotaro is indeed formidable. Fortunately, I have not encountered him yet, allowing me to prepare adequately. Dio, wait, that can't be right. If I am absent in the subsequent episodes, Could it be that my demise is imminent this season? Dio, it appears that when facing Jotaro, I cannot afford to hold back. I must give it my all. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Diamond is unbreakable Jasa Higashikata. This light screen is quite disappointing. I find myself lacking any memorable quotes this season. Dio, in this episode, I am merely reminiscing. There is nothing noteworthy to discuss. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Golden Wind Giorno Giovanna. My father is quite impressive. All I aspire to be is a notorious superstar, yet he has become a tyrannical overlord. Diavolo, regardless. This is merely a trial. Dio, this season, I am just a shadow and a photograph, and there is little to elaborate upon. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Stone Ocean Jolan Kujo. It turns out my ancestors lived such vibrant lives. In contrast, my existence has been filled with hardship. Dio Brando, am I to be just a memory again this season? Is your family's villain perpetually relegated to reminiscence? Note, the author has only watched the first season, so the writing may lack finesse. I appreciate your understanding. It has become evident why there is a scarcity of JoJo fan works online. It is quite challenging to write. Nonetheless, I shall soon commence crafting those standalone memorable quotes, striving to infuse the plot with intrigue. Additionally, I humbly request a wave of free gifts. I beg of you. Let us all indulge in a moment of passion for love. Just the complimentary ones will suffice. I am so impoverished that I can scarcely afford a meal. 100 electric boosts will yield an additional chapter, while 500 will prompt yet another. Dear readers, I trust you do not wish for this book to falter. So I implore you. Chapter 74. Are these anime characters incompetent? They instantly dominate the field in the world of Dragon Ball, gazing at the stand users on the screen. Goku and his companions were captivated. These stands appear remarkably powerful. They can even halt time. The resounding roar is exhilarating. As he spoke, Goku turned to Vegeta and Frieza beside him. Do we possess stands in our realm? I yearn to engage in battle with them. Frieza, still bearing bruises, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Although I, the great king, have traversed countless worlds, I have yet to encounter anyone employing stand attacks. There are some who claim to be magicians, capable of summoning beasts from other realms. Yet, those creatures are utterly feeble and of no consequence. I could dispatch them with but a flick of my finger. Vegeta's expression was tinged with disdain. As a former subordinate of Frieza, he had fought countless battles across various planets and had encountered many mages endowed with summoning abilities. Although these sorcerers possessed extraordinary magic, their physical prowess was exceedingly feeble. A single punch could obliterate them. Perhaps these mages simply lacked sufficient strength. Goku, on the other hand, exhibited immense curiosity towards these magicians, having never encountered them before. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Vegeta. I recall that Skeleton King, who ranked higher than you in arrogance, was indeed a mage. He appeared quite formidable. Wasn't he capable of summoning that creature known as the Black Goat's Egg? That beast seemed quite powerful. What utter nonsense! Vegeta retorted, his defenses breached, roaring in indignation. That mere skeleton is not worthy of comparison to me. I could defeat him with a single hand. Truly, envy has driven you to folly. Frieza, ever the instigator, couldn't resist mocking the situation. With blood-red eyes fixed on Frieza, Vegeta bellowed, I am not envious. If you dare dispute this, let us engage in battle once more. I fear no one. The two once again clashed fiercely. Observing this, Goku chuckled. These two truly share a bond. In the world of Chainsaw Man. Gazing at the stand on the screen, Denji, nestled in Mikima's embrace, couldn't help but inquire, is the devil we contracted similar to these stands? Mikima merely glanced at him before averting her gaze. More or less, they lapsed into silence for a moment. Denji murmured, they seem not to pay any price. Which is wonderful. If only we could use stands as well. There was something Denji did not voice. If summoning devils required no cost, then neither Himeno nor Aki would have perished. Mikima gently ruffled Denji's hair without uttering a word. In the realm of summoned beasts, he mused. My stand resembles our summoned beasts. If our summoned beasts reach their pinnacle, could they not be as powerful as theirs? Gazing at the stands on the screen, Akihiko displayed an envious mixture of drool and tears. If his summoned beast could wield strength akin to JoJo's stands, he would fear no adversary. In such a case, he would reign supreme at school. Then, he could gaze upon anyone bathing at his whim. Do not question his motives for this desire. It is simply his highest aspiration. But do not overthink it. We are merely a comedic anime after all. Our summoned beasts merely symbolize a measure of cultural prowess. Yet before Akihisa Yoshii could conjure vivid scenes in his mind, Yuji Sakamoto swiftly jolted him back to reality with a single punch. And you, with such poor academic performance, Even if summon beasts signify strength, you are still among the weakest. There are plenty of classmates in our class who fare worse than I do, at least 2 or 3. Akihisa Yoshii retorted with a hint of defiance. Glancing at Hideyoshi Kinoshita, who was engrossed in reading, Akihisa Yoshii suddenly smirked. Approaching Hideyoshi, he pointed at the luminous screen above. This screen, having tallied a list of pretentious individuals, might it also feature a ranking of beauties? Perhaps it might, Hideyoshi concurred. Akihisa's smile broadened. Surely, with such charm, Hideyoshi would make the beauty list. Hideyoshi sighed, exuding a sense of resignation, and remarked, Akihisa, how many times must I clarify? I am a man, not a woman. How could I possibly grace the beauty list? If there were a handsome men's list, I might stand a chance. Before Hideyoshi could finish, Kuda Tsuchiya entered the classroom brandishing a camera, his eyes gleaming with a celestial light. Let me take a photo. My photography skills are exceptional. The others responded in unison. Akihisa Yoshii silently raised his thumb, acknowledging the dedication of the discreet pervert. In the world of Gintama, it turns out that a stand-in can be so formidable. Observing the invincible stand displayed on the screen, Jintoki Sakata pondered deeply. He departed from his room and wandered to a secluded house. Upon sensing the filth within, Jintoki couldn't suppress a shiver. Despite the passage of time, the specters within had yet to vacate, although he harbored a fear of ghosts. The allure of acquiring an unbeatable stand compelled him to extend a hand resolutely, shouting, "Come forth, my stand." 2 phantoms swiftly manifested before Jintoki. His intuition was rather acute, enabling him to summon or control these spirits, commonly referred to as ghosts. Gazing upon the seemingly feeble old and young spirits, Jintoki felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, however. He reminded himself that appearances can be deceiving, whether for humans or spirits alike. He decided to grant these 2 stands an opportunity. Now, showcase your prowess. In response to Jintoki's command, the 2 spirits remained unresponsive. If they were indeed powerful, they wouldn't lack even the right to reincarnate. Jintoki furrowed his brow momentarily, only to relax it shortly after. Perhaps you do not fully comprehend my words. Unleash your most formidable techniques. As he spoke, Sakata Jintoki took the lead, drawing his wooden sword and swinging it forward a few times. The 2 apparitions seemed to grasp his intent, raising their hands and flailing about aimlessly. Setting aside their bodies radiating a faint glow, they appeared utterly foolish. One might mistakenly assume they were engaging in a dance. Sakata Jintoki scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. Perhaps my approach is misguided. It's one thing for this stand to lack abilities, but why does it seem so pathetically weak? As he pondered this, he delivered a punch to the childlike spirit, who immediately collapsed onto the ground. The elder spirit let out a howl and lunged at him, only to be knocked out with another punch from Jintoki. Jintoki remarked, "Your stand and mine seem to be rather different. Wu Liochi is the weakest on Chicken Island. Yet Balchang turns out to be a hidden powerhouse. Why do these individuals all seem to favor playing under pseudonyms?" Chapter 75. The Chief Shadow Assassin of the Xuanwu Kingdom's Assassin Alliance, Codename 7. It is widely acknowledged that certain comedic characters in anime appear rather inept, lacking in combat prowess. However, do you realize that this merely reflects their alternate personas? When they unveil their true forms, they can obliterate the competition in an instant. Now, let us enumerate those formidable beings whose true identities render them invincible. I shall take them away today. Let us see who dares to impede my path. There are countless wolves capable of herding sheep, yet only one wolf king. Is it time for the strong to emerge? I had anticipated encountering even mightier adversaries upon leaving that forest, yet I was taken aback to discover that the forest itself was the pinnacle of strength in this realm. When it comes to true prowess, I solely acknowledge the might of Brother Strong from Season S1. My wife, Zenitsu, is equally extraordinary. Thunder-breathing, first form. Have you forgotten about my young master, Nurikoma Rizai? By day, he is human. By night, he transforms into a demon. Tom's true form is equally formidable, a muscular giant. In the world of Wu Liochi, on Chicken Island, Wu Liochi and Meihua Shursan are strolling along the seaside. Upon hearing the light screen call out Wu Liochi's name, Meihua Shursan appears somewhat puzzled. I think I just heard that thing mention your name. Is that so? Wu Liochi, perplexed, gazes up at the light screen. I didn't catch that. It definitely called your name. It seemed to say you are the weakest on Chicken Island. What? I am the weakest? Wu Liochi, poised to retort, suddenly envisions formidable figures such as Director Jiang, the Reckless Hua, and the Divine Doctor. After a brief pause, he offers an awkward chuckle. Perhaps. We do have quite a few monsters on our island. Meihua Shursan contemplates, having sensed this long ago. This seemingly ordinary chicken island conceals extraordinary talents within. Miss May. The call from Wu Liuqi interrupted Mei Huasher-san's reverie. With a playful gesture, Wu Liuqi earnestly inquired, "Would you care to join me for a delightful bowl of beef offal? I made it myself." In the world of bears on the loose, Bald Chong awakened. As Bald Chong was roused from his stupor, Bear Air pointed at the mysterious projection in the sky, astonished. "Bald Chong, that strange entity is calling your name. It claims you are a hidden powerhouse." Bear Da's face mirrored a similar incredulity. Shouldn't it be the case that Bald Chong is no such big shot? Where am I? Bear Air? The recently awakened Bald Chong, still somewhat dazed, quickly regained his senses upon spotting Bear Da and Bear Air before him. Springing to his feet and leaning against a large tree, he trembled and shouted, "Bear Da, Bear Air, what are you up to? I haven't cut down any trees today." "Not that," Bear Air clarified. "Look at that strange thing in the sky. It seems to have mentioned your name." Listening to Bear Air's explanation, Bald Chong cast a glance at the celestial projection, then broke into a confident smile. "Of course. My brother Chong is so dashing that appearing on that projection is only fitting. Has he made it onto the handsome list? What rank is he?" "No." Bear Da shook his head. "That thing mentioned you having alternate accounts." "Bald Chong, could you show us? Alternate accounts? Isn't that something from a game?" "I have no idea." Bald Chong fell into contemplation, a grandiose silhouette flickering in his mind. In the realm of Demon Slayer, Zenitsu Agatsuma dashed into the Spider Mountain forest, seeking Tanjiro and Inosuke. However, as time passed, the skies grew increasingly dark. Not only did he fail to find his companions, but he also detected a nauseating stench that made him feel utterly ill. This rendered Zenitsu's complexion exceedingly grim. Casting a glance at the increasingly abundant strands of spider silk and diminutive spiders surrounding him, Zenitsu could not help but murmur, "What in the world is this place? It is truly terrifying." At this moment, he felt a strong urge to retreat. However, considering that he had yet to locate Tanjiro and his companion, he was reluctant to withdraw. Zenitsu could only feign composure, gripping his weapon tightly as he pressed onward. In the realm of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, an extensive amount of time had elapsed. Why had the trio of Fei Yang, Shi Yang, and Mei Yang not yet returned? Gazing at the still slumbering lazy Yang, Wan Yang's face momentarily reflected concern. A wave of unease surged forth in her mind, intensifying with each passing moment. Unable to contain herself, Wan Yang murmured, "Could it be that something has happened to them? No, I cannot remain idle." Shaking lazy Yang's body, Wan Yang spoke urgently, "Lazy Yang, stop sleeping. Shall we go search for Shi Yang and the others? I have a strange feeling something is amiss." "What are you searching for?" replied the groggy, lazy Yang, slightly irritable from being awakened. Yet upon realizing it was Wan Yang who had roused him, he begrudgingly muttered, "Shi Yang is so clever. He surely won't encounter any trouble." Wan Yang remained somewhat anxious, but they had been gone for quite a while. "Oh dear, why are you worrying so much, class monitor? Shi Yang and Mei Yang are merely looking for Fei Yang. They aren't off to confront Big Wolf. How could anything happen to them?" Rubbing his sleepy eyes, lazy Yang yawned. Besides, even if they were captured by Big Wolf, with Shi Yang around, they would undoubtedly find a way to escape. "All right, if nothing is amiss, I shall return to my slumber. I am utterly exhausted." With that, lazy Yang flopped back onto the hammock. Wan Yang thought to herself. While lazy Yang spoke with reason, she simply could not shake her unease. "No, I must seek out the village chief to inquire." In the tale of Wu Liuqi, from the character Aki, not only was he a hairstylist at a salon, but he also worked part-time preparing beef offal, taking on numerous odd jobs to support his family. Often, his tasks were poorly executed, and he had even been subjected to abuse. The humorous yet poignant narrative of Aki's minor character in Wu Liuqi contrasts sharply with the grand return of his principal persona. On the shimmering screen, a rather unimpressive face appeared. It was none other than the beef offal vendor, Aki. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Aki proceeded to nonchalantly dig his finger into his nostril. This now appears even more unremarkable. Characters from myriad realms cannot help but furrow their brows. However, as the scene shifts, a handsome man wielding the enchanted blade, Thousand Blades, emerges upon the luminous screen. This revelation left the characters from myriad realms utterly astonished, for the striking gentleman before them was none other than Wu Liuqi, the vendor of offal. Though it was the same visage, it was as if an ordinary fellow had transformed into an extraordinary paragon of handsomeness. Who can endure this? At this moment, a narrative voice suddenly resonates. At the age of 15, he became one of the 7 shadow assassins. At 16, he seized the magic blade, Thousand Blades, from a millennium-old malevolent spirit. By 17, he single-handedly assassinated the king of the state of Stan. This is the chief shadow assassin of the Xuanwu Nation's Assassin Alliance. Codenamed Qi. Chapter 76, How Weak Could a Man Be If He Can Hold His Own Against Two Bears? On the luminous screen, Wu Liuqi and his companions are engaged in a fierce battle with the Prince of Stan, although they find themselves at a disadvantage. Wu Liuqi recalls the words he once uttered. The third rule of the Assassin's Code, beyond the mission, do not intervene in the affairs of others. I do not kill those who are not part of my task. I have no interest in it. Do you feel utterly useless? Helplessly watching as those around you are slain? Haven't you been searching for me? Retrieve me, and you shall become the world's foremost assassin. You have no choice, for I am you. The cursed assassin is my fate, and it is yours as well. No one can escape their past. No one can evade their destiny. If not for the burdens of emotion, no one could defeat you. Emotion only serves to weaken you. Retrieve the magic blade and become a true assassin. I am the shadow assassin of Xuanwu Nation. At this moment, the battle nears its conclusion. Wu Liuqi is kicked into the sea, his fate uncertain. Plum Blossom 13, having been struck down again, is nearly out of strength. Jida Bao finds himself trampled underfoot by the Prince of Stan. Just when the prince believes victory is assured, a figure appears behind Plum Blossom 13, catching him off guard. Wu Liuqi. Gazing at the indistinct face of Wu Liuqi, the Prince of Stan furrows his brow. As if sensing something, he unleashes a wave of light towards Wu Liuqi, accompanied by a resounding boom and a cloud of dust. The law of smoke and injury is activated. Wu Liuqi emerges from the haze, holding the small flying chicken, and strides toward Plum Blossom 13. Ignoring the blushing Plum Blossom 13, Wu Liuqi speaks softly, yet resolutely. Today, I shall take her away. Let us see who dares to stop me. Coming in like a royal flush. The pride of our nation. How powerful can a barber be? At most, he can kill me once. Today, I shall take her away. Let us see who dares to stop me. Those who speak Cantonese are the true masters. How sweet. This couple is genuinely delightful. Do you think you know who stands before you? It is the chief shadow assassin of the Xuanwu Nation's Assassin Alliance, codenamed Qi. Qi's demeanor is undeniably striking. Wu Liuqi's presence is refreshingly genuine. In the realm of Wu Liuqi, Mei Hua Shisan glanced at the large screen displaying the formidable Qi and then at Wu Liuqi, who was busy preparing beef offal. The expression on Mei Hua Shisan's face was far from one of disdain. It could be described as distasteful. After a brief silence, she suddenly remarked, "You were much more dashing back then, although now you're just passable." What? Wu Liuqi raised his gaze towards Mei Hua Shisan, a look of bewilderment adorning his features. "It's nothing," she replied, her face suddenly flushed. Wu Liuqi was equally perplexed by her reaction. He lifted his eyes to the screen, where his own image adorned with eyeshadow was displayed, and let out a chuckle. "Miss Mei, do you think my large persona is handsome? Did you feel a flutter when I held you back then?" "Not at all. You were covered in dirt and water, utterly unappealing," Mei Hua Shisan retorted, averting her gaze. One might wonder why she looked down. It was simply too hot, causing her cheeks to redden. Yet, it must be said, Wu Liuqi was indeed quite handsome back in those days. He had fought against the Blackbird, confronted Manjusaka, and during the Stone Gate incident, he was equally striking. Those memories would linger in her mind forever. Wu Liuqi, however, did not take offense. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he softly said, "In a few days, shall we venture to the Xuanwu Kingdom?" Overwhelmed by her own shyness, Mei Hua Shisan suddenly lifted her gaze towards Wu Liuqi. It's settled then. Some matters must be concluded. Having just been earnest, Wu Liuqi broke into a teasing grin. "Miss Mei, your face is flushed." "It's not." Embarrassed, Mei Hua Shisan lowered her head once more, wishing to conceal her awkwardness from Wu Liuqi. "At your age, still blushing? Come on, let me see." "No." Meanwhile, in the guise of Bald Chong, under his small account, he had spent 3 years felling 5 trees, only to have a few pilfered by Bear Da and Bear Air. Not only did he suffer hunger thrice a day, but he was also constantly outsmarted by the forest's little creatures, returning home to face the ire of Boss Lee. Truly, he epitomized the plight of the most unfortunate worker. Yet, how formidable was Bald Chong in the S1 season? When he activated his main account, who dared to underestimate him? In the realm of Bear Mountain, who would not offer him a cigarette? Unlike Wu Liuqi, Bald Chong possessed not just one main account. Remarkably, he was able to effortlessly dominate Bear Da and Bear Air with each of them. Indeed, it rings true. If it weren't for Bald Chong's merciful nature, what would remain of Bear and Bear Air? They would have long since been transformed into mere bear pelts. To showcase Bald Chong's prowess, the gaming department even crafted a game titled Only Chong. On the screen, the bald man began to appear. First showcased was the Mongolian wrestling champion, Bald Chong. Due to Bald Chong's bullying of Tsuhua, Xiongda and Xiong Air decided to avenge her, leading to a fierce confrontation with Bald Chong. However, in the face of Bald Chong's wrestling prowess, the two bears were utterly outmatched. In a matter of moments, Bald Chong effortlessly sent the two bears crashing to the ground. The scene shifted to the mad scientist, Bald Chong, observing the small animals in the forest. A disdainful smirk played upon his lips. So, you all have gathered. Just as the animals stood bewildered, Bald Chong suddenly let out a furious roar. His overwhelming presence caused Tutu, who was airborne, to faint instantly. When the animals regained their composure, the muscular Bald Chong, whose muscles strained against his clothing, made his grand entrance. Gazing at Xiongda and Xiong Air, Bald Chang chuckled softly. This time, I shall surely defeat you all. Who fears you? The two bears charged at Bald Chong, intent on bringing this arrogant man to the ground. Yet, after a mere minute, it was the two bears who lay defeated on the ground. The scene transitioned once more, this time revealing Bald Chong with boundless stamina. The formidable figure of Bald Chong is truly extraordinary. Not only can he effortlessly contend with two bears, but he can also unleash the Kamehameha. It is indeed a terrifying sight. Fortunately, he does not take it too seriously. Otherwise, the bears would have met their demise long ago. A man who can hold his own against two bears cannot be overly weak, can he? I still reminisce about Bald Chong in his Black Pot hero state. Undeniably powerful. In Season 1, when he shouted, it was not just about the little bears, but rather about those wretched bears. Saitama is bald, and so is Bald Chong. Hence Saitama equals Bald Chong. You may sever my sword and the bond one share with that forest, but what will you use to sever our connection? Bald Chong, your skills are indeed commendable, yet they are still insufficient to match my pace. When you possess the capability to compel me to draw my chainsaw, I shall lead you into the forest to experience the presence of my two dear friends, a pursuit worthy of a lifetime. Chapter 77. Even a single technique will suffice to annihilate you. When I don my hat, I am left with nothing but strength. Oh, divine being of the second dimension, please bring forth the might of Bald Chang. I recall that Bald Chong is a millionaire. The divine being of the second dimension ought to mention that. In the world of Bears Out, my goodness, who knew Bald Chong was so powerful? Are we not a comedic anime? Are you being serious? I remember a time when Bald Chang was indeed formidable. His gun had infinite bullets. Gazing upon Bald Chang, who could even execute the Kamehameha, the bears were left dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that this short and somewhat unattractive bald man possessed such overwhelming strength. Could it be true, as the screen suggested, that Bald Chong could easily defeat or even kill them? Had Bald Chang merely shown them mercy before? With that thought, the bears couldn't help but embrace one another. Their gazes towards Bald Chang tinged with fear. This fellow is truly terrifying. I never expected my brother to be so powerful. Staring at the immensely strong version of himself on the screen, Bald Chong was equally astonished. To be honest, he never anticipated he would be so formidable. Yet, what the screen displayed was indeed a reflection of his past. This made Bald Chong unable to suppress his thoughts. Could it be that he had lost his memory? Otherwise, if he were still in his formidable state, how could he possibly be bullied by two little bears? He would have long since felled the giant tree, fulfilled his objectives, and reached the pinnacle of his life. A glimpse of the trembling bears caught his eye, and a cunning plan formed in his mind. With hands on his hips, he let out a hearty laugh. Now you understand the might of your elder brother Chong, don't you? Yes, we understand. Bear 2 nodded repeatedly. Bald Chang, we promise we will never bully you again. Please don't hit us, all right? However, Bear 1 felt that something was amiss. Yet, he could not quite pinpoint what was wrong. Hurry over and give your brother Chong a back rub. Come on. Bear 2, trembling, cautiously approached Bald Chong from behind and began to rub his back. But no matter how careful Bear 2 was, he was still a bear with considerable strength. Even the gentlest of pats felt like a hammer striking Bald Chong's back. To maintain his imposing demeanor, Bald Chong could only substitute a cough for the pain. Noticing Bear 1 standing still, Bald Chong commanded, Bear 1, hurry over and knead my legs. Otherwise, I might just unleash my wrath upon you. No, please don't. Before Bear 1 could respond, Bear 2, behind Bald Chang, screamed in panic, Brother Chong, please don't hit us. In his nervousness, Bear 2 inadvertently struck Bald Chong's back with a punch. This time, he failed to control his strength, and with a single blow, the bald-headed Chang was sent flying. "You cursed bear!" he exclaimed in frustration, and then promptly lost consciousness. The bear's immense power was undeniable. Fortunately, this is a comedic animated world where neither humans nor animals can perish. Otherwise, that punch would surely have been fatal for Chang. "Oh dear, once Chang awakens, he will undoubtedly seek revenge on me." Bear felt a surge of anxiety. He stared helplessly at Bear. "What shall we do? Should we flee now? Let us get as far away as possible." "Bear, a bear should possess a dignified demeanor. Your panic is of no use," Bear retorted, visibly displeased by his sibling's alarm. However, recognizing his brother's lack of common sense, he refrained from saying much more. Bear sat on the ground, scrutinizing the bald-headed Chang with keen observation. His stature was diminutive, somewhat unattractive, from a modest background, of advanced age, and earning a meager salary. In the realm of matchmaking, such individuals are deemed the lowest of the low. What absurd thoughts am I entertaining? I reached out and pinched the nearly non-existent muscles of the bald figure, then poked at his protruding belly. After a moment of contemplation, Bear muttered with a peculiar expression, "If this fellow were truly as formidable as that celestial entity claims, he wouldn't have been bullied by us for so many years." "What do you mean, Bear Big? We're a comedic anime. We can't afford to lose our lives to a bear, so why should we fear one? This bald guy has been under our thumb for such an extended period. It's not a significant issue if he occasionally retaliates against us." Huh. Bear found himself perplexed by Bear Big's words. However, he was primarily concerned with one question. "So, are we escaping or not?" "We're not escaping, but we should prepare in advance." After a thorough examination of the bald figure's physique, an idea sparked in Bear Big's mind. "Bear 2, go fetch a rope to bind this bald guy. That way, even if he transforms into his larger form, he won't be able to cause mischief." "Understood." From the anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Zenitsu Agatsuma in his smaller form is a timid and fretful character, perpetually chattering. Yet, when he falls into a deep slumber, the formidable version of Zenitsu emerges. In his larger state, Zenitsu can flawlessly execute the thunder-breathing technique, thunderclap and flash, instantly defeating his foes. As the saying goes, one season, two strikes, one season of glory. A golden-haired youth suddenly materialized on the screen. Although the young lad possessed a handsome visage, he traversed the ground with a timid gait, exuding an air of cowardice. The mere sight of a bug would send him into a startled frenzy, and he often found himself weeping into his hands in moments of frustration. Indeed, he appeared to be the epitome of timidity, utterly disconnected from the realm of the formidable. However, the scene shifted dramatically. Amidst a vast swarm of spiders, there emerged a fearsome arachnid creature with a human head, exuding an aura of power. Gazing upon the expressionless boy before him, the Spider-Man erupted into laughter, declaring the arrival of yet another hapless victim, envisioning a grand feast at last. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the boy suddenly bent low, grasping his katana tightly. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the first form of thunder-breathing, thunderclap and flash. Accompanied by the sound of a crackling tempest, the screen was engulfed in brilliance. When the light faded, all traces of the arachnid menace had vanished. "Behold, this strike shall be magnificent. Thunder-breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Ah, my precious Zenitsu. So splendid. This blow pierces the heavens. Truly, those of the Uzui lineage are unparalleled. Once at rest, I shall switch accounts and engage with you once more. Even with but a single technique, I am more than capable of vanquishing you." My Zenitsu may jest, but it does not imply weakness. In dire straits financially, yet yearning to dye my hair, I shall still grow stronger. Even on rainy days, I'll climb trees, for the signal from heaven is quite decent. I shall await your arrival here. Had it not been for my Zenitsu's infrequent displays of bravado, he would surely have graced the list of show-offs. My Zenitsu, the master of evasion, with a playful twist. In the world of Demon Slayer, Zenitsu remained oblivious to his own grandstanding displayed on the screen, as he found himself ensnared by countless spiders. The diminutive arachnids, bearing human heads, began injecting venom into Zenitsu, striving to sap his will to fight for the benefit of their master. Yet, at that very moment, the Spider-Man chanced upon the content being broadcast. Sweating profusely, "Are we, young one?" Chapter 78. First comes Tom, then the heavens, cleaving great trees like a deity. How could such a coincidence occur? This must be a fabrication. Due to the extraordinary coincidence, the tone of the Spider-Man was tinged with disbelief. However, he was reluctant to relent, for the thrill of tormenting humanity brought him a sense of accomplishment. It seemed implausible. Struggling to suppress the unease within, He glanced at the figure of Zenitsu Agatsuma displayed in the celestial screen, and then at the Zenitsu Agatsuma standing before him. Even the slogans they chanted were identical, the first form of thunder breathing. Once he confirmed that both were indeed the same person and that he had not been mistaken, an inexplicable fear crept across the Spider-Man's visage. At that moment, countless small spiders had surrounded Zenitsu, relentlessly injecting him with venom, just as depicted on the illuminated screen. This increasingly unsettled Spider-Man. If the information displayed on this luminous screen is indeed true, then he is destined to become yet another victim of humanity's relentless blade. This is precisely what Spider-Man dreads. Flee. Escape as far as you can. The farther, the better. At this moment, this singular thought dominates Spider-Man's mind. While his body reacts even more instinctively than his thoughts, the mere notion of fleeing prompts his body to retreat, desperately scrambling backwards. Yet, despite his efforts, it is already too late. A lightning-like brilliance sends the surrounding little spiders scattering. Zenitsu Agatsuma, now in his formidable form, exhibits none of the complexities of his earlier demeanor. His expression is one of unparalleled serenity. Gripping his katana tightly, Zenitsu steps forward with his left foot, his body bending in readiness. Gazing intently in the direction of Spider-Man's flight, he suddenly opens his eyes wide. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Sixfold. An endless surge of lightning converges upon his blade, aimed directly at Spider-Man's form, as Zenitsu strikes with fierce determination. The overwhelming aura causes Spider-Man's pupils to constrict in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he turns and flees. In that instant, a singular thought consumes him: to muster every ounce of strength to escape. This strike is insurmountable. Although his speed is remarkable, my companion Zenitsu, wielding the breath of thunder, surpasses him effortlessly. In an instant, Zenitsu closes the distance to the Spider-Man. With precision, he unleashes a single, devastating slash towards his foe. Accompanied by a crack of thunder, the blade pierces through the Spider-Man's form. He remains frozen in place, utterly unaware of the pain that follows, as Zenitsu's speed leaves him in a state of shock. This left Spider-Man in a state of confusion. Am I struck down by that fellow? As if in response to his own query, his head quietly fell to the ground with a thud. Coincidentally, his gaze fell upon my wife, Zenitsu, not far away. Gazing at this seemingly invincible man, Spider-Man's expression was one of utter despair. I have already fled. Why do you still wish to take my life? No sooner had he uttered these words than Spider-Man's head dissipated into a cloud of smoke. At that moment, Zenitsu, having exhausted all his strength, collapsed heavily to the ground. Jerry, the character from the animated series Tom and Jerry, embodies the adage that while Jerry relies on his relatives, Tom must fend for himself. In his diminutive form, Tom, though the natural enemy of mice, often finds himself bullied by Jerry and his kin. Being thwarted by his own food is indeed a tragic fate. One might argue that Tom underestimates his opponents or perhaps enjoys putting on airs. Yet, let us not forget that Tom was once the champion of rodent-catching competitions. When Tom recalls his larger form, he transforms into Superman, a werewolf, or the Flash. He defies the heavens and the earth. Why should he not? Even the invincible Droopy can only match Tom evenly. A mere little mouse is beneath his consideration. Now, let us briefly recount Tom's formidable larger forms. First, we have Superman Tom. This is an episode from the legendary series of Tom and Jerry. In this installment, Tom transforms into a superhero, dispensing justice and punishing wrongdoers. He uses Spike as a basketball paddle, becoming a revered hero in the eyes of the citizens. Truly, he is an invincible entity. The image of Super Tom appears on the screen, instantly captivating countless little female cats across the realms. Secondly, there is the fiery Tom. This episode compels one to confront their primal instincts. In a bid to vanquish the malevolent dragon, Tom resorts to an extreme measure, consuming the fiery essence of the fire-breathing beast. With flames erupting from his mouth, even the dragon finds itself in retreat. A memorable scene unfolds, the technique of fire release, Great Fireball. As Tom unleashes his inferno, the dragon, paralyzed by fear, flees. In another captivating moment, we witness Ice Tom. In this episode, Jerry seizes a ring that grants the power of flight and fire, while Tom acquires an ice ring, transforming him into a formidable opponent against Jerry. Alas, poor Jerry remains unaware that historically, engaging in a contest with Ice Tom guarantees defeat. The spectacle of Ice Tom and Fire Jerry facing off is projected onto the screen. Though it may appear evenly matched, in reality, Jerry has already succumbed to defeat. Next, we encounter Bully Tom. although this incarnation of Tom exists solely within Jerry's imagination. The sense of intimidation is palpably real. Moreover, Tom has successfully sculpted his physique in the past. To embody Bully Tom, he merely requires dedication to his training. The image of Bully Tom materializes on screen, showcasing an imposing physique, adorned with a pirate eye patch over his left eye, a mouth full of gold teeth, and an altogether fearsome visage, enough to terrify even the tiniest of kittens. In the animated realm, Tom reigns supreme. Who could resist offering him a smoke? This individual stands unwaveringly beside the bait. Tom, the formidable, a steel-bodied Kryptonian feline, a dazzling yellow lightning cat, an avant-garde technological iron cat, a magical ring ice cat, a fire-breathing dragon cat, a hyper-disciplined muscle cat, a werewolf cat on the night of the full moon, a mutated spider cat of the forest. Do not forget, aside from being unable to catch mice, there is nothing that I, Tom, cannot accomplish. It is not that Tom cannot capture Jerry, but rather that he is reluctant to harm him. Do you truly believe that Tom, the global champion of mouse catching, is feeble? You seem to have forgotten the prowess of General Tom. Tormenting the Straw Hat Jerry and his crew is akin to child's play. That fellow, with a mere move, shattered my pride in strength and speed. My 200,000-pound fist, at an exceptionally high caliber, was effortlessly thwarted as if it were a balloon. While his expression remained one of disdain. Does such power truly exist in this world? Tom, the king of the seas, you are remarkably formidable. Ever since the birth of that cat, all the felines and canines have begun to grow restless, with fierce battles erupting in the streets and alleys. What shall Jerry's eyes behold? If I, Tom, were to indulge in some leisurely pursuits, what of those black cat affairs? Chapter 79. Were it not for the constraints of the narrative, I would genuinely struggle to fathom how the adversary could triumph in the realm of cats and mice. Jerry gaped in disbelief at Tom on the luminous screen. He was nothing short of a superhero. No, he is indeed a superhero. Although Jerry had previously encountered Tom's formidable prowess, witnessing it once more in person left him astounded. The disparity between first-person and third-person perspectives is indeed vast. While one cannot deny Tom's strength, Jerry felt a tinge of discontent. Could it be that, as the screen suggested, Tom had merely been toying with him all along? If Tom truly wished to catch him, was it all just a game? Once a champion in the mouse-catching contests, how could he possibly be outwitted by a meerkat? Nevertheless, Jerry felt a flicker of defiance. Tom may be strong, but Jerry is no weakling either. His intellect ranks among the finest in the realm of mice. Despite his reluctance to concede, Jerry found an inexplicable sweetness within him. Truly, Tom is his greatest bond. Oh, dear Tom. He could effortlessly catch him. Yet he chooses to let him go, merely for the sake of companionship. How delightful that is. Observing Tom engrossed in some endeavor in the courtyard, Jerry approached him. His spirits lifted. Should Tom plead for assistance, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. However, upon noticing the small cat sculpture in Tom's hands, Jerry realized that this fellow was indeed a notorious cat lover, crafting this sculpture to please a little female cat he had recently met. Jerry scrutinized Tom's rather unseemly visage. Although it bore a resemblance to the superhero Tom on the screen, the latter exuded an undeniable charm that could captivate countless young female cats. In contrast, the Tom before him was simply awkward, consumed by his infatuation. Having known her for such a short time, he expended so much effort creating a gift. But would this trivial offering truly be accepted by the little female cat? In this day and age, it seems that all females are drawn to strength and wealth. Contemplating this, Jerry could not help but let out a sigh. What binds you to such humility? Is it not delightful to embrace one's true nature? When it comes to matters of the heart, even a single small female cat could suffice, let alone 10. Although they may be sworn enemies, they undeniably serve as each other's support. The eternal rivals of life and death have coexisted for nearly a century, becoming inseparable in the process. Thus, as Tom was on the verge of devolving into a mere sycophant, Jerry felt a pang of discomfort. To prevent his friend from repeating past tragedies, Jerry kicked Tom. Sensing the unusual disturbance behind him, Tom turned to face Jerry. Meow, meow, meow. What's the matter? You pesky rodent. In pursuit of a charming female cat and in high spirits, he had no intention of delving into Jerry's concerns. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Is being a sycophant enjoyable? Jerry inquired. Tom, unfazed by the mockery, merely replied with a light-hearted tone. Meow, 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 meow. You can't even manage to be a sycophant. Jerry found Tom's words surprisingly reasonable, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, for the sake of his friend's future happiness, Jerry climbed onto Tom's back, tugging at his eyebrows to direct his gaze towards the luminous screen above. Chirp, 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 chirp. Do you see the more impressive version of yourself? Chirp, 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 chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Why do you persist in being a sycophant when your more impressive self looks so dashing? Meow, meow? Are they broadcasting me again? Tom finally realized that the screen was showcasing him. Gazing upon his former grandeur, he initially felt a surge of joy, soon overshadowed by a sense of despondency. His ascent to such heights had been purely serendipitous, and in this world devoid of magic, and with technology so rudimentary. How could he ever regain that stature? Meow, 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 meow. Though I look splendid on the screen, I am powerless to rise to prominence now. Meow, meow, meow? Brother, what do you suggest I do? Chirp, 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 chirp. If you heed my advice, I assure you will captivate countless female cats. Jerry patted his chest confidently. As a true friend, how could he stand idly by? Leaning close to Tom's ear, Jerry whispered, chirp, 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 chirp. First do this. Then do that. Upon hearing Jerry's proposal, Tom's eyes reflected a flicker of trepidation, but soon transformed into unwavering determination. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. All right. From this day forth, I shall embark on a fitness journey. Meow. Take half of the food my owner provides me. Chirp, chirp, chirp. That's the spirit. A good brother would never deceive you. Jerry beamed with an innocent smile. His advice was quite simple, a regimen of dieting and exercising. Without aspiring to be a tyrant like Tom, a muscular version of him would surely be quite handsome. This not only enables friends to undergo a splendid transformation but also addresses the issue of food, making it a dual benefit. Tom remains oblivious to the fact that his dear brother has already devised a scheme involving him. However, if it truly leads to a significant metamorphosis for Tom, the calculation here reveals a greater advantage than disadvantage. The characters, General Ogai and Corporal Xiaoxiagwai, emerge from the anime Happy Superhuman Alliance. As a general of the Cosmic Development Company, Ogai's first impression is one of sheer ugliness. He is exceedingly unattractive. Xiaoxiagwai, too, possesses an endearing kind of awkwardness. Not only do they exude an air of foolishness, but they also manage to convey a certain degree of ineptitude. Who could have predicted that an unremarkable elevator door could nearly lead these two valiant figures from the gloomy planet to their demise? In their current state, both General Ogai and Corporal Xiaoxiagwai frequently botch their missions, and on occasion, they even betray their own comrades. In several narratives, even the most basic expenses become a concern, highlighting their utter lack of hygiene. A noteworthy detail, the most repugnant item in the universe is none other than Ogai's foul socks, which even sweetheart Superman finds unbearable. However, did you know that Ogai is not merely a prince lost from the royal family of the gloomy planet for 35 years, but also the most handsome and intelligent individual on the entire planet? He is the true heartthrob of Gloomy Planet. Xiaoxiagwai, as Ogai's steadfast ally, is also no slouch. He ranks as the second most intelligent and handsome being on Gloomy Planet. Together, they represent the most vital figures of the Cosmic Development Company. If they were not hindered by the elevator door, they could perfectly embody the notion of mere mortals standing alongside deities. Their intelligence, combat prowess, and logical reasoning have reached the pinnacle of human capability. Defeating Superman would be a mere trifle for them. Yet, the predicament is that they are not the protagonists, but rather the antagonists. Thus, shortly after their introduction in the new installment, they recede into the shadows, marking a flawless conclusion to their lives. In Chapter 80, even a general-grade helmet cannot shield one from the elevator door of the stellar planet. It is no exaggeration to assert that, were it not for the plot's interference, 5 Supermen combined would not stand a chance against Ogai and Xiaoxiagwai. Nonetheless, even in his foolish state, General Ogai possesses immense charisma, as their faces appear on the screen. One is grotesque and crass, while the other often acts foolishly yet retains a certain charming absurdity. At this moment, Xiaoxiagwai, having just escaped from prison, asks dejectedly, "General, we deceived him, yet he still passed on his techniques to us. Are we not wicked?" To which Ogai resolutely responds, "A villain must also possess loyalty and righteousness. I owe no one a debt of gratitude. We will return to rescue him." "Yes, General." Xiaoxiagwai gazes at Ogai with admiration. How can one not love such a villain? There are few antagonists who leave a lasting impression on the audience. There exists an opportunity to reflect upon the allure of captivating villains. I humbly implore everyone to encourage further updates and contributions. This book's readership has dwindled to mere single digits. I earnestly beseech your assistance. Gazing at his junior disciple, Ife, the great monster wore an expression of profound affection. "Junior sister, I have vowed to you that whenever you find yourself in peril, I shall be the first to rush to your aid." Although her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Elder brother, I shall remember that. With an air of boastfulness, the great monster declared to the little monster, I possess a remarkably beautiful junior sister who holds me in great admiration. Pray tell, General. What could be the reason for this? Is it not due to my striking handsomeness and formidable strength? Back in the day, when both my junior sister and I were disciples of the Monster Mountain sect, she was particularly attached to me. Oh, how impressive you are, General. Help! The little sister, bound to a tree, gritted her teeth in desperation as she confronted the beast. My elder brother will surely not spare you once he learns of this. The monster regarded her with disdain. Meanwhile, the little sister continued to reassure herself, as long as I am in danger, my elder brother will undoubtedly come to rescue me at the first opportunity. The beast, finding her noise bothersome, furrowed his brows. Enough of this commotion. I shall render you unconscious first. Just as the words left his lips, a furious roar echoed from a distance. 100 flowers soared. The beast collapsed, and the little sister was liberated. Cradling her in his arms, the great monster flashed a wicked smile. Though his appearance had changed, the way the little sister looked at him was imbued with a thick layer of adoration. Her elder brother still appeared as striking as ever. Elder brother, I must take my leave. After so many years, you remain the one who will come to my aid without hesitation. Ah, General. The little monster gazed at the man before her, who seemed strangely familiar, yet different. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. The great monster, now in his larger form, turned to the little monster, a smile gracing his lips. I have returned. Goodness, even my childhood has resurfaced. These two are indeed titans among titans. Big monster, changed to a larger Pluto. The exclamation of Master Brother finally reminded him of the grand password. He was the only man capable of matching the principal in his youth. The most astonishing thing is that the great monster is not a robot. It has nothing to do with gems or anything of the sort, but is entirely a product of his own training. A pinnacle of martial prowess, an apex of intellect. Had it not been for the narrative's interference, I truly could not fathom how the opposing side could triumph. The new version does not mention it, but the old version documents the various smaller monsters. The essence of Pangu was vanquished by their clash, giving rise to the 5 supermen. Literature also recounts how these two invaded countless planets, their strength remaining unknown, yet they have reached legendary status. Nonetheless, they still succumbed to the elevator door. Even the general-level helmet could not withstand the elevator door of the starry planet. Humorous remark. An intriguing fact. The aesthetic of the gray star planet has evolved in tandem with the appearance of the great monster. Do you know why the aesthetic of the gray star planet aligns with the great monster? It is because, for the gray star planet, the great monster embodies all that is beautiful, a universally acknowledged idol and leader. I still recall when the Doctor and his companions once observed in the Interstellar Alliance library that there were 2 unfathomably powerful figures in the cosmos, unknown in origin and destination, whose past actions had wrought severe disruptions to the cosmic order. At that time, the 5 Supermen and the Doctor were quite moved, marveling at the prowess of these 2 individuals, yet pondering their whereabouts. Happy Superman glanced at the seemingly captured image below and remarked that they resembled the great monster uncle and little monster classmate. In truth, I feel that Black Shaw and White Shaw pale in comparison to the great monster and little monster in their full forms. Black Shaw battled against the 5 Supermen and sustained injuries, while the great monster effortlessly dominated them. In the world of the Happy Superman Alliance, the General exclaimed, "Wake up quickly," as he embraced the still slumbering great monster. Little monster shook him and shouted until the great monster finally stirred awake. What is it? After yawning, the great monster appeared somewhat irritable. However, considering that it was his most loyal subordinate who had awakened him, he refrained from unleashing his wrath. Pointing to the image of the great monster on the luminous screen, little monster's eyes sparkled with admiration. "General, look at your past self. You were truly handsome." "Is that so?" He glanced up at the screen, and there he was, untouched by the door, indeed striking. A proud expression adorned the great monster's face. "I, General Great Monster, am undeniably handsome. I am the most attractive and beloved being on the gray star planet. The General is so strong. The General is amazing." Little monster lavished praises without restraint. Yet, seemingly struck by a thought, he looked eagerly at the great monster and inquired, "General Great Monster, this screen indicates that your larger form is the one unscathed by the door. Can you return to that form now? Shall I give it a try?" The great monster harbored a tinge of insecurity, yet he was determined not to disappoint the expectations of the little monster. He rose to his feet, assumed a horse stance, and focused his energy, drawing it deep into his dantian. With a solemn expression, he declared, "Come forth, my former self." A faint, Almost imperceptible aura began to emanate from the great monster. The little monster's eyes widened, eager not to miss a single detail of the general's transformation back to his formidable form. If General Great Monster truly regained his full stature, ruling Star Planet would be as effortless as child's play. Those 5 superheroes would be utterly insignificant. At this critical moment, amidst all the anticipation, the great monster released a resounding flatulence. It seemed to be more than just a mere fart. I need to use the restroom. Instantly blushing, the great monster covered his face and dashed towards the toilet. No wonder he could harness his energy so effectively. It was all for the sake of release. Although the odor was quite foul, the little monster pinched his nose and sincerely praised, "Truly, General, even your fart is thunderous." Chapter 81. Our affairs were discovered by the superheroes. Bonus content. The little monster was silent until he spoke, unleashing a wave of the unpleasant scent into the air. Even without the ability to detect the aroma, he felt the urge to retch. Overwhelmed, he collapsed onto the ground, his expression betraying some discomfort. Yet, even as he knelt on the floor, he did not forget to flatter the great monster. "The power of your flatulence is immense, General. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. Stop rambling and fetch me some toilet paper. The restroom is out." "All right, General." The little monster began rummaging through drawers in search of toilet paper. 10 minutes later, he lay on the ground, utterly defeated, gasping for breath. Do not inquire why he could no longer perceive the odor of the great monster's flatulence. The answer was simply that he had become accustomed to it. At that moment, the little monster came to a disheartening conclusion. "General, we have no toilet paper at home." "Then hurry and go buy some." The great monster felt a sense of helplessness towards his subordinate. He was obedient and diligent, but alas, his intellect was lacking. "General, have you forgotten? We have no money at home. We can't afford paper." The little monster glanced around, suddenly brightening at an idea. "How about we make do?" "Make do with what?" "There are other items that can serve as substitutes for toilet paper." The great monster wore a look of resignation, yet given that his legs had grown weary from squatting, he had little room for demands. "Whatever it may be, as long as it can serve the purpose. Quickly, bring it here." Before the words fell, the little creature presented a piece of sandpaper, the coarsest type available. The large creature fell into deep contemplation. "General, do you require this item?" The little one, with an expression of pure innocence, even more genuine than that of some others, inquired. "There is still more at home." After a brief silence, the large creature suddenly spoke. "Do you aspire to be a general?" "Of course I do." The little creature nodded without hesitation, for he was merely a private at present. "If I were to ascend to the rank of general, it would indeed bring glory to my ancestors. Moreover, my ambition in joining the army is to become a formidable general like the illustrious great monster. If only it were possible. The mere thought of myself in such a distinguished position brings a smile to the little monster's face. Yet, upon meeting the expressionless gaze of the great monster, the little one feels a tinge of embarrassment. However, rest assured, General. Seemingly understanding the great monster's unspoken thoughts, he quickly vows, "Even if I were to become a general, I would never forget your mentorship." The great monster, the overly naive little creature, seems to have misunderstood his intentions. Though he feels a sense of exasperation, he cannot help but feel a sense of obligation towards his subordinate. After some contemplation, the great monster candidly states, "Do you wish for me to perish so that you may take my place?" "Certainly not." This time, the little creature finally reacted, shaking its head like a rattle. Its pair of small eyes turned crimson, though it was uncertain whether from excitement or the noxious odor. The big creature finally chuckled, albeit in frustration. "Well, go buy some toilet paper quickly. Whose behind can withstand the abrasive friction of such sandpaper? Yet, we are devoid of funds. Why not borrow some money then?" The big creature had a rare moment of cleverness, thanks to the little creature's contrast. Otherwise, any individual with a modicum of intelligence would easily surpass these two hapless beings caught in the door. "All right, General." The little creature, reclaiming the sandpaper, stood at attention, pledging to accomplish the mission of borrowing money to procure toilet paper. It exited the room, yet the question of whom to borrow from became a conundrum. Who should it approach for funds? Suddenly, a light flickered in the little creature's mind. How about asking the careless hero for money? After all, he is so absent-minded that he might forget to demand repayment. Thus, the little creature exhibited a moment of cleverness, albeit contingent upon its previous intellectual capabilities. With a spring in its step, it made its way to Doctor's abode. However, before it could traverse far, it encountered 5 heroes approaching. Instinctively, the little creature thought to ask the careless hero for money. Yet, Considering the presence of the other four heroes, the careless hero might forget the request, while the others certainly would not. In that case, the money would inevitably need to be repaid. The little creature cleverly concealed itself, planning to approach the careless hero once he was alone. At that moment, snippets of conversation from the heroes reached the little creature's ears. To its astonishment, it learned that Uncle Big Creature and classmate Little Creature were spies from the gloomy planet. No wonder they coincidentally lingered around monsters. They were likely the ones who unleashed them. If it weren't for this screen, we would have remained in the dark. I had thought Uncle Big Creature was a good man. It's evident that their aim is to invade Star Planet. Don't let me find that little creature, otherwise I shall certainly deliver a couple of blows. I regret having lent that little creature a substantial amount of money before. This time, he must repay me. Careless. How much does the little creature owe you? When you get a chance, lend me some. I don't remember. By the way, where does Uncle Big Creature reside? I recall it being around this area. Just take your time searching. You will surely find it. Alas, considering we were once classmates, after sending them to prison, I shall make a point to visit them often. The five superheroes engaged in loud discussions, convinced that the great monster and the little monster would never flee. They showed no concern about being overheard by others, nor did they fear that anyone would betray them. After all, both the great monster and the little monster were spies, and no one would dare collude with them. However, by a twist of fate, the little monster overheard the superheroes' conversation. Alarmingly, their identity had been discovered. What should they do now? What course of action should be taken? At that moment, the little monster wore an expression of deep unease. If the superheroes were to capture them, even if they were not executed, they would certainly face a long imprisonment. The little monster, still youthful, had no desire to languish in a cell. Instinctively, he contemplated fleeing, confident that the superheroes had yet to detect his presence. There was an 80% chance of escape. However, upon reflecting that the general remained at home, the little monster's resolve solidified. No, he must call the general to leave Star Planet together. He simply could not abandon the general. Whether it was due to witnessing his own cleverness on the screen or the effects of the general's foul gas, the little monster's intellect had indeed sharpened considerably. He managed to make the right choice. Seizing the moment when the five superheroes were knocking at another's door, he swiftly returned home and secured the entrance. General, it's bad. It's bad. The little monster's frantic demeanor left the general utterly speechless. I merely have an upset stomach. Nothing serious. I am perfectly fine. Besides, did you manage to buy the paper I asked for? My legs are numb. At such a critical moment. The general was still preoccupied with purchasing paper. The little monster interrupted the general's words. Urgency etched across his face. Our situation has been discovered by the superheroes. Just as he spoke, the door was forcefully smashed open by Happy Superhero. Chapter 82. Big Monster, Little Monster, do you still wish to resist? Upon learning that Big Monster and Little Monster were spies, Happy Superhero, despite his reluctance, unleashed his full power. He would not allow anyone to jeopardize Star Planet, even if these two were his acquaintances and friends. With a resounding crash, the door flew into the room. The little monster, horrified, fell to the ground as the door hurtled towards him, narrowly missing his head and crashing into the restroom. The general inside the restroom let out a pained scream. General, are you all right? Without the time to assess his own condition, the little monster scrambled towards the restroom. Do not question why he crawled. His lower body had ceased to respond. The fact that he had not wet himself was a small miracle. Little monster, I'm fine. But what on earth is happening out there? The general's intermittent words relieved the little monster. As long as the general was unharmed, that was all that mattered. He had feared that Happy Superhero's door had ended the general's life. However, it appeared that the general's fate was not yet sealed. General, are you two spies from the planet of despair? Before the little monster could utter a word, the cheerful superhero darted in front of him, glaring with palpable anger. Under such a penetrating gaze, the little monster could not help but lower his head, perspiration trickling down his brow. If given a choice, he would certainly prefer to avoid this confrontation, as his relationship with the cheerful superhero had been relatively amicable. Yet, the invasion of the starry planet was the very objective he and the formidable general had set out to achieve. Have you uncovered everything, cheerful superhero? Questioned the general from within the restroom. He had believed that he and the little monster had disguised their intentions quite effectively, only to discover that the superheroes were a step ahead, unveiling their true identities. We have gathered nearly all the information we need, remarked the flirtatious superhero, observing the tension in the cheerful superhero's demeanor. General, do you intend to emerge from the restroom on your own? or shall I assist you in making your exit? I advise you to consider a confession, as honesty may yield leniency, while resistance could lead to severe repercussions. It would be wise for you to comply. Perhaps your sentences might be reduced. The general fell into silence, while the little monster clenched his fists, retrieving his solitary weapon, a piece of sandpaper. If you wish to capture the general, you must first step over my dead body, he declared, his expression resolute, though he understood he was no match for the superheroes. His determination to protect the general was unwavering. The superheroes stood opposite the little monster, contemplating whether to subdue him swiftly. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension and the prospect of battle loomed, an ill-timed voice emerged from the restroom. Could someone please fetch me some toilet paper? My legs have gone numb. If you expect me to exit, I must first clean myself up. It's a dire situation. The superheroes exchanged glances, while the little monster sighed in exasperation. Eventually, the flirtatious superhero, with a look of disdain, tossed a few tissues toward the general. Moments later, the limping general emerged from the restroom, measuring the distance to the door while resting a hand over his heart, relieved that he had narrowly escaped a most humiliating fate. Now that I'm out, you two little monsters should surrender at once. The little monster turned his gaze to the general, asking, What shall we do, General? Despite his fear of the superheroes, he remained loyal to the general's commands. Should the general order him to engage in battle, he would charge forward, eyes closed, without hesitation. Little monster, formidable general, do you still wish to resist? Surrender now, and we may spare your lives. Otherwise, the great monster did not seem particularly afraid of the threat posed by the superheroes. He even flashed a devilish smile, albeit one that was rather unsightly. Now that you have discovered my intentions, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Little monster, take a step back. Yes, great general. Observing the great monster's calm demeanor, even exuding confidence, the little monster felt a wave of relief. It appeared the general had a backup plan. Why hesitate any longer? Relaxed. The little monster first saluted and then stepped back. At that moment, his gaze towards the superheroes was filled with pity, even tinged with reluctance. If it were possible, he would not wish to witness their demise. Yet, for the grand scheme of the disheartened planet, these superheroes must be sacrificed. After all, you are our adversaries. Despite these thoughts, the little monster could not help but close his eyes and silently recite a mantra for the 5 superheroes' souls. After all, they were friends. Once he had offered them this spiritual solace, even in death, they could not come seeking him. At this critical juncture, seeing the great monster remain unfazed, the 5 superheroes instinctively took a few steps back, their expressions tense with vigilance. Who knew how many contingency plans this most formidable, handsome, and intelligent being from the disheartened planet had up his sleeve? It seemed today would inevitably lead to a fierce battle. The careless superhero ready to projectile aimed at the great monster, while the sweet superhero prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. The cautious superhero was poised to deliver a lethal blow. Even if it were to fail, they could not afford to let the opponent gain the upper hand. Was it too late to retreat now? A smirk of disdain curled upon the great monster's lips as he boldly rose to his feet and bellowed, I surrender. With that declaration, he knelt before them, arms raised high. Huh? The 5 superheroes and the little monster simultaneously voiced their confusion. At that moment, the cheerful superhero extended his fist, the sweet superhero activated her protective shield, the careless superhero nearly fired his weapon, the flirtatious superhero found cover. And the cautious superhero had already approached the great monster, his blade mere centimeters from the creature's neck. It could be said that had the great monster delayed his kneeling by even a second, he would have met his end. However, as soon as the great monster spoke, the little monster also knelt beside him, hands raised high. Though uncertain of the situation, he felt that whatever the great monster did, he should follow suit. Oh my! Feeling the blade so close, the great monster could not restrain himself from cursing. He then rolled his eyes and fainted from the shock. General, witnessing the great monster collapse, the little monster covered his face and wept profoundly. Mommy, I want to go home. Suddenly, the little creature rolled its eyes, similarly fainting in disbelief. The superheroes remarked that they had initially assumed they were facing a pair of formidable opponents, but it now appeared they had overestimated the situation. From the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, Chapter 83, did they truly believe that the 77th generation Wolf King was a mere herbivore? Our most familiar character from domestic animation, Uncle Wolf, epitomizes a quintessential heavyweight among the strong. After all, his usual demeanor hardly befits the title of the 250th descendant of the Great Wolf, the 77th Wolf King. Typically, Grey Wolf is either berated by his wife, Red Wolf, or backstabbed by Little Grey. Even the sheep, his intended prey, can easily toy with Grey Wolf. The unfortunate reality is that Grey Wolf has yet to savor authentic lamb meat, which is indeed a dismal fate. It is one thing for Grey Wolf to fail in capturing the sheep. However, as a descendant of the Great Wolf, it is disheartening that he possesses no standing within the wolf clan, to the extent that even distant relatives could come and kick him around. An image began to materialize on the screen. With a melon-shaped hat atop his head and a scar adorning his face, Grey Wolf made his entrance, accompanied by Red Wolf, who donned a crown and flowing robes, her figure strikingly alluring. Setting aside their species, there might be potential for a connection, albeit awkwardly. The disgrace of the wolf clan. Grey Wolf was currently seen reading a newspaper, which dedicated its entire front page to praising her husband, Grey Wolf, befriending sheep, inviting them over, performing for them. As Red Wolf continued reading, her expression darkened, while Grey Wolf's face paled with each word. It was a rather complimentary dynamic. The wolf populace was in an uproar, clamoring for Grey Wolf to face severe consequences. Upon hearing this, Grey Wolf was left utterly dejected, collapsing to the ground. Despite possessing remarkable physical prowess and scientific acumen that far surpassed slow sheep, his quality of life was inferior to that of his cousin's family. Fortunately, things were better now. However, in the past, Grey Wolf's outrageous relatives epitomized the notion of helping outsiders over family. One might question if, given such a state of affairs, Uncle Wolf was truly deserving of the title of Wolf King. Yet, upon recalling the passcode, Grey Wolf finally recognized the importance of intelligence. As the foremost inventor of green grassland, in the Snake Year feature film, Grey Wolf transformed into the Bill Gates of green grassland. Not only did he invent Ken Lamb, but he also created the immensely powerful weather cube, nearly turning the entire green grassland into an ocean. The scene shifted. The Diamond Bachelor, Grey Wolf, graced the screen in opulent attire, exuding an air of luxury. Gazing upon the great inventor Grey Wolf, Pleasant Goat was filled with indignation. Grey Wolf, you have successfully invented canned lamb. Why do you still insist on capturing us? It is precisely because of my overwhelming success. Grey Wolf gritted his teeth and declared, thus, my inability to capture you is the sole blemish upon my existence. The likes of Pleasant Goat and his companions were rendered speechless by Grey Wolf's fury. Yet their eyes betrayed a hint of trepidation. At present, Grey Wolf reigned as the wealthiest being on the green pastures, with a mere command. The sheep village could find itself in dire peril. To him, the act of capturing sheep had devolved into a mere pastime. Not only did impoverished relatives flock to labor for him, but the construction of Wolf Castle was also extravagantly opulent. Even the district head, Baglord, was compelled to submit to Grey Wolf's overwhelming dominance. Were it not for the conclusion of the saga, the entire expanse of the green pastures would have met its doom. Furthermore, he had created marvels such as high-tech spacecraft, Enyong ion spheres, farewell machines, and time travel devices, innovations that seemed nearly impossible. Yet, Grey Wolf had brought them to fruition, earning him the title of the premier genius inventor of the green pastures. Grey Wolf truly lived up to his name. Even in other animated realms, his inventive prowess would be considered unparalleled. Moreover, Grey Wolf's physical capabilities were exceptionally formidable, provided he had a goal to fuel his ambition. In pursuit of sheep, he could obliterate an indestructible iron door after a mere week of training. To rescue his wife, he could unleash his latent potential and lift a 1,000-ton weight. Although Grey Wolf often appeared unreliable and occasionally insufferable, when the moment called for it, none could rival the might of my Wolf King. Did one truly believe that the 77th generation of Wolf Kings was feeble? That was merely a concession to the director. Were it not for Pleasant Goat and his companions being the protagonists, incapable of demise, how could they ever hope to triumph over my Wolf King? The screen above began to display an image. One day, Red Wolf and the other wolves found themselves encircled by a furious mob of sheep. Among these sheep, there exist various breeds such as the sheep, goats, ram, and black sheep. Their combat prowess is exceptionally formidable. Not even the 7 notorious wolves, relatives of the Grey Wolf, along with the Red Wolf, can stand against them. As the Red Wolf is knocked to the ground, a menacing horde of sheep glares at their adversaries. They have long yearned to eradicate the Red Wolf and her pack in one fell swoop. Faced with the fierce, predatory gaze of these sheep, the Red Wolf, in a moment of panic, instinctively cried out, "Husband." In response, a chilling wolf howl echoed from a distance. The sound sent a shiver through the souls of the sheep, compelling them to turn and cautiously regard the origin of the howl. It was none other than the Grey Wolf. "My dear, do not be afraid." Upon witnessing the Red Wolf sprawled on the ground, The gray wolf's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes now filled with murderous intent directed at the flock. With a commanding howl, the gray wolf summoned an army of wolves from behind him. "Eliminate them," he ordered, and at once, countless wolves surged toward the sheep. This marked the first display of the Wolf King's terrifying charisma. "Ah, this is indeed a heavyweight champion. Oh, my childhood." The false wolf leader, always shrouded in mystery, accompanied by a band of inept subordinates, has produced the most trivial of inventions. The true wolf leader, the gray wolf of the Year of the Snake. Fully equipped with technological prowess, shattering cosmic records, mastering the elements, the warships are merely a whimsical creation, a grandiose wolf fortress. Supported by a cadre of loyal subordinates who come to the rescue at critical moments, the gray wolf is the ideal partner for marriage. Willing to disregard personal safety for the sake of family, an intriguing spirit never loses its fervor for life as time passes. If one must marry, let it be the gray wolf. Aside from his inability to feast on mutton, he excels in every other aspect. If you wish to enjoy a basketball-themed anime, look no further than Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. For a time-traveling tale, again, turn to Pleasant Goat. For a culinary adventure, watch Lazy Goat as the chef. For a sci-fi saga, Pleasant Goat is your answer. For a fantasy epic, Pleasant Goat fits the bill. And for a detective story, Pleasant Goat has you covered. In summary, regardless of your preferred genre of anime, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf has it all. Remember, never engage in discussions of strength with characters from comedic works. In the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, behold, Chapter 84, The Terrified Sheep, The Satisfied Red Wolf. As the light screen introduces the gray wolf, Lazy Goat opens his tiny eyes for the first time. In truth, Lazy Goat possesses quite large eyes, though they remain largely closed. Pictures can be provided. His pupils gradually constrict, yet his mouth stretches wider in astonishment. Goodness, this gray wolf is indeed terrifying. Lazy Goat had intended to continue his afternoon nap, but upon hearing the mention of the gray wolf's name, he rouses with unusual alertness. Matters concerning the gray wolf, whether humorous or commendable, are always worth hearing, for they pertain to his safety. Lazy Goat may be laid back, but he is neither foolish nor dim-witted. Quite the contrary. He is more astute than most of the young sheep in Sheep Village, second only to Pleasant Goat. Otherwise, his daily slumber would have relegated him to the background, perhaps even alongside Little Plain Goat, fading into obscurity. In truth, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf was initially intended to be titled Lazy Goat and Big Big Wolf. The name reflects its essence, as Lazy Goat was originally poised to surpass Pleasant Goat and become the protagonist of Sheep Village. However, due to Lazy Goat's disposition, the directors feared the potential negative influence on children, resulting in Pleasant Goat taking center stage. This is merely a rumor. However, despite this, Lazy Sheep, adorned with a distinctive cap and an undeniable charm, has garnered immense popularity. It can be said that after Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, Lazy Sheep is the most beloved character. To return to the main topic, prior to the introduction of Big Big Wolf on the screen, Lazy Sheep harbored a certain disdain for him. After all, in the eyes of a child of merely a decade, the middle-aged Big Big Wolf seemed to have achieved little. Day in and day out, he was often bested by his wife, looked down upon by relatives, and his son preferred the company of sheep. Thankfully, this is merely a comedic animated series. Otherwise, Little Gray would have faced severe online harassment long ago. Moreover, it must be noted that despite knowing Big Big Wolf for many years and having been captured numerous times by him, there has never been a report of him actually consuming mutton. To be a wolf and fail so spectacularly is truly a testament to his shortcomings. Now, upon hearing Big Big Wolf's introduction, Lazy Sheep felt an unsettling dread enveloping him. Sleep eluded him, and instead, he paced restlessly around the hammock, visibly agitated. Could it be that Big Big Wolf had merely been toying with him all this time? Is it truly as these comments suggest, that he cannot devour sheep simply because Pleasant Goat is the protagonist and cannot perish? Oh no. What if Pleasant Goat and his friends are actually captured by Big Big Wolf? Lazy Sheep muttered to himself, inadvertently arriving at the correct conclusion. That could for nothing face sheep. Being a sycophant had also dragged Pleasant Goat and Beautiful Sheep into this mess. If Pleasant Goat has been taken by Big Big Wolf, who could possibly rescue them? Rubbing the cap on his head, Lazy Sheep's expression was riddled with conflict. Could it be that I, the adorably lazy one, must take action? Though fear of Big Big Wolf gnawed at him, Lazy Sheep understood the urgency of rescuing Pleasant Goat and the others. The village elder, Slow Sheep, was growing increasingly forgetful. In the entire sheep village, only Pleasant Goat possessed the cleverness needed. If he were truly consumed by Big Wolf, the village would surely fall into his clutches. For the sake of future tranquility and the rescue of his companions, Lazy Sheep felt it was time to step forward. Yet, as he approached the village gate and sensed the eerie silence outside, a wave of panic washed over him. Within the village, he felt somewhat secure. But the atmosphere beyond the gates was undeniably sinister. Gazing at the looming entrance, he involuntarily retreated several steps. No, I cannot do this. He plopped down onto the ground in sheer panic, searching for excuses for his cowardice. How could I possibly stand against such a formidable Big Wolf? Merely being adorable will not spare me from his wrath. Perhaps I should first consult the village elder. He is full of ideas. Yes, I shall seek out the elder first. Without a moment's hesitation, Lazy Goat sprang towards Slow Goat's laboratory. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the voices of Slow Goat and Warm Goat echoed around him. Village Chief, is that not Lazy Goat? Lazy Goat, where are you heading? Village Chief, class leader. You have arrived. With a sudden glimmer of excitement, Lazy Goat hurried to the front of the village chief and Warm Goat. Yet, having not engaged in exercise for an extended period, he was already panting after merely a few strides. Take it easy, Lazy Goat. Warm Goat approached and gently patted Lazy Goat's back. As the class leader, Warm Goat felt a profound responsibility for every little sheep. After surveying the surroundings, Slow Goat finally inquired, Lazy Goat, have you seen Happy Goat and the others? No, Lazy Goat replied, shaking his head, though his peripheral vision caught the shimmering screen above, still broadcasting Grey Wolf's heroic deeds. A hint of panic flickered across Lazy Goat's face. Village Chief, I suspect that Clever Goat and the others have been captured by Grey Wolf. Clever Goat and his companions could not possibly, before Lazy Goat could finish his sentence. Warm Goat swiftly interjected, it remains uncertain where Clever Goat and the others are, so you mustn't speak so recklessly. Yet, despite her words, Warm Goat herself felt a twinge of anxiety. The possibility could not be entirely dismissed. As the village leader, Slow Goat, having lived for many years, had long cultivated a demeanor of calm amidst turmoil. His extensive experience across numerous episodes had taught him that even if Clever Goat and the others were indeed captured by Grey Wolf, it would not be a cause for alarm. After all, Clever Goat was undeniably astute and would ultimately find a way to ensure their safety. Nevertheless, Slow Goat understood the reasons behind Warm Goat and Lazy Goat's distress. The introduction of the Grey Wolf in this light curtain is truly formidable, instilling a sense of dread among the little lambs. This is, in fact, an unavoidable circumstance. No matter how one may perceive it, the Grey Wolf remains a wolf, an eternal adversary to the little lambs. This fear stemming from genetics is utterly unalterable. Gently stroking Lazy Sheep's head, Slow Sheep reassured, do not be anxious with such intelligence. If Clever Sheep were captured by Grey Wolf, he would surely leave some evidence behind. Let us first dispatch the little lambs to search for the three of them. Perhaps they are merely indulging in playful antics and have lost track of time. If they have indeed fallen into the clutches of Grey Wolf, we shall devise a plan for their rescue. Indeed, Warm Sheep and Lazy Sheep concurred. The little lambs rallied together and commenced their search for Clever Sheep and his companions. Meanwhile, within Wolf Fortress, Red Wolf savored a deep draught of Clever Sheep's blood. Although the blood had turned cold and reeked, Red Wolf wore a satisfied expression. Press 1 for hopes of Clever Sheep's revival. Press 2 for his demise. Chapter 85. Simply enjoying a lamb's head licking the blood from the corners of her mouth. Red Wolf squinted her eyes. The taste of lamb's blood was simply exquisite. Having followed Grey Wolf for many years, she had indeed captured numerous little lambs. Yet each time they had successfully evaded her grasp. Thus, since her marriage, she had not partaken of lamb meat. For a wolf, this is an immense disgrace. Yet today, it has finally indulged in a feast. This filled Red Wolf with immense satisfaction. What is sheep's blood? My dear, just wait a moment. Once I have prepared the seasoning, we shall feast on a whole roasted lamb today. Beside her, Grey Wolf chuckled indulgently, hastening his preparations. He too was eager to savor the flavor of lamb. Darling, you are simply marvelous. You managed to catch 3 plump little sheep at once. She planted a fervent kiss on Grey Wolf's cheek, her expression radiating tenderness. Her expectations were modest. As long as Grey Wolf could capture sheep, she would embody the gentle wolf wife. However, should he fail to catch any sheep, the frying pan in her hand would not remain idle. Listening to his wife's praise, Grey Wolf basked in a moment of pride, his face beaming with joy. My dear, why don't you take our son to play for a while? I will start roasting Happy Sheep shortly. All right, darling. With remarkable speed, Grey Wolf deftly skinned Happy Sheep, severed its head for separate marination, and drenched the entire carcass in seasoning, securing it on a metal rack. As he roasted the lamb over charcoal while simultaneously preparing the head, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of bewildered Sheep, who remained in a daze. He raised his voice deliberately. "Today, we shall simply roast a whole lamb and prepare the head." Bewildered Sheep, would you care for a taste? After all, you're not even a contender for Happy Sheep's affections. Bewildered Sheep ignored Grey Wolf entirely. He felt little remorse for Happy Sheep's demise, as his gaze was fixated on the unconscious Beautiful Sheep, though he had resolved to drag Beautiful Sheep and Happy Sheep down with him. The sight of the stunningly beautiful Sheep ignited a flicker of admiration in his eyes, as the self-proclaimed king of unrequited love. Having pined for Beautiful Sheep for so many years, he could hardly simply let go. Yet, Bewildered Sheep understood all too well that Beautiful Sheep would never return his feelings. Even in the absence of Happy Sheep, another sheep would inevitably appear. Thus, it was destined for the three of them to be consumed by Grey Wolf. This may very well be their ultimate conclusion. Yet, even so, Fei Yang remained lost in reverie, murmuring, "Why, oh why, won't you cast a glance in my direction? Why must you embody such hypocritical charm?" Observing Fei Yang, still hopelessly infatuated, the cunning Grey Wolf could only shake his head in disbelief. "You are truly beyond redemption. Although I once pursued Hong with fervor, I at least managed to bring home a beautiful wolf. My advice to you is to gather your courage and shed your infatuation for Mei Yang, as well as your foolishness." Fei Yang offered no reply, uncertain how he had arrived at this juncture. However, gazing at the alluring Mei Yang, a complex expression crossed his face as he continued to mumble. The Grey Wolf, watching him, could only shake his head in despair. There was no hope left. Half an hour later, perhaps it was the enticing aroma of roasted lamb, or perhaps the incessant murmurs of Fei Yang, but eventually Mei Yang stirred from her slumber. "Where is this place?" she muttered, still somewhat dazed. Her eyes caught the sight of the conflicted Fei Yang, yet she remained silent. Instinctively, she sought out Shi Yang, as only his presence could offer her a sense of security. However, before she could locate him, the visage of the Grey Wolf loomed before her. "Ah, Grey Wolf. Shi Yang, come save me." Panic etched across her face as she screamed. The Grey Wolf merely chuckled. "Ah, you are awake, little flirt." Beyond this jest, he made no further moves. Today's meal consisted of Shi Yang. As for Mei Yang and Fei Yang, they could wait until tomorrow. After all, Shi Yang was already dead, and Fei Yang was intent on meeting the same fate. The Grey Wolf held little faith that Mei Yang could stir any significant resistance, and as for the likes of lazy Yang and warm Yang, they were mere trifles to be easily claimed. The sheep village was already within his grasp. The fact that Mei Yang's first call was still for Shi Yang elicited a self-deprecating smile from Fei Yang. Perhaps it was widely recognized that he was but a jest. Hearing Fei Yang's laughter, Mei Yang felt a surge of irritation. "Fei Yang, what is wrong with you? We are in this dire situation, and yet you can still laugh? We must think of a way to escape." And what of Shi Yang? Shi Yang again, he thought, his demeanor growing increasingly despondent as he raised his gaze toward the Grey Wolf. "Your Shi Yang is right over there." A closer inspection would reveal a hint of madness in Fei Yang's expression, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. "Shi Yang, where are you?" At the mere mention of his name, the mere thought of Shi Yang brings a sense of joy to Mei Yang. In her heart, Shi Yang symbolizes safety. Yet, following the gaze of Shui Yang, there is no trace of Shi Yang to be found, save for the cooking Grey Wolf. Where is Shi Yang? Before Mei Yang could voice her concern, a sudden realization caused her pupils to constrict, staring in disbelief at the roasted lamb in Grey Wolf's hands. Her expression shifted to one of profound complexity. Initially filled with disbelief and confusion, it quickly transformed into anxiety, panic, and trepidation, culminating in a quivering body as she stammered. What exactly have you roasted?" Grey Wolf replied with a sly smile. "It is precisely your incessant murmurs about Shi Yang." In that instant, Mei Yang froze, overwhelmed by fear, and fainted. Beside her, Shui Yang cast a glance at Mei Yang, and then fell silent. The weight of despair is immeasurable. His spirit had been extinguished. An hour later, Grey Wolf placed the roasted lamb upon the dining table. "You did wonderfully, darling," Red Wolf exclaimed, gazing at the visually appealing and aromatic roast, showering Grey Wolf with affectionate kisses before indulging in the feast. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf harbored intentions toward the lamb's head. "My dear, Watch as I simply savor this lamb head," he declared, pouring a generous amount of fragrant pepper and salt from the old wolf family. As he mixed the spices with hot rapeseed oil in a cup, a delightful sound filled the air, permeating the entire wolf castle with enticing aromas. "A splash of vinegar for good measure," he added, stirring the concoction before pouring it over Shi Yongyang's head, his voice laced with a hint of seduction. The neighboring children were left drooling in envy. "You take the first bite, my love." Chapter 86. Why must I eat, brother Shi Yongyang? With a blush, Red Wolf took a bite and displayed a look of satisfaction. "Darling, this is absolutely delicious." At that moment, her gaze towards Grey Wolf was imbued with pink bubbles of affection. As long as she could savor lamb meat, she found Grey Wolf to be both charming and dashing, exuding an allure that was irresistible. Red Wolf even threw a flirtatious glance at Grey Wolf, leaving him tingling with excitement. It seemed that tonight's plans for a second child were destined for success. Grey Wolf suddenly felt the urge to consume a lamb's whip to bolster his vitality, asserting his role as the head of the family. Looking down at Shi Yongyang's head, he couldn't help but reflect, "Oh, Shi Yongyang, despite our numerous battles, you have ultimately fallen into my grasp. Fear not, for I shall savor you thoroughly." Trembling slightly, he tore a piece of sheepskin and cautiously placed it in his mouth, the Grey Wolf savoring the flavor of the joyous lamb, fearing that he might overlook a single nuance. Moments later, he found himself shedding tears. Is this the taste of success? It is truly magnificent. After years of battling with the joyous lamb, consuming it had almost become his obsession. Yet today, his wolfish existence would remain untainted by regret. "Darling, do not weep. Hurry and eat," Red Wolf urged, producing a towel to wipe away Grey Wolf's tears. Having spent so many years as his partner, she understood the reason behind his sorrow. Even she felt a surge of emotion. After years of feasting on frogs and piranhas, they were finally indulging in lamb. It was indeed a poignant moment. "Mommy, Daddy, is dinner ready?" The sudden voice of Little Grey caused Red Wolf's expression to stiffen. How could she have forgotten this detail? She was acutely aware that her beloved Little Grey played well with the joyous lambs, even considering the plump lambs as siblings. Should Little Grey realize that they are feasting upon the flesh of his beloved brother, the thought alone would surely instill a lifelong aversion within him. As the favored child, she is utterly averse to being disliked by Little Grey. "Little Grey, allow me to explain," she began, but before Red Wolf could finish her sentence, Grey Wolf swiftly covered her mouth. Shaking his head at Red Wolf, he conveyed a reassuring glance, aware that her husband is often full of clever schemes. Red Wolf chose to remain silent. At that moment, Little Grey had already approached the dining table. Gazing at the headless roasted lamb, he inquired with wide-eyed curiosity, "Mom and Dad, what kind of animal is this roast? It smells absolutely delightful." Enchanted by the tantalizing aroma, Little Grey was entranced. He merely abstained from lamb, as he was still open to enjoying the meat of other creatures. To Little Grey, this must surely be the flesh of another animal. Observing this, both Grey Wolf and Red Wolf instinctively displayed expressions of guilt. This marks the first encounter for Little Grey with lamb since his birth. Were it not for their limitations, how could Little Grey possibly exhibit such a demeanor? Covering the mangled head of pleasant sheep, Grey Wolf smiled and said, "My son, do have a taste before you form an opinion." He had severed Pleasant Sheep's head precisely to prevent Little Grey from recognizing it and refusing to eat. The roasted lamb now merely resembled a headless carcass, and Little Grey should be oblivious to the oddity. "All right, father," Little Grey obediently nodded. He then tore off a piece of meat, placed it in his mouth, and closed his eyes to savor it intently. Just as Grey Wolf and Red Wolf were nervously anticipating whether Little Grey would take to the lamb, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with delight. "Father, it's delicious." Watching Little Grey devour the meat with great enthusiasm, Grey Wolf and Red Wolf finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, lamb is the natural sustenance for wolves. Even Little Grey, who had a fondness for the little sheep, could not resist the allure of food. Yet, observing Little Grey's voracious appetite, the couple felt an even deeper pang of guilt. While other wolf cubs might have grown weary of lamb, their son was experiencing it for the very first time. However, they found solace in the thought that from this day onward, they would no longer face a shortage of lamb. Exchanging glances, Grey Wolf and Red Wolf nodded in agreement and joined the feast. 10 minutes later, the smallest eater, Little Grey, was the first to surrender. With a satisfied burp, he wore a look of contentment. This is undoubtedly the most delectable fare he has ever savored in his life as a wolf. This made Little Grey unable to restrain his thoughts, wishing that he could indulge in such delectable food every day in the future. Gray Wolf and Red Wolf naturally perceived Little Gray's contentment. The couple exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other's intentions. Seizing this opportunity, they resolved to realign Little Gray's entire worldview. After all, wolves are inherently meant to feast upon sheep. This is a gene ingrained deep within, unchangeable. While toying with the head of the beloved character, the cheerful Gray Wolf said, "Son, do you find this meat delectable?" "Yes. I wish to savor it every day." Little Gray responded without hesitation. The Gray Wolf continued, "Do you know what animal this meat comes from?" "No," replied Little Gray. "Would you like to know?" "Yes." The Gray Wolf cautioned, "If I reveal the truth, it may be hard for you to accept." Little Gray shook his father's arm, pleading, "Please tell me, I can handle it." The Gray Wolf gently coaxed, trying to spare his son from distress. "If you find it hard to accept, would you still eat this meat in the future?" "Yes." Despite not understanding the reason behind his father's many unrelated questions, Little Gray nodded resolutely. He realized he could not live without this type of meat. If it were to be taken away, he feared he might go mad. It was simply too addictive. Seeing that Little Gray had taken the bait, the Gray Wolf wasted no time and got straight to the point. "What you are eating is actually little sheep." "Huh?" Little Gray was instantly rendered speechless. The Red Wolf, with her eyes closed, consumed the sheep meat, unable to face her son's gaze. After a prolonged silence, Little Gray glanced at the sheep bones he had crafted and muttered instinctively, "It can't be. Is it really little sheep?" Noting that his father's expression did not seem deceitful, Little Gray's eyes filled with tears. "Little sheep is my best friend. Mom and Dad, you cannot eat him." The Gray Wolf curled his lip. What kind of wolf befriends a sheep? Unbeknownst to him, this bullet would find its mark in his heart many years later. Of course, this pertains to a parallel world. In his own realm, Little Sheep no longer existed. This narrative merely recounts the story of the original Little Sheep and the Red Wolf. Though elements from the new version will also be included, one may view it as a parallel universe. 3 minutes later, the wails of Little Gray echoed throughout the vast wolf castle. "Mom and Dad, you have gone too far. You should not have eaten Little Sheep. I despise you. I hate you. Quickly, take Little Sheep away." Merely loathing the Gray Wolf and the Red Wolf was insufficient. Heartbroken Little Gray struck his own face in despair. "Why must I eat Little Sheep? Why must I consume Brother Shi Yangong?" Out of guilt towards Shi Yangong, Little Gray exerted all his strength to slap his own face. After just a few strikes, his delicate visage swelled up. Red Wolf felt a pang of sorrow at the sight, for as the saying goes, a blow to the child strikes at the mother's heart. Just as Red Wolf was about to console Little Gray, Gray Wolf spoke again. "Son, what do you think of the taste of Shi Yangong?" At this remark, Red Wolf's face reflected her reluctance. If it were possible, she would utterly detest forcing Little Gray to respond to such a question. Yet the stark reality remained that they were wolves. Wolves that feasted upon sheep. In this trial, Little Gray must persevere. He gazes up at Gray Wolf, and without a hint of hesitation, he nods tearfully. It is indeed delicious. He merely speaks the truth. Brother Shi Yang's meat is undeniably delectable. Red Wolf and Gray Wolf are instantly captivated. Gray Wolf continues to coax him gently. "Shall we still consume Shi Yangong in the future?" Little Gray remains silent. His small face is contorted in a frown, revealing his inner turmoil. If given a choice, he would undoubtedly prefer not to eat Shi Yang's meat. However, having savored the taste of Shi Yang's flesh, he finds it truly difficult to swallow anything else. This is akin to the allure of narcotics. It is undeniably addictive. Having abstained from lamb for many years, Xiao Hui's innate craving for it has reached its zenith, although this desire may not have been apparent in his daily life. Now that the seal has been lifted, he finds himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself. Hence, Xiao Hui appears so indecisive. Should he acquiesce? How shall he face the other sheep brothers in the future? Conversely, if he declines, his body still yearns for it. Observing his son's inner turmoil, Gray Wolf sighed. For he ultimately could not bring himself to be harsh with Xiao Hui. Thus, a thought crossed Gray Wolf's mind. "How about this, my son? Let us refrain from consuming the meat of Shi Yang for now. We shall partake once you have acclimated." This time, Little Gray nodded decisively. As the saying goes, a dead sheep cannot be revived. Resisting the temptation of mutton was already his limit. Gray Wolf chuckled to himself, realizing that his son was still rather naive. He had only stated that he wouldn't eat the meat of happy sheep, not that he wouldn't consume other sheep. After indulging in boiling sheep and beautiful sheep, he would allow his son to gnaw on lazy sheep's head. By then, his son would likely have adjusted. The main storyline revolves around short videos, with the derived plot developing in segments. Additionally, I humbly request a wave of small gifts. I sincerely plead for them. Or else this book may face an unfortunate demise. In addition to the aforementioned characters, there are many others in the anime realm who possess significant presence. Due to time constraints, let us briefly enumerate them for discussion. For instance, the protagonist of Nura, Rise of the Yokai Clan, Nura Rikuo. This trio of grandfather, father, and grandson is undeniably handsome. I adore them. Their looks are second only to my beloved Sesomaru. He possesses a quarter of yokai blood. During the day, he is human. But at night, he transforms into a yokai. In his small form, Nura Rikuo appears harmless, willingly serving as a lackey for his classmates, running errands and doing miscellaneous tasks. However, in his larger form, he is formidable. Not only is he decisive in battle, but he can also command 100 demons, unstoppable and invincible, simultaneously. In his larger form, he is particularly affectionate towards his smaller self, once saying, "Leave the human part to you during the day, and I shall take care of the yokai." This demonstrates his extreme fondness for his human form. Ah, my Nura. The first generation embodies charisma, the second exudes charm, and the third is adorably naïve. The first generation is strikingly mischievous. The second is beautifully languid. The third is rigidly innocent. I fear not the rogue, but rather the rogue who is both charming and cultured. Just the thought of the conch shell under their hair instantly diminishes their allure. The young master is just average, though the second generation is truly handsome. Rikuo is the perfect match. Who remembers my Qing dynasty character Qing Ji? He is surrounded by the yokai Rikuo, whom he admires deeply, yet remains oblivious. There is also Brook from One Piece. If we are to discuss the most apparent small form in One Piece, Brook must certainly be included. Despite being a member of the same crew, while others toil diligently in training, Brook is off to the side, playing music. When his companions are rescuing the weak and fiercely battling enemies, Brook falls into Hara Haitanya, even as his comrades assist villagers in warding off the Longhand tribe bandits. He continues to play music. In terms of effort, his companions are far more diligent than Brook. Yet therein lies the issue. Even in a state of apparent neglect, Brook's strength continues to grow steadily. During the 2-year time skip of the Straw Hat crew, while the other members underwent rigorous trainings, Brook spent those 2 years joyfully pursuing his dreams, resulting in his combat prowess reaching the level of the foremost fighters. While others strive for greater strength, Brook remains preoccupied with pondering the meaning of the great password. He adapts and thrives in the face of formidable opponents, though his rank remains ambiguous. With his ample resources, he stands resilient against the 4 emperors. While others are enhancing their capabilities, he is merely restoring his own power. In the days when Roger was gaining notoriety, Brook was already a formidable pirate in his own right. I believe Brook has always been concealing his true abilities. After all, is there a weakling among the skeleton clan? In truth, he may be rather feeble, especially considering his dog-headed hair. Moreover, there was once a sensation known as Kaneki Kin, hailing from Tokyo Ghoul. Most are likely familiar with him. In the past, after being defeated by the formidable Kiryomato during the raid in District 20, Kaneki lost his memory and assumed the identity of Hei Sasaki, joining the CCG. From that moment, his combat capabilities were drastically diminished. As time passed, however, Sasaki slowly began to recollect his former self and grappled with profound questions regarding the meaning of his existence. He was no longer the cold-hearted individual he once was. This transformation led him to become increasingly indecisive. It was only upon encountering the enigmatic Tuka Kirishima that he recalled the significance of his true identity, ultimately grasping the meaning of life. Henceforth, Kaneki's actions became intricate and enigmatic, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts, and even his loyalties became ambiguous. In Chapter 88, what does only strong imply? Some plot arrangements in the previous chapter were somewhat unreasonable, so I made adjustments. Feel free to revisit it. Additionally, I humbly request a small gift. With glasses adorning his visage, Kaneki transforms into the embodiment of the Black Reaper. Ultimately, he comes to understand the purpose of life, shedding all pretense and resolving to shoulder all responsibilities in pursuit of his modest goal of saving the world. Who could have foreseen that Kaneki initially sought only to win the affection of a girl? Smile, what is 1000 minus 7? I care not for anything else. It is in his Black Reaper state that Kaneki appears most striking. This can also be considered the enlightenment of my childhood, though regrettably it has been banned. The person upstairs, your taste is quite heavy. Do you see? This is the reason I am fond of Japanese anime. Cities are often obliterated. My assessment is that it pales in comparison to the Death God elementary student. where random deaths are the most terrifying. To be honest, after watching the finale, I was left utterly dumbfounded, yet Kaneki is undeniably striking. The only episodes worth watching are the last of the first season and the entirety of the second. What on earth is that grave of Sasaki in the later episodes? The final season is a complete disaster. Besides the three mentioned above, there is Shiro Amiya in his alternate persona. Originating from the anime Fate, he is a hapless participant in the Holy Grail War, a half-hearted magician. In his alternate form, not only does Rin Tasaka look down on him, but even Shiro's future self, known as Red A, holds him in utter disdain. If we were to place Shiro Amiya's character in the real world, he would be the quintessential do-gooder. Due to a tragic childhood, he believes he must live for those who have perished, even willing to sacrifice his life for strangers. However, to say he lacks strength would not be entirely accurate. For instance, the magical circuits Shiro learned in his youth were fundamentally flawed, yet even so, he managed to develop a unique projection method. On the other hand, one must acknowledge that Shiro in his alternate state is indeed weak. In the early stages of the war, he was regarded alongside his neighbor as one of the weakest masters. However, when he recalls the password for his primary identity, the transformation is remarkable. Do not be fooled by your dazzling brilliance. In the end, it is I who provocatively challenges you. With the sheer number and speed of unlimited blade works, he decisively defeats the Golden King, who fails to activate Excalibur. Tremble, Gilgamesh. Furthermore, in his primary state, Shiro Amiya is among the few in the Fate universe capable of engaging in close combat with heroic spirits, while others summon using relics. Rin directly invokes a holy grail in jest. Shiro is the watershed. Only top-tier opponents can defeat him. It feels as though Shiro Amiya's attributes were carelessly assigned, with his combat prowess remaining an enigma. Is Rin aware that no matter what relic she uses, she will always summon Red A? He single-handedly annihilated the entire Holy Grail War overnight. Do not inquire further, for it is the miraculous Shiro at work. I call out to all heroic spirits, yet the only response I receive is from myself. Of course, speaking of those with extraordinary abilities in their primary forms, one cannot overlook this individual. Indeed, he is Zokua Gray from the anime The Curse Song of the Sacred Sword. This series is considered one of the 4 notorious ones. Perhaps I shall elaborate on it later. It is not truly terrible, merely the plot is somewhat repetitive, yet it remains quite popular. As the only character in the series possessing 2 past lives, Zokua Gray is referred to as the Ancient Dragon or the most ancient of heroic spirits. In the first life, Huetsu Injuya was the renowned king of the underworld, celebrated in the demon realm for his mastery of the fabled forbidden magic. In his second incarnation, he emerged as a prince of unparalleled stature, revered as the mightiest guardian of the holy sword in history, single-handedly annihilating an enemy force of millions. In his third life, Huetsu Injuya assumes the guise of an ordinary high school student. However, he differs from the typical inept protagonists found in lesser narratives. Leveraging the memories of his previous lives, he cultivates his abilities, experiencing remarkable growth in a brief period, benefiting from the recollections of 2 lifetimes. Huetsu Injuya possesses the extraordinary capability to discern the divine powers of his adversaries, enabling him to assess their types, techniques, and targets. Despite a lack of extensive combat experience, he demonstrates exceptional prowess in battle. Huetsu Injuya even devises techniques that combine swordsmanship with footwork to perform incantations of shadowy arts, showcasing formidable strength. Should he encounter an insurmountable foe, a mere utterance of "I remember now" is sufficient to ensure the downfall of even the most formidable villains. In his quest to protect the heroine, he transforms into the king of the underworld, single-handedly laying waste to numerous nations. The first life as the Sword Saint and the second as the king of the underworld culminate in a third life, where he is finally able to safeguard those he cherishes. The first life embodies the mage god, the second the Sword Saint, and the third life serves as a continuation of the enhancements from the previous 2. In my realm, I am invincible while chanting. Do not inquire further. In my domain, no one can surpass me. When faced with adversity, I merely recall, I remember now. The dragon I could not defeat in my first life can be vanquished in the second. Should I falter in the second? The third life amalgamates the strengths of both the first and second lives into a new entity. By the way, the black dragon is my true love. Having pursued the protagonist across 3 lifetimes, disrupting the previous romances of both past incarnations. What do siblings and lovers matter when the chemistry with the black dragon is unparalleled? In the world of the grandson of the headless ghost, within the ranks of the Serii Cross Oddities Detective Agency, Sirai Kiyuki gazes in disbelief at the figure of Nura Rikuo displayed on the screen, turning to the side where Nura Rikuo is still tidying up. He pauses momentarily before rising in indignation, shaking Rikuo's shoulders. Rikuo, quickly declare that the Rikuo on that screen is not you. Say it. Dazed from the shaking, Rikuo, reluctant to dishearten his friend, ultimately chooses to speak the truth. Actually, he is me. Then transform into the demonized version of yourself. That is my idol. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Sirai Kiyuki's voice breaks. Apologies, but I can only demonize at night, and it depends on my mood. Sirai Kiyuki exclaims. I have to wait several hours to see my idol. His impatience is palpable. As Yu Guangjian observed that the other members of the team displayed little reaction, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Are you not astonished? In response, the members merely shook their heads and delivered a soul-piercing remark. You are the only one unaware. We have known all along. Yu Guangjian mused that it seemed he was the only one, a creature of fascination, oblivious to the monsters lurking nearby. What does the phrase only strong signify? In chapter 89, it is noted that while you are quite formidable in comparison to two old friends from the forest, you fall slightly short. Most are familiar with Bald Chong and beyond the tales of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Boonie Bears stands as one of the most potent intellectual properties in the realm of domestic animation. As the protagonist, Bald Chang enjoys immense popularity. However, his existence is, in fact, quite tragic compared to other anime heroes. For 3 years, he has felled but 5 trees, only to have some pilfered by the bears. And he is incessantly tormented by 2 bears and a host of small creatures. His struggles to procure timber often result in his wages being unjustly withheld by Boss Lee for various reasons. Enduring hunger thrice a day is his unfortunate norm. The bears frequently invade his abode, indulging in merriment and causing destruction. More often than not, Bald Chang finds himself in a position of weakness, and his misfortunes seem relentless. It is not uncommon for him to injure himself by lifting stones. But do you truly understand Bald Chang? Are you aware of the extent of his strength in Season S1? How audacious is he? The scene shifts, revealing the sly figure of Bald Chang reappearing on the screen, launching an assault on Brother Jing. Even the police vehicles have arrived. He continues unabated, enraged by the mockery of the bears. Bald Chang disdainfully raises his shotgun upon encountering the police. With 2 resounding bangs, Brother Jing's fury ignites. Who dares to assault the police? Capture him! In the encampment. As he surveyed the arsenal around him, Bald Chang pounded the table while making a phone call. I've exhausted the last batch of bullets I ordered. Let us procure another shipment. Engaging in tax evasion, he glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, and with a grin while holding his ledger, he remarked, last year, I evaded $1 million in taxes. I must continue this year. With no provocation, he approached a man and struck him with a club, laughing heartily, I am truly wicked. Aha. Regarding the trafficking of national treasures, as he gazed at the terracotta warriors on display, his eyes glimmered with avarice, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Bald Chang could not suppress his mischievous grin. These must be worth a fortune. If I were to acquire one and sell it, I would surely strike it rich. Gazing at the panda disguised by Bear Big, Bald Chang's eyes lit up. If this were to be sold, it would fetch an exorbitant price. With this thought, Bald Chang suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him. He swiftly scooped up Bear Big and hurled him into the house. Bald Chang's lecherous voice echoed around him, proclaiming his windfall. I am rich, I am wealthy. Hunting Siberian tigers, driving while intoxicated, dining without paying, Bald Chang had previously engaged in all manner of absurdities, each flashing before his eyes. Truly, he was a rogue beyond the law. Even the villains from countless realms, upon witnessing Bald Chang's misdeeds, could not help but give him a thumbs up. Fortunately, this escapade takes place in a comedic animated series. If this were a battle anime, how could Bald Chang not ascend to the heavens? Yet, what the multitude failed to anticipate was that this was merely the beginning. The fervent saga of combat commences. Did everyone presume that these were the limits of the notorious Bald Chang? No, far from it. My dear audience, have you ever heard of the legendary Shi Chang? Wielding a katana, with a solemn countenance, Bald Chang appears upon the luminous screen. The stirring background music swells. As the saying goes, heaven did not give birth to me. Bald Chang, the path of the sword is eternal like the endless night. In the year 251 of the Bear calendar, the ancient starry road unexpectedly opened. Countless prodigies began to tread upon this blood-stained imperial path, all in pursuit of a glimmer of hope, barely discernible. The barrier of Bear Ridge was thus breached by the outside world, and a multitude of prodigies and monsters commenced their invasion of Bear Ridge. Bearda and Bear Air ventured forth to broaden their horizons and strengthen their prowess, and have since gone missing. Within Bear Ridge, no great emperor remains. It is only Bald Chang who battles against the heavens. In the face of countless formidable adversaries from beyond, Bald Chang remains unfazed. Merely uttering a calm declaration, using weapons is a sign of respect towards you. Refraining from my chainsaw is an act of mercy. Although my esteemed opponent, you are indeed powerful, yet you pale in comparison to my two erstwhile allies. To safeguard Bear Ridge, Bald Chang embarked on his journey, armed only with a sword. Once donned with his cap, only the essence of strength remained in Bald Chang. After departing from Bear Ridge, he clashed with various powerful foes, elite masters, and ancient divine beasts. The sky could no longer obscure Bald Chang's vision, nor could the earth conceal his fervent heart. From that moment forth, people finally recalled why he was known as Bald Chang. For with each foe he vanquished, he would pluck a single hair from his head. The unknown number of heads he would claim, yet today, not a single strand remains. Although all prodigies possess exceptional talents and their skills are unparalleled, they still cannot match Bald Chang's pace. They are unworthy of comparison. Perhaps you believe your sword is swift enough, but Bald Chang would inform you that the squirrel in the forest is 100 times faster. You might think your strength is formidable, yet Bald Chang will reveal to you that you merely remind him of the shadows of two old friends. But they are merely shadows, nothing more. You may think you possess the bloodline of a monarch, but Bald Chang will tell you that the true king of this world is that monkey, whose ancestor was a war god known as the Great Sage Equal to Heaven. Even the tree god ruling the ancient starry road pales in comparison to the majestic beauty pine residing within the forest. After all, even someone as formidable as Bald Chang has only felled 5 beauty pines over 3 years. Henceforth, the multitude finally comprehended that perhaps such intensity is unattainable. They would forever be barred from entering that forest. The realm known as Bear Ridge shall forever be regarded as a taboo among countless powerful beings and prodigies, unless a monstrous entity comparable to the legendary Bald Chang emerges to conquer the treacherous Bear Mountain. This forbidden realm will forever remain a terrifying legend. On the luminous screen, Bald Chang wielded his 3-foot-long sword, causing the heavens and the earth to change hue. The laws of the universe crumbled, and the powerful fell. In the eyes of the younger generation's prodigies, only Bald Chang remained. What a magnificent existence he is! It is precisely due to Bald Chang's formidable strength that the literary works crafted in his name, known as only Chang literature, are both outrageous and fervent. You should consider yourself fortunate that he wields only a demonic blade and not a chainsaw. Xiongda, when it comes to those with immense power, I only respect that bald man. Xiong, the fact that he does not use a chainsaw is my greatest mercy. Bald Chang, you are indeed powerful. But when compared to my 2 old friends in the forest, you still fall slightly short. Chapter 90. Does becoming bald make one stronger? The agitated crowd. Parent, mom and dad, once I finish this task, I'll return to the village to celebrate the new year with you. Only Chang, Xiangzi, the pressure outside is intense. If anything happens, you must inform mom. Although she has retired for many years, the heavenly blade and the cauldron of creation in her hands are not to be underestimated. Chang mom, if you encounter an insurmountable opponent, you may invoke your father's name. It could save your life. Chang dad, do you think Bosley hasn't sent others before? Only Chang, back in the day, Brother Chang, fought bravely across the battlefield, staining the sands with blood. Zhao Lin, who do you think the true guardian of Bear Mountain is? Tuanzi, Bears is slowly gaining popularity in ways I never imagined. My blood begins to boil. Igniting with fervor, the S1 season resembled a battlefield in Syria. Although the 2 bear characters had a less than noble demeanor, they were still quite appealing. I am grateful that my childhood was filled with bears rather than that pink blow-dryer. In S1, Bald Chang is indeed eternal. Donning the hunter's set renders him nearly invincible, with high attack and defense, transforming him from an assassin into a warrior. His ultimate move, the rocket launcher, effortlessly knocked King Gigi down, and his grenade equipment could take down Xiong. However, as the later stages progressed, damage and cooldowns were reduced, and the Bear brothers could no longer contend, easily falling to a sliver of health. S1. The narrative of Syria, S2. Divine appearances, S3. Bears. S11. Insects do not appear. S1 remains the most resonant season, but it is regrettable that it can no longer be viewed. With the heavens above and the earth beneath my feet, the entire world admires my majesty. The S1 season is indeed powerful, yet in comparison to me, only Chang. It still falls short. Isn't this a redundant statement? How can the low martial arts compare to the cultivation of immortals? Only Chang, due to an overwhelming desire to kill, I remain hidden in the mountains, living as a woodcutter, hoping to cleanse my lifetime of sins. Only Chong, reflecting upon my past life. I am now a bear, endowed with sharp claws, ruling a mountainous domain. 2 bears, each time they take a life. Pluck a hair from my head, oblivious to the count of souls, only aware that now, not a single strand remains. Once I finish this one, I'll return to the United Village to celebrate the new year, said Ji Qiang. In the mountains, I could hear an array of cries, Cheese Snow Leopard, be silent. Surrender. You exquisite beauty of the pine, I have felled 5 trees. When I spotted a gleaming head through the telescope, I realized retreat was no longer an option. As MacArthur stated, indeed, the less hair atop one's head, the greater the strength. A bald head signifies invincibility. Saitama, the One-Punch Man, expresses his dismay. If Vegeta were to embrace baldness, what would become of Goku? Were the Straw Hat Pirates all bald, Luffy would have long since claimed the title of Pirate King. Is it true that baldness grants such power? Perhaps I shall try adopting a bald look myself. To those above, attempting it might lead to demise. In the world of One Piece, the Straw Hat crew observed the comments in the lower left corner. Driven by a thirst for power, they debated fervently. Luffy exclaimed, "Is it true that shedding hair can enhance strength?" Tony Chopper replied, "That seems quite implausible. None of the Yonko are bald." Nico Robin speculated, "Could it not be possible that what we are witnessing is merely a comedic anime?" Frankie interjected, "But how do we explain Saitama from One Punch Man and that Bone King? They are indeed bald." Usopp chimed in, "I find it quite credible, after all. If one fails, they merely become bald, so what does it matter?" Zoro suggested, "Why don't we find someone to test this theory? If it proves effective, what harm is there in losing one's hair?" Luffy agreed, "Zoro is right. Let us find someone to give it a try." Upon hearing this, the crew turned their gazes in unison towards Brook. Brook exclaimed, "What is wrong with you lot? Discuss all you wish, but why look at me?" Sensing the looming danger, Brook instinctively stepped back a few paces. These individuals harbor ill intentions. A few exchanged glances, and then erupted into laughter that could only signal mischief. "Shall we give it a try? It won't cost you anything. Besides, you have no flesh to lose." Brook, "Do you not aspire to possess the formidable strength of that Bone King? Indeed, perhaps once you are shorn to a bald pate, you shall awaken an extraordinary magic." Brook, "Let us give it a whirl. After all, being a skeleton, you have no need for hair. Do not approach us." Ultimately, amidst a cacophony of wails and shrieks, the outnumbered Brook inevitably succumbed to becoming bald. At that moment, he bore a striking resemblance to the Bone King, for they were both skeletons. Did it work? "How do you feel, Brook?" In response to the inquiries of the crowd, Brook was on the verge of tears. What effect could there possibly be? If becoming bald could confer strength, then how is it that the former Pirate King still had hair? The crowd exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could we have overlooked that?" In the world of Gintama, Shinpachi Shimura gazed incredulously at the spectacle on the screen, his expression a blend of confusion and contemplation. Is it truly the case that by becoming bald, one can attain the strength of this fellow, and that individual named Saitama? Peering into the mirror at his somewhat disheveled locks, Shinpachi resolutely nodded, having made a decision. As the current master of the heavenly carefree flow swordsmanship, sacrificing a head of hair for the revival of his dojo seemed a trivial price to pay. Before long, Shinpachi found himself at the barber shop, which was bustling with patrons. A significant number were drawn there by the influence of the spectacle on the screen, eager to receive their own bald cuts. This made Shinsu Jiba increasingly convinced that his decision was not erroneous. As long as he could grow stronger, what harm was there in being bald? Moreover, since everyone was bald, no one would mock anyone else. After waiting for 2 hours, it was finally Shinsu Jiba's turn. The barber inquired about the desired hairstyle. "Bald," he replied, just as Shinsu Jiba settled into the barber chair, softly reassuring himself that baldness could also be handsome. A familiar voice suddenly interrupted. "Old 8. How old are you? Yet you still believe such absurd rumors. Getting a haircut will not make you stronger, if that were the case. The strongest in this world would all be bald." Shinsu Jiba recognized the voice immediately and found himself not particularly angry. "Ain, you're getting a haircut too?" Sakata Jintoki nodded and bluntly advised, "Take my advice, don't go bald. You're already quite unattractive. Going bald will make it even harder to find a partner." Shinsu Jiba thought to himself that even at present, he struggled to find a partner. A haircut has no correlation with strength. "Listen to me. Just go home." Just as he was about to retort, the barber's voice interrupted. "Customer, what hairstyle would you like?" Without the slightest hesitation, Sakata Jintoki declared, "Bald." Shinsu Jiba was left speechless. Seeking a small gift, I beg you. Chapter 91. The Aspiring Strong One. Takayurika Shinsuenji Ba stared at Sakata Jintoki, utterly at a loss for words, attempting to discern any semblance of shame or other emotions on that face. Yet, no matter how much disdain or contempt he expressed, Sakata Jintoki's countenance remained unchanged. His unabashed demeanor left Shinsuenji Ba questioning his own existence. This fellow truly possesses a shamelessness beyond redemption. Aren't you, like me, sporting a shaved head? What gives you the audacity to criticize me? In response to the jest directed at Shinpachi Shimura, Jintoki Sakata merely chuckled. No. We are not the same. Huh? Shinpachi gazed intently at Jintoki, eager to discern the drivel that might escape from his lips. Your original prowess is evident. Even with a shaved head, you wouldn't become significantly stronger. I, on the other hand, am different. With a confident thump on his chest, Jintoki laughed heartily. I, Jintoki Sakata, am already formidable. If I were to shave my head, wouldn't I then be invincible? Shinpachi remarked. He knows full well that this rascal has nothing but nonsense to utter. How come you haven't reverted your name yet? I've told you countless times, you're Jintoki Sakata, not Sakamoto Jintoki. I won't listen. I, Jintoki Sakata, am the strongest. The strongest. Jintoki covered his ears, lost in his own revelry. Shinpachi sighed, realizing that neither could persuade the other, and ultimately, both ended up bald. Gazing into the mirror at his conspicuously large bald head, Jintoki's expression gradually contorted. Damn it, where is this promised invincibility? Aside from a gentle breeze that sent a chill through his head, he felt nothing else. This left Sakata Jintoki with a sense of being duped. Glancing at the scattered white strands on the ground, he felt a pang of sorrow. Damn it, he should never have heeded those boastful remarks. He had maintained his flawless hairstyle for so many years. He even contemplated collaborating with Dragon Ball for a special edition. Now, I can no longer cosplay as Wukong, but must instead embody the turtle hermit, though a sense of embarrassment and frustration flared within me. I could not afford to express my discontent in front of the newly arrived Shiba Shinmura. Thus, I feigned indifference, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. Hesitantly, Shinmura spoke up. Hey, Jin, do you feel your strength has increased? Old 8, have you sensed anything different? Understanding the underlying implications, I deftly redirected the inquiry back to him. Immediately, Shinmura's expression shifted, realizing the absurdity of the notion that shaving one's head could enhance one's abilities. He was not eager to endure my teasing. Consequently, Shinmura offered an awkward smile, mumbling, well, perhaps, maybe? What about you, Jin? Your strength surpasses mine. Surely you must feel something, right? If my power were to increase, I should definitely notice it, shouldn't I? At that moment, an atmosphere of polite yet uncomfortable laughter enveloped us. We both finally grasped the reason behind the abrupt transformations and demeanor of those who had shaved their heads. Retreating home in silence, it became evident that they, too, understood the fallacy that shaving one's head would lead to greater strength. So why did they not caution the rest of us? Perhaps it was simply a case of taking advantage of anyone they could. After all, we are all bald now. In this manner, everyone felt a sense of ease. The two dejected individuals returned to the odd jobs agency. They had not grown stronger. Instead, they had lost a tuft of hair, a significant setback indeed. Sitting despondently on the floor, they perceived their surroundings as if all color had drained away. Gazing into the mirror at the bald figure wearing spectacles, Shiba Shinmura fell into a profound silence before eventually bursting into tears. Why on earth did I heed the words of a bunch of commentators? Those people were obviously boasting. I've come to realize that any comment accompanied by a dog emoji is utterly untrustworthy. If Kagura sees this, who knows how long she will mock me? Not only had he become an eyeglass-wearing figure with human skin, but he was now also a bald one. Suddenly, Shiba Shinmura's lamentation sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Sakata Jintoki. Old 8, I have a brilliant plan. It will ensure that Kagura will not mock us at all. Oh? Do share. Come closer, Sakata Jintoki whispered into Shiba Shinmura's ear, outlining his scheme. First, do this, and then do that. After hearing Sakata Jintoki's cunning strategy, Shiba Shinmura was momentarily struck dumb. What a diabolical plan. Is it truly right for us to treat a girl this way? To Shiba Shinmura's concern, Sakata Jintoki shrugged indifferently. Do you really think Kagura is a girl? Of course, if you can tolerate her biting sarcasm, then it's all good. After a brief silence, Shiba Shinmura gritted his teeth and declared, let us do it. After all, this will merely make Kagura just like us. It won't harm her. In a world where the second-year class also engages in romantic pursuits, taking hold of her sealed evil eye, Takamiya Rika gazed earnestly at Togashi Yuta. Yuta, if one loses their hair and becomes bald, does that truly make one stronger? Togashi Yuta felt a sense of exasperation. Any discerning individual can see that this is absolutely false. Although the sudden appearance of the luminous screen showcased some genuine heroes from alternate worlds, including wizards, rekindling a flicker of his Chinibu spirit, he realized that in this parallel universe, magic and superpowers indeed existed. Yet, Togashi Yuta felt both elated and disheartened. Acutely aware that their world was merely that of ordinary people, he and Takamiya Rika, along with others, were simply common individuals afflicted with Chinibu. Otherwise, this seasoned Chinibu veteran would have awakened extraordinary abilities long ago. As for Nibutani Shinka, she had truly lived for several centuries. Although Togashi Yuta was well aware of his own identity, Takamiya Rika remained blissfully unaware. It is truly difficult to discern, indeed. I must express some disdain towards this luminous screen. It has almost entirely cured Takanishi Rika of her Chinibu affliction, allowing her to occasionally utter a few nonsensical phrases. However, ever since this screen manifested, Rika's mental state has evidently deteriorated. After witnessing the prowess of formidable beings from myriad worlds, Rika now speaks solely in Chinibu rhetoric. Yuta suspects that his girlfriend may never escape this whimsical delusion in her lifetime. This predicament is somewhat tied to his own tender-heartedness. Take this moment, for instance. Faced with Rika's hopeful gaze, Yuta could effortlessly declare, impossible. Yet, he is loath to disappoint her, especially given past experiences. A normal Rika is, in fact, quite abnormal. Consequently, he can only respond ambiguously, perhaps, but Rika, you must understand, in our world. Rika's eyes instantly sparkled at the mere mention of perhaps. That implies a possibility. As long as there is a possibility, it is worth the endeavor. Furthermore, the price she must pay is merely to shave her head, transforming it into a bald visage. The cost of this endeavor is trivial for Rika. As for Yuta, Rika cast a fleeting glance at him, followed by a shy smile. Surely, he does not harbor any disdain for her baldness. After all, her newfound strength is intended to safeguard Yuta and others, enabling her to be closer to him. Therefore, Yuta is likely to comprehend her intentions, right? Covering her sealed evil eye, Rika murmured with an air of mystery, Yuta, I sense a calling. Yuta Togashi's expression shifted, as if he grasped the significance of Rika's words. As long as I shave my head, my evil eye will grow stronger. So, Yuta, you support me, don't you? Yuta Togashi thought to himself, as he had anticipated, Rika genuinely believes those comments. Can she not perceive the exaggeration of those around her? However, considering Rika's limited intellect, he reached a realization. Indeed, we are afflicted with Chinibu. Yet, having a Chinibu girlfriend requires considerable care, especially one who is bald. Such thoughts are too daunting to entertain. To prevent their relationship from descending into tragedy, Yuta decisively intervened. Rika, please listen to me. Just as he was about to elaborate, Rika interrupted him. Do not say another word, Yuta, my mind is made up. Touching her wide-eye mask, Rika succumbed to her Chinibu fervor and declared earnestly, explode, reality. Shatter, spirit. Banish this world. The evil eye is the most powerful. With that, she removed her eye mask, revealing her golden pupils. Do not inquire. Simply accept that they are colored contacts. Fixing her serious gaze upon the bewildered Yuta, Rika stated, to grow stronger, I am willing to sacrifice everything. So, Yuta, you will not hinder my ascent, will you? You are my favorite person. Moreover, our pact forbids you from stopping me. Yuta replied, having let you express all your sentiments. What more can I say? However, I cannot simply stand by and watch my girlfriend shave her head. You're not unwell, Rika. Neither am I. It is this world that is afflicted, cough cough. It's a mess. Observing Rika already in search of a barbershop, Yuta grew anxious. Rika, please do not rush. Let us discuss this slowly. But alas, sensing Yuta's intent to dissuade her, Rika did not turn her head and bolted away. This fellow possesses a modicum of intelligence. Yet it is not particularly remarkable. Alas, in pursuit of avoiding a bald girlfriend, Yuta finds himself chasing after Rika. It must be said that although Rika suffers from a case of Chinibu, her physical prowess is undeniably impressive. Despite being a grown man, Yuta finds himself outpaced. Having lost sight of Rika after a considerable chase, breathless and leaning against the wall, despair washes over him. Must he truly settle for a bald Chinibu girlfriend? The mere thought sends him spiraling into anguish. Do not inquire as to why. It is enough to think of that unsightly fellow, Seiji Issei, whose baldness is quite repugnant. How much better can Rika be in comparison? Yet, with Rika nowhere to be found. Yuta can only pray that the barber remains sane and heeds Rika's request for a bald hairstyle. As Yuta ponders Rika's whereabouts, the voice of Natsuki Nikaido reaches him from a short distance away. Yuta, can you take care of your girlfriend? He sees Nikaido embracing Rika as they approach him. Observing Rika's restlessness, Nikaido exclaims, "Do you have any idea what I just overheard? Your girlfriend wants to go bald. This is outrageous." Thankfully, I was at that barber shop too. I managed to stop her before she could cut her hair. Otherwise, your girlfriend would have been bald. It's one thing for her to be capricious, but you, as her boyfriend, should be more responsible. Before Nikaido can finish her statement, Yuta swiftly pulls Rika into his embrace. Awkwardly chuckling, Rika has been a bit mischievous lately. I promise to keep a closer eye on her and ensure she doesn't run off again. Rika, listen to me. Going bald won't make you stronger. That's just a misconception. Noticing Rika's sudden discomfort, Yuta quickly assesses her condition. Her face is flushed, nearly crimson, and even her neck bears a rosy hue, which causes him to panic. Rika, you're burning up. Are you coming down with something? It's nothing, she murmurs. Her head lowered as she grabs Yuta's arm and dashes outside, leaving him bewildered. Rika, where are you going? He asks. Home. Though perplexed by Rika's behavior, Yuta feels a sense of relief that she no longer clings to the idea of going bald. As they depart, Yuta takes a moment to thank Nikaido, saying, "Thank you for today, Nikaido. When I have the chance, Rika and I would love to treat you to a meal." In the realm of Dragon Ball, the notion that cutting one's hair and becoming bald leads to increased strength is met with varying opinions from Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza. Is there any truth to the claim that shaving one's head results in greater power? Vegeta fell into deep contemplation. He was indeed pondering. As the perennial second, no one craved power more than he did. If shaving his head could render him stronger than Goku, he would willingly do so. Moreover, there were even comments suggesting he should adopt the bald look. Perhaps those individuals were his fans. They surely wouldn't lead him astray, would they? Frieza, on the other hand, wore an expression of disdain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This king has no hair, yet how could he still be outmatched by Goku? Casting a glance at Frieza's head, Vegeta's mind raced with thoughts. This fellow indeed lacks hair. No wonder he possesses such strength. Originally, he only believed in a threefold strength. But now he must believe in 5. It is clear why Master Roshi is so formidable. It is because he is bereft of hair. Sun Wukong's words once again plunged Vegeta into contemplation. Although Master Roshi's power does not surpass his own, setting aside these extraterrestrial beings, Master Roshi is undeniably the strongest on Blue Planet. He is the foremost martial artist in the world, revered by countless warriors as the god of martial arts. At this moment, a sense of belief began to take root. It was sufficient. Vegeta felt a surge of restlessness, eager to test his strength upon arriving at Blue Star. After all, he could always don a hat later. In the world of Bears on the Loose, as they gazed at the bald-headed Chong on the screen, Bear Big and Bear 2 were once again left bewildered. Could this strange being truly be the bald-headed Chong we know? It was unimaginable that he could possess such formidable strength. Bear Big, I'm frightened. I just gave bald-headed Chong a good beating. Do you think he will retaliate? Chapter 93, The Source of All Evil. What is the joke about computer parts? As Bear 2 spoke, he cast a furtive glance at the bound and still unconscious bald-headed Chong, his expression revealing palpable anxiety. Bear 2 squatted down, trembling. Bald-headed Chong is so powerful. He will surely seek vengeance. Bear Big, I do not wish to be beaten. When bald-headed Chang awakens, might he not end my life? Bear Big gently patted Bear 2 on the back, offering comfort. Do not fear, Bear 2. A bear should maintain a bear's demeanor. Do not rush. Allow me a moment to contemplate. Gazing at the formidable and terrifying bald-headed Chong on the screen, Bear Big's claim of indifference was, of course, a facade. Yet, with an intellect far superior to that of Bear 2, he was not nearly as anxious. While the figure portrayed on the screen was indeed fearsome, upon closer reflection, numerous inconsistencies began to surface. Firstly, while it was absurd that the two bears could speak, the reality of their world was merely an ordinary one. It was, at most, a comedic animation. How could there be such terrifying entities? As for the so-called ancient road of the starry sky, it seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. Furthermore, if bald-headed Chang were truly as powerful as depicted, how could he have endured years of bullying from Bear Big and Bear 2 without striking back? A mere swing from bald-headed Chang could obliterate the entire Bear Ridge. How could it be that he now struggles to find a warm meal and is consistently shortchanged by Bosley? Regarding the S1 season mentioned on the screen, that was indeed a reality. At that time, bald-headed Chang was certainly formidable, yet they were no pushovers either. Even if bald-headed Chang was strong, they were evenly matched back then. If not for the restrictions imposed, they would still be in the S1 season. Thus, Bear Big dismissed the mysterious screen's assertions as mere bravado. Bald-headed Chang could not possibly be that powerful. With this realization, Bear Big couldn't help but exhale in relief. Although he had unraveled the truth, he had to admit that the presence exuded by bald-headed Chang on the screen was undeniably intimidating, despite his unchanged, lecherous appearance. The aura he projected was something that could only be felt, not articulated. Noticing bald-headed Chang, who was tied up, twitching his nose, Bear Big instantly grasped that this fellow was merely feigning unconsciousness. A strategy to validate an idea surged to the forefront of my mind. I patted Xiong Air on the shoulder, signaling him that Guang Tu Chang had awakened. Just as Xiong Air was about to scream in terror, Xiong Di abruptly interrupted him. Xiong Air, Guang Tu Chang is truly formidable. Xiong Da's face wore an exaggerated expression, and his voice took on a sharper tone. We have bullied Guang Tu Chang so much in the past. If he holds a grudge, we would be doomed. Xiong Air, oblivious to Xiong Da's theatrics, echoed his panic. It's all over now. I never expected Guang Tu Chang to be so powerful. Could it be that he was merely toying with us before? At this moment, Xiong Da continued his exaggerated performance. Thankfully, the audience was Guang Tu Chang. Had it been someone else, they would have noticed the oddity long ago. If he wakes up now, we might have to bow down and beg for mercy. No sooner had he spoken than Guang Tu Chang could no longer contain his sly laughter. Hee, little bear, since you are aware of your brother Chang's capabilities, why not hurry and release him? As for bowing down and such, let us forget about that. I, Chang, am magnanimous. Just stick with me in the future. Although still lying on the ground, Guang Tu Chang had begun to fantasize about his splendid life. He wondered if the creator of this projection was an acquaintance of his, as they seemed to be speaking on his behalf. As for that Chang business, it was surely just hot air. He himself was unaware of such strength. If he truly possessed the prowess claimed by the projection, how could he possibly come to Bear Ridge to chop wood? He would have long since become a guardian of the world. Though Guang Tu Chang was confused about why the projection was extolling him, it did not hinder his pretentiousness. Moreover, if he could seize this opportunity to tame 2 bears, wouldn't the trees of Bear Ridge be his to fell at will? The mere thought brought him delight. Xiong Air, however, failed to perceive any anomalies and quickly nodded. Brother Chang, I will untie you right away. Wait, Xiong Air. Xiong Da timely embraced Xiong Air and flashed a flattering smile at Guang Tu Chang. Since Brother Chang is so powerful, why not put on a performance for us Bear Brothers? What sort of performance? Guang Tu Chang, still immersed in his own strength, remained oblivious to the peculiarity. It was wrong for us to bind Brother Chang with ropes, but since he is already tied up, why not use his strength to break free? This left Guang Tu Chang momentarily at a loss. The disdainful smile on his face began to solidify. Not only was he unable to break the ropes with his own strength, but even with a small knife, it would take him quite some time to sever the ropes, which were as thick as 2 fingers. However, regarding the expectations for the 2 bears, the bald-headed Chang felt somewhat embarrassed to express it directly. He cleared his throat a few times, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ahem, well, Brother Chang, I am not feeling well today. Could you please let me go? Bearda and Bear Air? Once I return, I promise to perform for you, all right? Bearda, who had already gained a fair amount of confidence, suddenly chuckled. Brother Chang, whether you want to or not, you will perform today. Otherwise, you might find yourself sleeping here tonight. Brother Da, Chang is so formidable. Perhaps we should. Bear Air expressed some concern. Bear Da, however, remained composed. Do not worry, just watch me perform. Seeing that Bear Da and Bear Air were truly about to leave him alone in the forest, Chang became anxious. In a fit of anger, he shouted, Damn those foul bears. If you do not let go of me, once I regain my strength, I will knock you both down. Before he could finish his sentence, the 2 bears had returned to stand before him. Chang's expression changed drastically. Swallowing hard, he nervously said, could we refrain from hitting my face, you silly bears? You know, the foul bears? The ones that will be knocked down? Before long, Chang found himself battered and bruised by the bears. Pointing to the luminous screen in the sky, Bearda inquired, Chang, care to explain what is happening here? In pain and gasping for breath, Chang lamented, Oh dear. My 2 bear brothers, please stop. I know nothing at all. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama, having just stepped outside his door, gazed at the street filled with glaringly shiny bald heads. He initially thought he had entered another world. After confirming that he was indeed in the right place and not in an alternate dimension, he was left bewildered. What on earth is happening? I wake up, and it seems all the men in the world have turned bald. Goodness, there are even a few women. What has become of this world? His baldness is a reluctant choice. Why do you fellows also adopt a shaved head? What is the source of all evil, and what is the meaning behind computer components? Chapter 94. Why must a small celebration resort to the use of aphrodisiacs? Let it be known once more that I, Lao Xian, have not perused the index of forbidden magical books, nor have I watched a certain scientific railgun. However, due to the overwhelming demand in the comments section, I have decided to incorporate this motif. If my execution falls short, I kindly ask for your understanding. Reality is already quite bitter. Reading should merely be a source of amusement, so let us not take it too seriously. I will introduce a few more well-known tropes before delving into the 4 notorious scoundrels, so stay tuned. Furthermore, I humbly request your favorable reviews. I do not seek a high score, but could we aim for a 7? A mere 5 is far too low and fails to attract new readers. And my daily readership is contingent upon new audiences, hence I earnestly implore you for positive feedback. In addition, I plead for small gifts. This book has lost its recommendations and is on the brink of being abandoned. Not to mention, I believe I am the only one on this platform writing such short video-themed narratives. So dear readers, you wouldn't want to see this book fade away, would you? Let us put an end to this. As previously stated, 20 favorable reviews will result in an additional chapter, 100 supportive comments will yield another chapter, and 500 prompts will lead to yet another chapter. The above content does not occupy the main text of this chapter. What is the source of all evil? And what is the meaning behind computer components? The computer accessories mentioned here do not refer to actual computer components, but rather to the illicit aphrodisiac sent by Shirai Kuriko to her sister Misaka Makoto. This reference originates from the 2nd episode of the 1st season of a certain scientific railgun. Shirai Kuriko, in her eagerness to win over her older sister Misaka Makoto, purchased some aphrodisiacs to commemorate the 1-month anniversary of her brazenly moving in. The packaging of the aphrodisiac was labeled as computer accessories. When the package was delivered, Misaka Makoto inadvertently revealed the true contents while inquiring about the address. This is akin to real-world practices where adult products are often disguised as office supplies during delivery. Subsequently, as Misaka Makoto decided to celebrate her 1-month acquaintance with Shirai Kuriko, during the toast, Kuriko consumed the so-called computer accessories herself. One could say that intelligence backfired. On the screen, the main characters from a certain scientific railgun, including Misaka Makoto, Shirai Kuriko, Satan Ruko, and Uehara Kazari, appeared. All are exquisite young ladies, each possessing unique characteristics beyond their shared calm demeanor. However, they are still quite young, leaving room for further development. At this moment, Misaka Makoto gazed in exasperation at Shirai Kuriko, who had forcefully intruded into her room. Kuriko, with her hands clasped in anticipation, expressed, "I merely wish to celebrate this special day with my sister." Just then, the doorbell rang. With no time to address Kuriko's predicament, Misaka Makoto queried, "May I ask who you are?" "I am the delivery person." "Delivery?" "I haven't ordered anything recently." As Misaka Makoto pondered whether the delivery person had made an error, the voice from the intercom announced, "Is this Shirai Kuriko of room 208? Kuriko immediately shivered, seemingly aware that her purchased items had arrived. Damn it! How did it come so quickly? Observing that the other 3 remained oblivious to the situation, Kuriko prepared to make her escape. If her sister discovered what she had bought, it would spell trouble. Knowing Kuriko's penchant for mischievous antics, Misaka Makoto answered on her behalf, "This is the Shirai residence. May I ask what has been sent?" "Computer accessories." Upon hearing this, Kuriko breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The staff on that side are quite knowledgeable. Misaka Makoto then inquired, "And who is the sender?" "The extraordinary aphrodisiac company." Damn. Kuriko exploded in frustration. Why is this delivery person answering so many questions? Satan Ruko and Uehara Kazari chimed in. "Ah, Kuriko. Why would you resort to an aphrodisiac for such a trivial celebration?" The voice of Misaka Makoto came devoid of any emotion. Yet, it is precisely this lack of emotion that is most terrifying. Just as Shirai Kuriko anxiously searched for excuses to explain herself, an electric current began to emanate around Misaka Makoto's body. It seems that to remedy your perverse personality, a rather severe remedy is required. In an instant, the room was filled with the sound of thunder and lightning. The scene shifted once more. At the school pool, gazing at Shirai Kuriko, who was sobbing in frustration over her own ineptitude. Misaka Makoto let out a sigh and began to comfort her. Kuriko, do you remember a month ago when you insistently barged into my dorm and got reprimanded by the dorm supervisor, punished with cleaning the dining hall? Unbeknownst to us, we have known each other for a month now. If we were to celebrate an anniversary, it should surely be today. As she spoke, Misaka Makoto handed a small package to Shirai Kuriko. Can I open it? Of course. Shirai Kuriko opened the small package, revealing a delightful shirt before her. Oh, how adorable! Shirai Kuriko exclaimed with genuine admiration. From now on, we will always be together. So please take care of me. After all, we are partners. Handing a cup of water to Shirai Kuriko, Misaka Makoto chuckled lightly, a toast to our partnership. Shirai Kuriko smiled radiantly. Cheers. As the sound of their cups clinking echoed. The two of them shared a drink together. What was originally a touching scene filled with sisterly affection was abruptly altered by unforeseen circumstances. However, the issue wasn't particularly grave. It was simply that Shirai Kuriko had unwittingly infused her drink with an aphrodisiac. Upon realizing this predicament, Shirai Kuriko hastily expelled the contents from her mouth. Yet it was already too late. As Misaka Makoto diligently tidied up, Shirai Kuriko's voice, laced with temptation, echoed, Dear sister, let us don our school swimsuits together. Cleaning the pool is much more fitting in swimwear. From that moment onward, computer accessories became a euphemism within the realm of the second dimension, often referring to aphrodisiacs or other items that could not be explicitly labeled on their packaging. Nonetheless, it is imperative that underage individuals refrain from imitating such actions. Likewise, it is advised that adult friends also abstain, as aphrodisiacs are illegal in our country. Here she comes, my little darling approaches. Your companion, computer accessories, is about to make an appearance. The light that dances at your fingertips represents my unwavering faith, and only my railgun shall endure forever. The flow manager succinctly declares, computer accessories are simply components of a computer. My emotions soared as I impulsively consumed 6 bottles of computer accessories. Is this content accessible to me without any payment? What is there to discuss? After all, Misaka Makoto and Shirai Kuriko's original works are far more captivating. The only beverage that can rival computer components is my beloved sleepy red tea. Of course, combustible oolong tea also has its charm, Although Shirai Kuriko is rather peculiar, I am quite fond of her. Yuri is truly the best. Suddenly, I was reminded of the characters Shimada Minami and Shimizu Maharu from Baka to Test to Shikanju, who are quite similar to Misaka Makoto and Shirai Kuriko. Please share more iconic scenes and memorable lines from a certain scientific railgun and a certain magical index. Furthermore, let the Koto faction battle on for another 5,000 years. Should I write down the iconic scenes and lines from Railgun and Index all at once, separately, or in pairs of 2 or 3? In Chapter 95, The Monkey King Who Wants to Cuddle, the Foolish Girl. Within the realm of the Foolish Girl, Hanabate Yako, nicknamed the Monkey King, is presently fixated on the screen displaying the so-called computer components. It seems she has had a sudden epiphany, as her eyes sparkle with excitement. If I had a bottle of computer components to offer Xiaoming, he would surely succumb to my whims, Although I feel quite bashful. The prospect of being with Xiaoming is not entirely unappealing. If I were to conceive Xiaoming's child, then he could marry me, The mere thought of a blissful married life sends Hanabate Yako into a fit of laughter reminiscent of a monkey's roar. Despite her intelligence being significantly below 0, she at least comprehends what these computer components are. This could truly be the key to winning Xiaoming's heart. Without hesitation, she sprang into action. Although she currently lacked funds, with the unwavering support and cunning deception of her dear friend Sayaka Anoya, Yoshiko Hanabate swiftly gathered the necessary money to purchase the alluring potion, or rather, the computer components. Nearly 3 hours after making the payment, the delivery arrived at her doorstep. Gazing at the package labeled with everyday items, Yoshiko nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this was precisely the ordinary item she sought. Yoshiko mixed a portion of the computer components into her beverage, and after some contemplation, she squeezed a bit into the cookies and her beloved bananas as well. Now, everything was in place. All that was left was Xiaoming. With everything prepared, Yoshiko Hanabate could hardly contain her excitement. Xiaoming, come over to my house quickly. I have something delightful to give you. Akuji Ming, not going. It seems my efforts are not yielding success. For reasons unknown, a saying about premature failure suddenly surged into Yoshiko's mind, though she was unaware of its meaning. Xiaoming, I beg you. Please come. Please. Akuji Ming, get lost. Xiaoming, if you don't come, I will take drastic measures. Akuji Ming, that would be splendid. The world could do with one less nuisance. Though Akuji Ming was reluctant to meet his childhood friend on the weekend, he eventually relented to Yoshiko's desperate pleas. Xiaoming. Upon seeing Yoshiko fidgeting with anticipation, Akuji Ming frowned and commanded, "Stay right there. From now on, maintain at least a meter distance between us, or I will leave immediately." Xiaoming. Yoshiko was naturally unwilling. She longed to be closer to Akuji Ming. Yet, considering that she had yet to unveil her secret weapon, she knew she could not let him depart, so she complied for once. "What is it that you wanted?" Seated on the sofa, Akuji Ming did not even glance at Yoshiko. If possible, he would prefer not to engage with her for too long, for it would surely diminish his intellect. Thus, he got straight to the point, which fortuitously aligned with Yoshiko's intentions. "Xiaoming, just a moment." In a flurry, she retrieved the prepared drinks, cookies, and bananas, presenting them to Akuji Ming in a gesture of goodwill. "Xiaoming, please indulge in these treats. I specifically prepared them for you. You really are quite special." As he observed the eager expression on Yoshiko's face, Akuji Ming, for once, refrained from making a sarcastic remark. At that moment, he felt a warmth within him. Although his childhood friend was often foolish and prone to absurd antics, beneath those trivial flaws, she truly cared for him. She brought delightful offerings and thought of him fondly. This brought a sense of solace to Akutsu Akira. As he took the beverage and cookies, just as he was about to take a bite of the cookie, he felt its unexpected dampness and suddenly fell silent. To his dismay, was there a moist variety of cookies? Gripping the cookie firmly in his hand, he squeezed it hard, and several drops of a pinkish liquid fell to the ground. Akutsu Akira, what is this pink liquid? Even if the cookies were improperly stored and became moist, the liquid that drips should be water. Akiyama then glanced at the beverage in his hand. He noticed that it was still bubbling, a sight that certainly did not bode well. Akiyama said, "What is the matter with this effervescent beverage?" Akutsu Akira directed his gaze towards Hanabatake Yoshiko. "Are you not going to provide me with an explanation?" Hanabatake Yoshiko, feeling a sense of guilt, took a few steps back, yet her words remained defiant. "Explain what?" "Someone kindly offered you food, Xiaoming. Do not be ungrateful." Overwhelmed by her own sense of unease, Hanabatake Yoshiko darted her eyes around, unwilling to meet Akutsu Akira's gaze. Akutsu Akira remarked, "Something is decidedly amiss, 9 times out of 10. This is undoubtedly a perilous banquet with no return." A fleeting glance revealed an open package on the ground. After a brief silence of 3 seconds, the astute Akiyoshi Akira suddenly inquired, "What exactly is in that package labeled daily necessities?" "Oh, it's nothing," Hayabata Yoshiko hastily interjected, her demeanor shifting to one of panic. Yet, her evasive action only deepened Akira's suspicions. Something was amiss, very amiss. While others may remain oblivious, he was acutely aware that his childhood companion was devoid of desires, rarely indulging in online shopping. As for daily necessities, Akiyoshi's gaze sharpened. If memories served him right, the previous holographic display had showcased a delivery labeled daily necessities. The contents of that package were certainly not benign. "This is bad. This foolish childhood friend is coming for me." Discarding the beverages and snacks into the trash, Akiyoshi Akira declared with a grave expression, "Please explain what is going on." There's really nothing to explain," Hayabata Yoshiko stammered, increasingly flustered under Akira's piercing gaze. In her distress, her typically negligible intellect even prompted her to divert the topic. Peeling a banana, she trembled as she raised it, a pleasing countenance adorning her face. "Akira, you must be hungry. Would you like a banana? Why don't you eat it yourself?" Akira retorted, forcefully shoving the banana towards her mouth. Instinctively, Yoshiko swallowed the banana and displayed a satisfied smile. "Still so delicious. Wait a moment. The banana is laced with drugs." The expression on Hanabatake Yoshiko's face suddenly changed, just as she was about to gag and expel the banana. The effects of the substance took hold. Feeling a surge of heat coursing through her body, she tugged at her clothing and drew closer to Akutsuki Akira, her gaze becoming hazy. "Akira, I'm feeling so hot. I just want to take off my clothes." The provocative demeanor of Hanabatake Yoshiko left Akutsuki Akira in a state of alarm, causing him to instinctively take a few steps back. What's wrong with you? Calm down." However, his retreat only intensified her desires. Unable to contain herself any longer, she lunged towards Akutsuki Akira. "Akira, I can't take it anymore. Let me get closer." Don't come near me." Akutsuki Akira fled, but his speed was no match for her fervor. In the blink of an eye, Hanabatake Yoshiko wrapped her arms around his back. her limbs clinging to him like tentacles. Faced with impending doom, Akutsuki Akira finally panicked. Anyone help me. In the world of day-to-day life. Looking at the small pouch of unknown liquid in her hand, Kurumi Tokisaki wore a radiant smile. With this, I can capture Shido, right? His first time must be mine. Chapter 96. The duck that was about to land in my mouth has flown away. In high spirits, Kurumi Tokisaki began preparing today's meal. After glancing at the computer parts displayed on the screen, she felt inspired and promptly invited Shido over for lunch. To this end, she had prepared a grand gift for him, a specially crafted super aphrodisiac potent enough to drive 10 men to madness, perfect for Shido. The thought of finally obtaining Shido made her movements in the kitchen more hurried. Soon, she had prepared 6 dishes that were a feast for the senses. Among them, 4 were infused with a secret ingredient, all of which were Shido's favorites. Everything was ready. All that was missing was Shido. After placing all the dishes on the table, she murmured, Shido should be arriving soon. No sooner had she spoken than the doorbell rang. Is Tokisaki home? Coming. Her eyes brightened as she quickly opened the door. Just as she was about to take Shido's arm, her expression turned cold upon seeing an unexpected guest beside him. Why did you come along? My home does not welcome you. As if I wanted to come. Yatagami Toka pouted, clinging tightly to Shido's arm. If I weren't worried about you abducting Shido, I wouldn't have come at all. I've prepared a meal for 2, so Toka, please leave. It's fine. I'll just watch you eat. But I don't want to see you as a third wheel. Then you should not be with Shido. Thought Shido as he helplessly observed the 2 girls suddenly embroiled in a dispute. Covering the mouth of Tokisaki Kurumi, he stepped back and awkwardly chuckled. I apologize, Origami. Kurumi insisted on accompanying me, and I couldn't deter her. If it bothers you, I shall refrain from intruding next time. Before he could finish, Origami Kaname unexpectedly looped her arm through his, speaking with remarkable composure. Since you're here, if you have the audacity, let us dine together. Her emphasis on audacity was unmistakable, revealing her disapproval of Kurumi. Yet, Kurumi, with her natural obliviousness, failed to grasp the underlying implication of Origami's words. Upon entering the room, Shido was immediately joined by Kurumi and Origami, each claiming an arm, signaling the onset of a chaotic scene. Shido, allow me to feed you, Kurumi offered. Do you really need me to feed you? If anyone is going to do the feeding, it should be me, Origami retorted. Please keep your saliva to yourself and off my food. Shido, you will undoubtedly eat my portion first. Eat mine. Faced with 2 chopsticks laden with food hovering before him, Shido's smile was somewhat strained. Whichever dish he chose to sample first would incite the ire of the other. How difficult it was to decide. Moreover, he had merely intended to enjoy a meal, nothing more. Rather than engaging in this rivalry akin to a harem drama, he would have preferred to contemplate how to arrange a date with the next spirit. He wondered what the new spirit's personality would be like. The prospect of dating yet another girl weighed heavily on his mind. At this moment, Origami's gaze was entirely fixated on Shido, while Kurumi occasionally cast sidelong glances at the meal before them, although she initially had no desire to partake in Origami's cooking. The enticing aroma of the dishes caused her to involuntarily swallow. Although this woman is quite irritating, it must be said that her skills are truly remarkable. These dishes are all exquisitely prepared. All of this was observed by Quan Ijiji. She picked up a plate of untainted dishes, and while Shirko and Shido were momentarily distracted, she discreetly tossed a pill from her sleeve into the food, which dissolved upon contact with moisture, leaving no trace of its presence. Subsequently, she presented the dish to Shirko, offering her a rare smile. If you wish to partake, then do so. We are all classmates. I would never deny you a meal. It was merely a sleeping potion, and should Shirko consume it, she would only drift into slumber for a day and a night. Today, no one could contest Shido's first encounter with her. Seeing Quan Ijiji's demeanor, Shirko felt it would be unreasonable to persist in her protests, and thus let out a soft huff. Her tone diminished. Very well, I shall graciously sample your culinary skills. With that, Shirko picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. She chewed rapidly, swallowing it down. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with delight. She could not help but exclaim, "This is delicious." However, as her gaze met Quan Ijiji's teasing glimmer, Shirko instantly regretted her words. Although it would be somewhat self-defeating to counter now, she stubbornly retorted, "Ahem, I merely meant the ingredients are fresh. I did not say your cooking was delightful." Yet, Quan Ijiji replied with a smirk, "But I never claimed otherwise." Shirko was momentarily taken aback. It indeed seemed to be the case. Embarrassed, she quickly lowered her head, refraining from further comments, and continued to eat the dishes one after another. At this juncture, it would be more effective to consume the food than to argue against her. Thus, she would have no money to invite Shiden next time. With this thought in mind, Tokisaki accelerated her pace of eating. At last, no one contested with Origami Yuzuru, who delicately held a piece of chicken near Shido's lips. With a gentle smile, she urged, "Shido, do taste my culinary skills." Thank you." Although feeling somewhat embarrassed by being fed by a woman, Shido could not decline Origami's kind gesture and opened his mouth. Just as the chicken was about to enter his lips and Origami wore a triumphant smile, his sister's voice echoed through his headphones. "Shido, hurry. A new spirit has appeared." "What?" Unable to remain seated, Shido sprang to his feet, pulling Tokisaki Kurumi towards the door, all the while casting an apologetic glance at Origami. "Origami, I'm so sorry. I have a mission to attend to. How about this? Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. I truly apologize for today." With that, Shido and Tokisaki dashed out, leaving Origami standing alone. Origami Yuzuru sighed. "Oh, the duck that was almost in my mouth has flown away." She blinked her eyes, not feeling overly disheartened. After so many failures, she had grown accustomed to it. With renewed determination, she resolved to strive harder next time to taste Shido's presence. Yet, a flicker of coldness crossed her eyes as the chopsticks in her hand snapped in two. This accursed new sprite arrived at the most inopportune moment. Neither too early nor too late, but precisely when it mattered most. Today, I shall ensure she learns a lesson she will not soon forget. In a world where this valiant hero is undeniably powerful, yet excessively cautious, Lista Dai, faced with the daunting task of tackling the SS-level Ichthysfuria dungeon due to a mission failure, exhibits not a trace of despair upon her visage. The reason is simple: the man she adores, and who adores her in return, remains by her side. Today, Lista Dai is poised to make a decision that defies both her ancestral heritage and the divine realm. Chapter 97, Saint Seiya. My affection for you is boundless, an apology for the previous chapter's error regarding the name of the character, as I mistakenly believed I had memorized it. I sincerely regret the oversight, but alas, it cannot be rectified in the current manuscript. I appreciate your understanding. She, Lista Dai, the goddess of healing from the divine realm, is determined to conquer and seduce the dim-witted Saint Seiya of the Dragon Palace. For this endeavor, she has meticulously prepared herself. Upon witnessing computer peripherals displayed on the luminous screen, Lista Dai racked her brain and sought the assistance of various deities, ultimately acquiring a potion that bears a similar effect to the computer peripherals. Gazing at the aphrodisiac potion on the table, Lista Dai's cheeks flushed crimson. Oh, how utterly embarrassing. Overwhelmed by her shame, she succumbed to the floor, rolling about in a fit of mortification. Ideally, such matters should be initiated by a man. Yet, inexplicably, the foolish Saint Seiya of the Dragon Palace, despite not suffering from amnesia, remains cold and distant towards her. This left Lista deeply aggrieved. That wretched man, despite harboring such profound affection for her, willing to sacrifice everything for her sake, why does he refrain from expressing it physically? Although the divine laws forbid goddesses from falling in love with mortals, should he dare to indulge, she would readily reciprocate. The prospect of secretly partaking in forbidden pleasures together is undeniably enticing. If only the esteemed saint of the Dragon Palace would consent. What does it matter if she forsakes her divinity? All she desires is to be together with her beloved. Yet, alas, the foolish saint of the Dragon Palace, ever since being summoned to the divine realm, has become even more cautious, locking himself away in his chamber for 5 long days without a glimpse of the outside world. This left Lista deeply aggrieved. Although the SS-level Ichthysfuria dungeon was exceedingly challenging to conquer, one cannot solely devote oneself to training, neglecting the affections of a goddess who loves you. So many days had passed, and she had scarcely exchanged a few words with Seiya. This left Lista in a profound state of emptiness and solitude. Her cozy bed yearned for the warmth of a muscular man with 8-pack abs. However, from this day forth, everything was destined to change. The mere thought of conquering her beloved Seiya from the Dragon Palace invigorated Lista's spirits. Clutching the potion, a mischievous smile crept across her face. If Seiya were to consume this vial, she believed she had a 30% chance of winning him over. The remaining 70% depended on Seiya's ability to captivate her. After all, given Seiya's exceptional physical prowess, Lista doubted her own endurance. Oh dear, why did such tantalizing thoughts invade her mind again? It was permissible to indulge, but only to a slight degree. Lista began to fantasize about intimate moments with Seiya, snuggling, kissing, even more. Embracing herself, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Seiya, I truly adore you. Please come to me. Just then, a voice devoid of emotion echoed before her. Saya. Lista's face turned beet red as she sprang to her feet. Yet her gaze remained entranced by him. What a handsome young man. But soon, he shall be mine. Under the fervent gaze of Lista, Saya felt an odd discomfort wash over him. He instinctively took a step back, furrowing his brow. What is wrong with you? Nothing at all. To conceal her peculiar behavior from Saya, Lista fervently shook her head. By the way, Saya, why have you ceased your training? Do you possess an undeniable advantage? I'm a bit hungry, Saya replied candidly. Lista's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Hungry? Perfect. You can sample the delicacies I prepared just for you. With that, Lista dashed into the kitchen, while Saya's gaze lingered on the potion in her hand. The pink potion was clearly no ordinary concoction. She poured an entire bottle of it into the dish, stirring it thoroughly. A hint of lasciviousness appeared on Listat's face as she placed the dish on the table. Fixating her gaze on Saya Ryagoin, occasionally throwing him flirtatious glances. This was a carefully prepared meal for him. Saya, you must eat it all. Saya once again felt a wave of unease. Having focused intently on his training, he had neglected to observe the so-called computer accessories on the screen. Otherwise, with his keen intellect, he might have swiftly discerned Listad's peculiar behavior. Yet, even without the screen, the overly enthusiastic demeanor of Listad raised his suspicions. As he picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, Listad's eyes sparkled with anticipation, revealing an unmistakable hint of lewdness. As the meat approached his lips, he discreetly studied Listad, noticing her lasciviousness becoming increasingly evident. Saya opened his mouth. Listad's eyes appeared to bubble with pink effervescence. Something was amiss, indeed. There was a profound sense of wrongness. He placed the meat back onto the plate, prompting Listad to pout, clearly displeased. Saya, why aren't you eating? He flicked her forehead gently and replied, Come on, what trickery are you up to this time? At his words, Listad broke into a cold sweat. What trickery? Why couldn't she comprehend his meaning? Her stammering demeanor only heightened her guilt. What have you put in this dish? What are you talking about? I don't understand. The expression on her face grew increasingly vacant as she turned to flee. Yet, just as she turned, Saya appeared before her. What is that pink potion? He demanded. Don't make me ask someone else. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth from Saya, Listad felt immensely aggrieved. You, this oblivious man, have been training ever since you were summoned, ignoring me completely. You know our relationship. Why won't you just embrace me or give me a kiss? I just want to be close to you. Before she could finish her sentence, Saya suddenly pulled Listad into his embrace, feeling her breath become momentarily still. A smile unexpectedly graced his previously impassive face. Silly girl, if you want to hug me, just say so, I wouldn't deny you. As for kissing, Saya leaned in and gently pressed his lips to Listad's forehead. This man is utterly captivating. Fortunately, he is hers. Embracing Saint. Listadite's laughter was laced with mischief. Saint, I truly like you, he. I feel the same. Today's triumph belongs to Listadite. In the world of a certain scientific railgun, you scoundrel, Kuriko. Misaka Makoto's furious shout pierced the heavens. Chapter 98, Confront Me Directly. Suddenly, the sound of thunder echoed through room 208. As her classmates looked on in confusion, Shirai Kuriko rubbed her rear and dashed into the hallway. Calm down, my dear sister. I didn't expect that the screen would display such a thing. Besides, it's not something you need, so please don't be angry. Despite her words, one could distinctly hear the excitement in Shirai Kuriko's tone. To appear on the screen alongside her beloved sister, commemorating their month-long cohabitation, was a delightful surprise. What a splendid occurrence this is. Even if I were to be electrocuted by Misaka Makoto today, it would be worth it. With this thought in mind, Shirai Kuriko retrieved her phone once again. Gazing at the video she had already sent to Kamijutoma, Shirai Kuriko added, Did you see that, you simian? My dear sister belongs to me. Before she could finish her sentence, a furious roar from Misaka Makoto echoed behind her. Kuriko, you're dead. Hastily stowing her phone into her pocket, Shirai Kuriko fled in a panic. Although being electrocuted today would be worth it, she still desired to survive if possible. Who knows what delightful spectacle that charming screen might display next? Could it be yet another scene featuring him and her sister? Just the thought brought her immense joy. As Misaka Makoto and Shirai Kuriko engaged in their playful chase, the voice of the dormitory matron pierced the air. You two again, recklessly using your powers. Are you seeking your own demise? Upon hearing this, both girls felt a chill run down their spines. Without a moment's hesitation or a word exchanged, they promptly dashed in opposite directions. In such circumstances, no matter how formidable the dormitory matron may be, It is impossible for her to apprehend the two within a short span of time. Misaka Makoto possesses absolute confidence in this regard. 10 minutes later, Shirai Kuriko cheerfully tidies up the surroundings. Indeed, as long as she is with her beloved elder sister, even the act of cleaning brings her immense joy. Conversely, Misaka Makoto wears a gloomy expression. Encountering you has truly unleashed my inner turmoil. Gazing at the unfinished computer parts in the sky, she cannot help but sigh. Oh no. If that fool were to see this, what on earth would I do? Although she verbally clashes with that fool, Kamijutoma, she is, after all, Sundara. Deep down, she harbors affection for Kamijutoma. However, it seems that he remains blissfully unaware of her feelings. The thought of him mistaking her for Shokuho Misaki due to the images displayed on this screen fills her with dread. She would have nowhere to weep. With this in mind, Misaka Makoto casts a venomous glare at Shirai Kuriko. It is imperative to find a moment to expel this nuisance from her room. Otherwise, who knows what kind of mischief she might concoct next. This time, Shirai Kuriko has indeed faced defeat. But who can assure her of success in the next attempt? Or the one after that? If Shirai Kuriko were to triumph, it would spell disaster for her life. It is true that Shirai Kuriko harbors feelings for her. However, the crux of the matter is that she simply does not have an affinity for women. Just as Misaka Makoto was pondering a reason to dismiss Shirai Kuriko, the latter's excited voice suddenly rang out. Wani-sama, the delightful screen has begun to showcase events from our world again. I hope it reveals more of our daily moments of affection. Misaka Makoto gasped, her face paling as she hesitated to gaze at the screen. She fervently wished that the screen would refrain from displaying anything related to her. Even a few more annex of that fool would be preferable. Thus, she had the opportunity to mock him. Upon this thought, Misaka Makoto felt a surge of courage to gaze at the luminous screen once more. Meanwhile, Shirai Kuriko retrieved her phone, eager to document everything displayed upon the screen. More about the esteemed elder sister, please, let there be an abundance. Perhaps some readers, like myself, find the relationship between these two anime perplexing. Allow me to clarify, a certain scientific railgun is a spin-off of a certain magical index, centering around the beloved character Misaka Makoto, while the original protagonist, Kamijutoma, plays a supporting role. The official title of a certain scientific railgun is a certain magical index spin-off, a certain scientific railgun. Furthermore, to prevent any chronological discrepancies, I shall refrain from mentioning a certain magical index while depicting the reactions of individuals in the real world, as both protagonists hail from a certain scientific railgun. Setting aside the somewhat unconventional meme of computer accessories, both a certain scientific railgun and a certain magical index have given rise to countless iconic phrases and memorable scenes. Let us take a moment to revisit some of the renowned memes and moments from these exceptional anime. One such meme is the joint attack on the sister, a playful misinterpretation of the term judgment, akin to the verbal quips found in JoJo. This meme emerged due to the variations in language across different countries. Notable among these is the phrase "I didn't steal the girl," a misinterpretation from Aniplex, along with the famous Yami Kadasai. In Japan, the Judgment Committee is tasked with maintaining campus discipline and order, similar to student councils in other countries. Due to Shirai Kuriko's frequent use of the term in English, coupled with the less-than-perfect English spoken by the locals, this unique misinterpretation was born. Joint attack on the sister and "Oh ne-sama" have left me afflicted with Kuriko syndrome. A fun fact, in Naruto, the term Bairu H also gives rise to the misinterpretation joint attack on the sister. The world, what a surprise. Aside from her peculiarities, Kuriko is undeniably adorable. In the world of a certain scientific railgun, Misaka Makoto let out a silent sigh of relief, grateful that it bore no relation to her. However, in the next moment, she inhaled sharply as her visage began to appear on the screen. Eagerly, Shirai Kuriko was already prepared to capture the moment. The iconic phrase, "right in front of me." This phrase originates from Misaka Makoto's attempt to capture the attention of the imaginary beast. Uttered in a pivotal moment of the first season, episode 12, at 11 minutes and 44 seconds. The original line, "Come at me head on," was translated by the subtitle team as "Come at me directly." This translation, coupled with the scene where Kuriko overwhelms her post-battle, resonated deeply, leading to its widespread popularity. In the scene, Misaka Makoto stands resolute against the formidable imaginary beast. Though flustered, she is determined to protect others and decides to engage. As electric currents envelop her, she coldly addresses the beast. "Don't look around. I told you your opponent is me. Come at me directly." In response, she declares, "In that case, I shall comply." The exchange continues with a playful tone, as characters express their admiration and allegiance, particularly towards the railgun faction, and engage in lighthearted banter about rivalries among groups. Misaka Makoto, frustrated, exclaims, "What have these idiots turned this into?" As she punches the wall, her face flushed with anger. Initially, she had solely intended to draw the imaginary beast's attention and hadn't perceived any wrongdoing in her words. It wasn't until they were brought up that she realized they had a rather suggestive undertone. "Ah, how embarrassing. Why did I say such things? Come at me directly." She laments, overwhelmed by her own embarrassment. This accursed beast of fantasy, that accursed screen, and that infuriatingly candid heart of mine. That fool wouldn't misunderstand anything, would he? Covering her small hand, which was swollen from striking the wall, Misaka Makoto's face was flushed, making it difficult to discern whether her embarrassment stemmed from shame or humiliation. Yet, if a crevice were to appear before her, she would undoubtedly seek refuge within it immediately. Oh dear, now she truly felt she had lost all face. In stark contrast to Misaka Makoto's overwhelming embarrassment, Shirai Kuriko beside her was bubbling with excitement. Her head bowed, the thrill coursed through her, causing her entire body to tremble. A closer inspection would reveal a hint of pallor on her delicate face. Shirai Kuriko stealthily approached Misaka Makoto, and by the time Misaka noticed, Kuriko was already before her. "Kuriko, you?" Before Misaka could finish her inquiry, Shirai Kuriko lunged forward. "Thank you for the invitation, my beloved sister. I shall not refuse." With her arms tightly wrapped around Misaka Makoto's slender waist, Shirai Kuriko began to knead and squeeze as if molding dough. Truly, she was her most cherished sister. So soft. So incredibly soft. Oh, how she adored her. "Kuriko, are you seeking your own demise? Release me at once." As she felt an unusual sensation coursing through her body, Misaka Makoto's initial shame transformed into shyness. She grasped Shirai Kuriko's shoulders, attempting to push her away. However, Kuriko was resolute in her embrace, making it quite difficult for her to extricate herself from this predicament. This left Misaka Makoto in a state of helplessness. It seemed she must find an opportunity to distance herself from this individual. The lack of personal space is unbearable. How can one be so shameless now? And what will it be like in the future? Suddenly, Misaka Makoto felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. "Kuriko, do not get too close. Sister dear, I adore you. Sister." Meanwhile, Kamiju Toma and others observed Misaka Makoto on the illuminated screen. Shirai Kuriko remarked, "Misaka-senpai is so impressive. If it were me, I would probably cry in fear if a fantasy beast stared at me." Sadaruko added, "I feel like something is a bit off, but I can't quite pinpoint what." The blue-haired girl with earrings commented, as expected of Misaka-san. Just a single phrase from her evoked such thoughts. Kamiju Toma mused. Is the electric girl really this formidable? As he spoke, he glanced at the video and messages sent by Shirai Kuriko on his phone. "Did you see that, you half-ape? Sister dear belongs to me. If I see you entangled with her again, I will." Kamiju Toma found himself somewhat bewildered as he reread Kuriko's messages multiple times. This guy sends complete messages, yet what does sending half a message mean? It's all so perplexing. Living with the electric girl daily. Will he end up as eccentric as she is? Kamiju Toma suddenly felt it was best to remind Misaka Makoto to keep her distance from Shirai Kuriko. After all, she is a partner he trusts. In the world of Dragon Ball, the turtle hermit gazes at the massive illuminated screen, his complexion rosy. Who would have thought the beauties of the outside world were so open? How delightful. I truly enjoy this. However, this younger sister seems a bit too ordinary, which is rather disappointing. Vigor is certainly more beautiful. Strange beings, I wish to see more voluptuous beauties. In the world of One Piece, Kazuki Momonosuke gazes at Misaka Makoto on the illuminated screen with a bashful expression. What a beautiful sister. She seems incredibly powerful. If only she were from my world. How I long to embrace her. In the realm of legendary memes, we have Sadaruko, known as Ruko the Tear, a level 0 powerless individual. Yet she possesses numerous extraordinary abilities. Her first superpower, Updraft, allows her to manipulate air currents to lift Shirai Kuriko's skirt. Her second superpower, Script Mastery. As the embodiment of urban legends, every urban legend she spreads ultimately becomes reality, making her words undeniably potent. Moreover, when the main characters encounter a deadlock or crisis, Ruko always uncovers crucial information, thus propelling the plot forward. Hence, we refer to her as the woman who holds the script. Her third superpower is the Golden Baseball. At the conclusion of the first season of the animation, Toriri utilized the ability diminution device to corner both the railgun and Kuriko into a dire situation. In this moment of peril, the esteemed Tears used a baseball to shatter the device, effectively turning the tide of battle. By the finale of the second season, Tears wielded a golden baseball to combat the Drive Ka, leading netizens to humorously refer to her as the Level 5 golden baseball ability. The fourth superpower, Infinite Wardrobe, showcases Tears as the beloved daughter of the production team, as she seems to don a new outfit in nearly every episode. In stark contrast, both the Railgun and Kuriko are typically seen sporting the same school uniform throughout the Academy City. This disparity has given rise to the notion of Tears' Closet. Moreover, Tears boasts an impressive title, Storm Commander, originating from the novel Spirit Empire crafted by the author Yoto, which initially featured various fan works, including but not limited to Magical Index and the Fate series. Sada Tears serves as the Storm Commander within this narrative. As a result, we often encounter comments such as His Excellency Storm Commander Sada Tears in the online community. The screen has also begun to showcase memorable moments featuring Sada Tears, particularly her intimate interactions with Shiri Hatsushun, which primarily involve playful gestures like lifting her skirt. Today, Tears is adorned in a delicate pink polka dot attire. In Chapter 100, she surprises us with a charming blue and white striped ensemble. One must tread carefully in conversation. After all, she is a level 6 absolute ability user, commanding the storm of the Spirit Empire. The sight of Tears enjoying candy evokes an image of her as a formidable boss. No ability? The script is entirely in her control. If she possessed an ability, how could she possibly play? Who dares to claim that Tears lacks abilities? Exceptional luck surely counts as a form of power. It is well known that the ranking system within Academy City is structured as follows: LV0, LV5, LV4, LV3, LV2, LV1. In the world of Dragon Ball, one might exclaim, what an incredible superpower. As Master Roshi gazes in awe at Sada Tears, or rather, at the lower half of Shiri Hatsushun. Although this young girl may seem unremarkable, her legs are undeniably straight. It is not an exaggeration to say that he could indulge in admiration for several years. Of course, his greatest affection lies with ample bosoms, a steadfast preference, cough cough. While his gaze may be somewhat misdirected, Master Roshi is indeed focused on Satan Ruko's extraordinary abilities. If only this old man could possess such powers, that would be simply marvelous. Images of countless youthful and beautiful maidens, all bashfully covering their skirts, flood his mind. Such a scene, it must be akin to paradise. It's too much to fathom. 2 streams of blood begin to flow from his nose, too caught up in reverie to wipe them away. As the martial arts master falls into contemplation, perhaps I could modify the Kamehameha, minimizing its power while increasing its speed, allowing for a subtle approach, hee. Master Roshi's laughter gradually takes on a more lascivious tone. The martial arts deity swiftly reveals his true nature. It turns out he is merely a lecherous old man. Some lovely ladies instinctively clutch their clothing tighter. Why does it suddenly feel a bit nauseating? It seems I should dress more modestly next time. In the world of One Piece, Kazuki Momonosuke similarly gazes lecherously at Shiryu, who has had her skirt lifted. Although this sister's heart may be somewhat small, her charm is undeniable. He finds himself enamored with any beautiful sister he encounters. Caressing his chin, Mitsuki Momonosuke suddenly grinned mischievously. If only this world possessed a fruit of updraft. Even if such a fruit lacked combat prowess, what of it? Being able to catch a glimpse of the lovely lady's undergarments would be worth it. Moreover, this fruit isn't entirely devoid of battle capabilities. After consuming it, many shy maidens would be too timid to face him in combat. At that point, he would pursue those maidens, uttering a few menacing words. Miss, surely you do not wish for your skirt to be in my possession. After that, he could indulge in his desires. Just thinking about it fills him with delight. In the realm of Baka to Testa Shikanju, Akihisa Yoshii, Yuji Sakamoto, the lecherous Kuda Tsuchiya, and a host of single members from the FFF brigade all gazed in astonishment. However, it wasn't long before Akihisa Yoshii found himself ensnared by the captivating gazes of Mizuki Himeji and Minami Shimada, rendering him immobile. Yuji Sakamoto's situation was even simpler. He was merely blinded by Shuko Kirishima. Meanwhile, the members of the FFF brigade lay nearby, weeping profusely. In all their years, the collective allure of every woman they had known paled in comparison to the singular radiance of Haruhi Suzumiya. Truly, they were grateful for the divine screens bestowed upon them. They offered their thanks to the gods of the second dimension. They expressed their gratitude to Ruko Satan, the goddess of tears. From this day forth, the goddess of tears would be one of their most revered icons. Only the lecherous Kuda Tsuchiya continued to strive diligently. Though he could not soar into the heavens alongside the divine screen, he was determined to find the perfect angle, all to showcase the vibrant beauty of youthful maidens. For this, he would sacrifice everything. Yet, despite capturing numerous photographs, the lecherous Kuda Tsuchiya found himself unsatisfied. Thus, for the first time, he exhibited his anger before the crowd. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, slamming his fist into the ground. "If only I could master such a powerful updraft. If I could learn it, I would command the winds and capture countless beautiful images. Just imagining it fills me with a sense of fulfillment. In the world of Crayon Shinchan, where has little Shin gone?" Missy, busy preparing a meal, inquired of Hiroshi. Hiroshi glanced at the screen outside and scoffed. "That little rascal is definitely out there watching the screen. Don't worry about him. He took his meal outside." If one were to listen closely, they would discern a hint of envy in Hiroshi's tone. Had he not been previously reprimanded by Missy, he would have wished to join him outside for a meal. Just the sight of a pretty young sister would compel him to devour 3 more bowls of rice. Maya was at a loss for words. Whom does this child resemble? Meanwhile, outside, little Shin was fixated on the luminous screen above, exclaiming, "So many beautiful sisters." Upon witnessing Satan Ruko lifting up Shokahu Misaki's skirt, his eyes sparkled, and he eagerly devoured his meal. With remarkable speed, he finished his food and wiggled his little bottom, yearningly declaring, "Oh, dynamic Superman, bless me. I must learn this sister's superpower." After uttering this, he clasped his hands flat and made a vigorous swipe towards Shirai Kuriko. Her hair merely rustled slightly. Shin blinked. And though his tone was not overly disappointed, he proclaimed, "I haven't mastered it yet, but I shall certainly strive to learn." In the world of a certain scientific railgun, when those familiar with the powerless Satan Ruko discovered her extraordinary abilities, they were utterly astonished. Script control, golden baseball, storm commander. The implications were thrilling. In an instant, phones buzzed with incoming messages. Even Satan Ruko herself found it hard to believe that the screen would showcase someone as ordinary as her, especially revealing those moments that left Shokaho Misaki blushing. As for her feelings of embarrassment, the cheerful Ruko was blissfully unaware of any shame. Had it not been for Shokaho's crimson cheeks beside her, she would have eagerly pulled out her phone to take a commemorative photo with Shokaho and the images displayed on the screen. Noticing Shokahu's ears turning a deep shade of red, Satan Ruko chuckled. "Shokahu," she called out. Interrupting Ruko, Shokahu covered her flushed face in utter humiliation, exclaiming, "Look at the trouble you've caused. How am I ever supposed to face anyone again? What is there to be ashamed of? It's only a glimpse of your underwear." Ruko retorted playfully. Before she could finish her thought, inspiration struck Satan Ruko. "Oh, Shokahu, I haven't seen what kind of underwear you're wearing today." Without further ado, she waved her hand, causing Shokahu's skirt to flutter upwards, adhering entirely to the law of gravity. As the early spring approached, the charming Shiratori was enveloped in a blush of pink, radiating warmth and allure. How delightful it was to see her adorned in blue and white vertical stripes. Out of respect, let us lift the veil once more. Satyu. Chapter 101. What an odd ritual simultaneously. Other characters from the world of a certain scientific railgun reacted in varied ways. Blue-haired earring. So, it turns out that Tears is incredibly strong. Tears is amazing. Blue-haired earring. By the way, I envy Tears' ability so much. I wish I could master it too. Kamijutoma. Come on, you're not really crying, are you? Blue-haired earring. What do you know? Tears' ability to create updrafts is the epitome of strength for any man. Kamijutoma. Is it really that exaggerated? In the supply room, Shirai Kuriko's cheeks were flushed, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Casting a glance at Sat Misaki, who was lifting Shiratori's skirt on the screen, Shirai Kuriko exclaimed with envy, "I want to lift Wanisama's skirt too." Without further ado, she sprang into action. With swift precision, Shirai Kuriko seized the hem of Misaka Mikoto's skirt while she was momentarily distracted. The mischievous hand inched upward, eager to explore. "Misaka Mikoto. Kuriko, stop it. If you keep this up, I will get angry. If you dare to continue, I'll zap you." Misaka Mikoto's flustered indignation did not deter Shirai Kuriko, rather. It only heightened her excitement. As the saying goes, once the arrow is drawn, it must be released. She could no longer contain herself. The Pandora's box of mischief had been opened, and there was no turning back. Shirai Kuriko had made up her mind. In this supply room, she would capture Wanisama. "Wanisama, rest assured, you shall remain with me forever. I, Shirai Kuriko, will never abandon you." As she uttered these words, Kuriko's breaths grew heavier. Wanisama's form was simply too enticing. She could hardly withstand the temptation. She yearned for intimacy. She craved closeness with Onisama. Kuriko. You. Seeing Shirai Kuriko push her boundaries, Misaka Makoto could no longer restrain herself and unleashed her power. Railgun. Feeling the electrifying surge, Shirai Kuriko trembled, murmuring, "No, no, no, please don't. Are you frightened now?" Misaka Makoto thought she had secured a victory, relishing in her triumph. "Let us see if you dare to touch me again." Yet, after waiting in vain, Kuriko did not release her grip. Instead, she tightened her embrace. This left Misaka Makoto feeling somewhat apprehensive. "Aren't you afraid? Hurry, let go." "No, no, no, don't stop." Only at this moment did Shirai Kuriko manage to utter a complete sentence. Misaka Makoto gazed blankly at Shirai Kuriko, and upon noticing the bashfulness and allure on her face, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. This fellow seems to have awakened some peculiar penchant. Alas, are my abilities now rendered ineffective against her? What shall I do in the future? Misaka Makoto suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. She lamented her arduous future. With such a predicament, how could she ever find a partner? Misaka Makoto collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, the external light screen again called out her name. This left Misaka Makoto utterly speechless. "I am exhausted. Let the world be destroyed." In truth, lifting a girl's skirt is not solely the prerogative of Satan Ruko, long before. In a certain magical index, Toma Kamiho and Shirai Kuriko had collaborated to lift Misaka Makoto's skirt. Now, let us relish this memorable scene. On the bustling street, Toma Kamiho glanced at the ordinary person before him. With her eyes closed, Misaka Makoto, in a haughty manner, declared, "In any case, you must listen to me. However, I am aware that someone like you, a mere mortal, has limited capabilities. Just do your best. I believe in you." Toma Kamiho remained silent, which caused Misaka Makoto to hesitate momentarily. She furtively stole another glance at him. Just as she pondered what to say next, Toma Kamiho suddenly spoke. "I understand." In an instant, Misaka Makoto's expression transformed into one of joy. At long last, there exists a legitimate reason to summon Kamiho Toma. One must not treat him as a mere beast of burden. However, Kamijo Toma's reaction was somewhat peculiar. "Very well," clenching his fist to bolster his resolve. Kamijo shouted with fervor, "In that case, please feel free to issue your commands." Misaka Makoto responded, "Huh? While I would like Kamijo to heed my words." His reaction does not necessitate such fervency. The intensity of her reaction left her somewhat frightened. However, Kamijo Toma was too preoccupied to dwell on such feelings. Having resolved to care for Misaka Makoto, he intended to attend to her properly. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Kamijo, kneeling on the ground, spoke to himself. Creating a comfortable environment is essential for a lady of her stature. However, I, Kamijo Toma, am not accustomed to such tasks. Therefore, I humbly ask for your forgiveness for any shortcomings. With that, he vigorously waved his textbook, attempting to bring a refreshing breeze to Misaka Makoto amidst the sweltering summer heat. "My lady, is this intensity to your liking?" Yet, as he knelt before her, even the currents generated by his movements brushed against the hem of her skirt. "You fool. Slow down. Do not create drafts beneath my skirt." Realizing the risk of exposure, Misaka Makoto's face flushed crimson. Covering her skirt, she appeared quite vexed, wanting nothing more than to deliver a few punches to Kamijo. However, the fear of exposure kept her from acting immediately. Just as she stood there, flustered and uncertain, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ear. "Onisama." "Huh?" Turning to look, Misaka Makoto saw Shirai Kuriko, radiating a fierce aura. "Kuriko, you," at that moment, Shirai Kuriko's gaze fell upon Kamijo Toma. Unlike her usual hostility, she found herself captivated by his serious demeanor as he tended to Misaka. What a clean and graceful posture of service. This fellow is indeed remarkable. However, Kuriko's expression quickly shifted to one of furious indignation. "This should have been my place. Only I should be serving Onisama." Kuriko declared her intent to join the fray. Picking up her textbook, she too knelt and emulated Kamiju's stance, waving her book vigorously. A gust of wind billowed Misaka's skirt, leaving passers-by in awe. As for Misaka Makoto, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Stop it at once. You idiots! What is this bizarre ritual? Am I some sort of religious leader?" Chapter 102. The Newton Trio's Demise. I can't stop laughing. Haha. Misaka isn't even wearing leggings. What is there to fear? Even if she were wearing them, encountering such perverts would still be alarming. Two classic old anime series have half their memorable moments featuring her. Level 5 ability. Wind currents. From now on, if anyone says I, Toma, lack supernatural abilities, I shall throw this scene in their face. Why do you reward him? In the world of a certain scientific electromagnetic cannon, the screen unexpectedly showcased the iconic moments between Kamiju Toma and Misaka Makoto, leaving Kamiju feeling inexplicably flustered. A peculiar itch grazed his neck, prompting thoughts of an impending headache. Noticing Kamiju's odd demeanor, a blue-haired girl with earrings regarded him with a sympathetic gaze, as if she had experienced similar situations herself. Kamiju, heed my advice and flee at once. Why should I run? Kamiju found himself bewildered. Although it was somewhat inappropriate to create a breeze under a girl's skirt in public, he had only intended to assist Misaka Makoto. Kamiju believed he was in the right. Thinking, is it wrong to be considerate towards Misaka? You fool, how can you not see the obvious? She exclaimed. You've embarrassed her in public. Do you think she will let you off the hook? If I'm not mistaken, you didn't even apologize after your little stunt. Did you? Her tone was tinged with a mix of exasperation and envy. Despite his lack of any formidable abilities, this spiky-haired boy undeniably had a way with women. Yet, he remained astonishingly oblivious to their sentiments. If it were him in charge, the harem would have long been bustling, with children and grandchildren aplenty, only to be hung on the wall as an offering for remembrance. Ahem. Returning to the main topic. The thought of that terrifying electric girl quickened the tone of her blue-haired earrings. In any case, heed my advice and flee. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. Run. Although Kamiju Toma did not believe he had erred in any way, he indeed sensed a peculiar disquiet in his body. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Let us consider it a temporary ailment and grant himself a reprieve. Meanwhile, in the storage room, gazing at her awkward reflection on the screen and casting a glance at Shirai Kuriko, who was still taking advantage of her, Misaka Makoto could no longer contain her frustration. With a swift motion, she snapped Shirai Kuriko's neck, finally bringing silence. However, even in her final moments, Shirai Kuriko wore a blissful expression, content to perish at the hands of her beloved elder sister. This life has been worthwhile. Discarding Shirai Kuriko carelessly like refuse, Misaka Makoto stepped out of the storage room, murmuring, Kamiju Toma, I can't believe I forgot to settle the score with you. You fool. Just you wait. At that moment, a murderous intent glimmered in Misaka Makoto's eyes. The invincible electric princess had resurfaced. In the blink of an eye, Misaka Makoto arrived at Kamiju Toma's classroom. A swift glance revealed his absence, prompting her to approach the blue-haired girl with earrings, towering over her as she inquired, Is this Kamiju Toma? She was aware of the close friendship between this individual and that fool. Under the intense scrutiny of a powerful Esperer, the blue-haired girl broke into a cold sweat. Is this what it means to possess superpowers? Indeed, it is terrifying. Though a sense of trepidation lingered within, the blue-haired youth shook his head resolutely, gritting his teeth as he declared, I know nothing. Really? Misaka Makoto stepped forward, her aura intensifying. The blue-haired youth instinctively leaned back. Yet he remained steadfast in protecting his companions. Truly, Misaka Makoto did not press him further. Instead, she took a seat in Kamiju Toma's place, awaiting the return of that fool. She was determined to remain in the classroom until he appeared, convinced that she would not fail to catch him. However, if she did manage to find that idiot, Kamiju Toma would surely face dire consequences. Casting a glance at Misaka Makoto, whose face radiated a lethal intensity, the blue-haired youth could not help but swallow hard. Seizing the moment while she was unaware, he hastily sent a message to Kamiju Toma. Blue-haired youth, do not return to school for the time being, or you shall face a dire fate. Kamiju Toma. Why? Blue-haired youth, Misaka is already here in the classroom, lying in wait for you. Kamiju Toma. Blue-haired youth. In short, if you wish to survive, stay away. Just as he sent the message, he was suddenly met with Misaka Makoto's emotionless voice. Blue-haired classmate, may I inquire who you are messaging? Blue-haired youth. Faced with Misaka Makoto's deathly glare, he felt his heart sink. This is it. The one in trouble is none other than myself. At that moment, the screen continued to display iconic scenes from the series A Certain Scientific Rail Gun and A Certain Magical Index. The anti-Newton trio refers to the characters H. Gitsuke Ko, One-Eye Kanuhida, and P.F. Mamb, who define Newton's laws with their respective abilities. H. Gitsuke Ko controls airflow, One-Eye Kanuhida governs water flow, and P.F. Mamb manipulates buoyancy. Collectively, they are known as the anti-Newton trio or the fluid dynamics trio. Newton, you have successfully revived my spirit. Scientists discovered Newton's ashes coalescing. Newton, do not speak of it. My coffin is about to burst open. Newton, in an anime about superpowers, they still mention Newton's loss. It truly brings me to tears. As for H. Gitsuke Ko, one might describe her as tsundere, yet she is quite frank, and while she may be straightforward, she retains a certain pride. Regardless, she is endearing. The trio embodies sweetness, kindness, and intelligence. Getsu KKO possesses formidable strength and has the potential to become the next level 5. In the world of a certain scientific railgun, Getsu KKO mused, I never imagined this screen would showcase our exploits. Getsu KKO, Anti-Newton Trio. I absolutely adore that name, haha. Within the confines of the Bay. The broadcast consists primarily of ordinary visuals. Had it featured scenes akin to those involving Misaka, one might find oneself utterly mortified. Misaka Makoto, who are you insinuating? Pa'afyafan bin. I feel as though this situation is equally mortifying. Everyone around us is staring. Pa'afyafan bin. Let us hasten away. I cannot endure this any longer. The renowned Musashi no milk. It is rumored to possess the ability to enhance one's bust. In the realm of animation, it boasts an exceptionally high appearance rate and was originally the favored milk brand of the formidable leader of the Giant Spider Alliance, Kurumi Murasaki. Chapter 103. As long as one is adorable, everything else must take a back seat. Following her initiation into the gang, Kotoha Meiwei has also developed a fondness for this particular brand of milk. The screen begins to display images of Kotoha Meiwei. This is how she appeared before she drank. Much like Misaka Makoto and others, she was utterly unremarkable. This is her appearance after drinking. Indeed, it is quite substantial, bouncy, and delightful. Suddenly, a scene appears on the screen depicting a dialogue between Guhua Meiwei and Heike Myenlyo. Observing Guhua Meiwei in her snug leather jacket, Heike Myenlyo inquired, Doesn't wearing that leather jacket feel tight around your chest? This is unavoidable. After all, she drinks that every day. In response to Guhua Meiwei's bashful smile, Heike Myenlyo also smiled faintly. Then, in unison, they exclaimed, Indeed, Musashi no milk is the best. Upon learning of Guhua Meiwei's enhanced figure, Peiji and Heizi and others concluded that it was the effect of Musashi no milk, and thus, they eagerly followed suit. The screen begins to display a scene in the bathhouse where Peiji and others are fervently drinking Musashi no milk. A sizable table is laden with Musashi no milk. Misaka Makoto, Shirai Kuriko, Sato Rei, and Hatsushirashi Shiri each hold a glass of milk. How long do we have to drink all of this? Sato Rei questioned. Hatsushirashi Shiri smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, Guhua Senior drinks more than this every day. To grow, one must pay a price. Sato Rei nodded, her gaze resolute. As long as I can grow, I'll drink it. Misaka Makoto, with a serious expression, added, Let us do this. Don't forget the incantation. Raising her glass of milk. Misaka Makoto proclaimed loudly, Indeed, Musashi no milk is the best. The other three followed suit. Indeed, Musashi no milk is the best. Together, they began enthusiastically drinking milk. The ordinary girls had long desired to grow and possess femininity, especially Shirai Kuriko, who held 2 bottles of milk, drinking them simultaneously. However, regrettably, it proved to be of little use. No matter how much some individuals drank, the effects remained elusive. Ha ha ha, we need more of such bath scenes. How old are Peiji and the others? They still have room for growth. It's alright, being small is quite adorable. Just ordinary, what is the big deal? What happened to the laws of 7s and 8s in anime? I hope the next short video features more tantalizing scenes. In the world of a certain scientific railgun, Misaka Makoto, Sato Rei, and Hatsushirashi Shiri all screamed in unison, despite being in different locations, causing passers-by to frown and cover their ears. As for Shirai Kuriko, she remained blissfully unaware, still in a state of oblivion. Otherwise, she might have caused quite a commotion. One can only say that sometimes ignorance is indeed a form of bliss. Otherwise, an abundance of troubles would ensue. As for the other 3 individuals, they simultaneously covered their faces and chests, fearing that others might discover they were the utterly unremarkable F4 on the screen. They could never have anticipated that this display would be so scandalous. While it would have been one thing to showcase their embarrassing moments, to unveil such a humiliating incident was utterly beyond their expectations. Moreover, it was in ultra-high definition. If it were merely a display of beautiful bathing photos, that would suffice. But this segment of the video is blatantly intended to humiliate them. This individual must not be spared. At this moment, even the most good-natured of them, Satan Ruko, cannot suppress the urge for vengeance. If only she possessed superpowers, she would have soared into the sky to confront the screen. As for Misaka Makoto, having already delivered a thorough beating to the blue-haired girl, she exited the classroom and, upon realizing the absence of onlookers, unleashed her electromaster ability, intent on obliterating the offensive screen. In an instant, a torrent of electrical energy resonated within Misaka Makoto, coalescing into a coin that surged towards the screen above. It appeared fearsome indeed. However, Misaka Makoto miscalculated one crucial factor. Even the likes of Son Goku from Spirited Anime could not dismantle the screen. Thus, it was even less feasible for her. Although her Electromaster's power was formidable, it was still insufficient to contend with the screen. Consequently, despite being breathless and exhausted, the screen continued to broadcast their embarrassing moments unabated. Misaka Makoto, I'm utterly drained. Let the world be annihilated. Suddenly, she recalled that Kamijitoma might be lurking somewhere. Watching the screen, perhaps mocking her physique, a spark of fury ignited within her. Regardless, today she was determined to bring Kamijitoma, that fool, to his demise. She was in dire need of an outlet for her frustration, and that fortunate individual was none other than Kamijitoma. After all, he had once made her look foolish as well. With this thought, Misaka Makoto retrieved her phone and sent a message to Kamijitoma. Misaka Makoto, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall make you pay. Misaka Makoto, just clean your neck and await your doom. Kamijitoma, in my silence, I find myself quite at a loss. This electrifying girl, has she lost her mind? The nickname Billy Billy was bestowed upon Misaka Makoto by Toma Kamaho, as the sound she makes while manipulating electricity resembles Billy Billy. Subtitling groups typically translate it as Electric Girl, Crackle, or Billy Billy. The name of the renowned platform Billy Billy is derived from this. The coin-throwing feature is inspired by her signature move, the railgun, which launches coins at 3 times the speed of sound. Furthermore, Billy Billy's ranking system draws from the ability classification in Academy City, where the maximum level is merely 6. The allure of Misaka Makoto, also known as Railgun, is so profound that a mainstream website has adopted her name. It is crucial to highlight the charm of Misaka Makoto, a supporting character who, through her captivating presence, manages to overshadow the protagonist. Consequently, creators have even crafted manga featuring her as the main character, a phenomenon also observed with Accelerator. Her immense popularity led to an 8-year ban from the International Mo competition. Are you curious about the rankings of this competition? If so, respond with a 1, and I shall selectively elaborate on a few episodes. Her mere appearance eliminates any suspense regarding the title of Mo King. Is cuteness rendered insignificant in the face of allure? This statement may hold some truth, yet for Misaka Makoto, as long as she is adorable, everything else must take a back seat. It is precisely due to her immense popularity that a certain website was renamed Billy Billy. In Chapter 104 of the A Certain Magical Index, we encounter a memorable scene. Owing to Misaka Makoto's overwhelming appeal, fervent fans have even crafted a cheer that is prevalent in various fan creations. Now, let us proclaim that line aloud. The electric spark dancing at your fingertips is my everlasting faith. May my railgun endure through eternity. Do you comprehend the intrinsic value of our beloved Misaka? Laughs heartily. Everyone, please rise. Before you stands the recipient of the 2010 Rookie of the Year, the Ruby Necklace, the 2011 Queen of Mo, the Aquamarine Necklace, the 6th place in 2012, the Ruby Necklace and Diamond Headband, 4th place in 2013, 13th place in 2014, the Aquamarine Necklace, the Mo Emperor of 2017, the Mo Emperor of 2018, the 2020 Rookie of the Year, the Emerald Necklace, the 2021 Rookie of the Year, the Sapphire Necklace, the 2022 Queen of Mo, the Yellow Topaz and Amethyst Necklace. Twice, she unprecedentedly ended the necklace competition in the 6th round, amassing a collection of 7 colored necklaces, becoming the sole Grand Slam champion of the World Mo contest, the only individual to hold both the titles of Dual Queen of Mo and Dual Emperor of Mo. The 3rd level 5 Esper of Academy City, the Electromaster Princess of Tokawadai, Misaka Makoto. Time flows inexorably. While one may age, my heart remains eternal. Reflecting on the past, Billy Billy once echoed with the name of Misaka Makoto. Let us deliver a small, yet powerful shock to newcomers. The electric spark dancing at your fingertips is my everlasting faith. May my railgun endure through eternity. In the world of a certain scientific railgun. As the light screen repeatedly references her, Misaka Makoto half expects it to recount her past embarrassments, a fate she has nearly resigned herself to. At most, she could vent her frustrations on Kamijitoma later. However, to her astonishment, the screen begins to praise her. Though the moniker Electricity Girl is somewhat irksome, it is a welcome change from her previous misadventures. Who would have thought that she could be so popular? Are people from other worlds truly this fervent? Gazing at the dense barrage of comments in the lower left corner, Misaka Makoto is taken aback. The flames of her anger gradually dissipate, enveloped instead by joy, as she ultimately covers her face with her hands and chuckles. Oh dear, While she is indeed quite charming, must you all be so zealous? Nonetheless, the line "the electric spark dancing at your fingertips is my everlasting faith, may my railgun endure through eternity," is truly splendid. She is merely a girl in her teens. Yet now she finds herself with a plethora of fervent admirers, even to the extent of having a website dedicated solely to her name. It appears she has also achieved remarkable accolades in a competition. This greatly inflated Misaka Mikoto's vanity. In an instant, the anger she had previously amassed diminished considerably. However, this did not deter her from seeking out Kamiju Toma to deliver a few blows. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Her joy and her decision to beat up Kamiju Toma are not mutually exclusive. As the saying goes, my happiness does not equate to your lack of punishment. The inequality has been shattered. Is this truly playable? Meanwhile, Kamiju Toma, who remained at home, suddenly sneezed. Beside him, Index, who was watching the screen intently, turned to Kamiju and asked, "Toma, are you feeling unwell?" It shouldn't be the case, right? To be honest, Kamiju was somewhat uncertain. He felt relatively fine. Yet his intuition suggested something was amiss, as if an ominous event were about to unfold. It was rather unsettling. Oh. Index redirected her gaze back to the screen. After a brief silence, she spoke again, "Toma." Kamiju looked at Index, who pointed at Misaka Mikoto on the screen, with a glint of envy in her eyes. Index murmured, "That short-haired girl is remarkable. Even though the screen showcases our world, it continuously revolves around her. They say she is a supporting character. Yet her popularity surpasses that of the protagonist. Who do you think the protagonists of our world are?" Kamiju shrugged nonchalantly. "Whoever they may be, it doesn't matter." As if anticipating Kamiju's response, Index shifted the subject. "I wonder if I am worthy of being featured on the screen." Noticing Index's disappointment, Kamiju glanced at the screen above before nodding reassuringly, "Don't worry, it will happen. After all, you are Princess Index, and with your appetite, you certainly deserve to be showcased at least once." Upon hearing this, Index's face turned crimson. She turned her face away and pouted, "You fool, Toma. I'm not talking to you." Kamiju chuckled softly, preparing to lie down for a moment's rest when his peripheral vision caught something on the screen. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Index, look, there truly is you on the screen, and even me. How is that possible?" Despite his disbelief, Index turned her head in earnest anticipation to the screen above. And indeed, there they were, herself and Kamiju. However, upon observing their cautious interactions and the oddly familiar dialogue, Index suddenly froze. Ancient memories surged into her mind, and the realization of the scene before her ignited a blush upon her cheeks. Oh my, can this segment truly be broadcasted? Now, let us appreciate the iconic scene from a certain magical index. Within a small room, having just met, Kamiju Toma is explaining his abilities to Index. "Since the day I was born, I have possessed a peculiar power." A peculiar power? With curiosity directed towards Index, Kamiju gazes at his right hand. "Anything that my right hand touches, be it an electric shock or the powers of an electromagnetic cannon, may vanish into thin air. Perhaps even divine miracles could disappear." Index casts a sidelong glance at Kamiju's right hand, then turns away dismissively. "What do you mean by that?" "Your reaction resembles that of someone viewing a dubious television shopping advertisement, as you hardly seem like a believer in the divine." The petite nun, Index, purses her lips and explains, "To even utter such words as to make divine miracles disappear is infuriating. I can't believe I am being regarded as a fool by a con artist like you." Kamiju feels a flicker of resentment towards her disdain, while Index is equally indignant. "I am not a con artist." "Then provide me with some proof. If my right hand can indeed make it disappear, wouldn't that prove that neither of us is lying?" It is anticipated that 2 more chapters remain, after which I shall commence a thorough critique of the 4 scoundrels. Chapter 105. Kamiju Toma, you must take responsibility for me. All right. Seemingly sensing Kamiju's playful teasing, Index does not hold back. "In that case, allow me to demonstrate." Proudly displaying her ecclesiastical attire, Index proclaims, "Do you see this? This garment is known as the moving church and possesses an unparalleled defensive barrier." "What on earth is that?" Kamiju appears utterly bewildered. He had never considered that a piece of clothing could harbor a defensive barrier, let alone one with such an odd name. In his eyes, Index increasingly resembles a deceiver. He glares at her with disdain. "You fraud, you've been spewing nonsensical phrases to swindle me since earlier. It sounds all too grand, but I don't understand a word. You are the one deceiving everyone. Your entire family are frauds." Index, shaking her small fists at Kamiju, appears somewhat exasperated. Suddenly, an idea strikes her. and she hurriedly rushes to the kitchen, retrieves a fruit knife, and hands it to Kamiju. Experiments are far more convincing than theories. Since you do not believe me, allow me to prove it. Stab my abdomen with this knife. Upon hearing this, Kamiju looks at Index with increasing astonishment. This individual is not merely a deceiver. He's also a masochist. He certainly lacks the habit of inflicting harm upon others. If Index were to come to any misfortune, he would undoubtedly face years, perhaps even decades, of imprisonment. Such a fate is inconceivable. Kamiju Toma furrowed his brow. What exactly do you mean? Although I can currently maintain only the most fundamental abilities of the church, that is more than sufficient. You need not hesitate to stab me. There will be no repercussions. Index presented a fruit knife to Kamiju Toma, her foolish gaze surprisingly tinged with delight. As long as she could prove her innocence, this person would surely obey her commands. I shall not hold back then. Just as Index nodded in agreement, Kamiju Toma gazed at her with increasing disdain. Are you truly so foolish? How could I ever utter such madness? You still regard me as a fool, do you not? To this day. It is beyond Index's comprehension how Kamiju Toma's expression radiates contempt. This left the young nun somewhat vexed. With a rapid rhythm, Index pounded her chest, declaring, This habit of mine is fashioned from the sacred cloth of Durandal. Its strength is beyond question. Whether by magic or physical force, all attacks can be repelled and absorbed. So go ahead and strike me. She once again offered a fruit knife to Kamiju Toma. Kamiju first glanced at her habit, then at his own right hand. Suddenly, he exclaimed, If your garment truly possesses supernatural abilities, then merely touching it with my right hand should cause it to disintegrate into dust. He scoffed. I don't believe that for a second. Indulging in unwavering confidence in her mobile church, Index responded with a proud smile, Unless your power is truly extraordinary. But how could that be? Since you've gone this far, allow me to demonstrate. Teased by Index, Kamiju could hardly contain himself. Even a clay figure would have its limits, let alone him. Rising to his feet, he boldly reached out his right hand towards Index's habit. Index, for once, fell silent, her gaze fixed on his approaching hand. The atmosphere suddenly became still. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nearly 10 seconds passed without any sign of change in Index's habit, leaving Kamiju bewildered. Index, however, wore a smug little smile. Fool, nothing has happened, she declared, her confidence unwavering as she placed her hands on her hips. Yet, in an instant, a tearing sound resonated through the air. Kamiju froze in place, a flush rising to his cheeks. The first hint of spring was met by a dragonfly perched atop. Yet, it was nothing remarkable. He certainly wouldn't be intrigued by such a thing. Kamiju brazenly stole a few glances, thinking, why not take a look if I can? The proud young nun seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Noticing Kamiju's sudden blush, she inquired, What's wrong with you? Kamiju stumbled over his words, unable to articulate a coherent response. Following his honest gaze, Index lowered her head. The next moment, a piercing scream erupted within the small room. My life is a precarious balance, and this reward is rightfully mine. Though it may seem ordinary, it is sufficient. When speaking of Index, one cannot overlook the truly shocking elements involved. It is advised not to search for these, as they may be somewhat distasteful. The fabric of this garment is quite commendable, sustaining itself for several seconds. Due to its textile composition, it appears to be resistant to wear and tear. I comprehend that the forthcoming iconic scenes will revolve around the tumultuous relationship of Kamiju Toma. Fortunately, my dear Kamiju is rather slow in matters of the heart. Otherwise, had he chosen the path of a scoundrel, he might have faced dire consequences long ago. Enough of this. Let us pay our respects to the esteemed Brother Shiro. In the realm of a certain scientific railgun, Index stands frozen in place, as does Kamiju Toma. A flush of color spreads across both their faces, however. While Kamiju is merely bashful, Index is consumed by a mix of embarrassment and fury. Kamiju Toma. Index's piercing scream reverberates loudly, causing Kamiju to instinctively cover his ears. Had he known, he would have chosen not to return to the school. In this moment, he would rather confront the electric girl than face Index. The young nun remains uncertain about her next course of action. However, upon noticing the glimmer of tears in Index's eyes, Kamiju Toma sighed and hurriedly said, Index, please allow me to explain. I never anticipated that the screen would display such content. This is utterly outrageous. I cannot fathom how many minors might have viewed that. Yet, rather than alleviating Index's distress, his explanation only deepened her sense of grievance. Rubbing her eyes, her body trembled slightly as she lamented. Now that so many people have seen me, I feel so unclean. To an outsider, It might seem as though she had suffered some grave violation. You are pure, Index. In my heart, you are the epitome of purity. Before he could finish, Index suddenly spoke with earnestness. Kamijutoma, you must take responsibility for me. A careful observer might note a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she uttered these words. Unfortunately, Kamijutoma was rather oblivious to such nuances. Huh? He exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. Seizing this opportunity, Index boldly advanced toward him. Simultaneously, Misaka Makoto witnessed Kamijutoma's various misdeeds displayed on the screen. Chapter 106. Would you care to try my taro? It is quite delicious. Upon seeing Kamijutoma audaciously strip Index of her clothing, disbelief washed over her. This only served to further infuriate Misaka Makoto. This scoundrel. They are all equally unremarkable. Why do they admire Index while disregarding her? In any case, this scoundrel deserves nothing less than 1,000 deaths. She, Mikoto Misaka, intends to teach Kamijutoma a lesson on behalf of the pure-hearted individuals of this world. With a justifiable cause, Mikoto Misaka's stride became significantly more confident. This is certainly a matter of necessity. In summary, Kamijutoma must perish. Misaka-san. Upon hearing her name called, Mikoto Misaka halted her steps, searching for the source of the voice. She soon spotted Fukuyuri Siri and Himegami Isa jogging towards her. Fukuyuri-san, Himegami-san. What brings you here? Mikoto Misaka was surprised that these two would approach her, as they weren't particularly close, merely classmates at best. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fukuyuri Siri wasted no time and got straight to the point. Misaka-san, have you seen Kamijutoma? They had intended to inquire about the blue-haired youth, but he had been knocked out by an unknown assailant and had yet to regain consciousness. Mikoto Misaka shook her head and curiously asked, Are you searching for him as well? Fukuyuri Siri picked up on the significance of her words. You too? Misaka-san is looking for Kamijutoma? Yes. I have some matters to discuss with him, Mikoto Misaka replied vaguely. After all, her intention was to confront Kamijutoma, and the less information known about this situation, the better. Despite his despicable nature, she felt it necessary to afford him some dignity in the presence of others. I see. So, is there something specific you wish to discuss with him? Mikoto Misaka threw the question back to them. If her memory served her right,